Chapter 1. The Eternal Divine Body Technique. Your Majesty, this is too deep and not long enough. Otherwise, you could manage it yourself. It's all quite similar. I'm taking a break. Qin Feng gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, casting a furtive glance at his trembling legs. This is so incredibly exhausting. Useless thing. This is the heavenly yang sacred fish, the supreme being of the universe. How can you be so weak that you can't cultivate the sacred yang power? My earthly sacred yin fish can cultivate the sacred yin power, and when combined with you, it can unlock the second to the ninth layers of the sacred fish space, granting you extraordinary strength, ensuring that within 100 years, you could dominate an entire star domain. Qin Feng's mind echoed with her fierce admonishments. How about you cooperate, and he'll try from behind? Qin Feng straightened his waist. Not from behind, the Empress exclaimed. It will hurt. This yin-yang sacred diagram must be cultivated according to the steps I taught you. If your legs aren't long enough, I can draw it smaller for you. But if you reverse the order, my divine body will shatter inch by inch. Within the sacred fish space, amidst a colorful vortex, stood a figure of unfathomable majesty. It appeared sacred and untouchable in the hazy vision. The Empress was breathtakingly beautiful, unlike any mortal. Originally, Qin Feng was a renowned genius from the Tianmen mansion in Qinyan City, celebrated in the Qin family. His parents died early, leaving him and his sister to depend on each other. With his innate talent, he gained considerable resources from the family and enjoyed a certain level of prestige. Since the age of 10, he had been seizing spirit mines for the family, and to date, he had secured a total of 28 spirit mines, allowing the Qin family to dominate the conflicts in Qinyan City. 3 days ago, during a confrontation with the Tang family over spirit mines, his martial veins were shattered, and his cultivation was rendered null. After his cultivation was destroyed, the family coldly dismissed him with a single remark. Family rules dictate the survival of the fittest. Without cultivation, even his training ground was seized by his sworn enemy, Qin Xiaohu. His only blood relative, his sister, was abducted, and he could do nothing to stop it. Fortunately, he had secretly retained this treasure from the spirit mine. It was a small white fish with a black eye. According to the mysterious powerful being, this sacred object was rare in the world, containing 9 layers of space, and was a congenital primordial sacred object that even saints found difficult to control. Now that Qin Feng had obtained this item, even if he were killed, she would not be able to acquire it. Thus, the mysterious being had to suppress the urge to crush him and instead sought him out through the connection between the 2 sacred objects for cultivation. This sacred object also had a fatal flaw that yin and yang fishes were mutually complementary, requiring simultaneous cultivation of the same techniques. If Qin Feng were to die, the powerful being would also face dire consequences, and vice versa. How unfortunate that you are a man, yet you are so lacking. The Empress scoffed with a mocking smile. A man cannot be deemed lacking. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. My martial veins are shattered, and I cannot gather spiritual energy. You rush to me without waiting for my explanation. Qin Feng felt utterly despondent and helpless. Oh, no wonder you feel weak while cultivating the yin-yang sacred diagram. We are separated by endless star domains. If you were before me, a mere broken martial vein could be restored with a snap of my fingers. Distance is a hindrance. Qin Feng felt disheartened. He understood this principle. This is troublesome. Only with your cultivation can the heavenly yang, sacred fish, be fused. I do possess a technique that could assist you in continuing your cultivation, but its characteristics, TSK, the Empress' voice took on a peculiar tone. We'll give it a try. Qin Feng was resolute after all. He had nothing to lose, and this was his only hope to save his sister. Clear your mind. The Empress was surprisingly straightforward, imprinting a cultivation technique named Eternal Divine Body Technique into his consciousness, an inescapable thought. Use your body as a furnace to refine all things. Qin Feng was taken aback. Does this mean I will have to dissolve my martial veins? Is that feasible? The Empress replied, Of course it is feasible. However, this technique has deviated from the norm. You will no longer cultivate spiritual energy, but will refine your divine body, akin to weapon forging, needing to incorporate various materials into your divine body. The better the materials, the faster your cultivation will improve. Once your divine body reaches completion, you will be able to command all treasures of heaven and earth. All divine weapons and magical artifacts will be within your grasp. That's incredible. Qin Feng felt a surge of passion, growing increasingly impatient. Are you suggesting that we fuse the heavenly yang sacred fish through this technique? Qin Feng began to comprehend. You are quite astute, the Empress affirmed. The level of the heavenly yang sacred fish is beyond my description. If all goes well, your realm will soar. Qin Feng discerned the implication in her words. Does that mean there could be unexpected outcomes? The Empress replied, it might fail to fuse. Qin Feng's eyes widened. What happens if it fails? We both die. The Empress' voice was grave. You cannot cultivate beyond a few decades. By then, I will still be dead. It is better to risk it now. For my sister, I will take the gamble. Qin Feng gritted his teeth presently. His sister was his only family, and he would not allow her to suffer any harm. He promptly sat down, silently reciting the incantation, cradling the heavenly yang sacred fish in his palms. Eternal divine body technique. Whoosh! The heavenly yang sacred fish immediately melted into a molten iron-like liquid, enveloping Qin Feng's body in flames. An overwhelming surge of supreme yang energy surged forth. Seeing this, the Empress hastily employed her divine powers to shield most of the yang energy. Otherwise, this alone could obliterate Qin Feng into nothingness. Qin Feng's eyes widened in agony. The excruciating pain made his eyes bulge. Every inch of his skin felt as though it were ablaze. He must melt his entire martial veins, merging with the liquid formed from the heavenly yang sacred fish, allowing it to seep into his skin. This process was unbearable. Thus, Qin Feng was engulfed in flames. Yet upon closer inspection, a corner of his skin began to jade, flawless to the point of reflecting light. Good. As long as you endure until your entire body is jade-like, your cultivation will reach at least the 9th layer of martial veins. The Empress encouraged. I will definitely hold on. Qin Feng's mouth contorted in pain after a full day and night. His entire body completed the transformation into jade, a thunderous sound resonating throughout. The sacred fish space has actually fused with your dantian. The Emperor's voice was filled with astonishment. 9th layer of martial veins. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with fire, fists clenched tightly. A tumultuous roar echoed from within his entire body, the spiritual energy surging endlessly. In his dantian, a small white fish with black eyes frolicked joyfully. I am exhausted. I have absorbed too much yang energy and need to refine it. You should handle your matters first tomorrow. I will come to help you with the first yin-yang fusion. Your body is undergoing a transformation, filled with wonders. Take your time to comprehend. The Empress' voice grew hoarse, fatigue evident as she vanished. It's truly unimaginable. Have I really reached the 9th layer of martial veins? Qin Feng, unable to believe it, exited the sacred fish space, finding himself in a thatched cottage. After being discarded, his family status had sunk to the level of a dog. This intensity, Qin Feng felt an explosive power coursing through him, enough to shatter any 9th layer of martial veins with a single punch. Cultivation realms, martial vein realm, Qi-Si realm, Yuan spirit realm, myriad phenomena realm, celestial being realm, creation realm. Each realm is further divided into 9 layers. Before being discarded, he was also at the 9th layer, spending a whole decade from 7 to 17 honing his craft. I must go to the training ground to save my sister. Qin Feng had no time to ponder. Just as he was about to step out, a sharp reprimand rang out. Qin Feng, stop lounging around. The Grand Elder has asked me to inform you to go feed the horses. Chapter 2. Once in power, life is worthless as a dog. Feed the horses? Qin Feng's eyes flickered with disbelief as he exclaimed, Are you joking? Even if my cultivation is gone, I am still a meritorious servant of the Qin family, a core disciple. Qin Ming grinned mockingly. Oh, you are so precious. The Grand Elder has long since revoked your privileges regarding cultivation, spiritual herbs, and monthly stipends. Not only that, but even your future rations have been cut off, and this thatched cottage will be reclaimed. From now on, you'll have to live in the stables. Your life is as worthless as a dog. What? In an instant, Qin Feng was filled with rage. Very well. I have fought for the family for 10 years, and now they can't even pretend to treat me decently. Truly rotten to the core. Then I have no need to hold back. Qin Feng sneered, heading towards his training ground. As for Qin Ming, a mere footnote. He couldn't be bothered to step on him. The training ground that once belonged to him was now occupied by Qin Xiaohu, seated at the center of the spirit-gathering array, surrounded by several disciples. Qin Feng. Qin Xiaohu opened his eyes with malice. I haven't come to find you yet, and you've come to me. You killed my brother in the spirit mine today. I will shred you to pieces. Enough talk. Where's my sister? Qin Feng scanned the area, but Qin Xiaohu was nowhere to be found. Still want your sister? Smack! A thunderous palm wind suddenly struck Qin Xiaohu's ear, resounding loudly. Qin Xiaohu screamed as he fell to the ground, crimson blood staining his chest, half of his face almost torn apart, fear overwhelming him. Tell me, where's my sister? Qin Feng was frantic, desperate to find his sister, with no desire to waste words with him. I want to tell you. Qin Xiaohu's face twisted with malice. You will never see her again. In that case, you needn't say anything. Qin Feng struck again with his palm. Bang! His head was nearly obliterated, leaving only his body twitching weakly. Qin Feng couldn't care less about his life or death. He casually grabbed a nearby, terrified individual, coldly demanding, "Tell me where my sister is hidden in the Tang residence." The individual trembled as he pointed hesitantly in a direction, stammering, "Qin Xiaohu has sent your sister to please the elder of the Tang family, offering her to his foolish son." The Qin family, the Tang family, the Zhang family, and the City Lord's mansion are collectively known as the four paramount powers of Qinyan City. Indeed, Qin Xiaohu is just like your brother, treacherous and ungrateful, deserving of death. Qin Feng's fury ignited instantaneously, flames of rage surging within him. Take me to the Tang residence. Yes, yes, yes. At this moment, the Tang family's grand hall was festooned with decorations, adorned with auspicious characters, as the second elder's son, Tang Fan, a simpleton, was being forcibly made to bow by an elderly woman. Tang Yuan, the grand elder of the Tang family, and Qin Baichuan, the grand elder of the Qin family, were exchanging courteous greetings. My brother Qin, the opportunity to ally with the Qin family and set aside our grievances is all thanks to this girl, a fitting match for my foolish son. Tang Yuan nodded slightly, casting a satisfied glance at the veiled Qin Xiaohu. Hee, let them complete the ceremony. First we can discuss the details of our cooperation later. Boom! Before Qin Baichuan could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion shattered the Tang family's entrance into a cloud of splintered wood. Several gatekeepers were thrown to the ground like discarded ragdolls. Assassins. The hall erupted into chaos. Yet, Tang Yuan remained unfazed, calmly addressing Qin Baichuan. Brother Qin, did you not claim he was incapacitated, hence sending his sister here? It matters not. I have stripped him of all privileges. He will not stir up any trouble. Qin Baichuan's expression darkened, and with the situation escalating, he paid no heed to how Qin Feng had regained his strength. In a few terse exchanges, the two had effectively sold out the Qin siblings. Seize him, Tang Yuan commanded, and several core disciples of the Tang family closed in. Previously, I toyed with you at the spirit mine. Now, I hold you in even less regard. Qin Feng's figure flickered, and with a powerful strike, blood blossomed in the air. Hud, hud, hud. A row of Tang disciples fell lifeless. Brother, Qin Xiaohu cried out, hurry, leave me. Don't worry about me, just go. Xiaohu. Qin Feng repelled the surrounding disciples and pulled Qin Xiaohu close. Brother. The red veil was lifted, revealing Qin Xiaohu, pale and frail, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Rest assured, today, as long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you. Qin Feng grabbed the foolishly smiling Tang Fan beside him. Crack! Has he harmed you? Qin Feng viciously twisted Tang Fan's arm, blood gushing forth. He only gave me a beating, Qin Xiaohu said, a hint of fear in her voice, having never witnessed her brother's ferocity. Qin Feng, cease this at once. Do you not regard me, the elder, with any respect? Qin Baichuan bellowed in fury. To commit murder before my very eyes? Qin Feng turned, a cold smile playing on his lips. You old fool. How can you still speak with such audacity? I have fought tooth and nail for this family for a decade, only to have Qin Xiaohu seize my training grounds and abduct my sister. Do not think I am unaware that you orchestrated this. Now that I am of no use to you, you resort to trading my sister for family interests. Truly disheartening. Qin Baichuan's countenance darkened. The Qin family raised you. It is your duty to procure benefits for the clan. The Qin family is utterly corrupt. Qin Feng was now thoroughly disillusioned with his kin. Young man, should you dare to harm my son, you and your sister shall never leave the Tang residence. Tang Yuan threatened. I dare. With a flick of his fingers, Tang Fan fell lifeless, his throat crushed brutally. My son. Tang Yuan erupted in rage, his feet crashing down, shattering the floor, and he unleashed a powerful strike. Umph. Am I to fear you? Qin Feng was no longer the weak youth. The ancient divine body technique surged through him, transforming his spiritual energy into a torrent. Boom! Tang Yuan's expression shifted drastically as a force of overwhelming might coursed through his arm, the faint sound of bone cracking prompting him to retreat in haste. Staggering back 3 steps, he stammered, Youngster, what realm are you at? The crowd was left in stunned silence, astonished that the grand elder of the Tang family, at the pinnacle of martial veins, had been forced back. Have you lost your sight? Can't you see for yourself? Qin Feng's voice was as sharp as a winter gale, pinning Tang Yuan's gaze in place. He then turned to Qin Baichuan with an air of authority. I have taken a life, now my sister, and I will depart. Who dares to stop us? Qin Baichuan's face darkened to an extreme, and seemingly recalling something, he snarled, Qin Feng, in half a month, my second son will emerge from the Qin family ancestral temple. I demand that you engage him in a life-and-death duel. You would do well to accept this challenge, otherwise you shall never uncover any clues or relics regarding your parents. Chapter 3. You enjoy, I take the initiative. Both Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoer trembled uncontrollably, turning in unison. As expected, the death of my parents is far from simple. Was it the family that harmed them? Qin Feng's voice thundered like a storm, his rage palpable. Qin Baichuan replied coldly, 15 days hence, when my second son emerges, you first need to survive him, of course. You could always return to the Qin residence and make a scene, but I assure you, you will find no information regarding your parents. Qin Feng glared at Qin Baichuan's aged face, his teeth grinding in anger. Yet he understood that should he escalate matters now, he might end up with nothing for the sake of his parents' clues. He could wait. Fine. It's merely a Qi realm. If you are so confident that he can kill me, then proceed with your arrangements. Qin Feng grasped Qin Xiaoer and strode away without a backward glance. Upon returning to his training ground, Qin Feng finally took his sister's hand and meticulously examined her body. The bruises adorning her skin shattered his heart into pieces after applying a potent ointment. He comforted her, saying, Xiaoer, do not fret. I shall never allow you to be harmed again. This time, it was my fault for failing to protect you. Brother, I miss father and mother. Qin Xiaoer sobbed uncontrollably in Qin Feng's embrace. Her tears flowing freely. Amidst her cries, she tightened her grip and lamented, Brother, I am useless. I've been a burden to you since childhood. With a reddened gaze, Qin Feng replied, How can you speak of such things with me? You are the dearest person in my world. Protecting you is not only my duty, but also my motivation for cultivation. He then spoke with conviction. In 15 days, I will unearth the whereabouts of our parents from these scoundrels. Brother, please be careful. Tang Rulong is not easy to deal with. Before Qin Xiaoer could finish her warning, a sudden, excruciating pain gripped her abdomen, and she retched, expelling a mouthful of black blood. Her body curled up like a shrimp. Xiaoer! Qin Feng's complexion changed dramatically as he witnessed a turbulent black energy spreading from her arms, seemingly seeking an outlet while tormenting her insides mercilessly. Brother, I have been poisoned by the Tang family. Listen to me. Do not worry about me. I am just a bit cold. Qin Xiaoer whispered, her breath faint. Tang Yuan. Qin Feng roared in fury. If possible, he vowed to annihilate the Tang family entirely. Why didn't you say so sooner? Qin Feng's voice was nearly a growl, filled with rage. If he were at the Tang estate, he could have found the antidote. I fear for your safety. As he held Qin Xiaoer, he frantically rummaged through a collection of medicine vials, pulling out various antidote pills, preparing to feed them all to her at once. You fool! If you administer them like that, she will die. Suddenly, the Empress's voice echoed in his mind. What should I do? Qin Feng panicked, feeling utterly at a loss. Bring her to the sacred fish space. Understood. Qin Feng steadied his mind, and in the next moment, he and Qin Xiaoer appeared before the vibrant vortex. Otherworldly demon flower. The Empress exclaimed in astonishment, how does this little place possess such a spirit flower? Is it troublesome? Qin Feng inquired anxiously. Troublesome is an understatement. Separated by endless starry rivers, I can only utilize the connection between the yin-yang sacred fish to send a fragment of my power to temporarily stabilize her. As her words fell, a wisp of silvery mist emerged from the colorful vortex. Crack! It felt as though the ultimate chill of creation had descended, freezing Qin Xiaoer into a solid block of ice in mere moments. Young man, this flower is quite special. The simplest remedy is that the flower itself is the antidote, but it cannot be consumed directly. That a male must ingest it, and the two must unite. Is there no other way? Qin Feng's expression darkened. It seemed the only option was for that fool to consume it alongside his sister, a precaution against the Tang family's elders' methods. They would only be safe after the two wed and consummated their marriage. It was futile to go to the Tang family now, for he had already dealt with that fool himself. I possess an ancient formula, but in your little place, it is impossible to find a fourth-tier spiritual herb. The Empress's voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind, imprinting the formula there, the fourth-tier spiritual herb. Qin Feng's heart sank. Only the Tianmen mansion held a glimmer of hope. The second-tier spiritual herbs were scarce in Qingyun City. How long can this ice endure? Qin Feng asked. The Empress's haughty voice replied, if undisturbed, it could last for millennia. That is good. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I must rush to Tianmen Mansion. Now that your cultivation has recovered, you can practice the yin-yang sacred diagram with me. That if you can cultivate even a trace of sacred yang energy, it will merge with my sacred yin energy to unlock the second layer of the sacred fish space. With a swish, a taiji symbol materialized before him. This time, you won't falter, will you? Qin Feng chuckled. I'd prefer to take it from behind. Get lost. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Qin Feng felt as if he were being boiled alive. A torrent of scorching heat coursing beneath his skin. Logically, this single trace of sacred yang energy would be enough to incite a fierce battle among even the mightiest beings like the Empress. It should have been sufficient to elevate Qin Feng's cultivation to the first level of Qi Si, but unfortunately, he had cultivated the ancient divine body technique, which prevented him from increasing his cultivation through conventional means. He could only refine various materials into his body. This was precisely why the Empress had mentioned this peculiar technique before. Thus, over the past 3 days, he had merely strengthened his physical body to the Qi Si level without any advancement in cultivation. The so-called yin-yang fusion, which the Empress had elaborated upon, was akin to a dual cultivation process, requiring an open mind, complete synergy, and an absence of distinction between the two, once the fusion was achieved. The Empress would activate the yin, sacred fish, to release the cultivated sacred yin energy, and he merely needed to control the sacred yang energy and await its emergence. I will take the initiative, and you shall enjoy. Do you understand? The Empress's voice brooked no dissent. Qin Feng nodded. Understood. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming force of pure yin energy surged forth from the colorful vortex like a spring. Buzz! The vortex contorted, revealing a mysterious and powerful figure, draped in regal robes, exuding both elegance and allure. She raised her hand with a flourish. Roar! The sacred yin and sacred yang energies roared forth, rising like an ancient dragon, intertwining around their bodies, merging as if twisted together like strands of hemp. Hey, be gentle! Qin Feng cried out, feeling the sensation of his body being torn apart. Cannot be gentle, the Empress like a radiant moon. held firm, and their forms instantly fused into one. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the entire world fell silent. All distractions vanished from his mind. Suddenly, an extraordinary sensation surged forth, a soul-stirring exhilaration. The Empress's soft, bashful voice, reminiscent of a young maiden, sent tremors through Qin Feng's heart. Chapter 4. The sword of the heavenly pillar of Shinzhou Qin Feng and the Empress found themselves in a peculiar state. Sharing a single body, their sensations and thoughts intertwined. However, at that moment, the Empress was the one in control, while Qin Feng felt like an observer, yet still possessed his own sensory perceptions. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread from his feet to his ears. It was the yin and yang energies devouring each other, while simultaneously giving rise to new power, akin to countless ants crawling across the soles of his feet. Hunyuan power, Qin Feng suddenly grasped. This was the new energy birthed from the fusion of yin and yang. The Empress had once mentioned that such power was revered and admired in his world. It seemed to be the key to unlocking the second layer of the sacred fish space. Through the sensations in their shared body, he could distinctly feel the Empress's delight and enjoyment. Clearly, this power benefited her greatly. Meanwhile, he could only lament the strengthening of his physical form while his cultivation remained stagnant. It is time. The Empress suddenly snapped back to focus. Eagerly seizing this fleeting power, she commanded, "Open!" Buzz! The white-eyed sacred yang fish burst forth from Qin Feng's dantian, while the Empress conjured a black-eyed fish. The two met and fused, transforming into a swirling taiji symbol beneath them. Boom! The entire space trembled as if a cataclysmic earthquake had struck. Qin Feng could clearly sense a flicker of confusion and anticipation within the Empress's thoughts. Evidently, she too was uncertain about what lay within the first layer. Ding! Amidst the chaos of the collapsing space, Qin Feng vaguely heard the clear sound of fusion. The first and second layers of space merged, and the atmosphere felt significantly heavier. As Qin Feng's body integrated with the heavenly yang sacred fish, he sensed something profound. The flow of time had accelerated. Indeed, it was a fourfold difference. 4 days here equated to 1 day outside. The Empress's voice rang with astonishment. This is truly a rare find, a unique treasure. We are about to take flight. The tremor in her voice was hard to miss. It was uncommon for someone of her stature to be so affected. Hiss! Qin Feng inhaled sharply, grasping the sheer terror of this revelation. He had never imagined that merely the second layer of space would harbor such an extraordinary opportunity. Furthermore, during our brief fusion, it seems we can tap into a fraction of my true power. If you have something to accomplish, now is the time. Our window is limited. After regaining her composure, the Empress urged. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had no idea of the Empress's true strength, but he knew it was formidable. Save my sister. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng resolved to use this chance to rescue his sister Da. Your resolve is commendable. I am pleased. However, the otherworldly demon flower is exceptionally unique. We only have the 2 methods I mentioned last time, the Empress replied, shaking her head. Then I must grow stronger, Qin Feng declared, his determination unwavering that if he could not save his sister now, he would strive to become more powerful. And then he would rescue her. Ah, you have cultivated the ancient divine body technique, granting you an extraordinary affinity with all objects in the world. Why not pursue the path of sword cultivation? In comparison to others, you possess an almost perverse advantage. Sword cultivation, Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. However, to my knowledge, the lineage of sword cultivators has been severed. Even within the entire Tianmen mansion, there are scarcely more than 5. Each of them holds a position of utmost reverence, akin to stars being worshipped by the moon. The Empress fell silent. Qin Feng, momentarily dazed, instinctively glanced at his lower body. The Empress gritted her teeth and remarked, "It's your vision that is limited." Just as Qin Feng was processing this, his figure vanished from the sacred fish space. Focus on sensing my power. It will benefit you. The Empress's voice resonated as she appeared above the Qin residence. Strangely, no one seemed to notice her presence. Brace yourself. We are about to ascend. Her voice, now tinged with emotion, lost its previous coldness. In the next moment, Qin Feng felt an indescribable surge of immense power coursing through him. He heard a sound akin to the tearing of air as his vision blurred, countless entities whizzing past him. That was it. When he turned to look back, he was astounded to see that the Tianmin mansion, which nurtured billions of lives, was gradually diminishing in size. Surrounding him was an expansive world, surely the legendary land of Shenzhou spoken of by his elders. Countless empires and sects thrived here, proliferating through generations. At the center of this world stood a colossal pillar, shrouded in mist, resembling a divine column reaching towards the heavens. In contrast, the Tianmin mansion now appeared as diminutive as a rice paddy in a farmer's field. It was rumored that at the center of Shenzhou stood a celestial pillar, towering billions of zhong, supporting the earth and upholding the heavens. It was true. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with astonishment. "That I shall gift you a sword." The Empress's voice was as tranquil as the sea. She spread her arms towards the firmament, and in an instant, a tidal wave of spiritual energy converged. Crack! The heavens split open, and a pair of divine hands emerged from the clouds, awakening a tempestuous power beneath Qin Feng's perception. With a resounding crash, the colossal hands grasped the celestial pillar of Shenzhou, mercilessly yanking it. Thunderous roars filled the air as dust and debris were cast into the atmosphere. The land trembled, the void collapsed, and the stars realigned. It was as if countless mighty beings had awakened, lamenting towards the heavens. Yet, the sacred celestial pillar, once revered as a divine artifact, had now fallen, vanishing from existence. "This little trinket I bestow upon you must not be lost," the Empress proclaimed, asserting her dominion. In Qin Feng's hand lay a violet longsword, crackling with wind and thunder, surrounded by arcs of purple lightning. "Sturdy, imposing. I like it." The Empress scoffed, far superior to certain individuals, who would still feel weak-kneed. Meanwhile, in the Qin family ancestral hall, "My son, how is it that you emerged from seclusion so soon? Were you not to break through to the Qi Si realm?" Qin Baichuan inquired, casting a fearful glance at the sky. "A mere Qi Si is as easy as pie." Qin Rulong replied, surprised. "I did not anticipate that breaking through to the Qi Si would invoke such a celestial phenomenon, reversing the flow of the stars." "What?" Qin Baichuan exclaimed, gripping Qin Rulong's hand tightly. "Is that truly the case? In Qinyan City, who else possesses such talent? By the way, I heard you intend for me to engage in a life-and-death duel with a mere trash." Qin Rulong frowned. Indeed, he wields the 9th layer of martial veins, yet can contend with the Grand Elder of the Tang family. It poses quite the challenge. "Are you all right with that?" Qin Baichuan recalled, feeling somewhat uneasy. "The 9th layer of martial veins? That would be akin to crushing an ant," Qin Rulong declared confidently. "Very well." Qin Baichuan, receiving a reassuring response, departed with an inexplicable sense of joy, realizing that his son was a once-in-a-millennium genius, a celestial phenomenon. Qin Rulong, a dragon among men, he would lead the Qin family to sweep through Qingzhou City, advancing to Tianmin Mansion and ascend to the higher realms of cultivation. The entire Qin family erupted in jubilation. Observing the brightly lit Qin residence, Qin Rulong furrowed his brow and asked, "System, did I truly cause this celestial phenomenon?" "Absolutely. You are the protagonist of this world, while everyone else is merely an NPC. Rest assured in your development. I will support you, rendering you invincible." Ding! A new task from the system. Go to the Tang family. They possess the demonic power you require. Chapter 5. Are you serious? At this moment, Qin Feng found himself in a desolate mine within the Qin family, wielding the Zongtian sword to cleave through the veins of ore. The purple lightning coursing along the blade served as illumination. Beneath his feet lay gleaming pieces of mysterious ore that the Qin family had previously deemed too hard to mine. The sword's name was bestowed by the Empress, who proclaimed that the celestial pillar of Shenzhou was meant to uphold the heavens, while Qin Feng was destined to break through the sky. Breakthrough was rather unpoetic, so she opted for the more artistic name, Zongtian. Crunch! Qin Feng munched on the mysterious iron ore as if it were a snack. Remarkably, with each ore consumed, spiritual energy surged within him, and his previously stagnant cultivation experienced a slight enhancement. While chewing on the ore, he also practiced the sword technique. The Empress had left him at home with the celestial grade, Great Wilderness sword technique before returning to her own cultivation. Seduced by the fourfold time flow of the sacred fish space. Generally, cultivation techniques are categorized from high to low as celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. The inheritance of sword cultivation is exceedingly rare in Tianmin Mansion, and even throughout the entire land of Shenzhou, but for the Empress, it posed no issue. Were it not for Qin Feng's currently low cultivation, she could have procured even higher-level sword techniques at this juncture. Qin Feng's path of cultivation was entirely distinct from ordinary individuals. The ancient divine body technique, as the Empress claimed, was of an unknown level, unsuitable for her cultivation, and had not been thoroughly studied. However, after meticulous research, Qin Feng discovered that this technique was incomplete, with a portion detailing material recipes having been lost that it could significantly enhance his cultivation speed, rather than the haphazard consumption of materials currently employed. Even so, Qin Feng was astonished to find that his cultivation speed was already remarkable. In just 3 days, he exhibited signs of breaking through to the Qi Si. Such progress would leave anyone slack-jawed. To practice the sword technique, one must enter the sacred fish space, where the time flow must be utilized. Currently, aside from his physical body being reinforced to the Qi Si level through the sacred yang power he cultivated, he possessed no other means of attack, necessitating his training in sword techniques. The pile of mysterious iron ore was safely stored within the sacred fish space, far more secure than a storage bag. "Sister, I will reach Tianmin Mansion as soon as possible. Wait for me," Qin Feng mused as he caressed the frozen form of his sister, gritting his teeth in determination that a sword transcending worlds as he opened the sword technique. The first move that met his gaze bore the ancient inscription of 4 large characters, and Qin Feng immersed himself in a profound contemplation. After 3 arduous days of practice, he finally grasped this sword move. Yet he dared not attempt the second move, the Void Sword, for the release of the first sword had drained a staggering 90% of his spiritual energy. It is worth noting that the ancient divine body technique enabled him to fuse all martial veins into one, and his spiritual energy reserves were already far beyond that of ordinary individuals, yet he had still been utterly depleted. Of course, the power of the sword move was also astounding. Pressing onward, he ventured into the primary mine of the Qin family. Resolute in his intent, "I shall take it all." After exiting, he realized that less than a day had passed outside. With newfound confidence, he plunged deeper into the mine. However, contrary to his expectations, the elders he anticipated were absent. Only some ordinary disciples were guarding the area. After swiftly dealing with them, he began to harvest the ores extensively. Crimson essence iron. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 28 spiritual veins of the Qin family had generously yielded several hundred tons of iron ore, all safely stored within the sacred fish space. The mines I have conquered are unworthy of the Qin family. Qin Feng coldly shook his head as he departed. This would suffice for cultivating to the Qi Si realm. After exiting the mine, Qin Feng headed straight for the Tang family. At this moment in Xinyan City, after resolving the Tang family, he intended to tackle the lineage of the Grand Elder of the Qin family before ultimately making his way to Tianmin Mansion. However, upon arriving at the Tang family, he was left utterly dumbfounded. The Tang family lay in ruins, corpses scattered everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed freely. It was evident they had been slaughtered, and he had initially sought clues regarding the other shore demonic flower, which, according to the Empress, was a treasure exclusive to the demon realm. Only one person in all of Qingyun City possessed the capability to accomplish this, Qin Rulong, who had emerged from seclusion. Qin Feng quickly rushed back to the Qin residence, for he now had the qualifications to seek out information regarding his parents. Yet, midway through his journey, he was intercepted by a striking woman clad in red. A glint of surprise flickered in her eyes as she remarked, "You radiate an aura of danger, yet possess merely the 9th layer of martial veins. You must be the Qin Rulong who has drawn forth the celestial phenomenon. Indeed, you are worthy of entering my Tianmin sect. I am Yiher, and from this moment forth, you may participate in the entrance examination for the Tianmin sect. Tianmin sect. On the streets, some gasped in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? The Tianmin sect is the foremost sect of Tianmin Mansion. Any member could easily annihilate everyone in Qingyun City. Moreover, the Tianmin prefecture boasts over 300 grand cities, each year sending disciples to the Tianmin sect. Regrettably, aside from the Qin family's Qin Gang, who was reluctantly accepted into the Tianmin sect many years ago, no one from Qingyun City has qualified to join since then. Qin Feng also found himself momentarily taken aback. The name Yihor is equally renowned, a rising star known to all. She is a prodigious young woman of the Tianmin sect, having ascended to a higher realm of Yuanshan just 6 months prior. None among the top 10 core disciples could rival her in skill. Qin Feng shook his head and said, "You are mistaken. I'm not Qin Rulanji." Yihor frowned and replied, "Regardless of whether you are or not, you are still qualified to come to the Tianmin sect. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. Wait for me for 2 hours, and I shall accompany you to the Tianmin sect." Indeed, Qin Feng required a guide. 2 hours? Yihor responded nonchalantly. "I happened to pass through this area and heard about a genius who caused a disturbance in the heavens and the earth, which piqued my interest. Moreover, I do not believe you possess the merit to keep me waiting. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first." With a graceful turn, she prepared to depart. At that moment, Qin Feng made his move, stepping forward and launching a punch. Bang! Yihor effortlessly blocked his strike with a mere finger, remaining unperturbed. Suddenly, she turned back, her gaze revealing a hint of astonishment. "Impressive. You possess the physical strength of the 2nd layer of the Qi Sea, while your cultivation reaches the 9th layer. Such refinement of one's physical foundation is indeed commendable. Furthermore, to dare strike at me at such a level. Your temperament and courage are rare indeed, quite to my liking. I have little patience for those who are sycophantic and cowardly." A smile graced Yihor's face as she said, "Shall we meet at the Qin family later? I wish to challenge that genius. Coincidentally, I too intend to seek out that genius for a duel. It seems we are headed the same way." A peculiar expression crossed Qin Feng's face. Thus, the two made their way to the Qin family, where Qin Baichuan, upon hearing that the illustrious Yi Bufan had arrived, nearly beamed with joy, eager to summon everyone to welcome her. Eldest Elder Qin Baichuan and the disciples of the Qin family welcomed the esteemed guest from the Tianmin sect. Yihua waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of the pleasantries. Where is Qin Rulong?" "He will be here shortly." Qin Baichuan hastily sent a disciple to summon him. However, upon seeing Qin Feng, his expression darkened, and he addressed Yihor, "Esteemed genius Yi, why have you come alongside this worthless wretch? He is of my Qin family, yet his cultivation is mediocre. I have stripped him of his position as a core disciple, and he languishes in a thatched hut, cowardly avoiding danger. He is no match for my son Qin Rulong, merely a puddle of mud in a pond." Hearing this, Yihor raised an eyebrow, glancing at Qin Feng, a lingering sense of danger enveloping her thoughts. "You call him a coward, yet you also label him a worthless fool, having stripped him of his core disciple status. Are you serious?" Chapter 6. The puppet controlled by the soul of the strong Qin Baichuan clasped his hands. "Of course, esteemed Yi, you are unaware that he clashed fiercely in our Qin family's minds, resulting in the loss of his martial veins. Upon returning, he was discontented and sought trouble with the Tang family, which led to my reprimanding him." Yihor then fixed her gaze upon Qin Feng, her expression peculiar and inscrutable. However, she refrained from further comment, as it was a family matter. Just then, Qin Rulong stepped forth, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the beautiful woman before him. He quickly adjusted his attire, striving to appear composed and charming, and declared with a clear voice, "I have the honor of meeting you. Miss Wer, I have heard much of your esteemed name." Yi Bufan raised her gaze, only to shake her head in disappointment. "Ah, it appears you are merely a puppet controlled by the soul of a strong individual. Utterly useless. The so-called soul of the strong refers to fragments of the spirits of great beings who have fallen, seeking to manipulate the minds of the weak to attain rebirth. Such methods are beneath Yihor's contempt." As her gaze bore down on Qin Rulong, an overwhelming aura emanated from her. Qin Rulong immediately felt a chill run through him, and a sense of inferiority and cowardice overtook him, causing him to retreat 2 steps and collapse onto the ground. In his mind, he screamed frantically, "System, system, system, system." Yet silence reigned. Yi Horror discerned instantly that not only was Qin Rulong's cultivation superficial, but his character was steeped in cowardice and meekness in comparison to Qin Feng. One soared high while the other lay low. Her interest waned, and she could not be bothered to engage in pleasantries, promptly turning to leave, her voice carrying lightly, "Qin Feng, 2 hours, at the outskirts of Qingyan City." As the esteemed guest prepared to depart, Qin Baichuan grew anxious. "Esteemed genius, you have yet to take my son with you. He is truly a dragon among men, 1 in 10,000, Qin Baichuan shouted earnestly. "Moreover, my eldest son Qin Gang is also in the Tianmen sect, nearing the realm of Yuanshan. Please consider his reputation and take my second son along as well." Yi Horror continued to walk away, but her voice rang out clearly for all to hear. "Are the Qin family all fools?" "Oh, except for Qin Feng." To her words, the atmosphere fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Qin Baichuan's face turned an alarming shade of purple, while Qin Rulong, having just regained his composure from his prior fright, leapt up in a fit of rage, shouting, "Qin Feng, I will kill you!" In his fury, he blamed Qin Feng for everything, convinced that had it not been for him, Yi Horror would not have scorned him. Qin Baichuan's face, once purple, now flushed red with rage, unleashing all his fury upon Qin Feng. Bellowing, "My son, incapacitate him!" Qin Rulong immediately pivoted, striding over to Qin Feng, gathering his utmost strength to unleash a punch. Bang! In the next moment, a blur flashed before the onlookers, and Qin Rulong fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut. His expression shifted dramatically as he internally screamed, "System! System! Are you mute now?" Ding! The system, having just awoken from an upgrade, responded, "Host, what are your commands? What is wrong with this brat? He is so strong. I must kill him." "Is there a way?" Qin Rulong exclaimed with wild elation. "Ha! With the system in hand, the world is mine. Wait, this fellow possesses the physical strength of the second layer of the Qi Si. No wonder you cannot defeat him." Ding! The system requests the host to contribute 50% of your soul power to exchange for apocalyptic strength to annihilate this blind NPC. While Qin Rulong hesitated at the system's words, he suddenly saw Qin Feng moving once more. "I'll give it. I'll give it." Qin Rulong hastily agreed. He had no time to ponder, especially since Qin Feng was launching another punch. Most likely, his head would split open like a watermelon. Ding! In an instant, Qin Rulong felt as though something was being drawn from his body, from the depths of his mind. A power as dark as ink surged forth. "Ha! I am so powerful! I am so powerful!" Qin Rulong was engulfed in explosive strength, to the point of levitating. "My son is invincible." That earlier so-called genius must have been blind. Upon witnessing this, Qin Baichuan burst into hearty laughter. "With such a son, it won't be long before my Qin family reigns supreme." However, Qin Feng merely retrieved the Zongtian sword, swinging it gently. Whoosh! A flash of sword light sliced through the air. Qin Baichuan's remaining words caught in his throat, his expression akin to one who had just consumed excrement. "What the hell?" Qin Feng mused. "Why is this person so pretentious? Your son was indeed frightening just now. Yet he was utterly foolish, not even attempting to evade. No matter how strong that dark power is, his body remains exceedingly fragile. Without even needing to sever worlds, I effortlessly cleaved through his flesh." Thud! Qin Rulong's pupils dilated, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. Upon closer inspection, he was dead beyond measure. Only a black demonic flower emerged from Qin Rulong's corpse, swirling with black smoke as it rushed into Qin Feng's mind. Ding! System activated. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. You have received a novice gift pack. Open it, and you shall gain the power to annihilate the heavens and reign supreme. Ding! System notification. The host is the most formidable existence. Rest assured and develop boldly. Aside from you, others are merely foolish NPCs. Just as the system busily coaxed Qin Feng, a sudden voice pierced through. "Who is the fool making such noise?" The system fell silent for a long moment before reacting. Ah, the system cried out in shock. How is it possible? How could such a wretched place harbor? You talk too much, the Empress interrupted, unleashing a terrifying power from the colorful vortex. Whoosh, the system's voice was abruptly silenced, leaving only the solitary black demonic flower hovering in the air. You have thwarted my plans in the Demon King's palace. Prepare to meet your end, the system coolly declared before vanishing. What on earth is this? Qin Feng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, an unsettling feeling lingering in his heart. Many matters require your own exploration. The Tang family and Qin Rulong are merely a small part of their grand scheme, and you have just happened to stumble upon it. The Empress did not reveal everything. This flower, although it cannot save your sister, can allow her to consume it, enabling her to cultivate and live like an ordinary person. However, it is only effective for 1 month. Will you lift the seal on your sister? Qin Feng pondered and replied, let us unseal her. Keeping her frozen like this is not a solution. Bang! Another force shattered the ice. Qin Feng hurriedly had Qin Xiaoer consume the demonic flower, and she slowly awakened. Upon waking, Qin Xiaoer found herself in the outside world, and Qin Feng did not wish to expose the existence of the holy fish space just yet. Brother, where am I? Chapter 7. Sister earns spirit stones, helps brother find a partner. Brother, did I not die? Confusion filled Qin Xiaoer's eyes. Fear not. With me around, you shall not perish, but someone else is nearing their end. Qin Feng affectionately shielded his sister behind him, saying, just wait here obediently. I have some matters to attend to. All right, be careful, brother. Qin Xiaoer obediently hid behind Qin Feng. Although facing the Grand Elder of the Qin family was daunting for her, she unconditionally trusted Qin Feng. Step by step, Qin Feng approached Qin Baichuan. Don't come any closer. I warn you, my eldest son, Qin Gang, is nearly at the soul formation realm, and I have already informed him about your situation. The sound of Qin Feng's footsteps was as terrifying as the tolling of a death knell. Kill me, and you will not fare well of the Tianmen sect. It would be better for us to sit down and have a proper discussion. You are still a core disciple of the Qin family. Qin Feng paid no heed to these words, seizing Qin Baichuan's arm and twisting it. Crack! Instantly, white bones protruded gruesomely from his arm. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Qin Baichuan howled like a slaughtered pig. Confess the truth about my parents, or I will wipe out the entire Qin family. Do you believe me? Qin Feng's voice sliced through the air like a knife. The faces of Qin Baichuan and the elders behind him turned ashen. Qin Baichuan choked, a bitter expression crossing his face. Although his son was at the Tianmen sect, the sect's rule stated that one could not leave the sect unless they reached the soul formation realm. The distant waters cannot quench the immediate thirst. Qin Feng truly possessed the absolute power to annihilate the Qin family. Sighing, Qin Baichuan glanced at Qin Feng with a complex expression before divulging everything. Years ago, your father, Qin Haoyin, returned from his travels with a woman to become his wife, bringing along you 2 siblings as infants. Your mother was extraordinarily powerful. The Qin family was ecstatic, hoping to unify Qingyun City. Yet, mere days later, calamity befell the Qin family. A group of individuals soared in, filled with murderous intent, imprisoning your mother and injuring your father, nearly annihilating the Qin family. Only your mother's desperate pleas saved us. They were of the soaring kind. Just thinking about it is terrifying. And then, Qin Feng and his sister eagerly inquired in unison. Thus, it is possible that our parents are still alive. Later, your mother left some resources and a token for you too before being taken away by those individuals. After healing from his injuries, your father disappeared. Qin Baichuan cast a guilty glance at Qin Feng, for the resources left by their mother had benefited his own sons. They are both alive. Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoer trembled, tears welling in their eyes. No one knows the pain of growing up without parents better than those who have experienced it. To avoid further calamity, the family had told you both that your parents had perished while on a mission. Qin Baichuan's face turned grim. This is the token your mother left behind. I return it to you. I had thought it was a treasure, having studied it for over a decade without understanding it. Leave me my life and spare the Qin family. At this moment, Qin Baichuan repeatedly pleaded with Qin Feng. Brother, let us go. Qin Xiaoer grasped Qin Feng's hand, saying, "We lived with them for over a decade. Let it be." Qin Feng remained silent. Although the series of events had left him disheartened, there was still a flicker of emotion. Xiaoer, let us go. I will take you to find father and mother. Qin Feng took the blood-red sword-shaped jade pendant, on which 3 delicate characters were engraved, Suruosu. Watching the siblings depart, Qin Baichuan's expression was complex, a wave of regret washing over him. If only he had fully nurtured the siblings from the beginning. If only he had not coveted their mother's resources. If only, on the outskirts of Qingyun City, Yihuo presented a map to Qin Feng, saying, "This is the map to Tianmen sect. I have other matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you. I will head to Tianyang sect. I hope you can cultivate on Qingming Peak. Aren't you coming with me?" Qin Feng was taken aback. "No, this is for you. Your cultivation is too LOW. Is best for you to reach the Qi Si realm along the way." Yihuo smiled faintly, exuding charm. She handed Qin Feng a storage bag, spirit stones. Qin Feng felt a surge of astonishment as he sensed 1,000 pale yellow stones lying within. This was legendary. Just one of these was worth 7 or 8 mines belonging to the Qin family in Qingyun City. "This is too precious. I cannot accept it." Qin Feng attempted to return it. Seeing this, admiration sparkled in Yihuo's eyes as she said, "This is nothing to me. The journey is long and arduous. You will need it. I hope the next time we meet, you will have reached the soul formation realm, and we can spar." There seemed to be a hint of challenge in her gaze. "All right." After observing her for a moment, Qin Feng accepted the map and the spirit stones, taking Qin Xiaoer's hand as they set off. After the two left, a black-clad elder suddenly appeared behind Yihuo, frowning. "Your Highness, why waste your feelings on someone like him? With such low cultivation and no background, he looks like a pauper who has never seen spirit stones. How can he be worthy of friendship with you? Just wait. I will retrieve those spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Yihuo swiftly struck him across the face. Slap. The sound echoed sharply, leaving the elder dazed. Half of his face swelling instantly, he protested. "Your Highness." His cold gaze held a hint of cunning as she retorted, "It is not for you to dictate my actions. Besides, if you go, you will only be delivering your head as a gift. You cannot defeat him." The black-clad elder jumped up in protest. "How is that possible? I am at the 9th level of the Qi Si realm. He is a whole realm below me. I cannot defeat him." Yihuo turned to leave, leaving her icy voice lingering in the elder's ears. "Do not bring the royal family's bad influence upon me. You cannot even gauge his true strength and potential, yet you dare to belittle him. Return to the second prince. I no longer need you." The black-clad elder stood there, bewildered and disheveled, hurriedly responding, "Your Highness, I will kill him to prove my judgment is correct. Then go ahead. Do you dare? If you don't, return to the second prince that I am but a mere martial disciple. What do I have to fear?" He declared defiantly as he prepared to set off. Why, Yihuo was indeed a clever one on their journey. Qin Feng smiled slightly, expressing gratitude, then tossed the storage bag directly to Qin Xiaoer. "These spirit stones are enough for both of us to reach the Qi Si realm. This truly resolves our immediate problem. Otherwise, once we reach Tianmen sect, with you only at the 5th level of martial veins, you would have nowhere to go." "Wow, so many spirit stones." Qin Xiaoer cheered, her heart sweetened by her brother's generosity. As she laughed, tears of joy mixed with sorrow streamed down her cheeks. "Brother, you have endured so much hardship. You take on all the suffering while giving me all the good things. I am nothing but a burden." "What nonsense, silly girl." Qin Feng gently flicked her forehead. "Even if the sky were to fall, I would bear it first. You just need to focus on being beautiful. Brother, I will work hard to become stronger. I want to earn lots and lots of spirit stones to buy meat for you, to help you find a partner," Qin Xiaoer resolutely declared, her tears turning to laughter as she clenched her little fists. Wiping her nose in tears, "This age is truly wonderful." Cough, cough. Qin Feng nearly choked on his own saliva. His sister was indeed clever and spirited. However, at that moment, a black-clad elder appeared out of nowhere, blocking the siblings' path. With a sinister smile, he declared, "Little brat, you have caused me to receive an unprovoked slap. Quickly have your sister hand over all the spirit stones, or I shall tear her apart. Chapter 8. His stance is impressive. I want to try. Pa, what a pathetic genius. I couldn't even sense his presence. That it seems it is time for me to filter out some talent for the princess. How can these commoners even dream of befriending her? After the black-clad elder appeared, he rambled on endlessly. Then, with claws extended, he lunged forward like a fierce eagle. Whoosh! A wave of spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, shaking the earth and scattering debris for several meters around him. Shower, do not approach. A surge of alarm coursed through Qin Feng's heart as he flung Qin Shower aside and thrust his body forward to confront the threat. With a ripping sound, the fabric of Qin Feng's shirt tore apart, revealing two deep gashes etched into his flesh. Bam! A tremendous force sent him hurtling away, crashing through several large trees before he finally came to a halt. His body battered and nearly collapsing to the ground. Oh dear, the physical strength of a second-level Qi cultivator. How terrifying! The figure in black cackled, mocking the so-called genius and potential. Brother! Qin Shower's eyes widened with desperation as she rushed towards him, dark tendrils seemingly emanating from the corners of her eyes. You little wretch, you too shall perish. You think you deserve 1,000 spirit stones? The black-clad elder sneered, raising his hand to deliver a strike. Witnessing his sister in peril, Qin Feng felt a wave of numbness wash over him, his heart skipping a beat. In the next moment, a violet sword, crackling with electric energy, appeared above Qin Shower's head. Clang! The black-clad elder's palm collided with the Zhongtian's sword, the impact sending both Qin Feng and the sword flying several zhang away. The disparity in cultivation was overwhelming. In that fleeting instant, Qin Shower unhesitatingly embraced Qin Feng. If we are to die, let us die together. However, the relentless assaults targeting his sister ignited a furious resolve within Qin Feng. In this moment, he gathered every ounce of spiritual energy, fixated solely on 4 words: a sword across worlds. Boom! The instant Qin Feng unleashed that sword, an astonishing aura surged skyward, the sword energy soaring to an impressive height of several dozen zhang. Descending with lethal intent. By the heavens, the black-clad elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily released 2 glimmering magical artifacts, frantically casting several talismans without a second thought. Yet, before he could fully execute his countermeasures, the sword energy shattered all defenses with overwhelming force, cleaving him into a mutilated state. Nearly half of his body disintegrated into a mass of flesh, his entrails hanging limply from his ribcage, exuding steam. How can this be? You are a sword cultivator. No. This sword technique possesses the might of the Xian rank. How could the Tianmen faction possibly have a legacy of Xian rank sword cultivators? The traditions of sword cultivation are exceedingly rare, tightly held within certain powerful factions, and not everyone is qualified to practice them. Among tens of thousands of disciples, only a handful might even have the opportunity to access such teachings. The black-clad elder never anticipated encountering such a situation. In a moment of clarity, the words of Yi Hu echoed in his mind. Then go ahead. Do you dare? If not, return to the second prince. It became evident that this dilemma was designed to ensure he could never return, but unfortunately, he realized this a tad too late. Qin Feng approached, leaning down towards the half-dismembered figure of the black-clad elder. Forgive me. I wield a sword. It would have been a shame to let you die without understanding. I should have drawn my sword sooner. And as for the Xian rank, that is merely your limit of comprehension, not the limit of my sword technique. My sword technique's rank is... What? You. The black-clad elder's pupils constricted sharply, his mouth opening in terror, yet no words escaped. His lifeless body collapsed, those large eyes filled with profound fear, realizing that he had made a grave mistake in provoking him. Sister, am I not cool? Qin Feng gasped weakly, pulling Qin Shower, still dazed from the ordeal, into an embrace. Tears glistened on Qin Shower's lovely lashes as she whimpered, saying, Look at you, bleeding yet pretending as if nothing is wrong. Let me wipe it for you, but I can't reach if you don't lower your head. Hee, I'm not pretending. I am truly handsome. Qin Feng lowered his head, allowing his sister to touch him. Indeed, Brother is the most handsome. Qin Xiao's voice trailed off, as if consumed by some inner turmoil. Qin Feng, preoccupied with mending his injuries, failed to notice the unusual glint in her eyes. At that moment, an elderly woman's voice whispered in Qin Xiao's ear. You see, all you do is become a burden to your brother. Why not heed my advice and cultivate this supreme demonic art? You could assist your brother in the future. Besides me, you'll never encounter such an opportunity again. Qin Xiao's gaze flickered as she glanced at Qin Feng. Seemingly coming to a resolution, she quietly inquired, Is this demonic art very powerful? Ah, you little girl, dare to doubt me. If I hadn't been imprisoned by those wretched insects in the Demon King Palace for over 10,000 years, managing to escape by hiding within the other shore demon flower, only to be unwittingly swallowed by you, I would never consider passing this supreme demonic art to a little human brat like you. To be frank, both I and the demonic art are extraordinarily powerful. Exceedingly powerful. In the distance, atop the mountain peak, Yihur was accompanied by a white-haired elder. The location where the Qin siblings stood lay within their sight. And Yu Lao, what are your thoughts? Yihur's voice was devoid of emotion, leaving one uncertain of her intentions. Your Highness, judging by his actions, he is undoubtedly a sword cultivator, possibly possessing Xin-level inheritance. If he values loyalty and righteousness, he could befriend you at this point. Mu-Yi paused, frowning as he continued. However, his status is lowly. He is not worthy of associating with your Highness. Even though sword cultivator inheritances are rare, you have already paid homage to the Tianju. You are about to depart. Paying homage to the Tianju. Across the vast expanse of the divine continent, countless empires, sects, and various forces pursue this goal throughout their lives. This term holds the most sacred connotation. It signifies the epitome of genius, allowing one to engage with higher circles, and is the sole pathway to transcend the divine continent. Within the Kanglan Empire, where the Tianmen faction is located, Yihur is the only individual qualified to pay homage to the Tianju, ranking within the top 100 on the Tianju list. However, I do not regard his background or status. Why? Yihur smiled, her lips curving like a blooming flower. And why is that? Mu-Yi inquired. Looking up, Yihur promptly replied, because his stance in protecting women is incredibly handsome. I like it. Furthermore, his sword is very hard, very erect. I wish to try it. Mu-Yi was taken aback, inhaling deeply, momentarily a loss for words. Well then, the pesky follower sent by the second prince has been dealt with. Finally, there is no more incessant chatter. Let us proceed with our business. Yihur turned and departed. That night, the two of them found a cave to spend the night. Following the map's guidance, they had traversed nearly half the journey. Gurgle, gurgle, Qin Xiao sat before the campfire, her stomach protesting loudly. Brother, I am hungry. She blinked her eyes, filled with a sense of grievance. Qin Feng's heart shattered at once, hastily responding. In our haste, I forgot to procure sustenance. Wait here, brother will go hunt some game. As Qin Feng ventured further away, Qin Xiao cautiously took out the spirit stones gifted by Yihur, plunging into fervent cultivation. Dark, ominous energy surged throughout her body, creating a chilling aura. Meanwhile, after crossing a small hill, Qin Feng discovered a lake shimmering with silver light, a perfect opportunity for both bathing and fishing. Elated, Qin Feng stripped off his clothes and leapt into the water, the blood and grime on him washing away. After cleansing himself, he pinched his nose and submerged himself to catch fish. The lake was deep, reaching several dozen zhong. The depths were tranquil and serene. After catching some fish, he seized the chance to enter the sacred fish space, where he spent a considerable amount of time refining half of the ores into his body, resulting in a significant surge in his cultivation, being merely a breath away from reaching the Qi-Si realm. When will I be able to achieve the second yin-yang fusion? Qin Feng reminisced about the time spent cultivating with the Empress, the sensation of harmonious yin and yang making his heart flutter. Feeling the physical strength generated from the refining of the ores by the primordial divine body technique, he couldn't help but feel invigorated. This time, I must ensure the Empress is satisfied. The colorful vortex lay still, indicating that the Empress must have gained immense benefits previously and was now digesting them. Time to return. My sister will surely starve if I delay any longer. Even with the sacred fish space's quadrupled flow rate, considerable time had passed outside. Qin promptly exited the space, rising to swim upstream. Just as he neared the surface, a completely naked figure suddenly leapt into the lake, startling Qin, who swiftly halted his movements. Who would venture here in the wilderness? As he pondered, Qin caught sight of two exquisite legs, slender and graceful, pale as snow, swaying back and forth, causing a few strands of spring grass to sway, nearly making him bleed from the nose. Especially after recalling the delightful moments spent with the Empress, his body reacted instinctively. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his nose. Gurgle, gurgle. Chapter 9. The beauty is quite generous. Touch anywhere. Ah. Before Qin could react, a woman's startled voice rang in his ears. Not good. Qin's expression changed as he found himself nearly at the woman's feet. The sudden emergence of blood bubbles startled her, causing her bosom to jolt, her shriek piercing the night sky. His sister was just on the other side of the mountain. He couldn't allow her to witness his embarrassing state. In a moment of desperation, disregarding everything, Qin grasped the enticing legs, pulling the woman into the water, bringing her level with him. He then supported her graceful form with one hand while covering her mouth with the other. The woman found herself enveloped in his embrace. So soft. The initial sensation upon contact was an unparalleled softness, coupled with an extraordinary resilience that seemed on the verge of bursting forth from his palm and soaring into the heavens. The exquisite texture left him momentarily entranced. Apologies, I seem to have grasped a bit too high. Qin chuckled awkwardly, hastily retracting his hand to adjust his embrace around her waist. My dear, please refrain from shouting. I harbor no ill intentions, he earnestly reassured her. Yet, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation, he quickly shifted back, exclaiming, My apologies, I didn't mean to intrude. You lecher! The young woman's face flushed crimson, and in a fit of indignation, she unleashed a cold beam of light from her lips, which detonated in Qin's grasp, rendering his arm a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Moments later, an icy brilliance surged from the water, ensnaring Qin. His horror. It exploded once more. Boom, boom, boom. Qin felt as if his body might split apart, his bare form propelled skyward by the force of the explosion. Thud. Upon landing, Qin writhed in agony, nearly crying out for help, but pride held him back. Let me take a look? A chilling breeze wafted as the woman gracefully descended before him, her voice laced with reprimand, the ethereal sword shrouded in mist. Pressed against Qin's throat, the shimmering blade cutting into his skin with a stinging pain, he immediately fell silent, wishing he could seal his lips. Yet his gaze remained transfixed, not only by her breathtaking beauty, but also by her complete nudity. The sight was clearer than before, prompting Qin to involuntarily exclaim, Sister, you are truly generous. The woman paid no mind to her lack of clothing, as she pressed a wound on her abdomen, a gaping, inch-long gash reminiscent of a child's mouth. It was a shocking sight. Her complexion was ashen, and beside her lay a corpse, a man adorned in golden robes, exuding an air of nobility. Evidently a person of great significance. Yet he was lifeless, his body marred by terrifying sword wounds. With a weary demeanor, the woman, devoid of color in her face, remarked, I never anticipated that after safeguarding my purity for 18 years, a mere insect would behold me so thoroughly. If word of this reaches the 9 heavens Taichin Palace, the 9 domains will be obliterated in an instant. That moment, Qin's scalp tingled with dread. Had he known, he would have sunk to the bottom of the lake to escape. Clearly having stumbled upon a murder scene, he feared for his life. I ask you, your entire being is suffused with the essence of the 9 yang. What is the meaning of this? The woman pressed, her sword poised threateningly. Drawing a deep breath, Qin realized that the heavenly sun-sacred fish was his greatest secret, one he could not divulge. Thus he carelessly replied, 9 yang essence? I know not of it. The woman fell silent, then quietly mused in such a small place, it is understandable not to know that it seems you possess the 9 yang body. Unless, she hesitated, then bit her lip, thinking, I truly wish to slay him with a single stroke, Yet such pure yang energy would greatly benefit my cultivation. Very well, since I've already seen, I shall let it be. With great effort, she suppressed her murderous intent, sheathed her sword, and lifted Qin Feng with one hand that he trembled at the thought. Was she going to kill him? However, he was powerless to resist. Her strength was formidable. The only escape seemed to lie within the sacred fish's realm, that I truly mean no harm, and I saw nothing. Before he could finish his plea, a wave of softness enveloped him, and he found himself embraced entirely. A pair of icy hands clutched his back tightly. Boom! Qin Feng's mind felt as if it had exploded. This was his first encounter with a woman in such proximity, nearly causing his brain to short-circuit. Heat surged through him, akin to being engulfed in flames, blood rushing through his veins, a primal force within him threatening to erupt. The sound of extreme comfort escaped the woman's lips. In that moment, Qin Feng became an irresistible temptation, igniting an uncontrollable desire within every woman on earth to consume him entirely. The sacred yang power derived from cultivating the yin-yang sacred diagram was of a level far beyond what the woman comprehended as nine-yang essence. Not only her, but even an empress of her caliber would find herself unable to resist. That exhalation sent Qin Feng's senses reeling. Drawn to her enchanting visage and alluring lips, he could no longer hold back. Instinctively leaning in for a kiss, the continual surge of sacred yang energy, far more terrifying than the woman had anticipated, erupted from their entwined lips into her being. In an instant, the wound on her abdomen began to heal. And as she gasped in astonishment, the influx of sacred yang energy began to loosen the long-sealed bottleneck of her cultivation. Her pupils constricted sharply, followed by a wave of confusion and desire. Having never been touched by a man, she found herself captivated by the deadly allure of Qin Feng's yang energy. She instinctively reciprocated, her tongue eagerly offering the divine nectar into his mouth. Time became irrelevant as the tumultuous energy within her surged, catapulting her to a terrifying new realm of power. The elevation of her cultivation brought clarity, and she pulled away from his lips. Qin Feng, feeling the tumult within himself, his eyes bloodshot, inquired, "Shall we?" The woman arched an eyebrow, a teasing challenge in her gaze. "Shall we?" Indeed, Qin Feng lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry, their nudity facilitating the act. "What shall we do?" Suddenly, a languorous voice broke through, accompanied by the sound of stretching, as if someone had just awakened from slumber. On the other side of the mountain, Qin Xiaoer had completed her cultivation. Upon closer inspection, she had astonishingly reached the Qi-Si realm. The surrounding dense demonic energy was chilling. Meanwhile, on this side of the mountain, a young woman, completely unclothed, shot upright in the embrace of a young man. What the hell? Her expression shifted in an instant. Boom! Qin Feng witnessed a flash of silver light, momentarily blinding him, and a cool breeze brushed his cheek as he felt his arm grow lighter. When he opened his eyes again, the woman had donned a flowing purple robe. "Why were you dawdling just now?" "I am currently in sage mode, rationality at its peak." The woman sat upon a large stone by the lake, using the moonlight to comb through her disheveled hair. Indeed, women are ever so fickle. Qin Feng smirked. They had not crossed the final threshold. Yet he did not press the matter, recognizing that their connection was merely a transient encounter. It was better to remain calm. In such matters, he sought mutual engagement. Straightening his posture, he practiced the eternal God-body technique, feeling his strength grow. Up, down, left, right, forward, backward, he murmured. The woman, still combing her hair, cast a casual glance, her jaw dropping in shock. "Oh my." After dressing, Qin Feng remarked, "I still do not know your name." The woman lifted her gaze, coolly stating, "What occurred between us was merely a moment of impulse. There is no need for introductions. It's meaningless." "Ah." Qin Feng tilted his head and chuckled. "It seems you had this planned all along. Had it not been for my yang energy, I might have found myself in dire straits after a mere encounter. Is it just a matter of absorbing some yang energy? Spare me the lengthy explanations." "Very well. I shall compensate you. Let us consider ourselves even." The woman nonchalantly removed a purple ribbon from her hair. Whoosh! The ribbon transformed into a streak of light, embedding itself into Qin Feng's wrist. Remarkably, it vanished, leaving behind a violet pattern resembling a tattoo. This is a treasure I use to tie my hair. I shall gift it to you. Once you reach the transformation realm, you can claim it as your own. For now, your cultivation is too low to wield. It was evident that this woman possessed a lively and vibrant personality, quite unlike the frigid demeanor of an empress, a treasure. Qin Feng was taken aback. The hierarchy of artifacts for cultivators ranged from lowly to high. Spiritual tools, magical artifacts, and divine treasures, with spiritual treasures being exceedingly rare. Even if he turned the entire Tianmen mansion upside down, he would find no magical artifacts, let alone a spiritual treasure. In the Kanglan Empire on the mainland, a spiritual treasure would be considered a national treasure. From whence do you hail? Qin Feng's gaze deepened with curiosity. The woman's expression shifted, and she replied in a hushed tone, "You are not worthy to know of my world," before Qin Feng could respond. She interjected, "And do not speak of rising from humble beginnings or the triumph of the underdog. I am not interested in such tales. If you have any intentions, it is best to keep them to yourself. While I do not yet dislike you, take this opportunity to seek some benefits from me. I will oblige, lest you accuse me of denying you once I don my gown." Upon hearing those words, Qin Feng instantly felt a chill. The stark contrast presented by the other party was nothing short of earth-shattering. One moment, she appeared as a celestial being. The next, her cutting words struck with palpable intensity. Extinguishing any semblance of interest, it was as if he were pleading for a favor, when in reality, his humble beginnings meant little in the grand scheme of cultivation. One must retain their backbone. Otherwise, rising again becomes an arduous task. Qin Feng refused to succumb. Could he truly perish without a woman? With a swift motion, he turned to leave, doing so without an ounce of hesitation. The woman, however, seemed taken aback. Re-evaluating him with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, a slight smirk appeared on her lips as she flicked her fingers, unleashing a beam of light. Boom! Qin Feng felt as though he had stepped on a landmine. Propelled into the air, curse it! His expletive mingled with the rising dust. Coughing, he felt as if his entire being had shattered, nearly coughing up blood. Such was the fate of one born in this wretched place. The woman had vanished without a trace. She must have left. Did you see that? When I wish to obliterate you, I shall. Only her voice lingered, ensuring that Qin Feng would forever remember her. Fate? How ironic. I refuse to be a slave to destiny. He grimaced, rubbing his arm. Sooner or later, I shall venture into your so-called world and stand before you, declaring, to hell with your sense of superiority at that moment. Qin Feng was genuinely irate. Is it truly the case that only those of noble birth are considered human, while he is deemed less? After venting his frustration, his peripheral vision caught sight of a corpse nearby, causing him to inhale sharply. Goodness, what did you do to offend her? How were you left so hollow? The body, which had been blasted skyward alongside Qin Feng, now lay face up, revealing that it had been stripped to a mere shell. Flesh, bones, and organs, entirely gone, as if the woman had been searching for something, meticulously scavenging every inch of the man's skin. How ruthless! That I am still alive is nothing short of a miracle this moment. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, deeply sensing the woman's mercilessness. Did I truly think she was easy to deal with? He nearly wanted to slap himself. Indeed, a woman's temperament is one thing, while her methods are another. They must not be conflated. Especially under the enhancement of the sage mode, even your breath seems erroneous. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed an area that remained relatively intact. The man had only this one spot left. Perhaps the woman had been too embarrassed to inspect it. What caught Qin Feng's attention was a golden, paper-like object nestled within his clothing that moment. His garments lay in tatters, and Qin Feng furrowed his brow, suppressing his disgust as he extracted the golden foil, unfolding it to reveal a map. This must be what the woman sought when she rifled through the corpse. Qin Feng studied it for some time, but ultimately could not decipher its meaning, resigning himself to placing it within the sacred fish space. Kid, get in here this instant, just as he re-established contact with the sacred fish space. An enraged voice reverberated, nearly shattering the colorful vortex. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Qin Feng's scalp prickled with unease, his eyes betraying guilt. Wait a minute. Why do I feel as though I've been caught in an affair? A sudden realization struck him, and he felt unjustly guilty. With a surge of newfound confidence, he straightened his posture and proclaimed loudly, "If I must go in, then so be it." However, his bravado faltered within seconds. Upon entering the sacred fish space, a wave generated by the explosion sent him flying. "Who has siphoned your vitality?" "Who? Who is it?" The Empress sounded like an enraged lion defending its territory, her terrifying spiritual pressure swirling the entire sacred fish space into turmoil. "I don't know. I just returned." Qin Feng attempted to maintain an air of nonchalance, feigning calmness. Boom! In the next moment, he felt as though the world was spinning, his entire being spiraling upward. You take me for a fool. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoer gazed blankly at the sun rising on the horizon. It had been an entire night. She felt faint from hunger, her vision blurring with stars. "Brother, where are you? I feel as though I might faint from starvation." Chapter 11. If you can draw this sword, consider it a victory finally. As the sun burned away the surrounding clouds, a figure appeared before Qin Xiaoer. Qin Feng trudged forward, his weary form hanging low. Resembling a bewildered goose, fortunately, even in shadow, he remained strikingly handsome. After all, heaven had blessed Qin Feng with a visage that could dazzle. Am I hallucinating from hunger? Qin Xiaoer rubbed her eyes vigorously, realizing that it was indeed Qin Feng who had returned. Truly, she suddenly perked up, dashing into Qin Feng's embrace with remarkable speed. Her dependence on him was beyond description. "Brother," Qin Xiaoer exclaimed with immense joy, nearly knocking him off his feet. "Cough, cough, sister. Have you been waiting long?" Qin Feng gasped for air, affectionately ruffling Qin Xiaoer's hair before summoning several large fish. Cradling his sister with one arm, he deftly prepared the fish with the other. Once ready, he placed them over the fire to roast. Instead of gazing at the roasting fish, Qin Xiaoer lifted her head from her brother's embrace, her little nose sniffing his chest, a delightful aroma. "Brother, where did you go to steal this scent?" Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Puffed. What do you mean steal? I have neither a partner nor a lover," Qin Feng replied, bemused. This was rather exaggerated. How could he not smell anything? "And you dare say that?" Qin Xiaoer's eyes filled with tears as she tugged at a long hair strand that had fallen from Qin Feng's collar. Her small hand jabbed into his waist, twisting it mercilessly. "Ouch! Let go! Spare my poor kidneys!" Qin Feng winced as a chill shot through his lower back. Hey, you're my sister. Why are you getting jealous?" He felt helpless, realizing that his kidneys might be at risk. The Empress was a vinegar jar, and his sister was even more so. "Did I hurt you, brother?" Qin Xiaoer asked, her big watery eyes blinking innocently. No, it doesn't hurt," he replied, instantly losing his temper. He had only one sister, and they had both endured hardship from a young age. If he did not pamper her, no one else would. "I just don't want to share my brother with anyone else." Qin Xiaoer pouted, tightening her grip around his neck. "Cough, cough, cough. If you keep this up, I won't be able to breathe." Qin Feng could only accept his sister's affection with tears in his eyes, hastily retrieving some seasonings from the sacred fish space. These were the remnants he had secretly saved during their time in the thatched hut when the elder had cut off their rations. The fish sizzled and oozed oil as the seasonings were sprinkled on, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. "Wow, so fragrant," Qin Xiaoer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she leaped down from Qin Feng's embrace. Indeed, this strategy never fails. Qin Feng felt a sudden lightness in his neck and took a deep breath. Brother S.'s special skill of roasting fish is unrivaled. He tore off a piece of fish and offered it to Qin Xiaoer. So delicious! Qin Xiaoer, having been starved, devoured it ravenously, just as the siblings were indulging in their feast. A youthful voice interrupted from behind. "Forgive my intrusion. I am Yi Xian. Fate has brought us together. May I share a meal?" Qin Feng looked up to see a young man holding a folding fan, exuding exceptional grace, accompanied by a silent elder standing behind him. "There is plenty of fish. Please, have a seat." He tossed a few uncooked fish to the newcomer and continued to devour his own. Yi Xian, unfazed, sat down beside the fire, revealing that he had brought his own seasonings. That he glanced at Qin Feng, an imperceptible surprise flickering in his eyes. Why incompetent subordinate may never comprehend how he met his end at your hands. Ninth level of the martial veins. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. Nonetheless, he continued to eat calmly, smiling as he replied, "You are mistaken." Before his demise, I explained the circumstances to him. Why Yixian paused, then chuckled softly. Shall I come to symbolically avenge him? Noticing Qin Xiaoer standing up like a startled bird, he hastily clarified, "Let us consider it a friendly spar. No real flames." The elder behind Yixian frowned, cautioning, "Your Highness, do not take advantage of the weak. It reflects poorly on your dignity. Striking at the martial vein realm is disgraceful." Why Yixian immediately grew displeased, retorting coldly, "How many times must I repeat? The crown prince perished in the northern frontier. I am the rightful heir. Call me your Highness again, and I shall kick you." The elder shook his head, stating, "Do not speak so. Many rumors suggest that you orchestrated the crown prince's demise to seize the throne." "I never denied it," Yixian replied earnestly. Cough, cough. "Very well then." The elder fell silent. "Apologies for the disturbance." Yixian extended his hand towards Qin Feng. "Qin Gongzi, please." "Your Highness, the crown prince." Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that Yi Huer from the Tianmen sect must also be a princess. Noticing the absence of malice from the other party, he immediately refrained from further chatter. With a swift motion, he drove the Zhong Tian sword into the ground and declared, "Let us cease this sparring. Your subordinate met his demise at the edge of this very sword. If you can extract it, I shall concede victory to you." Wai Yixian, astonished, exclaimed, "A sword cultivator? Young man, you are exceedingly arrogant." An elderly man, displeased, interjected, "My young master has shown you courtesy, and yet you dare to be insolent. Although sword cultivators are rare, they are not so exalted." Qin Feng nodded, dismissing the old man's remarks entirely. In the next moment, Yixian appeared before the Zhongtian sword, raising both hands to the sunlight, appearing as if gilded in gold. Then with a tremendous force, he grasped the hilt of the sword. Boom! With a mighty heave, the air erupted with multiple sonic booms, indicating that Yixian's strength had reached a ferocious peak. Yet the Zhongtian sword remained utterly unmoved. Yixian continued to exert more force, veins bulging upon his forehead, as the surrounding air was violently torn apart by his overwhelming power. In stark contrast, the Zhongtian sword remained as tranquil as a chicken. Suddenly, Yixian withdrew his hands, taking several deep breaths, and then resumed his task of roasting fish, saying, "Could you retract it for me to see?" Qin Feng smiled and promptly extended his palm. With a hum, the Zhongtian sword lifted from the ground, soaring into Qin Feng's grasp, allowing him to wield it freely. The path of the sword cultivator is indeed not to be underestimated. Your sword is formidable and shrouded in mystery. Yixian gazed at him in disbelief. "And you are equally unfathomable," Qin Feng remarked, studying Yixian, whose aura flowed like the boundless sea, his realm inscrutable. "Enjoy your fish." Yixian tossed a roasted fish to the elderly man. He then turned to Qin Feng and said, "I am aware that you encountered my imperial sister before me, yet I advise you to ally with me." "She is about to cough." The elderly man hastily interrupted. "Your Highness, once you are full, we must take our leave." "You didn't allow me to finish," Yixian protested, dissatisfied. "Your Highness, the recent incident has caused too much upheaval. It is best to refrain from discussing her." The elderly man cast a wary glance in a certain direction. "Very well, young Master Qin. I shall take my leave. Here, take this token. It will resolve many troubles for you when you arrive at the Tianmen sect or later in the Kanglin Empire." Yixian tossed the token over. Qin Feng did not even glance at it, accepting it casually, saying, "Thank you until we meet again." Yixian departed with the elderly man. Once they were a distance away, Yixian voiced his discontent. "Is Tianzhu truly that terrifying? Why must I be silenced?" The elderly man, laden with apprehension, replied, "Your Highness, it is unwise to speak of the disappearance of Tianzhu. It has sent shockwaves throughout the Divine Land, and any disturbance could lead to the Kanglin Empire's utter annihilation. Tianzhu is the most sacred entity in the Divine Land. We are unworthy of discussing it." Why Yixian frowned. "It is a pity that such a promising individual has allied with my imperial sister. However, Due to Tianju's disappearance, she has encountered a downfall. After all, she is a woman, and the dynasty will not allocate resources to her any longer. Following her will be a waste, the elderly man responded. Your Highness, you exaggerate. Despite being a sword cultivator, that brilliant sword is indeed remarkable, yet his realm is too low. He is effectively useless, indicating his poor innate talent. He is merely an inconsequential figure, unworthy of concern. Chapter 12. The Thousand Threads of Tribulation. Restrictions and dual cultivation with other women done on Qin Feng's side. He and Qin Xiao embarked on their journey once more to, if all went as anticipated, their next destination would be the strongest sect within Tianmen Prefecture. The Tianmen sect. Is there truly no way to break this? Qin Feng communicated with the Empress in his mind. This is a unique spirit treasure of the upper three domains, the Shanqing Nine Heavens Palace. In the Kanglan Empire, a mere speck of land. Even with the full force of the nation, you cannot hope to move at a fraction. It can be said that you are ensnared by this thousand threads of tribulation, and you shall never escape the grasp of this woman. Prepare to be drained dry by her. This spirit treasure has entered your body. Apart from her, you will be unable to engage in dual cultivation with any other woman. Unless she resolves it, you shall remain a bachelor for life. The Empress's voice dripped with disdain. Are you unable to resolve it either? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Indeed, that woman is far from simple. Ostensibly, she speaks of sacrificing her own yang energy, yet in reality, she has bound him, allowing her to know his whereabouts at any moment that I can. But what does it have to do with me? Moreover, it is widely known in the upper three domains that being marked by this spirit treasure signifies that the woman has taken a liking to you. Unless you perish, it is impossible for you to associate with other men. Thus, who would dare compete for a man with a woman from Shanqing Nine Heavens Palace? I have no intention of releasing you. It would be beneath my dignity. The Empress's tone carried a hint of disdain. Yet the jealousy was palpable to anyone listening to it. Is unlikely she has set her sights on me. What could her intentions be? Qin Feng pondered with a frown. The Shanqing Nine Heavens Palace possesses a technique that requires you to dual cultivate 3 times. The first 2 times, she will grant you her pure Yin essence, allowing your realm to soar. During the third, she will drain all of your yang energy, turning you into a husk. At that point, she will be able to use you to break free from the constraints of the 9 domains and ascend to the heavenly realm. The Empress revealed the woman's ulterior motives with startling clarity. Good heavens, does that mean I would become the legendary furnace? Qin Feng's face turned dark with realization. And I cannot dual cultivate with other women. What about you and me? A jolt of alarm coursed through him. The thought of losing the joy of merging with the Empress seemed worse than death. What is she to obstruct the will of this Empress? The Empress scoffed dismissively, yet a cold smile graced her lips. Unfortunately, she has miscalculated. You have cultivated the ancient God-body technique, which cannot leverage the pure Yin essence to enhance your cultivation. Dual cultivating with you will lead her to ruin. Realizing this, Qin Feng comprehended his current state of being. Even if that woman were to bestow her pure Yin essence upon him during the first 2 encounters, it would be akin to smearing menstrual blood upon a stone. Utterly ineffective. This was something she could never fathom. Moreover, this Empress possesses countermeasures. At that time, I will assuredly compel her to surrender her pure Yin essence and all of her cultivation. The Empress's voice carried a hint of ruthlessness. How dare she covet a share of what belongs to this Empress? Who does she think she is? Does that mean I could exploit her cultivation for free? Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock. And oh wonder the Empress refused to lift the 1,000 threads of tribulation. She was fishing for an opportunity. The women he encountered thus far were increasingly cunning. An inadvertent misstep could leave him with nothing but scraps. That woman appeared particularly confident, seemingly certain of her hold over Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng was a man of the Empress, a being more terrifying than a mama's bee. Why'd this point? Qin Feng also sensed that he would inevitably encounter that woman again under certain circumstances. After all, 3 instances of dual cultivation awaited. Eventually, the Empress severed communication with Qin Feng. He called out for her for some time, without receiving a response. Throughout their journey, the brother and sister seemed preoccupied with their own thoughts. hardly exchanging words, even appearing somewhat distracted. Each harbored secrets buried deep within their hearts. However, rather than creating distance between them, this shared secrecy only fueled their desire to protect one another as they traveled. Qin Feng took the opportunity to refine the ores he had collected, advancing his cultivation to the first level of the Qi-Si realm. Upon reaching the Qi-Si realm, his mastery over the Zhongtian sword became even more adept. Even without invoking the sword across worlds, he could dispatch opponents of the same level with a single strike of ordinary sword energy. Furthermore, his physical prowess surged dramatically as he ascended to the terrifying strength of the 8th level of the Qi-Si. Employing the ancient God-body technique in conjunction with the Tianyang sacred fish and the Zhongtian sword, along with the practice of the yin-yang sacred diagram and the utilization of sacred yang energy to temper his physique. Even the Empress was taken aback by his foundation, which had diverged onto an extraordinary path of cultivation. Qin Xiaoer also reached the Qi-Si realm, and when Qin Feng discovered this, he was initially startled, but soon attributed it to the accumulation of spirit stones. Leading to his relief. 7 days later, the brother and sister finally arrive at the entrance of the most powerful force in Tianmen Prefecture, the Tianmen sect. During their journey, Qin Xiaoer experienced several uncontrollable bursts of demonic energy within her body. The urgency to find the medicinal herbs listed in the recipe was pressing, amidst the azure skies and billowing clouds. The majestic architecture left Qin Feng momentarily entranced. Vaguely, a series of shouts echoed, repeated over a dozen times. Touch the Tianmen. Those who exceed a quarter of an hour may enter the Tianmen sect to cultivate. All participants, please line up promptly. Touch the Tianmen. Qin Feng was all too familiar with this term. He had once yearned for it. The eldest son of Qin Baichuan had entered the Tianmen sect through this very means. The act of touching the Tianmen was, in fact, a trial fraught with challenges along the way, with the ultimate aim of measuring the duration one could touch the Tianmen. Only those with exceptional strength could succeed. Listen closely. As the crowd stood ready, a young woman in a pink skirt emerged, her beauty striking and her form alluring. Yet she bore an icy and aloof demeanor before the crowd. This trial permits any means. Regardless of life or death, only the results matter. The longer you touch the heavenly gate, the higher your ranking will be. However, for those of you participating in this trial, you are indeed fortunate. A hint of luck adorned her countenance. Elder Jiang, we are aware of the rules thus far. What do the subsequent stages entail? A cultivator inquired loudly. You all know that touching the heavenly gate is not restricted by cultivation levels. It solely depends on one's aptitude, which determines the rankings. The third place will receive a second-tier spiritual herb, the snake gall grass. The second place will be awarded a third-tier spiritual herb, the spirit fire lotus. In the first place, she paused, a trace of envy glimmering in her eyes, a fourth-tier spiritual herb, a millennium-old ice mystic fruit. The crowd erupted into an uproar. Gasps of astonishment echoed, and soon discussions roared like a tidal wave. In previous trials of the Heavenly Gate, there had never been rewards exceeding second-tier spiritual herbs. Why this time such generosity? It is known that fourth-tier spiritual herbs are typically reserved for elder-level figures. And even if one were to sell them, the resources gained would suffice to elevate a person to the Yuan spirit realm and beyond. In places like Qinyan City, such resources could determine the fate of millions. Silence, prepare yourselves. The Heavenly Gate trial is about to commence. Elder Zhang's declaration hushed the crowd. Observing this, she turned and instructed, her curvaceous figure swaying as she moved to a quieter spot. She called softly. Qin Gang, come forth quickly. Are you not seeking to eliminate your enemy? Who is it? I shall make arrangements for you. Chapter 13. Youngster, do you wish to take a shortcut? From the shadows emerged a young man clad in a brocade white robe, adorned with a green spirit-wood hairpin, exuding an air of delicate elegance. Elder Jiang gazed at the youth with admiration. He had recently broken through to the Yuan spirit realm, previously unremarkable, yet he had awakened the exceedingly rare green with spiritual body. He could be deemed a prodigy not seen in 100 years, causing quite a stir throughout the Tianmen Prefecture. With the assistance of his spiritual body and cultivation, his progress would be rapid, and his status would undoubtedly rise, garnering the attention of Yinluo Peak, leading to his acceptance into their ranks. It was inevitable that he would surpass even this elder. The spiritual herbs presented by the sect were, in fact, prepared for him as a means of fostering his allegiance. It is this person. Qin Gang handed Elder Jiang a portrait passed to him by Qin Baichuan. She examined it thoughtfully. I believe I've seen him before. He was standing at the back with a little girl. Thank you, Elder Jiang. During the trial, please inform me of his whereabouts. He is but a minor character, easily dealt with. Qin Gang nodded. This time, he sought the sect's permission to undergo the Heavenly Gate trial again, partly to prove his talents and partly for Qin Feng. His father's letter had mentioned the matter repeatedly, becoming an obsession that demanded resolution. It is a trivial task. No trouble at all. Follow me. I will introduce you to someone important. Elder Jiang led him through a series of twists and turns until they arrived before a young man clad in a python robe, who had his back turned to them. Your Highness, it has been a while. Elder Jiang spoke with reverence, a hint of awe lacing her voice. Your Highness, Qin Gang recognized him instantly, who did not know that the 10th prince of the Kanglan Empire was cultivating at Yanluo Peak. He immediately bowed respectfully. The Greenwood spiritual body, truly impressive. You are qualified to serve this prince. Ye Fan nodded, clearly pleased. Thank you for your recognition. Your Highness, Qin Gang was filled with excitement. As a prince of the Kanglan Empire, he had come to Tianmen sect to recruit talent. As for his presence at Yanluo Peak, it was merely nominal, akin to Yihor at Qingming Peak, merely a title. This was a situation the Tianmen sect welcomed with open arms. Elder Jiang's eyes flashed with envy and jealousy upon witnessing this. Congratulations, Qin genius. From now on, you shall soar to great heights, with boundless prospects. Qin Feng humbly replied, Not at all. I shall rely heavily on Elder Jiang's guidance in the future. Remember, I can arrange this 4th-tier spiritual herb for you, or I may choose not to. Whether you secure the first place entirely hinges on my whims, understand? Yi Fan's gaze glimmered coldly. It is my fault. Subordinate Qin Gang trembled, then bowed his head in humility. I understand. I shall undoubtedly dedicate myself to your Highness, braving fire and water without hesitation. Qin Gang's face paled with exhilaration. The depth of Yi Fan's cultivation was truly terrifying. Having entered the Yuan spirit realm, he felt a twinge of fear. All right. Yi Fan gestured that Qin Gang could leave, satisfied with his ability to exert influence over others. I shall go participate in the Heavenly Gate trial. Qin Gang's heart raced as he gazed at the throng of people surging into the mountain's dense forest, though he was virtually assured of first place. When the time came to eliminate Qin Feng, he would certainly compel the other to kneel and plead for mercy. Experiencing the terror he could unleash, the trial of the Heavenly Gate had commenced. Your Highness, are you returning to the imperial capital to partake in the imperial war and inherit the throne? Elder Jiang's pupils widened, her body trembling as she spoke. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded, his eyes alight with ambition. Once I succeed in the contest, the entire Kanglan Empire shall be mine, with forces like the Tianmen sect. There are no less than 100 within the empire. That time, the Tianmen sect shall take pride in Yanluo Peak. All within the sect shall be graced with your golden statue. Enduring through the ages, Elder Jiang's eyes shimmered with admiration and reverence. Ultimately, the Tianmen sect was merely the most formidable force within the Kanglan Empire, and when faced with royal family members, what could she, Jiang Xan, do but fawn? I heard that Qin Gang intends to kill someone. Please cooperate. Yi Fan left behind this statement casually before departing. Yes, Jiang Xan's expression shifted. This task must be executed flawlessly. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, Qin Gang had already vanished without a trace, presumably having entered the mountain first. The act of killing required a secluded location. Jiang Xan's gaze landed on Qin Feng and his sister, who remained in place. At that moment, the handsome visage of Qin Feng, coupled with a strong masculine aura, captured Jiang Xan's attention. Truly handsome, remarkably dashing, she gasped. Having not observed closely earlier, she now realized this young man was rather charming. He stood there, casting all other men into shadow. What a pity that if he had not offended someone, this elder would not have been able to resist a desire to indulge in him. Unable to help herself, Jiang Xan stepped forward and said, Young man, why do you remain motionless? Qinfeng. Ahem, what I meant to say is, everyone else has ventured into the mountains for the trial. Why have you not joined them? Jiang Xin stammered, captivated by Qinfeng's striking profile. Sister, the rankings are determined by the duration of touching the heavenly gate. The longer the time, the better the aptitude. So, it is fine to go later. This way, we can also avoid mid-trial skirmishes. Qin Xiaoer replied sweetly, though her gaze was wary as she eyed the voluptuous Jiang Xin. Could it be she was after my brother? There are always schemers seeking to snatch my brother away. That makes sense. Jiang Xin pondered for a moment, and then said, Young man, how about I offer you a shortcut? Qin Feng's eyes instantly widened. Scanning Jiang Xin's alluring figure before he stammered, Elder Jiang has such tastes. Huh. Qin Xiaoer shivered, unable to suppress a chill. Jiang Xin's expression darkened, and she gritted her teeth. What are you thinking? I am merely suggesting. Do you wish to take a shortcut? I can bring you directly into the Tianmen sect, bypassing the trial. Oh, I have no interest. Qin Feng shook his head. You would not wish to enter the sect directly? Jiang Xin was momentarily taken aback. Logically, a country bumpkin like him should have been overjoyed at such an offer. Why was he not reacting at all? Of course not. I still need that fourth-tier spiritual herb to treat my sister's illness. Qin Feng contemplated alternative means to obtain it if he could not secure a high-ranking Daha. A frog in a well. Other than being handsome, what worth do you possess? Jiang Xin scoffed inwardly, though her face wore a smile as she said, Young man, do not think that you alone can endure the trial for long. Even I, as an elder, would not last much longer. What? Elder Jiang, you have such issues. Qin Feng shot her a peculiar look. Jiang Xin's teeth ground together, the sound echoing with her rising ire. Were it not for his somewhat handsome appearance, she would have slapped him into oblivion. She forced herself to remain calm. Young man, is my meaning so hard to comprehend? I'm speaking of the duration for touching the heavenly gate. Chapter 14. The idiot prodigy, that. Your limitations do not define mine. Qin Feng dismissed her, having sensed her ulterior motives from the very beginning. Intentionally provoking her, he grasped Qin Xiaoer's hand and strode into the mountain without a backward glance. You! Jiang Xin's lips turned purple with fury. After Qin Feng and his sister had walked for a while, she finally stomped her foot in frustration, ghosting behind them. With no option left, if she could not deceive him, she would have to seize the opportunity by force. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. In an instant, the lines between prey and predator became utterly blurred. Her fingers, adorned with crimson nail polish, caressed Qin Feng's back. Gliding softly. Strangely, both of her middle fingers remained uncolored, the reason for which eluded understanding. Suddenly, with a swift motion, her pink dress fluttered away from Jiang Xin's form, revealing a sensation of exquisite softness. It felt exhilarating. Elder Jiang, please let me go. That I have no feelings for you. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain composure. Though he was on the brink of losing control, he was merely putting on a brave front. To others, Jiang Xin might seem like a paragon of beauty, an earthly treasure. Yet he had witnessed the unparalleled elegance and nobility of the empress and the pure allure of the woman by the lakeside, which had left him entranced. In comparison, Jiang Xin's grace and beauty paled significantly. However, she embodied a different kind of allure. The feeling she evoked in Qin Feng was one of earthly indulgence, a captivating obsession with desire, a liberating expression of one's true nature, akin to the seductive descent into a morally ambiguous city. Another shriek erupted. Jiang Xin was on the verge of madness. Normally, when she revealed a fraction of her skin, men would surrender. Yet here she was, almost entirely undressed of her own volition, clinging to Qin Feng like an octopus. Was he truly so unyielding? She gazed at Qin Feng's virile demeanor and handsome visage, an involuntary urgency to possess him overwhelming her, especially that intoxicating scent, which left her utterly entranced. Under normal circumstances, she would have dismissed any unattainable desire with a swift blow. Yet now, she had completely shed her image as a formidable elder. With a sharp bite to her lip, she playfully hooked her fingers, ridding herself of the last remnants of clothing. Jiang Xin's cheeks flushed crimson, as if she were about to bleed. her body writhed. And she even took the initiative to assist Qin Feng in shedding his garments. Despite Qin Feng's calm demeanor, he could not help but feel the primal instincts of a man awaken within him. The sensation of her smooth, warm body sent ripples through his mind. He wished to resist, but Jiang Xian's cultivation far surpassed his own, rendering his attempts futile even as he channeled all his strength into the eternal divine body technique. You shall submit to me, and from now on, I can frequently visit you under the pretense of tutoring you in techniques. Jiang Xian cooed, holding the dual cultivation manual while demonstrating the enticing postures within. I've stripped down completely. Just look at me. I refuse to believe your gaze is vacant. Her sultry voice sent shivers coursing through his entire being. She forcibly turned his head towards her, seductively enticing him. This dual cultivation manual contained methods that could beguile the heart and mind. Qin Feng found himself momentarily dazed, his heart racing uncontrollably as he murmured, "How do we study? Of course, this is how we study." Jiang Xian exclaimed joyously upon noticing his reaction. Her hands slithered over his body like agile serpents. The sensation caused Qin Feng to feel a rush of blood surge through him, and he could no longer contain himself. "Elder Jiang, I've come to a decision. What shall we do next?" At his words, Jiang Xian trembled, a wave of heat coursing through her. Finally, she sensed the stirrings of Qin Feng's primal nature, her eyes glazing over. Her lashes fluttered, and unable to restrain herself, she pressed her delicate hand to his head, moaning, "Lick there." Chapter 17, What is this, sticky? Lick it. Qin Feng suddenly bellowed. In truth, his mind was remarkably clear at that moment. The violet tattoo on his wrist felt like 1,000 needles piercing him, inflicting excruciating pain. He wasn't devoid of feelings for Jiang Xian. Rather, he dared not indulge them. Qin Feng sensed at the moment he let his guard down. The 1,000 threads calamity would unleash its terrifying power, shattering his mind in an instant. However, his shout failed to rouse Jiang Xian from her trance. His body felt like an oversized aphrodisiac as Jiang Xian groped him. The violet hairband seemed to come alive, glowing fiercely like tea that moment. Jiang Xian shuddered, as if she had grasped something, like riding a horse. Her hands clenching the reins, Jiang Xian cried out in delight. As if galloping across a vast prairie, her body rising and falling in a rhythmic motion. Despite the uneven terrain, she swung her whip with abandon. "Faster! Faster! Take me away!" At that moment, she was utterly bewitched by the sunlit energy radiating from Qin Feng. Far more potent than any aphrodisiac. Jiang Xian had completely forgotten about the 10th prince, genuinely wishing to flee with Qin Feng, seeking a secluded place to nurture their feelings over time. Little did she know. Her fervent galloping had triggered a mechanism. Soon as a woman touched that spot, the 1,000 threads calamity would be fully activated. Buzz! The violet tattoo on Qin Feng's arm vanished, transforming into a hairband. Then, almost instantly, it shattered into countless strands the width of a hair. Whoosh! 1,000 violet threads shot forth. Bang! Jiang Xian's protective aura shattered in an instant. She screamed in agony, blood pouring from her mouth as she collapsed. What is this monstrous thing? Terrified, she turned to see the threads writhing like serpents, her spiritual pressure crumbling before them. Qin Feng felt his body lighten as Jiang Xian's terrifying aura dissipated. After orienting himself, he hurriedly made his escape. He had considered killing Jiang Xian, but the true extent of the 1,000 threads calamity was unknown, and he feared her dying retaliation. "Don't run." Jiang Xian's expression changed as she attempted to pursue him, only to collide with the violet threads mid-air. Huffed. The threads pierced through her, leaving her bloodied and mangled. Jiang Xian's face turned pale. Despite unleashing all her power, she couldn't budge those threads in an instant. A large portion of her flesh and blood had turned to mush. Am I going to die? Despair filled her as she tried every means at her disposal, but nothing could counter the eerie violet threads. Just as she was about to close her eyes, the threads suddenly burst forth from her body. They seemed to panic momentarily, their glow dimming, indicating that the connection to Qin Feng was weakening. Whoosh! After hesitating, they shot towards the direction in which Qin Feng had fled. What on earth is this? Jiang Xian's face turned ashen as she exhaled deeply, her heart racing as she watched the thousand threads calamity depart. As an elder of the Heavenly Gate sect, despite holding the lowest rank, her cultivation was still among the top. Even outside the sect, she was a significant figure within the entire Heavenly Gate prefecture, capable of establishing her own sect. Yet, she had been utterly defenseless against those bizarre threads. Furthermore, they seemed to harbor a peculiar hostility. She cast a complex glance in the direction Qin Feng had taken, an unmistakable bitterness swelling within her. Glancing at her exposed form, though it was not Qin Feng's intent, he had seen and touched every inch of her. Now, in her moment of clarity, her cheeks flushed crimson. A tingling sensation coursed through her thighs. Upon closer inspection, it was as if the dew from the grass had soaked into her skin during her wild gallop across the prairie. Instantly, she felt a surge of heat engulf her body again. "You can't escape, boy. This elder will have you." Jiang Exin bit her lip, a hint of affection blossoming within her. With her eyes closed, she recalled Qin Feng's celestial visage, the lone finger devoid of polish gently curled, slowly descending. She was lost in a haze of passion, her legs slightly parted, her body reveling in the sensation, her abdomen arching towards the sky. Back again, Qin Feng's gaze fixated on the violet threads adorning his wrist. At that moment, the thousand threads calamity transformed back into the violet tattoo on his It seems I cannot stray too far from it, Qin Feng mused, gaining some insight. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" The Empress's voice suddenly echoed. Qin Feng was taken aback. "What did I do?" Clearly, the thousand threads calamity could have utterly vanquished Jiang Exin, yet you chose to leave. If it weren't for its urgency to return to your body, would that little vixen have been spared? The Empress sneered. "Are you waiting to enjoy her later? She is not dead." Qin Feng replied. "It's a pity, though. I feared the thousand threads calamity lacked sufficient power. So I left. Otherwise, I would have stayed to see her demise." "Humph. You ought to refine your mastery of the sword and elevate your cultivation. Were I present, even if my prowess were suppressed to the first level of Qi Si, I could effortlessly slay her with a single stroke." The Empress was exceedingly displeased. "You are utterly squandering your potential, possessing a treasure trove, yet failing to comprehend its utilization. The might of the ancient divine body technique lies in its ability to command artifacts. When combined with the path of sword cultivation, it becomes truly extraordinary, yet you have reduced it to this state." Qin Feng lamented. "What nonsense! I am neither a reincarnated celestial emperor, nor a powerful being traversing realms. Nor do I possess the memories of a formidable warrior. I can only make do, alas. Let's seek your sister first. After joining the sect, find a moment to visit the sacred fish space, and I shall personally guide you." The Empress fell into a prolonged silence, realizing that her perspective rendered the path of cultivation transparent. Meanwhile, Qin Feng found himself veiled in thick fog, and no matter how excellent the gifts bestowed upon him, he remained bewildered regarding his future. When might he achieve the second fusion of yin and yang? The third layer of the sacred fish space likely harbored even greater fortunes awaiting his discovery. Recently, a series of encounters with women had ignited a restless urge within him. He desperately needed a place to release his pent-up energy. "Humph. You have yet to exploit the flow of time within the sacred fish space. Yet you aspire for lofty ambitions. Just wait." The Empress's voice gradually faded away. She was acutely aware of Qin Feng's hidden thoughts, understanding without speaking. After the Empress's voice vanished, Qin Feng hurriedly returned to seek his sister. "Brother," upon arriving at the stone gate of the Heavenly Gate trial, he found Qin Xiaoer waiting there anxiously. Seeing Qin Feng's return, her heart finally settled. In truth, most of the participants had already departed. Had it not been for Qin Xiaoer's earnest pleas to delay, they would have lost their qualification for the trial. There's a scent of another woman. Qin Xiaoer wrinkled her delicate nose slightly at the air, and her expression changed immediately. "Why is it that every time I see you, you are either seeking a woman or traversing the path to find one?" Qin Feng's trousers were still damp, with traces of dew from the grass lingering upon them, glistening under the sunlight. "Brother, what is this?" Chapter 18. "Perhaps I shall entertain your sister for a while. atop the summit of the Heavenly Gate trial. A young woman clad in a pink skirt looked apprehensively at the approaching Qin Feng's siblings. Jiang Xin's heart was tumultuous. This individual's talent in sword cultivation was extraordinary. Why did the 10th prince not wait until he had touched the Heavenly Gate to claim him for himself? She inexplicably found herself advising Yi Fan. Upon hearing her words, Yi Fan's gaze turned cold. He glanced at the stone gate and withdrew his hands, which had been poised to take the spirit herb. His intention was clear. Since Qin Gang had perished, no one was worthy of this reward. Why? Yi Fan coldly inquired. Why did you not kill him? I was just about to strike him down. But he wept bitterly, claiming he would pledge his loyalty to you and beg for his life. I thought it prudent to have someone like him around to handle menial tasks and serve you. After all, he is a sword cultivator. It would be convenient for you, your highness. Jiang Xin wove a falsehood, secretly thinking, young man, I have granted you a chance at life. The 10th prince is not someone you can casually associate with. To live under the same roof as me is a tremendous honor. Furthermore, she fantasized, a glimmer of desire flickering in her gaze. Can he compare to the Qingmu spirit body? Yi Fan turned to survey the mountain below. As if appraising the situation, Jiang Xin replied, though his cultivation talent may not match that of Qin Gang, his sword techniques are sharp enough to warrant the 10th prince's evaluation. Very well. Let him kneel here and bow twice. And I shall overlook his transgression of killing Qin Gang. Yi Fan waved his hand, indicating he would observe Qin Feng's performance at the Heavenly Gate. He then closed his eyes to feign slumber. Following this, 6 elders seated on chairs at a distance nodded in silent agreement with Yi Fan. Among them, 1 chair remained vacant. Each chair bore an inscription of a particular peak, AT the highest point. A grand golden chair stood alone, seemingly more distinguished than the elders, currently unoccupied. Elder Jiang, do you dare to act with impudence while serving the prince? Spoke a red-faced elder, his hair white, yet his visage youthful, with kind eyes that held a glimmer of mischief. His name was Hong Chi-xiong, an elder of Yanluo Peak. He had clearly noticed the flicker of desire in Jiang Xin's eyes moments ago and approached to jest. Mind your words. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, perhaps silence would serve you better. Jiang Xin shot him an irritated glance. AT that moment, she stood proudly in her flowing pink skirt, exuding a unique feminine charm. After all, the 10th prince is associated with my Yanluo Peak. Thus, I must take a keen interest in his affairs. You, merely a steward elder, lack the audacity to speak back to me. Hong Chi-xiong's eyes brimmed with displeasure. Were it not for Jiang Xin's modest beauty and the allure beneath her skirt, he doubted the 10th prince would call upon her for every matter. You may speak back to me. But what will you do about it? Jiang Xin puffed out her chest, her alabaster skin almost radiant. Humph. I see right through your intentions. You wish to find a few young men to serve as vessels for the techniques of the Harmony sect. Hong Chi-xiong rolled his eyes in frustration, yet his heart remained unwilling that he had once sought to cultivate with Jiang Xin, but was rejected. Coldly, he replied, do not be too pleased with yourself. Even if that pretty boy possesses exceptional talent, he is destined to be buried in the earth. What do you mean? Jiang Xin suddenly lifted her head, because shortly, the 10th prince will also descend to touch the Heavenly Gate. What? Jiang Xin's eyelids twitched violently. This was not merely due to Qin Feng. It was the 10th prince's innate potential. The blood flood dragon body is about to undergo transformation. Indeed, Hong Chi-xiong declared proudly, under the vigorous training within my Yanluo Peak. The prince's blood flood dragon body is set to evolve into a golden dragon body. When he returns to the imperial capital to participate in the imperial battle, his success will be assured. Thus, our Heavenly Gate sect will have birthed a true dragon. His words immediately garnered the attention of the other elders from various peaks. Each time the 10th prince experienced a transformation of spirit, he would come to the Heavenly Gate to assess his qualifications. An elder quickly approached, humbly asking, Elder Hong, may I inquire about the details? What of that individual from Qingming Peak? Do not mention that matter. He has perished, and even the sect leader has refrained from discussing IT. IT is quite evident. He possessed the true dragon body. At this moment, Jiang Xin was overwhelmed by the news, a wave of disdain flooding her eyes. This country bumpkin Compared to the prince, you are utterly insignificant. You still rely on me to plead for your life. At this juncture, many youths had already placed their hands upon the heavenly gate. As the stone gate emitted a radiant glow, several individuals were tasked with recording the duration. Some were ejected after just a few breaths. You are unqualified. Begone. The heavenly gate sect does not welcome you. Immediately, disciples advanced, harshly dismissing those who did not meet the criteria without an ounce of pity. The qualifications of cultivators were classified from 1 to 6 grades based on the time spent touching the heavenly gate, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 6 the highest. A little girl has persevered for a quarter of an hour without being expelled. The 6 elders above, initially uninterested due to the overwhelming crowd, suddenly turned their attention as a shout rang out. It seems there is also a boy accompanying her who has lasted a quarter of an hour. The elders observed closely. The little girl exuded a dense and powerful aura. And after a quarter of an hour, she still had ample energy left, likely qualifying her for at least grade 3. But that boy is lacking. He shows no fluctuations, resembling a mere stone that he is probably only grade 2 at best, barely fit to be a cleaning disciple. Qin Feng. Jiang Xn furrowed her brow, recognizing the siblings. Even if his identity as a sword cultivator could cause a stir, this level of talent was woefully inadequate. He would likely never surpass the spirit realm, relying solely on his sharp sword techniques in the early stages. Having slain the Qingmu spirit body, there was little room for further growth. Just then, Yifan also awakened from his feigned slumber. He immediately sneered. He may not suffice, but that little girl is quite impressive. Perhaps she could serve as my warm bed maid. He was drawn to Qin's shower as innocent, youthful aura. Her delicate features radiated purity, unmistakably signaling her maidenhood. Jiang Xen, with her alluring beauty, had become tiresome to him. The palace was filled with countless such women. Occasionally encountering a refreshing presence was rather novel. With that, he soared downward. The 10th prince was about to touch the heavenly gate. A collective gasp arose as numerous elders intently focused on the scene below. The birth of a genius is often a sight to behold. Foolish beings, why do you not depart the heavenly gate? Jiang Xn displayed a look of disdain, remarking that if one lacked qualifications, one should not persist stubbornly, especially as the 10th prince was already attempting to touch the heavenly gate. You ought to step aside obediently. It has been over a quarter of an hour, and even if you could enter the sect, it would be futile at this moment. The other disciples who had touched the heavenly gate had already withdrawn, well aware that they were not exceptionally talented. Simply gaining entry was sufficient. How pretentious! Hong Qi approached with a cold sneer, saying, since this fellow fails to grasp the situation, let him await the prince's brilliance, which will surely overshadow him. Chapter 19 Unimaginably. Qin Feng was a genius. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as Yifan suspended in midair, a transforming flood dragon emerging with 2 golden horns protruding from its body. Boom! Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The winds howled like tigers, and the dragon soared through the clouds, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Crack! The sound of thunderous explosions ensued as the flood dragon writhed in agony, its flesh rapidly withering away, revealing golden dragon scales beneath that it had transformed. A terrifying spiritual pressure descended, causing even the elders to change their expressions in alarm. Such horror! Taking a deep breath, Yifan clawed at the air, and the transformation accelerated visibly, the useless dragon flesh shedding away as the golden dragon soared through the 9 heavens, filled with vigor. With this journey to the imperial capital, he was destined to become the Kanglan emperor. A regal aura surged within Yifan. The elders gasped in astonishment, while some ordinary disciples were overwhelmed by the fearsome display and fell to the ground, with a few unable to restrain themselves from kneeling in reverence. Was his golden dragon body more resilient, or should I test the strength of my Shinjo Tianju by striking it with my sword? Qin Feng pondered this question. There was a slight rebound, but he estimated that by activating the ancient divine body technique, the heavenly gate would maintain this intensity, allowing him to endure for several hours. If so, what level of talent did I possess? Qin Feng was puzzled, as he had only managed to hold on for a little over a quarter of an hour. Xiao Xiao, how are you holding up? Qin Feng took a moment to inquire about his sister. I feel I can last another quarter of an hour. Qin Xiao Xiao replied, her gaze evasive. In truth, she could endure longer, but doing so would expose her practice of demonic arts, which were regarded as a common enemy among cultivators. It was said to stem from an event a millennium ago, rendering the demonic path intolerable. She told a small lie to spare Qin Feng's worries. Qin Feng's eyes brightened, leading him to conclude that his sister possessed at least third-grade talent. Just as the two were conversing, Yi Fan completed his transformation, descending gracefully with both hands placed upon the heavenly gate. The entire gate vibrated with a resonating hum, as Yi Fan's spiritual energy surged into it. The gate trembled, a phenomenon unseen for eons. The 10th prince was about to commence his evaluation. A legend was on the verge of being born. The elders all turned their gazes expectantly. Indeed, witnessing the 10th prince's moment of genius in this lifetime is a privilege for us all. At this moment, a sudden thought struck Qin Feng. What if I test my swordsmanship? Would I be able to endure longer? Why not give it a try? Just for a moment, I could evaluate my talent based on how long I could persist. A brief attempt would suffice to gauge it. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated the Zongxian sword, a surge of sword energy coursing through him, unleashing a fierce might that threatened to burst forth. Yi Fan sensed something and turned back. However, he quickly grew disappointed, coldly stating, "What rubbish did Jiang Xen recommend to me? It is as useless as a stone egg, utterly foolish." Yet upon gazing at Qin Feng's handsome visage, a flicker of admiration surged within him. Even as a man, he felt an unusual allure, but was merely a fleeting moment, as he soon shook his head with a smile, declaring, aside from being handsome, he is of no consequence. Let my brilliance overshadow him today. Tremble, you pretty boy. As Yi Fan's spiritual energy surged, a kingly aura descended, causing the skies to darken and strange phenomena to unfold. He sought to challenge the limits. According to the powerful ones of the imperial capital, there existed an ancient legend regarding the heavenly gate trial. Should one's talent reach a certain extent, they could shatter the very heavens, breaking the heavenly gate. Such individuals, exceedingly rare, had not been seen since antiquity and were destined to become formidable figures. Transcending the Kanglan Empire and the Shenzhou lands, the potential for talent exceeding 6th grade was highly possible. He had come here because a powerful individual from the imperial capital had learned from ancient texts that the Heavenly Gate sect had once been a superpower millennia ago, now fallen into obscurity, with only this solitary gate standing tall. "Break for me," he shouted, channeling all his energy into the stone gate. The surrounding space grew tumultuous, as if the very heavens trembled for him. In the next instant, an ancient primal aura emerged. Yi Fan's face paled instantly. Humph! A cold snort, seemingly from ancient times, instantly devoured Yi Fan's spiritual power. Before this force, Yi Fan's golden dragon body felt as fragile as paper. The testing power of this ancient heavenly gate was the most terrifying force Yi Fan had ever encountered in this world. He felt his golden dragon body begin to crack inch by inch. Should he dare to provoke further, it seemed the heavenly gate could consume him instantly. His expression shifted rapidly, his face a storm of emotions. However, at that moment, Qin Feng also channeled the power of the Zongxian sword. Buzz! He sensed that ancient aura and felt the tearing sensation threatening to topple him. Yet he believed that as long as he activated the ancient divine body technique, he could easily resist as the aura of the Zongxian sword surged forth. The entire heavenly gate began to tremble anew. It seemed the gate was about to split. Jiang Xen, Hong Qi-xiong, and the others were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated this. That fellow. They were, of course, aware of the legend. Amidst the commotion, the crowd faintly heard a mournful cry. Qin Feng sensed a pleading, fearful emotion emanating from within the heavenly gate. Yet before he could react, the Zongxian sword within his sacred fish space suddenly radiated a blinding light. A genuinely terrifying aura surging through his hands into the heavenly gate. Creak! At this moment, everyone was horrified to witness the ancient stone gate, which had remained still for eons, beginning to fracture. The shattered stones flew forth like arrows. One disciple, unable to dodge in time, had his head exploded on the spot. "Quick dodge! It's going to explode!" Hong Qixiong's face turned frantic as he waved his hands, urging the elders and disciples to flee to safety. Qin Feng's expression also changed dramatically as he swiftly pulled Qin Xiao to safety in the next instant. Boom! The explosive sounds rendered ears momentarily deafened. The detonation of the heavenly gate sent shockwaves through the ground, causing nearby lakes to reverse flow, birds and fish to scatter, and clouds of dust to rise. The tremendous noise engulfed the entire Heavenly Gate estate. The Heavenly Gate had exploded, reduced to rubble. The elders rubbed their eyes repeatedly, struggling to comprehend the implications. What did this signify? The breaking of the limits of Shenzhou, a genius with talent exceeding 6th grade. The true genius had emerged here. In an instant, the 6 elders, including Jiang Xian, were overcome with uncontainable excitement. Soaring into the AIRT this moment, they disregarded the 10th prince and Yi Fan altogether. They only knew that the Heavenly Gate estate was on the verge of a resurgence. They were determined to invest all their resources in nurturing this prodigy. The elders soared through the clouds, wordlessly descending towards Qin Feng with fervor. To this day, disbelief lingered on their faces. They could hardly fathom. Chapter 20. From now on, you will serve him. Move over tonight. They could hardly believe that Qin Feng was so audacious. Witnessing the 10th prince complete an unprecedented transformation, shattering the Heavenly Gate and achieving the title of genius. How could he not leave? Such a lack of decorum. One elder trembled with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Feng. The 10th prince had shattered the Heavenly Gate, his talent likely surpassing 6th grade. He certainly could not be disregarded. He ought to be cherished and held dear. 10th prince, you truly are a hidden dragon, soaring to greatness. The elders' eyes were filled with awe. Today had opened their eyes to a new world. Golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. They transform into dragons amidst the winds and clouds. Hong Qixiong's gaze was profound, his expression grave as he approached step by step Qin Feng. Kneel and apologize to the prince. Jiang Xian's face was ashen in that moment. All thoughts of handsome men, cute boys, and galloping steeds faded into insignificance. The 10th Prince Yi Fan was her everything. Previously, she had made a grave mistake, all in an effort to preserve the name of Qin Feng. Reflecting on it now, it seems utterly absurd. Not only did Qin Feng offend the 10th Prince by killing Qin Gang, but even now, his disrespectful actions are deserving of death 1,000 times over. Observing that Qin Feng was ignoring her, Jiang Xian grew increasingly anxious. Your Highness, I acknowledge my error. I should not have been frivolous with her. Jiang Xian earnestly confessed her wrongdoing. Yi Fan cast a cold glance at Qin Feng before turning back and waving his hand, saying, no matter, it is not entirely your fault. Jiang Xian felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. Suddenly, as she spoke, a series of explosive sounds echoed from afar. The dark clouds above parted as if a giant hand had reached out. Flying, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon a figure clad in an exquisite star robe, stepping through the air with an elegance that seemed to stir the very fabric of reality with each step he took. His ascent was infinitely more impressive than the elders who relied on magical artifacts. This was true flight. Wherever he passed, the air trembled and the elements shifted, trees and rocks shattering under the force of his passage. Who could be so formidable? Qin Feng's pupils dilated in shock. The figure descended and made his way directly to the elevated chair. Taking a seat upon it, he must be the highest-ranking individual of the Tianmen sect. The newcomer appeared to be a middle-aged man with a square face, robust physique, and piercing gaze, effortlessly exuding spiritual energy and scattering starlight with a mere wave of his hand. We humbly welcome the sect master. The 6 elders and Jiang Xian quickly bowed in respect, followed by countless disciples. Even the 10th prince inclined his head slightly upon seeing him. However, Yi Fan remained remarkably composed. In stark contrast, the elders, while bowing, were already perspiring profusely from their foreheads. Behind sect master Lin Qingxian stood 10 exceptionally talented and distinguished young individuals, the legendary 10 disciples of the Tianmen sect. Xian had encountered the sect master before. Jiang Xian, her face filled with awe, proactively knelt before him. Not only was she favored under Yi Fan's command, but she was also cherished in the presence of the sect master. With her beauty, she thrived within the Tianmen sect. Although the elders were envious, none dared to show it. Lin Qingxian lowered his head, his gaze sharp as steel, causing Jiang Exin to feel a chill run down her spine, leaving her trembling with trepidation. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Qingxian finally spoke. "Rise." Jiang Exin dared not make any unnecessary movements and obediently stood up. "You have performed well. From now on, you shall remain by the 10th Prince's side, and you may move there tonight." Lin Qingxuan's voice resonated within her ears. "Thank you, Sect Master." Jiang Xian's eyes brimmed with ecstatic joy. It was as if she had heard the most beautiful notes in the world. And even long after his words had been spoken, she remained unable to calm her heart. Being Yifan's aide was initially the sect master's arrangement, and now she had taken a step further. 10th Prince, at this moment, Lin Qingxuan's gaze softened as he looked at Yifan. "Sect Master," Yifan replied amiably, "from now on, you are the hope of the Tianmen sect." Lin Qingxuan's sharp eyes briefly scanned the shattered remnants of the Tianmen. Confirming a realization, it turned out that the records in the sect's texts were true. It is fortunate that His Highness has the sect master's full support upon returning to the imperial capital. I shall certainly not forget this favor. Yifan nodded repeatedly. "Excellent. Henceforth the 10th Prince shall be the grand elder of our sect, outranking them." The authority in Lin Qingxuan's voice brooked no dissent this moment. Yifan was no longer merely a nominal figure at Yanluo Peak. He had truly ascended to a position of power. "I pay my respects to the Grand Elder." Hong Qi-xiong immediately reacted, greeting Yifan along with several elders whose eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. They had toiled for decades to reach their current status, only to be surpassed by a young man in an instant. "Greetings to all elders," Yifan responded modestly, maintaining a balanced demeanor regarding his newfound rank. After all, these connections formed the foundation of his future. He would need capable individuals to assist him when he governed the Kanglan Empire. 10th Prince this moment. Lin Qingxian was exceedingly pleased, his spirits buoyant. He reached out and seized a 4th-grade spirit herb from the nearby podium, crushing it into a pulp. Qin Feng's expression changed. He then noticed Lin Qingxian brush his fingers over a spatial ring, releasing a captivating fragrance that wafted through the air. Whoosh! A streak of green spiritual light, trailing a small tail, attempted to flee, but was swiftly caught by the sect master. "This 4th-grade spirit herb is far too inferior. I shall gift this herb to His Highness," Lin Qingxian declared with a smile. "The Herb King," the elders exclaimed in astonishment. Upon the emergence of this small creature, several elders were left slack-jawed, drooling uncontrollably. This was something that was exceedingly difficult to procure within the Tianmen sect. It was not merely rare. It was as if the entire Tianmen's factions, along with the sect itself, could only afford a single one of these spirit herbs. With the Herb King in hand, it meant that the path of cultivation would be smooth sailing, dramatically boosting one's realm. It could almost sustain an ordinary cultivator's entire lifetime of resources. "Thank you, Sect Master." Yifan hastily accepted it, a jubilant smile spreading across his face. Even within the imperial treasury, it would be a challenge to find several of these Herb Kings. Moreover, the imperial treasury was not freely accessible. What? Qin Feng finally understood. He felt utterly frustrated, realizing that his actions had inadvertently benefited someone else, especially with that 4th-grade spirit herb, which was precisely the ingredient needed to save his sister. It had been crushed by the sect master in a display of arrogance. Qin Feng was certain that the Tianmen had erupted because it could not contain the aura of his buried heaven sword. 10th Prince, let us see your golden dragon physique, Lin Qingxian said, in high spirits. Roar! Yifan nodded, standing tall as a dragon's roar resonated, and a golden dragon shadow immediately emerged from within him, coiling around his form. Not a spiritual body, Lin Qingxian carefully sensed. His expression suddenly changed, his body stiffening. How could a mere spiritual body possess 6th-grade qualifications? Such power could not possibly shatter the Tianmen. Then he recalled something, his sharp gaze scanning Qin Feng, who remained unyielding and fearless in the face of him, causing Lin Qingxuan's eyes to brighten. Could it be that another individual was responsible for the destruction of the Tianmen? Chapter 21. The sky is darkening. We must hurry. Seeing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, Lin Qingxuan's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. How audacious you are, attempting to feign composure to attract my attention for personal gain. Fool. Lin Qingxian regarded Qin Feng with mockery, as if he had encountered many individuals of this sort before. He had no interest in engaging with Qin Feng. Instead, he turned to Yi Fan in surprise, saying, "It seems our sect has been woefully uninformed. The upper limit of spiritual bodies can indeed reach such heights. I have never heard that spiritual bodies could break through the 6th grade qualifications and shatter the Tianmen. Now, I have truly gained insight. Does this not imply that His Highness may very well have unlocked a hidden attribute? Even the one who ascended the celestial pillar at Qingming Peak possessed only a fire spiritual body at the 5th grade level and had ventured to the sacred land of Shenzhou." Jiang Exang gasped in awe, her eyes filled with envy. A hidden attribute. The special physique levels of cultivators range from low to high as spiritual body, celestial body, immortal body, and divine body. It is said that upon fully realizing these physiques, there is a minuscule chance of unlocking hidden attributes, allowing those who have reached the limit of their physical potential to break through another realm. Very likely. Lin Qingxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had been pondering that the 10th prince had likely unlocked a hidden attribute. Before long, Yi Fan would ascend to the celestial body. If that were the case, Yi Fan would undoubtedly be a peerless genius, potentially surpassing Yi Huiyin. Damn it, I would rather believe myself to be uninformed than accept that I was the one who blew up the Tianmen. Qin Feng ground his teeth in frustration, wishing he could slap Lin Qingxian twice. Fear not. In 5 days, during the 7 Peaks martial gathering, our sect shall retrieve another piece of the Tianmen from the sect's forbidden grounds, solidifying His Highness's reputation as a genius. Lin Qingxian chuckled. So, there's another ancient Tianmen within the sect. It just so happened that during that time, individuals from the imperial capital would come to escort His Highness to participate in the imperial war, paving the way for him. He was thoughtful in his considerations for Yi Fan. Excellent. Jiang Exang and the other elders were ecstatic. In 5 days, they would witness the peerless genius Yi Fan, the grand elder of the Tianmen sect. In front of the world, this extraordinary talent was cultivated by the Tianmen sect. Yi Fan reveled in the taste of being supported, nodding in satisfaction. "That sounds splendid." "Wait!" At this moment, a clear and resonant voice echoed, bringing an immediate hush over the crowd. That if I am not mistaken, when the heavenly gate burst open, Yi Fan had already withdrawn his hands from it before me. Logically, I should be the first. So grant me the reward that is rightfully mine, a Tier 4 spiritual herb, the Millennium Profound Ice Fruit. Qin Feng earnestly extended his hand to claim the spiritual herb. As these words left his mouth, the assembly was left nearly speechless in disbelief. Who dares to contest the first place with the 10th prince? Damn! I have never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. An elder's face darkened instantly, as he vividly imagined himself in Qin Feng's position. Were he to behave so brazenly, he would surely seek a crack in the ground to hide in. Where did this brat come from? Is he tired of living? Someone swiftly expel this elder. Hong Qi chastised on the spot. So you are this shameless, and here I was, speaking well of you. You have utterly insulted my intelligence. Jiang Exang's face flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her head. The thought that it was she who had recommended Qin Feng to the 10th prince made her feel almost mortified. Even if you are a sword cultivator, you cannot be so arrogant. Moreover, the prince's talents far surpass yours by leagues. Jiang Exang was seething with indignation. This fellow is indeed a fool. A sword cultivator? This piqued the interest of some. Even the sect leader, Lin Qingxian, cast a fleeting glance at Qin Feng. However, it was merely a cursory glance, aside from the term sword cultivator stirring a flicker of interest within him. The remainder was only disdain. From the outset, Qin Feng had exhibited a lack of discernment, meandering aimlessly next to Yi Fan, attempting to bask in his radiance. Furthermore, the Tier 4 spiritual herb had already been crushed by him. Yet he still dared to demand it, leaving no face for himself. Young man, cultivation requires a grounded approach. Do not indulge in petty cleverness, for it serves no purpose. To assume that a modicum of sword cultivation prowess allows for unbridled arrogance is folly. One mountain may hide another higher still. The 10th Prince's capabilities are something you could only aspire to glimpse throughout your lifetime. Lin Qingxian shook his head and departed into the skies. Does this imply that the spiritual herb shall not be granted? Qin Feng was left dumbfounded. Moreover, he even dared to question my character? Qin Feng, did you kill Qin Gang? Do you realize he belongs to me? Yi Fan approached leisurely. One ought to consider their master before striking a dog. What? Is the illustrious genius Yi seeking personal vengeance? Qin Feng scoffed. Arrogant, brazen. Hong Qi bellowed, you having entered the Heavenly Gate sect, should promptly kowtow and pay respects to the Grand Elder. Ah, I kneel to heaven, to the earth, and to my parents, but I shall not bow to others. I lack your sycophantic tendencies. Qin Feng comprehended then. Wherever one goes, there are always those insufferable fools from the Qin family. You! Hong Qixiong was about to erupt in rage when Yi Fan intervened. There is no need for Elder Hong to be angry. Since he refuses to yield, let us offer him an opportunity. Lest it be said that this elder bullies the young. Yi Fan's suggestion sparked intrigue among the onlookers. 5 days hence, the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly will commence, at which time the second Heavenly Gate shall emerge. All the buffoonery will be buried beneath the dust, never to rise again. Jiang Xan laughed, admiration gleaming in her eyes, as she gave Yi Fan a thumbs up. Brilliant, truly brilliant. If one were to kill Qin Feng now, it would only invite accusations of bullying the weak. Young man, focus on securing a commendable ranking at the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Otherwise, you will not be worthy of my hand. Yi Fan had already resolved that he would use the most ruthless methods to crush this jester. Demonstrating to all the consequence of disrespect, he walked away with his hands clasped behind him. Hong Qixiong also began to display a smile. Since the prince wished to play, he would gladly go along. Subsequently, he approached Qin Feng and spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Young man, I shall grant you a Tier 3 spiritual herb. May I beseech you for a favor? What? Qin Feng frowned. You must promise me that when the time comes to select peaks, do not choose my Yama peak. This elder cannot bear such ill fortune. Hong Qixiong gritted his teeth that he feared that Qin Feng would seek revenge and insist on joining Yama Peak. Would that not render him an enemy in the eyes of the 10th Prince? Truly do not select my Yama Peak. Hong Qixiong wished to offer further counsel, as Yama Peak was the strongest among the 7 peaks. No problem. Qin Feng agreed without a moment's hesitation to IT is settled. Hong Qixiong hastily pressed the spiritual herb into Qin Feng's hand, fearing he might change his mind. Young man, the inheritance of a sword cultivator is indeed rare. It is a shame that your intellect is somewhat lacking. Else you could have caught the 10th Prince's it is not that this elder looks down upon you. Please understand, if not, why not work at the deacon's office? Elder Jiang is in charge there. She is quite the beauty, you know. Hong Qixiong jested with a mischievous glimmer in his eye. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with interest. She was unafraid of any revenge from the 10th Prince, for she was to serve him that very night. Before going, why not enjoy a moment with Qin Feng? Sensing Jiang Xian's intentions, Hong Qixiong promptly whisked away the other 5 elders. Jiang Xian, feeling a surge of heat, swayed her waist and beckoned alluringly. Young man, what are you waiting for? Embrace me. Stop dawdling. Hurry. It will soon be dark, and I must report to the prince. We need to make haste. Chapter 22. Drink and sleep with the senior sister. Enjoying a night of comfort. Apart from soaking me to the skin, what else can you do? Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Jiang Xian. Last time, she had left him reeking. You. Jiang Xian stomped her foot, her face turning crimson. So it was you, the little flirt, who enticed my brother. Qin Xiao scrutinized her from head to toe. You little brat, your tongue is quite sharp. Had it not been for the 10th Prince reserving your maidenhood, I would have stripped you of your garments and tossed you into a beggar's den. Jiang Xian's eyes glinted with malice. Say that again. Qin Xiao felt her temper rising, dark magic swirling her mind as she struggled to suppress her fury. Is this elder afraid of you? Jiang Xian's expression turned menacing as she stepped forward, raising her hand strike. Are you seeking death? Qin Feng positioned himself in front of Qin Xiao, his pupils narrowing. Oomph! Jiang Xan seemed to recall the eerie purple thread, and her complexion paled instantly. The Seven Peaks do not want you. Apart from the deacon's office, where else can you go? Jiang Xian's bravado waned, and she dared not provoke Qin Feng further. Who said that? There were still 6 elders just now. Is there not one remaining? Qin Feng pointed to a solitary stool that had been moved aside. You mean Qingming Peak? Jiang Xian's expression grew peculiar. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly remembered the day he had encountered Yihua. The image of her striking figure in a red dress still lingered in his mind. Qin Feng chuckled. So is Qingming Peak. Then I shall choose it. Jiang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, but a hint of pity crossed her face as she suddenly said, You have chosen a path between early death and late death, and you have opted for a tragic end. Jiang Xian stepped back a few paces and added, I suggest you keep your distance from your sister. Her talent is commendable, and you do not wish to hinder her future. Better that she follows the 10th prince and becomes a warm bed companion. Silence. Before Jiang Xian could finish, Qin Feng cut her off. If you wish for death, I shall grant you that now. Qin Feng's killing intent surged as he moved closer to Jiang Xian. Ta-da! Jiang Xian cried out, seemingly aware that the eerie force would trigger upon close contact. She hastily retreated several steps. Young man, if you wish to go to Qingming Peak, you might as well visit a grave first. Jiang Xian's voice held an unnatural tremor as she pointed in a certain direction, then fled without a second thought. Visit a grave? Qin Feng was perplexed as he followed Jiang Xian's. A gust of chilling wind swept through, causing both Qin Feng and his sister to shiver. Brother, perhaps we should not go. Qin Shower tugged at Qin Feng's arm. No way. We must enter the Heavenly Gate sect. Your demonic flower poison cannot afford to linger. I will do whatever it takes to cure you. A resolute glint shone in Qin Feng's eyes. Brother, actually, Qin Shower hesitated, a conflict evident in her gaze, as if she had something to say. Let us go. Qin Feng was oblivious to his sister's hesitation, resolutely pulling her hand as he stepped forward. After walking a short distance, the imagined palatial abode did not materialize. Instead, several grave markers caught their attention. The tombs of ordinary disciples from Qingming Peak, Zhou Qing and Wang Yang, alongside those of the core disciples, including their venerable master, the second elder, and Mu Lao. Looking up, they beheld a multitude of headstones, numbering in the hundreds. That a solemn, desolate, and chilling atmosphere emanated from these gravestones, stretching for miles. The inscriptions on the stones were blood red, seemingly engraved by a woman's delicate hand, the script both elegant and intricate. Although the characters were diminutive, they exuded a menacing aura, sharp and piercing to the EY. In a moment of disorientation, it felt as though a legion of black skeletons, wielding long swords, roared and charged heedlessly into battle, undeterred by the specter of death. At that moment, Qin Feng finally grasped the meaning behind Jiang Xian's words. Brother, I feel like crying. The somber atmosphere enveloped Qin Shower, causing her eyes to redden. Come now, Qin Feng urged, leading her onward. The sense of melancholy washed over him, an inexplicable sorrow akin to the mourning of a rabbit for a dead fox, though he knew not what had transpired with Yihua. This was the path of cultivation. A single misstep could lead to a fate of white bones. Proceeding further past the graveyard, they were met with an endless expanse of azure steps. Upon closer inspection, they noticed various sword marks and fist imprints, along with dark, moldy stains, evidence of blood that had long since congealed, transformed by the elements. Scattered across the steps were offerings of incense and candles, with wine jars strewn about, suggesting that visitors came to pay their respects often. Who goes there? At that moment, a woman's voice rang out. Looking down, they beheld a woman clad in simple garments, reclining amidst the wine jars. Her features were mature, exuding a commanding presence, with her hair cascading down her shoulders, a black hairpin carelessly skewered atop her head. She appeared slightly inebriated, her bosom ample and inviting. Ahem, this esteemed sister, I am Qin Feng, a new disciple of Qingming Peak. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at her chest before hastily averting his gaze at the new arrival. The woman looked up, seemingly incredulous. She flung the wine jar in her arms, shattering it with a resounding crash. the exquisite red plum wine spilling onto the ground. You dare to come to Qingming Peak while this blood is still fresh? Well, since I've been feeling rather lonely of late, having a male disciple around could be refreshing. Come, let me test your worth. With that, the woman perked up, swiftly reaching for Qin Feng's most sensitive area. What the? Qin Feng, noticing his sister's furious expression, which threatened to ignite, broke into a cold sweat and dodged away. His sister was quite protective of her territory. Turning to the woman, Qin Feng inquired, "Esteemed sister, might you know the whereabouts of your? I seek her." "How old are you?" The woman stood, brushing aside her hair, her gaze piercing to, 17.17, just 2 years younger than me, and you dare call me esteemed sister? The woman's eyes widened, her expression fierce enough to devour. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had never encountered such a demand. He quickly replied, "If you please, esteemed sister, might you inform me where Yi Huer can be found?" With a burst of laughter, Qin Xiaoer doubled over. "Oh my, that's hilarious." Qin Feng, maintaining a serious demeanor, asked, "Sister, did I say something wrong?" "Oh right, there are many customs in the sect. I should have greeted you first." Realization dawned on him as he bowed. "I am Qin Feng, the newly appointed disciple of Qingming Peak, and I pay my respects to the esteemed sister." The woman waved her hand dismissively, clarifying, "What I meant was, we are nearly the same age. You should call me sister." "Ah, understood. Esteemed sister, my apologies for the earlier misstep." The woman's face darkened momentarily. "I am not esteemed. That is merely a colloquialism. My name is Tang Yin. Just call me Sister Tang." She ground her teeth in frustration. "No wonder you were sent to Qingming Peak. It appears you are hopelessly foolish." Qin Feng exclaimed, "Sister Tang, enough with the pleasantries. Come with me. Sister Yi has her hands full tonight. You two shall dine and rest with me, and I will introduce you to her tomorrow." Tang Yin waved her hand dismissively before turning to ascend the steps, casually grabbing 2 wooden plaques along the way, carving as she walked. "Sister Tang, what is this?" He observed her inscribing the words, "Husband Qin Feng's grave." Tang Yin replied matter-of-factly, "Given your intellect, it's unlikely you will survive the night. Thus, I am preparing your plaque to avoid leaving your grave nameless." "What about this husband title?" Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. "Oh, is that what you meant?" Tang Yin turned, scrutinizing him for a prolonged moment, which made him feel uneasy. Finally, she smiled ruefully. "I find you quite handsome. Since you are destined for death, why waste the opportunity? Let us share a drink and indulge in a fleeting moment of passion. After all, life is filled with regrets, and I doubt I have many days left." Chapter 23. Unable to steady his sword, yet flirting everywhere, at a loss for words, Qin Feng stood speechless, while Qin Xiaoer placed a finger on his waist, making a sharp turn. "Enough, sister was only teasing you. Look how frightened you are." Tang Yin tossed the wooden plaque aside. "However, let us share a room tonight. Some monsters tend to emerge after dark. I have a formation in my room that can ensure our safety." Tang Yan's gaze held a hint of genuine concern. "And my sister?" Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. "Your sister? She can go wherever she pleases," Tang Yin replied, turning with a radiant smile as she walked away. Qin Feng was left speechless. Was that truly a safeguard for his life, or merely an invitation for his company? Surprisingly, Qin Xiaoer was not angry, sensing the genuine concern in Tang Yan's demeanor. It was a rare glimpse of warmth in their lives. That night, in the grand hall of Qingming Peak, a bonfire blazed. Fish, this is my specialty." Qin Feng tended to the two, preparing golden roasted fish complemented by a special blend of spices. Delicious. Time may be fraught with hardships, but nothing compared to the aroma of brother's roasted fish. Qin Xiaoer's face lit up with happiness as she devoured the fish like a ravenous kitten. This spice is identical to that of Sister Yi's. Be honest, are you two involved?" Tang Yin sniffed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I procured it from fellow named Yi Xian." Qin Feng shot her a glance, then recalled the enigmatic young man. "Oh, you're quite something. That's the second prince," Tang Yin remarked knowingly. "Hey, tell me, what is the story behind Qingming Peak? Why has it fallen into ruin?" Qin Feng had long been curious about this. "That is a taboo. It involves Sister Yi. I shan't say more, that if you survive the night, Ask her directly tomorrow. A hint of sadness crossed Tang Yin's features. Understood. Qin Feng nodded, resolved to hone his swordsmanship tonight and confront the so-called monsters. His sister and Tang Yin would share a room, protected by the formation. Meanwhile, at Yinluo Peak, Yi Fan was enjoying drinks with 10 core disciples, merrily toasting each other, reveling in their camaraderie. The presence of the 10 core disciples was orchestrated by the sect leader, under the guise of mutual exchange, but in reality, it was a display of sycophancy towards Yi Fan accepted their flattery with ease. Why not relish in the company of free subordinates? It was a win-win situation. As the revelry peaked, a disciple named Wang Baobao stood up. Your Highness, I've heard that the Qin Feng who offended you has gone to Qingming Peak. That it is a grave offense. Recently, I have learned a secret technique named peeling the layers. It can strip the skin from a living person, unraveling their sinews in a specific order, inducing unbearable agony, akin to hell. Agony? Will the person die? Yi Fan inquired, intrigued. Your Highness, the brilliance of this technique lies in the fact that the victim does not perish. Instead, they are kept alive to endure torment for 99 days before finally succumbing. Wang Baobao's eyes gleamed with malice. Your creativity knows no bounds. Go ahead, but don't kill him. Yi Fan chuckled, clearly pleased. Your Highness, once I accomplish this, may I have the privilege of playing with Elder Jiang? Wang Baobao's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Then a devilish idea struck him. Why not? Tonight, I shall have my fun with her. When you handle your task, remember to bring along Qin Feng's sister. But do not touch her first. Use her as a bargaining chip for Jiang Exen. Once you tire of Jiang Exen, you can swap her for his sister. Let us take turns. Yi Fan's smile held a hint of perversion. Understood. Wang Baobao was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly exited, his figure disappearing into the night. Alas, he has stolen a march on us. The remaining 9 disciples immediately began to pound their chests and stamp their feet in frustration. Yet a single remark from Yi Fan instantly illuminated their faces. No matter, in the future, when you have women, you may come to this palace for an exchange. However, one thing must be clear, regardless of whose woman it is. This prince shall take the first bite. As the night deepened, the darkness enveloped Qingming Peak, rendering visibility non-existent. Qin Feng had been assigned to a secluded chamber, but his curiosity regarding the so-called monster compelled him to venture far from the main hall of Qingming Peak. Climbing the ancient stone steps, before long, a chilling shadow appeared before him. It was humanoid in shape, yet its eyes glowed a sinister green, its body covered in matted hair, and its claws were exceedingly sharp. In an instant, it lunged at Qin Feng with ferocity. Bang! Qin Feng braced himself against the attack, feeling as though his entire body had been dislocated. Meanwhile, the shadow exhibited no reaction, continuing its aimless assault like a mindless beast. What immense power! Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, it's a demonic corpse. Naturally, it is formidable. Do not wield your burial immortal sword. Instead, use an ordinary longsword to hone your swordsmanship. It just so happens that I was worried about finding a sparring partner for you. Today, I shall personally guide you in your sword training. The voice of the Empress echoed in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng drew a long sword. Suddenly, the night was illuminated by a myriad of green lights. On the other side, the formation's glow flared, keeping dozens of demonic corpses at bay, granting Qin Feng a sense of security. The path of sword cultivation is unyielding. When the sword is drawn, life and death are determined. What one seeks is speed and strength. You possess the advantage of the eternal divine body, the vessel of the world, which has a special resonance with the sword and with the tempering of yang energy. Your physical strength is unrivaled. Whoosh! Just as the Empress's words faded, a mysterious force erupted from the sacred fish space, exploding amidst the horde of demonic corpses. Roar! The previously aimless demonic corpses became frenzied, howling at the sky, their mouths spewing forth demonic energy like an ocean, surging towards Qin Feng with wild abandon. Come on, strike from the upper left, commanded the Empress's voice. Qin Feng's pupils constricted as the demonic corpses suddenly became savage. Moving with astonishing speed, almost leaving afterimages in their wake. Relying solely on instinct, he sidestepped and thrust his sword in the direction the Empress indicated. Clang! A jolt of pain surged through his palm, the agony and tearing sensation causing him to drop the longsword. Useless! You can't even hold a sword steady. What qualifications do you have to flirt with women? The Empress's voice was devoid of warmth, the air around them seemingly freezing. The demonic corpses appeared to be momentarily immobilized. The Empress's prowess was terrifying. This was the first time Qin Feng had been scolded by her. While he felt some resentment, it ignited a fierce fighting spirit within him. Satisfied by this, the Empress remarked, "At least you possess some manhood. Try again." As Qin Feng bent to retrieve his sword, the demonic corpses suddenly surged forth again, charging at him with reckless abandon. Time and again, Qin Feng faced near annihilation at the hands of these corpses, and were it not for the Empress's control, he would have met his demise 100 times over. However, he gradually began to develop his sword techniques in a normal battle. He no longer relied solely on the one-sword cross world from the Great Desolation sword technique. Qin Feng was beginning to comprehend a profound truth. True strength is forged in battle. The skirmish continued throughout the night. By dawn, Qin Feng lay exhausted on the stone steps, yet his eyes gleamed with clarity. His combat abilities had significantly improved, and he had mastered the second sword of the Great Desolation sword technique. One Sword of Void. The Great Desolation sword technique comprised 9 forms, each capable of moving mountains and filling seas. His combat prowess sword. After a brief respite, Qin Feng sheathed his sword. Stretching lazily, he hurried back to awaken his sister and Tang Yan for breakfast. However, as he approached the Grand Hall's entrance, his expression shifted dramatically. He noticed the formation outside dimming and the door to the chamber shattered. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from within. "You may have killed me, but I know nothing of Qin Feng. I have never seen him at Qingming Peak." Tang Yan was covered in blood, her gaze dimmed. Chapter 24. "Brother, hurry and consummate the marriage. I'll support you to go for it." Tang Yan's lips were cracked, her complexion pale. There was not a single unscathed part of her body. 2 fingers were missing from her left hand, and half of the flesh on her back had been brutally torn away. Qin Xiaoer was bound nearby, her mouth gagged with a piece of cloth, her cheeks bearing 2 vivid red handprints, and clear tear streaks tugged at the heartstrings. Wang Baobao stood with 3 disciples by his side, summoned last night due to their inability to breach the formation. With a sinister grin, he ground his foot into Tang Yan's arm. "Will you speak?" Tang Yan writhed in pain, unable to suppress her anguished cries. You 10 beasts of disciples. Even if I die in agony, I will never comply with your wishes. Ha ha! I have long foreseen this day. You would not spare us Qingming Peak. Regardless, with us all dead, what difference does one more make? Even as a ghost, I shall not let you go." Despair washed over Tang Yan, yet she still defended Qin Feng, revealing not a hint of information about him. "Well, you have quite the spirit, but I wonder, when you are beneath me, will you still be so resolute?" Wang Baobao's eyes glinted with lewdness. "Ha ha! Brother Wang, if you're going to do this, you can't do without such a thing." A disciple surnamed Lu produced a pink pill and forced it into Tang Yan's mouth. A harmony pill. What a fine item! Wang Baobao's eyes brightened at the sight. The pill's effects were swift. Tang Yan's complexion flushed, her body ablaze with heat. He tugged at her clothing. "Ryup." Tang Yan's top was shredded, revealing a delicate undergarment. Her fair skin was tempting beyond measure. "Since the 10th prince forbids me from touching that girl, I shall have to settle for you." Wang Baobao began to unfasten his trousers. "Whoa!" Qin Xiaoer struggled desperately, tears streaming uncontrollably as she witnessed Wang Baobao skinning Tang Yan's back. Her feet scraped against the ground. But the binding was an exquisite spirit tool called the Binding Dragon Rope, rendering her efforts futile. Even those of the spirit realm could do nothing against it. "Stop." At that moment, Qin Feng returned, his voice cold and resolute. "I have returned. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Release my sister and mentor." He swept a glance. His sister had only received 2 slaps and was not gravely harmed. But upon seeing Tang Yan, his gaze narrowed. The depths of his eyes radiated murderous intent. He had overheard every word spoken moments ago, and his heart swelled with gratitude. Tang Yen would rather die than betray him. Oh, so, you do know how to return. Wang Baobao turned, brimming with arrogance. Temporarily adjusting his trousers, he sauntered over to Qin Feng, scrutinizing him closely. Ninth level of Qi Si? Wang Baobao shrieked in disbelief, recalling Qin Feng's prior state at the first level of Qi Si during the trial. Qin Feng had slain countless demonic corpses throughout the night. Some still bore their former storage bags or rings. Seizing the opportunity, he had acquired a wealth of materials, including those for refining weapons, all of which he had melted using the Eternal Divine Body technique. His cultivation had surged. He intended to inquire with Tang Yen about the origins of these demonic corpses, as they were veritable walking treasures. Qin Shidi, you must leave. Their methods are cruel. You are no match for them. Tang Yen struggled against the intoxicating effects of the pill, gritting her teeth and gesturing for Qin Feng to escape. Qin Feng glanced at Tang Yen, offering her a reassuring look at that moment. He had resolved to regard her and Qin Ming Peak as he would his own sister, vowing to protect them with his life. You, take action. Qin Feng pointed at Wang Baobao. TCH, do you think you're worthy? Lu Shidi, it's up to you. Wang Baobao dismissed him with a sneer, gesturing to another disciple. Ninth level of Qi Si? Killing you is no more challenging than dispatching a dog. Lu Quan stepped forward, gathering his spiritual energy, and struck out with the palm that I am at the ninth level of spirit realm. What can you compare to me? Before he could finish his boast, his voice was abruptly cut off. Suddenly, swish, a shadow of a sword whizzed past him. You. Lu Quan's eyes widened in terror as one of his arms flew off, soaring to the rafters before plummeting to the ground. Thud. The arm landed heavily. I could see that moment. Qin Feng's sword was swift, fierce, and precise. Lu Quan's complexion drained of color, yet he failed to finish his second sentence. Splat. The earlier sword shadow returned, piercing through his skull, inertia carrying it to lodge in the doorframe. Lu Quan was dead. Is this what they call the so-called 10 top disciples? Qin Feng shook his head, seemingly filled with disappointment at this moment. Even Wang Baobao was taken aback. The entire sect was abuzz with rumors that yesterday, a disciple had shamelessly approached the heavenly gate of the 10th prince. Possessing merely the cultivation of the first level of the Qi Si, an utter disgrace with pitiful talent, it seemed that person was named Qin Feng. The atmosphere became as silent as a grave. At this instant, Tang Yen, her face flushed and lost in a haze, was in the midst of disrobing when she too momentarily froze in shock before continuing to writhe. She could not comprehend why her junior brother was so formidable. Qin Feng, how dare you kill a core disciple in front of us? Are you not afraid of the sect as punishment? The other two disciples were equally astonished. Indeed, he had killed him right before their eyes. Qin Feng drew the long sword embedded in the door frame. The head tumbled down. Bold. Wang Baobao thundered with rage. You dare to kill one of the top 10 disciples personally trained by the sect leader. A loyal subordinate of the 10th prince, and a future servant of the great Emperor Kanglin. How dare you? Flames of fury surged in Wang Baobao's eyes. Will you kneel and beg for death? Or shall I personally flay your skin, rip your tendons, and imprison your soul in the underworld, subjecting it to flames for a millennium? Before he could finish, the long sword struck again, shooting through the air like skipping stones on water. Do you still dare? Wang Baobao turned around, only to hear two loud thuds as blood blossoms exploded. With a crash, the heads of the other two disciples burst open, bone fragments scattering everywhere. At this moment, Qin Feng's figure moved forward. After dispatching the two, he aimed his sword at Wang Baobao. Shock and anger coursed through him as he gathered his strength, his aura swelling like an ocean, forming into his fists. The ninth strike of the heavenly gate. How dare you strike at me? Who do you think you are? Have you no mirror to reflect on yourself? Wang Baobao's confident smile suddenly froze, unable to remain. Boom! The gathered aura exploded, and his arms were severed by a single sword strike. The sword danced amidst the light and shadows, resembling splendid fireworks, spiraling upwards with blood and flesh debris. Wang Baobao's life utterly extinguished in Qin Feng's wrath. Wang Baobao perished without leaving a trace. Qin Feng had flayed him alive. Even in death, he could not comprehend how he, the strongest among the top 10 disciples, surpassing the nascent soul realm, could die so swiftly. With a swipe, the dragon-binding rope was severed, its remnants collected by Qin Feng, to be transformed into his own cultivation through the ancient divine body technique. Brother, quickly save Sister Tang. After regaining her freedom, Qin Xiao rushed to assist Tang. Why, this moment, Tang Yen had completely lost her humanity, consumed by desire. I want, she shouted incoherently, grabbing anyone to kiss. Not a shred of clothing remained on her body. Qin Xiao could not endure being kissed by the same sex. She hastily pushed her towards Qin Feng, saying, "Hurry and enter the bridal chamber. Only this way can the Huan pill be dispelled, or Sister Tang will explode and perish." At this point, she had no qualms about Tang Yen, having regarded her as family after last night's ordeal. Be gentle with her. She's covered in injuries. I'll support you here. Just be a little careful, and I'll try to cooperate. Qin Xiao grasped Qin Feng's hand. Brother, go for it. Chapter 25. Horror spoke astonishingly. Into the bridal chamber? What nonsense. Qin Feng was left speechless. His sister's boldness made him feel apprehensive. You support her, and I'll go in. He shook his head and quickly said, Sister, you support her for a little while longer. I will be right back. Under Qin Xiao's puzzled gaze, Qin Feng stepped out with his sword. Upon reaching the outside of the main hall, he found a large willow tree at the peak of the mountain. Qin Feng hurried over, using his long sword to carve a willow branch. He then shaped it into a cylindrical form, slightly larger than average for ergonomic purposes, with an oval tip hollowing it out in the middle to insert a spirit stone, creating a simple device. Finally, he sealed it, leaving a small button. Crack. The strength is sufficient. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and quickly returned to the main hall. This moment, Qin Xiao's face was flushed. She was oblivious to what had transpired. Sister, take this for her. Let us guard the door. Qin Feng handed the finished toy to Tang Yen. Tang Yen's body was twisting uncontrollably, her mouth wet, exhaling like orchids, and the brief touch of Qin Feng's hand seemed to trigger a switch within her. The intense desire drove her to frantically seek an outlet, her voice rising and falling as she clutched Qin Feng's fingers and began to suck. She was intoxicated, taking a few more passionate sips. A wave of warmth surged through Qin Feng, leaving him tingling with pleasure. The next moment, Tang Yen's soft, fair skin pressed against him like an octopus preparing to embrace him. This caused Qin Feng to stagger. Gulp, he struggled to swallow, pulling his hand from Tang Yen's mouth, wiping off the saliva, and turning his head away with great effort. He grabbed his sister and fled, sealing the doors and windows behind them. Brother, what did you give her? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Adult matters, don't pry. Qin Feng replied, sniffing his fingers. It smells like plum wine. Tang Yen had been marinated in the liquor for years. The following moments were exceedingly arduous. The sounds from Tang Yen's mouth resembled the waves of the sea, sometimes melodious, sometimes crashing violently. The sounds emanating from her body grew deeper and deeper, akin to bamboo hitting flesh, creating rhythmic pops. Initially, there were 9 faint pops followed by a heavy sound. Later, her breathing quickened, resembling the tumultuous sea striving to reach the peak of a tide, producing a series of popping sounds. Finally, with a high-pitched cry and a soft, trickling sound, the water flowed onto the ground as Tang Yen concluded this heart-stopping detoxification process. Her breathing gradually stabilized. After a short while, creak, Tang Yen emerged from the room, her weak face surprisingly displaying a hint of color. Sister, Qin Feng quickly supported her. Knowing she was grievously injured, don't touch my hand, Tang Yen exclaimed, but it was too late to, sister, did you wash your hands? Why are they wet? Qin Feng queried, shaking his hand, which was now damp. Yes, Tang Yen stammered, her face turning crimson, nearly wishing to sink into the ground. Unable to explain, she could only muddle through. She quickly retracted her arm, whispering, take me to the training room. There are healing elixirs there. If we delay, I will bleed out. All right, what about that little toy? Bring it along. Don't lose it. Qin Feng glanced into the room, seeing nothing but a puddle. I have it on me. No need to look, Tang Yen replied, feeling too embarrassed to lift her head. That big thing. Where is it? Qin Feng looked around but could not find any pockets on her clothes. Tang Yin instinctively tightened her legs. Mumbling, "Oh, don't ask. Let us hurry and go to the training room." Very well. Actually, Qin Feng was more concerned about retrieving the spirit stone, which was quite scarce. As they exited the main hall, the sight before them made Tang Yin gasp in shock. Countless demonic corpses lay scattered. "Hiss, I remember you saying you wanted to hone your swordsmanship. These, could they possibly be your doing?" Tang Yin's mouth fell agape. Qin Feng, lost in thought, still recalled that warm sensation. "Cough, cough, sister is joking. How could I be that powerful? They probably just got lost here." Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly. "Cut out, are you the only one in the Tianmin sect who can wield a sword? Look at all their sword wounds. Do you take me for a fool?" Tang Yan's eyes were filled with shock. What level of swordsmanship must one possess to slay these demonic corpses? They were piled high, resembling a small mountain. Where did all these demonic corpses come from? Qin Feng did not deny it, but inquired about their origin. After all, the storage bags on these corpses could provide him with ample refining materials. Even the claws and teeth of the demonic corpses, after being tainted and mutated by demonic energy, could now serve as refining materials. All of this was essential for his ascension in cultivation. The training room is at the back of the mountain, where Sister Yi resides. She should be back now. Just ask her. Sister Qin can accompany me for healing. Tang Yan's gaze darkened, unwilling to elaborate further, merely pointing in another direction. "All right." Qin Feng glanced at his sister, who nodded, saying, "Brother, go ahead. I'll stay with Sister Tang. You must be obedient and heed Sister Tang's words." Qin Feng gently patted her head before departing. He walked along the mountain path until he stumbled upon a familiar figure in a small courtyard. At the center of the courtyard, a bamboo pole was propped against the wall, upon which a red dress was drying. In addition, several red belly bands adorned with a black rose were displayed, appearing delicate and charming. Ahem, so it is merely a change of clothes. Qin Feng initially thought it was Yihor. Just then, a figure clad in red tumbled out of the doorway. Bang! Before she fell, a wine jar hit the ground, shattering into pieces. Missy! Missy! Qin Feng hurried to catch her, calling her name multiple times, but she remained unresponsive, the ground soaked in red plum wine. Only then did he realize she was intoxicated. .2 drunks. Qin Feng found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Tang Yin drank at the grave, while she drank behind the mountain. What could have happened to leave them both in such a state of despondency? Preferring to drown their sorrows in drink? At that moment, Qin Feng took a moment to truly observe Yihor in his arms. She possessed a unique beauty, her visage enchanting, her figure graceful, with red lips accentuating her alluring apricot eyes. Despite her current plain attire, the subtle hints of her jade-like legs stirred the imagination. Her long hair cascaded down onto Qin Feng's shoulders. She outshone both Sister Tang and Jiang Xin by a mile. "You." Qin Feng began to speak, but Yihor opened her beautiful eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Don't speak, just hold me." After uttering these words, she closed her eyes again, seemingly relishing the moment. Qin Feng was taken aback. What the? Chapter 26. Sister peels off pants. What is she planning to do? Then she fell asleep, sinking into a deep and sweet slumber. With no other option, Qin Feng could only carry her into the house. Closing the door behind him, it was not meant in any other way. He merely wished to shield Miss Ye's tranquil dreams from the sun's rays. The interior was elegantly arranged and remarkably tidy. Though small, it was fully furnished, and each item exuded an air of nobility and refinement. Truly, she hailed from the imperial capital. "What do you want me to do like this?" Qin Feng forced a smile, attempting to place her on the bed, but her delicate hands clung tightly to his neck. The warmth of her gentle touch made it difficult for Qin Feng to let go that moment. As she exerted her strength, their faces nearly touched, her breath like orchids wafting a faint fragrance from her lips. Forget it. Qin Feng decided to simply lift her veil and sat down beside her. Looking down, he beheld the beauty lost in a drunken dream. Her cheeks flushed, skin as white as snow, and her lips moist, murmuring sweet nothings in her slumber. You say that the celestial pillar, what sort of person could shake it, even slightly, only to vanish into thin air? My future is gone. Why must I be a woman? Yihua clung tightly to Qin Feng, her nails digging in his flesh, causing him to wince. her brow furrowed. And her expression was one of confusion. Don't go to the demon's lair. Master. Senior brother. Sister. Yihor seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, her face devoid of color as she pleaded pitifully. As the sun rose high in the east, Qin Feng held her for an entire day, while Yihor slept through a day filled with stories. Only when evening approached did he quietly extricate himself and step outside. At that moment, the evening breeze wafted through, echoing the saying, "The waning moon hangs high." With a few twinkling stars, it dawned on him that everything was of his own making. Qin Feng sighed, feeling somewhat remorseful. Listening to Yihor's day-long murmurs, the disappearance of the celestial pillar had incited great fury in the realm. Their cohort of prodigies who worshipped the pillar had become harbingers of misfortune. The empire of Kanglin was also affected. Yihor suffered even more, losing all resources and support, her family enduring deaths and injuries, while her entire sect on Qingming Peak was swallowed by the demon's lair. Creak! The door of the small courtyard suddenly seemed unable to bear the weight, and two shadowy figures stumbled in. Ahem, ahem. Tang Yin and Qin Qiaoer stood up awkwardly, wishing they could disappear into the ground. As they regained their composure, they muttered, "What a broken door." When Qin Feng turned to look, Tang Yin, with a teasing smile, asked, "Finished?" "Not bad. Your stamina seems impressive." Qin Feng was at a loss for words. "Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? You two just arrived?" Qin Qiaoer stammered. "We just got here, only for a day. We were here this morning to watch." "Puffed. You two are quite amusing," Tang Yin remarked, glancing inside. Seeing no movement, she exclaimed, "Sister Yi, are you shy and not coming out?" "She is still asleep. Don't shout," Qin Feng interjected, covering her mouth, feeling guilty and concerned that Yihor might be disturbed. "Oh dear, my mind is all over the place, after a day of upheaval." She must be exhausted. Tang Yin slapped her forehead, realization dawning upon her, then pulled Qin Feng aside. Qin Feng promptly gritted his teeth and said, "Sister Tang, I merely held her. Nothing else happened." Tang Yin glanced at Yihor's dress and belly bands, rolling her eyes. "What are you pretending for? You've stripped her down to nothing. There's no need for modesty now." She quickly added, I understand. Qin Shidi, come here for a moment." Tang Yin looked over at Yihor, her face flushing with embarrassment as she hesitated for quite a while before finally saying, "Qin Shidi, can I discuss something with you?" Her face turned crimson to the roots of her ears. "What is it?" Qin Feng turned, wary. "Could I possibly sleep with you just once? Ahem. Just a hug." Tang Yin tried her best to phrase it subtly, understanding how awkward such matters could be for Qin Feng. As she finished, her head lowered more and more, nearly burying it in the hem of Qin Feng's pants. Seeing Qin Feng retreat, she quickly added, "If you prefer the daytime, that's fine. I'm open to it any time." Upon hearing just a hug, Qin Feng pondered briefly before responding, "Oh, a hug. That's fine. Let us do it here." "Huh. Here. Are you sure?" Tang Yin asked, flustered. "Yes, right here." Qin Feng nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yin's eyes shimmered with determination as she said, "All right." She promptly knelt down, her lips slightly parted, reaching for Qin Feng's waistband. "Sister, I'm not sure if you can handle this." "What are you doing?" Qin Qiaoer suddenly approached. Startled, Tang Yin hesitated. "Do you want to join?" Qin Feng, without a backward glance, replied, "I'm off to dinner. If you lag behind, you'll go hungry." Yin Luo Peak. Jiang Exin limped out, supporting her waist, looking somewhat shaken. "After a whole day and night, I'm utterly exhausted. If I keep playing, I might lose my life." Just as she was lost in thought, a disciple rushed by, colliding directly with Jiang Exin. "Ouch! Who the hell doesn't he watch where they're going?" the disciple cursed. Looking up to see it was Jiang Exin, his eyes immediately turning flirtatious. "Oh, Elder Jiang finished already?" Upon seeing Zhao Anping, one of the top 10 core disciples, Jiang Exin scolded, "You little rascal." "Yes, just finished. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Come, let me ease your worries." Jiang Exin's delicate hand began to caress his chest. "Oh no, this is bad." Lu Quan, Wang Bao, and 2 other disciples originally went to Qingming Peak to cause trouble for that Qin Feng kid. As a result, all 4 of their soul lamps shattered. They're dead. Zhao Anping, forgetting about his flirtation with Jiang Exin, felt as if the sky had fallen. Boom! Jiang Exin's mind was in turmoil, her expression twisting with shock. It must have been Yihua's doing. Come, let us find a 10th prince and meet with the sect leader. This time, Qingming Peak must be disbanded, including those old-timers hiding away. Chapter 27. Qin Feng the Beast. Dating every day, the bright moon hung high. Qin Feng, Qin Xiaoer, and Tang Yin once again sat before a bonfire, gnawing on fish as they ate. A woman in a red dress approached, her charm undiminished. Upon seeing the trio, a faint smile graced her lips. What is this? Eating without inviting me. Yihuaer plopped down, unabashedly snatching the freshly grilled fish from Qin Feng's hands and devouring it with gusto. Oil smeared across her lips. Wow, Sister Yi, it has been quite some time since you donned a red dress. Out here in the dead of night, are you feeling a bit wild? Tang Yin could not help but chime in. Mind your own business. Yihuaer shot her a glare. Da-da. Let me tell you, Junior Brother Qin is exceptionally skilled. The little toys he creates are quite fascinating. Tang Yin glanced at the nearby willow tree. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Oh. Yihuaer raised an eyebrow. Her interest piqued. I have a particular fondness for trinkets. She immediately turned and tugged on Qin Feng's arm, saying, I want one too. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng nearly choked, his gaze evasive, unwilling to respond. I want it. Yihuaer twisted Qin Feng's arm, her eyes wide and determined. Although she had no idea what it was, she simply desired it. Whatever you give to others. I want one too. Fine, fine. Qin Feng begrudgingly nodded, allowing Yihuaer to continue enjoying her fish. Brother, I want one too. Qin Xiaoer shifted closer to Qin Feng, grasping his other arm, and it was evident that if he did not acquiesce, she would start twisting it as well. What do you children need it for? Qin Feng exclaimed, startled, giving her a light slap on the head that you're still too young. I cannot indulge you, that I mustn't spoil you. Wow. Qin Xiaoer immediately pouted, her eyes brimming with tears, and crying aloud. Qin Xiaoer protested. Tang Yin, with a mischievous smile, also inched closer to Qin Feng, teasingly suggesting, how about you make me another one? The one I have now is worn out and no longer suitable. Qin Feng, suddenly intrigued, asked, do you take it with you even while eating and sleeping? Tang Yin nodded, saying, yes, I'm using it right now. It's quite handy, especially in crowded places that it's rather exhilarating, but too bad I can't go down a mountain. Otherwise, I take a stroll in a bustling area. It should yield quite the effect. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Is it that extravagant? Ah, now I see. You're all just drifting along without any effort. Relying solely on the waves? Qin Xiaoer seemed to comprehend everything. You've uncovered senior sister's secret. I must silence you. Tang Yin immediately felt flustered, playfully lunging at her. Oh no, I'm ticklish. Qin Xiaoer surrendered, sprawling on the ground. Yihuaer squinted her eyes, gripping Qin Feng's arm, and coldly remarked, oh, it's been a while since we've met, and now you have women bringing you hair ties. With her keen perception, she could easily tell that this was not on par with Jiang Exine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The light of the thousand threads calamity flickered, emanating an aura of danger to a dog, perhaps. Marking her territory with a bit of urine, Yihuaer sneered. Although she did not know what it was that had startled her to the core, she instinctively sensed it was a woman's way of asserting dominance. Cough, cough. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Yihuaer truly had a sharp nose. Ha! Yi sister is jealous. Tang Yin relished the moment. You're asking for a beating. Yihuaer charged at her, as laughter and lightheartedness filled the air, their jovial sounds lingering until the moon began to set, having eaten to their heart's content. The group grew weary. Yihuaer then put away her smile and said seriously, let us go to the back hall. It's time to pay respects to the elders. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback before replying. Yi sister, have you made up your mind? Yihuaer smiled, saying, no need to think it over. I've already met Qin Feng before, and I trust his character, so there is no need for secrecy. Oh, so you two were already acquainted. Tang Yin felt a twinge of discontent, but obediently led the way. The group navigated through the depths of the grand hall, turning left and right until they arrived at a hidden door. Click, click, click. Yihuaer manipulated the mechanism. The hidden door creaked open, revealing a dozen or so individuals, both young and old. Who are these? Qin Feng gazed at the tense crowd, armed with weapons, their eyes filled with despair as they prepared for a fight. Master Zhang, don't panic. I've returned. Yi Huai stepped forward, and only then did the group exhale in relief, lowering their guard. The elder at the forefront, Zhang Jujing, regarded her with respect. "For it's you." The elder's murky eyes finally glimmered with a hint of brightness. The children behind him also seemed to regain a semblance of vitality. "Qin Feng, this is Master Zhang Jujing, and this is his grandson, Zhang Xiaolong. The others are the descendants of our departed elders. I apologize, Qingming Peak has only this many left. My initial intention was to showcase your talents. But now it seems Qingming Peak is unworthy of you. Yihuo's voice was laced with bitterness. How times have changed. Her protector, Old Mu, had also perished in the demon cave. Senior sister, you jest. I possess no extraordinary talents. It is my fortune to be here at Qingming Peak, Qin Feng said, waving his hands dismissively. The young man is quite remarkable, humble even. That is commendable, Zhang Jujing chuckled. Have you touched the heavenly gate? How long has it been? Qin Feng smiled wryly. Master Zhang, I'm not being humble. I touched it for just a little over a quarter of an hour before it exploded. And I couldn't measure it afterward. T must have been Yifan. We heard he transformed into a golden dragon and shattered the heavenly gate. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes widened in shock, quickly followed by a deep-seated hatred. Yifan had taken advantage of Yi Hua's fall from grace in the capital, secretly instigating the sect master and leading over 1,000 people from Qingming Peak into the demon abyss. In the capital, there were a total of 18 princes and princesses, and their competition for the throne was merciless and unforgiving. There could be no respite. It could be said that Yi Hui had brought disaster upon Qingming Peak. A heavy silence fell over the crowd while Yifan loomed like a mountain, suffocating them. The prospect of revenge seemed distant and unattainable. Bah, what is he even worth? Qin brother is the real deal. This morning, he took the heads of 4 out of the 10 core disciples like they were chickens. Wang Baobao was even subjected to 1,000 cuts. Tang Yin, noticing the somber atmosphere, patted Qin Feng on the shoulder in admiration. Is that true? Zhang Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief, saying, if that's the case, Qin brother could be considered a genius as well. Indeed, the bodies are in the main hall of Qingming Peak. Tang Yin affirmed. That is indeed impressive, Zhang Jujing said with a smile, though a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. Then, Qin brother, what is your spiritual body? It must be stronger than that beast Yifan. A little girl clenched her fists in determination. I don't have a spiritual body, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. Facing the girl's expectant gaze, he felt a pang of guilt. He truly did not want to disappoint her, so he added, but I am a sword cultivator. I wield a sword. Wow, you're so amazing, brother. The little girl was overjoyed. A sword cultivator. Zhang Jujing's murky old eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. Yet it was merely a flicker, for being a sword cultivator is rare, but does not guarantee superiority over Yifan. Enough, at Qingming Peak, we do not judge solely by talent, but by character. Otherwise, we would not have chosen a side with Princess Her. Zhang Jujing handed Qin Feng 2 jade tokens, saying solemnly, carve your names into these, and from now on, you shall be part of Qingming Peak. From now on, we share both trials and blessings. Should you dare betray Qingming Peak, I will curse you for eternity, even in death. Qin Feng and his sister nodded, quickly carving their names. Once entering Qingming, honor and disgrace are intertwined. As these words left his lips, smiles broke out among the gathered crowd. In such circumstances, to still dare to join Qingming Peak, they wholeheartedly accepted the brother and sister duo. Qin Feng, come with me. With that, Yi Hua took Qin Feng aside. Tang Yin pouted, feeling quite displeased. The two strolled beneath the moonlight. Alas, I have lost my qualification to go to Shenzhou. The resources of the capital have brought calamity upon Qingming Peak. Yi Hua's eyes were filled with deep remorse. They do not blame you, Qin Feng reassured her. The more it is like this, the more I feel ashamed. Yi Hua's eyes revealed a profound unwillingness. Enough of that. I called you out to ask, are you very interested in the demon corpses? Yi Hua's gaze shimmered with intensity. You saw that. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Yes, I saw you slay demon corpses all night. Your swordsmanship was quite dashing. Yi Hua nodded. The two reached a set of steps, and sat down. Yi gently leaned against Qin Feng. The most improbable event seemed to have transpired in my life. How could the Pillar of Heaven, which has stood since time immemorial, suddenly vanish? The Pillar of Heaven is a revered sacred object, worshipped and respected by all living beings, yet has brought ruin upon me. Yi lamented, unable to relinquish the matter, her heart filled with discontent. As Qin Feng listened, a growing sense of shame enveloped him, intensifying his torment. Unable to restrain himself, he tightened his embrace around Yi and solemnly declared, "Do not fret. Although Tianju is gone, you still have me. I shall help you soar to great heights. I am no less than Tianju." Teased in response, "I had no idea you were quite the braggart. I know you were merely trying to cheer me up. It's truly wonderful to have you." A blissful smile graced her face as she nestled deeper into Qin Feng's embrace. With earnestness, Qin Feng replied, "I am not jesting. Just look at this." As he spoke, he retrieved a long sword from the sacred fish space. Yi's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widening in astonishment. "What is this? How did you?" Chapter 28. Do you believe I can show you how it works right now? How could you possibly be this formidable? Yi exclaimed, receiving the sword that Qin Feng had wielded to slay the demonic corpse the previous night. Her pupils constricted sharply. The blade bore no signs of damage, a testament to Qin Feng's astonishing control over his strength. Though an ordinary long sword, it retained unparalleled power. His mastery of the sword had reached impressive depths. Yi, possessing a discerning eye, had heard tales from her elders since her departure from the imperial capital. The most challenging aspect of swordsmanship lay in a mastery of speed and strength. "Oh dear," Qin Feng exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "I must have taken the wrong one." He had intended to present the burial sword to Yi, hoping to restore her confidence. "That's quite all right. Knowing you have this intention is enough." She replied sweetly, rising to her feet and moving forward without allowing Qin Feng a moment to react. "Come, let me take you to my home," her voice echoed from ahead. Reluctantly, Qin Feng acquiesced, recognizing that he harbored many secrets. Even from his sister, It was not out of fear of their discovery, but rather concerned that any ensuing trouble might ensnare them as well. The two returned to the small courtyard, where skirts and belly bands hung on the bamboo poles. Now worn by Yi, her cheeks slightly flushed, upon entering the house, she retrieved a storage bag and paused, smiling as she spoke. "I noticed you were collecting resources last night after slaying the demonic corpse. These items belong to previous disciples and elders of Qingming Peak that I no longer have much need for ordinary resources. So if you find them useful, please take them." Emptied the contents before him. Fourth grade spirit herbs. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he unceremoniously gathered the vibrant herbs. "These herbs are indeed valuable to me. I shall not be polite." Yi, slightly taken aback, observed the pile of spirit stones on the ground and inquired curiously, "Do you not want the spirit stones? They can swiftly enhance your cultivation. My need for spirit stones is not as pressing. Rather, I require various refining materials in abundance for future use. Please keep an eye out for them." Qin Feng replied, shaking his head as he collected additional third and fourth grade refining materials. Yi frowned at his words. "You are not considering seeking out the source of the demonic corpses merely for the materials, are you? I advise against it. The demon lair harbors immense secrets, and even the strongest from the imperial capital struggle to emerge alive from it. Moreover, the Kanglan Empire dares not interfere, as the demon lair seems to have been constructed by the Demon King's palace to suppress a particular demon cultivator. There are 4 such lairs throughout the divine continent. The demonic corpses you encountered were actually cultivators from Tianmen's sect who had been infected by demonic energy, most of whom were from Qingming Peak." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as memories of Qin Rulong's demise surged forth in his mind. The voice that had identified itself as a system echoed in his thoughts, mentioning the Demon King's palace. "If that is the case, I shall consider this matter further. Thank you." Before Qin Feng could finish a sentence, Yihua's delicate finger pressed against his lips. "Shoo," she whispered, her cheeks flushed. "We are family. There is no need for formalities." In that moment, Yihua appeared utterly enchanting. "Have we progressed too quickly?" Qin Feng pondered, momentarily taken aback. "Quickly? Perhaps I should demonstrate something for you, Yihor provocatively suggested, a sharp pain shot through Qin Feng's arm, causing him to wince. Ouch! He exclaimed, not only from the pain in his arm, but also from an unexpected discomfort elsewhere. With such matters at hand, will I be destined to remain celibate for life? When will I ever see her? Lost in thought, he reminisced about their previous encounters. She? Yihor suddenly turned pale, her voice icy as she queried, "Who is she? Which vixen are you referring to?" No, I was merely contemplating my cultivation." Qin Feng stammered, offering an awkward smile that betrayed his unease. Humph. Yihor regarded him with a piercing gaze. Just as her expression grew menacing, a series of piercing sounds disrupted their thoughts from the depths of the sky. Dozens of figures descended with astonishing speed. Leading them was a venerable elder clad in a Tai Chi robe, exuding an air of nobility. Behind him followed 6 esteemed disciples, along with Jiang Xan, Guoqi Xiong, and other elders from the 6 peaks. They paid no heed to Qingming Peak, their overwhelming presence causing the entire hall to tremble. Qin Feng and Yihor hastily made their way to the great hall of Qingming Peak, where Tang Yan awaited. Deputy Sect Master, Guotong. Yihor's expression shifted. They must be here to confront Qin Feng regarding Wang Baobao. Tang Yan's fury ignited. Sister Tang quickly informed Zhang Shigong and the others to hide. Today, I can manage the Deputy Sect Master alone. Yihor's tone turned frigid. All right. Just as Tang Yan was about to leave, she was interrupted. There's no need. A furious voice rang out as Zhang Jujing approached with several children, exclaiming, "We are tired of hiding. It is absurd for a girl to bear the brunt of everything while I grow old waiting for death. What kind of situation is this? We of Qingming Peak share life and death together. Our motto is not just for show." Zhang Xiaolong clenched his fists in agreement. Yes, life and death together. Humph. Ridiculous and pitiful, Jiang Xan sneered as she and the others descended from the sky alongside Guotong. Why, if it isn't my brother Zhang, I never expected you to still be alive, Guotong mocked, striding forward with a disdainful smile. Of course, I would not rest until I witnessed your worthless self perish. May you find an early demise. That would be my liberation, Zhang Jujing replied with unwavering resolve. Master, please do not be angered. Today's events stem from my actions, and I will bear the consequences. You must hurry and take Huo and the others away. Qin Feng urged Zhang Jujing. What nonsense! Life is but a fleeting moment. Why should I fear anything? Since you have come to Qingming Peak, I, as your master, shall protect you for eternity. Zhang Jujing stood firm. Unwavering, a warmth spread through Qin Feng's heart at this display of loyalty. Ha! Guotong scoffed, gesturing for Jiang Xan to step forward. Elder Jiang, would you care to announce the charges? Indeed, Deputy Sect Master. Jiang Xan held a jade slip and began to read aloud. Today, I have 2 announcements. First, Qin Feng has unjustly slain 4 core disciples of our sect. His methods were so brutal that they have drawn the ire of heaven. Therefore, the sect has decided to execute him by dismemberment and scattering his ashes. Secondly, due to the incomplete establishment of Qingming Peak, and with Yihor exceeding the age of 20, no one from the peak qualifies to participate in the 7 Peaks Martial Arts Conference. Thus, in accordance with sect regulations, you are hereby ordered to disband immediately. Additionally, surrender the key to the treasure vault of Qingming Peak without delay. What? Tang Yan's fury escalated, her voice rising as she confronted them. Do you not have any sense of shame? How can you accuse us of unjustly killing core disciples when they sought to assault me first? Chapter 29. Let us verify. Are you a maiden? As Tang Yan's words fell, an almost palpable silence enveloped the room. Is this true? Guotong's face darkened. Disbelief etched across his features as he seized Jiang Xan by the collar, demanding, is what she said true? Jiang Xan was momentarily speechless, but quickly regained composure, shaking her head vehemently. That is absolutely impossible. Wang Baobao and the other core disciples acted with integrity. She thrust her chest forward, seething with rage. Tang Yan, you are slandering the core disciples. Either provide evidence or face the charges of insulting them, which will carry even greater penalties. Jiang Xen trembled with fury, her ample bosom rising and falling in agitation, causing Guitong to steal a few glances. With a fiery gaze, Guitong turned to Jiang Xen, saying, "Elder Jiang, would you not agree that proving a person's innocence could be as simple as checking their purity?" Jiang Xen, upon hearing this, smirked and turned to Tang Yin. "Oh, indeed. Otherwise, why not remove your skirt and demonstrate for everyone? If there are any marks, it would validate your claims. After all, if they assaulted you, what harm would it do to show us?" "I, the elder, would gladly witness such a display if it turns out they're indeed in the wrong. We will consider this matter settled. After all, I'm the most impartial elder here. Speak freely upon seeing anything. Even the most venerable elder can accurately count the number of hairs on your head without error." Hong Chi-xiong emerged with a smile, exuding an air of righteousness, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated lewdness. "Ha! Elder Hong, you must be fatigued. Please, lend us your discerning eye." The crowd burst into uproarious laughter, engaging in lively banter. No need for that. If we merely draw a little closer, we can all see it. Can't we? Jiang Xen tilted her head, conversing merrily. "Ha! Indeed." Guitong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly. Their laughter was infectious, contrasting sharply with the fury of the Qingming Peak contingent, led by Qin Feng, whose collective wrath was nearly palpable. Threatening to erupt, the profound humiliation shattered their spirits, igniting their anger to the heavens. At the forefront, the vice-sect leader and the 6 peak elders, including Jiang Xen and the 10 disciples, felt utterly shamed by the matter concerning Tang Yin. Truly shameless, Tang Yin herself was consumed with rage, her lips turning a deep shade of purple. She had never encountered such unbridled shamelessness. With a voice hoarse from shouting, she exclaimed, had it not been for the 10th prince's manipulation of the sect leader, compelling all of Qingming Peak to guard the demon cave, how could all the elders and disciples have perished, becoming mere soulless husks? The entire sect, in their sycophantic zeal towards the 10th prince, shamelessly used us as pawns. I would like to ask, if Yi Fan demanded that your wives and daughters serve him, would you willingly send them forth? I suspect not only would you comply, but you would cheer them on, perhaps even watching with voyeuristic delight as they engaged in passionate pursuits. Qin Feng's gaze flickered as he stepped forward, unreservedly returning the disdain. "Guitong, you have gone too far." Zhang Jiuzheng, incensed, hunched over in fury, bellowed, "Old dog, what are you barking about? Do you think that just because you have lost your cultivation, you still possess the right to shout at us?" Zhao Onping stepped forward, adjusting his clothes with a shiver. "Da-da, how refreshing. Just now, amidst those graves at the steps, I spotted a tombstone belonging to someone named Yang Shui. I recall her appearance being rather decent, still possessing some charm. In life, she could not have me, so I thought it fitting to pour a drink in her grave cup. One might say I have treated her to a feast." "Huh, huh." Zhao Onping laughed unabashedly. "Damn, those who insult my mother shall die." Tang Yin felt her head explode, her eyes welling with blood tears. She had vigilantly guarded the steps, drowning in sorrow, all to honor her mother, nearly treating that grave as her final solace and spiritual refuge. Conversing with her mother in solitude, in that moment, she felt as though the sky had collapsed around her. Enough, enough. No need to feign filial piety or deep emotion. Guitong scoffed derisively. "The sect leader has entrusted me to convey a message to you. As long as you hand over the treasury key and disband Qingming Peak on the spot, he will generously overlook any other transgressions." Guitong sneered. "You've played your parts well, and your emotions are in place. And no one is laughing at you now. If you submit, you will still be disciples of the Tianmen sect." However, he glanced at Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoer. "Qin Xiaoer, you will certainly be warming the 10th prince's bed soon. And as for Qin Feng, the upcoming 7 Peaks Martial meeting. Oh no, rather the 6 Peaks Martial meeting. You will merely be a stepping stone for the 10th prince, perhaps sparing your life in the process. Not be hasty in your gratitude. This is all due to your sister lying there. An equal exchange, after all. The 10th prince is quite fair in that regard." Crack. Zhang Jiuzheng's face twisted in rage, his fists clenched tightly, every sinew straining. "Guitong, even if I am rendered powerless, I still possess the strength for one final strike." Even if my soul were to scatter, today I shall drag you down to the underworld with me. His nearly withered body and skin swelled ominously. With a surge of spirit, he prepared to confront Guotong. Master, at that moment, Qin Feng stepped forward unexpectedly. Qin Feng. The entirety of Qingming Peak was taken aback. At this critical juncture, a newcomer was poised to intervene on behalf of the master. Qin Feng's expression was inscrutable. Calm as he addressed. Vice Sect Leader, I have been pondering for quite some time. Is it not true that according to the sect's regulations, one cannot participate in the Seven Peaks martial meeting, necessitating a disbandment? Indeed, Guotong nodded, proudly asserting. Regulations must be upheld. You cannot gather your people, and that is a fact. So are you preparing to cling to someone else's coattails? Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone at Qingming Peak shifted, uncertainty clouding their faces. Only Huo and Qin Xiao steadfastly believed in Qin Feng. You are mistaken. I am a living person, just 17 years old. Is that not sufficient? The truth reveals itself. Under Qin Feng's calm gaze lay a chilling intent for retribution. Those who insult my sister shall meet their demise. This is a vow unchanging through the ages. Guotong regarded him with disdain, sneering. I must have misheard. How could I have not noticed your foolishness before? Jiang Xan laughed until tears streamed down her face. By heavens, you have me in stitches. The others behind him were nearly in fits of laughter. Each peak in the 6 Peaks martial meeting boasted over 1,000 disciples, totaling at least 10,000. Moreover, you lack even the foundation of the Yuanshan realm. I recall that the qualifications for registration require at least the first level of Yuanshan. You wish to participate. Challenging one against 10,000? Jiang Xen laughed uproariously, pointing mockingly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, do not act recklessly. Zhang Jujing's brow furrowed tightly, his internal energy turbulent and violent, ready to fight at any moment. Who says I lack the qualifications to register? Qin Feng casually produced several ores for refining tools, munching on them as if they were mere snacks. Crunch, crunch. Suddenly, the stones in his mouth bizarrely melted. And in a brief moment, an immense surge of spiritual energy flooded into his body. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Boom! Within Qin Feng, a resounding explosion echoed. First level of Yuan Shun. Well then, am I qualified now? Chapter 30. Yihuo erupted in fury. Jiang Xen, a waste. The entire assembly was left speechless, stunned by this extraordinary breakthrough. Guotong was the first to regain his composure, his discomfort palpable. Qin Feng had qualified for the 7 Peaks martial meeting. This meant that they could not demand the treasury key openly today, that if they were to force the issue, it would be inappropriate. Necessary appearances must still be maintained. For instance, sending all disciples of Qingming Peak to guard the demon cave stood on a moral high ground. As the forces of the world and the demons could not coexist, they had no choice but to comply. Although Qin Feng's participation in the 7 Peaks martial meeting would ultimately be futile, it would prolong the matter of the treasury. Qin Feng, whether you qualify to participate or not, the vice sect leader can still test you according to sect rules. Zhao Onping, Guotong's cold voice rang out. Here, Zhao Onping straightened his posture, ready for an opportunity to prove himself. He would suppress his level to the first level of Yuan Shun, granting this newcomer a chance to showcase his abilities. Preventing accusations of bullying, Guotong sneered. Very well. If I do not subdue this person, I shall write my surname Zhao backward and consume a pound of dung. Zhao Onping grinned wickedly, slowly advancing. Vice sect leader. If I have fought him, does that not grant me the qualification to participate in the 7 Peaks martial meeting? Qin Feng pointed at Zhao Onping. Kid, you think you can just set up a dye shop with a few colors? Guotong's words were cut off by Qin Feng. Just say yes or no. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Guotong was taken aback. A newcomer at the first level of Yuan Shun was so formidable. Vice sect leader, Elder Jiang Xan mentioned that this kid is nothing but a fool. Zhao Onping struggled to suppress his laughter, addressing Guotong. Quite rare indeed. Guotong scoffed, I shall not only suppress my level, but also allow him one strike. I am confident of a resounding victory, Zhao Onping declared boldly, thumping his chest. Guotong turned to Qin Feng, saying, Qin Feng, if you can withstand even one of Zhao Onping's Tianmen 9 strikes, Then Qingming Peak shall escape calamity today. Very well, thank you. Qin Feng nodded, drawing the Zhongxian sword. Oh, still a sword cultivator. I am so frightened. Zhao Onping feigned fear as he stood there. Brother Zhao, I ask you once. Truly allowing me one strike? Qin Feng suddenly inquired. Zhao Onping was momentarily taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. Ha! You have me in stitches. Very well, I shall grant you one strike. You are nothing. How dare you strike at me? Swish! Before he could finish his words, Qin Feng brandished his sword and advanced, leaving the onlookers momentarily blinded. The metallic tang of blood soon filled the air. The clashing of weapons echoed like a series of urgent chimes. Zhao Onping's inner armor shattered as the burial immortal sword pierced through his protective gear. Golden chainmail! Tang Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Zhao Onping, you shameless wretch. This is a supreme spirit artifact. It's utterly unfair. Even Zhang Jujing's countenance darkened. With a spirit artifact safeguarding him, Qin Feng had little hope of victory. Yet in the next moment, Zhao Onping incredulously uttered, how is this possible? Qin Feng chuckled, who said that having a spirit artifact means I can't kill. As he withdrew his hand, the golden chainmail was neatly sliced open, the burial immortal sword embedded firmly in his chest. Why Ihua felt a familiar, yet chilling aura. Bang! 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 With a twist of his arm. A violent wave of sword energy erupted within him, exploding like firecrackers. Zhao Onping was instantaneously transformed into a shower of blood, the sound of his bones scattering like debris. A single thought echoed. Death. Crack! Crack! Unfazed, Qin Feng picked up the fragments of the golden chainmail from the ground and began to chew them, instantly invigorating his cultivation with a surge of spiritual energy. Another leap in strength. Vice Sect Leader, your previous words were not mere bluster, were they? Qin Feng inquired while munching on the remnants of the spirit artifact, directing his gaze at Guotong. A collective shiver ran through the crowd as they heard the sound of teeth grinding against metal. After a prolonged silence, the crowd of Qingming Peak erupted into cheers. Were those mere words? What a joke. Ha! The gloomy expressions of Zhang Xiaolong, Zhang Jujing, and others finally dissipated, their pent-up frustration released in a cacophony of laughter. Ah, how delightful! Especially Tang Yin, who nearly leaped 3 feet in the air, rushing to Qin Feng to plant a light kiss on his cheek. This spectacle made Yihua and Qin Xiao's eyelids twitch in unison. A surge of jealousy threatening to spill over. Thank you, junior brother Qin. Tang Yin expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her previous humiliation for Zhao Onping's insult towards her mother's grave weighing heavily on her. Guotong's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, mortified by his earlier bravado, and now he found himself at a loss for words. The others remained in shock, struggling to comprehend Zhao Onping's bizarre defeat. Qin Feng. At this moment, Jiang Exen almost shrieked, "You have once again killed a core disciple before everyone's eyes. I shall see you brought to justice on the spot." Her eyes burned with fury. The core disciples who had fallen were the culmination of her years of networking. The price of her life would be your demise. Jiang Exion's rage was palpable, her terrifying strength erupting, a tempest swirling around her, causing even Qin Feng's heart to race. She was at least at the 5th level of the myriad phenomena, just as she soared into the air. A crimson figure suddenly sprang forth from behind. Yihua showcasing her dual pistol for the first time in front of Qin Feng, her silhouette darting like a flickering flame before landing before Jiang Exion. Ah, you. Jiang Exion's face turned ashen, a scream escaping her lips. I've long found you insufferable. Yihua thrust her dual pistols into Jiang Exion's mouth, stirring them ferociously, especially that foul mouth of yours. With a violent yank, the pistols withdrew, spewing forth crimson blood mixed with mangled flesh. Ah! Jiang Exen let out a harrowing scream, her body contorting at a grotesque angle, unable to alleviate the excruciating agony in her mouth. Her eyes were filled with terror. Once a prodigy, even without the support of the imperial capital, she was not someone Jiang Exion could provoke. Yihua Guotong's fury ignited, a terrifying aura erupting, causing even the formidable Hong Qixiong to stagger back a few steps. That a core disciple was decapitated. The elder Jiang Xen was rendered powerless, and all this transpired before his eyes. A blatant slap to his face as the vice sect leader. He turned away, Yihua's fiery figure standing tall, her bloodied pistols resting on her shoulders. How impressive! Tang Yin clenched her fist. Her gaze filled with admiration. Guotong's fury was palpable. Why Yihua, though you hail from the capital, your current standing means you have no allies left. Qingming Peak has already paid the price for choosing the wrong side. Do you wish to drag them down with you? Chapter 31. The chamber awaits your harvest. Upon hearing this, Yihua's eyes turned as cold as winter winds, her fierce spirit surging. Guotong, do you believe that even with Yi Fan protecting you, I could still pierce you through with a single shot today? Her crimson dress fluttered, her voice piercing Guotong's ears. You still think you are the old Yihua? Without the imperial capital as protection, should I fear you? A talent that hasn't matured can perish at any moment. You dare to make a move? Guotong sneered, spiritual energy swirling around him. A flash of red light emerging. Dangerous and eerie. Guotong, should you dare to strike, we may not know if we live or die, but I will certainly unleash all my might to obliterate you. Even if you bring Lin Qingxian into this, see if he would trade his life for yours. Zhang Jujing stepped forward. His face was gaunt, yet he resembled a candle in the wind, flickering but unextinguished. He was powerful before his incapacitation. Even now, he still had a single strike left. Whoever comes shall die. Humph! Guotong's teeth ground in frustration. The glint of lethal intent in Zhang Jujing's eyes caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. In Qingming Peak, there's but one Yihua and one old fool. You two think you can safeguard them? I wonder if you'll sleep with one eye open at night. Guotong's gaze swept over the children of Qingming Peak. A cruel glimmer in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Zhang Jujing's expression suddenly darkened. What do I intend to do? Guotong placed his hands together, coldly stating, just wait in 2 days. How could this brat take on 10,000? Laughable. There's no need for me to do anything. Soon, the 10th Prince will tread upon all of you from Qingming Peak, heading to the capital to participate in the Imperial War. The glory belonging to my Tianmen sect is about to unfold. Think carefully. When the strong from the capital come to escort the 10th Prince, what does Zhang Jujing matter? Guotong sneered. The strong from the capital. Terrifyingly so. They're not beings you can aspire to touch. He regarded the crowd as one would a graveyard, a smirk playing on his lips, his mood lifting. Just 2 days. I can wait. Then we shall see how you meet your end. Guotong laughed heartily as he departed, leaving behind a half-dead Jiang Xen and a pile of Zhao Omping's bones. Jiang X, barely clinging to life, could scarcely speak, her mouth utterly ruined. She could not even rise. Yihua's shot had nearly cost her life. Abandoned? The thought of the night's undead horrors tearing her apart filled her with despair, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yet soon, Hong Qi-xiong's figure returned, causing Qin Feng and the others to shudder, murderous intent radiating. Hey, don't misunderstand. Everyone, I'm just here to take something. Hong Qi-xiong hastily waved his hands. Approaching Jiang Xen, he proclaimed, if I don't take care of you, you'll be doomed. So you must heed my words. Understood? His eyes glistened with fervor as he helped Jiang Xen to her feet. Jiang Xen's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. Laboriously nodding, Hong Qi-xiong, satisfied, turned to the others. Though her mouth is broken, she can still be of use. I take her. He sought their approval. Take her and leave, Yihua replied coolly, casting a detached glance at Hong Qi-xiong. Very well, Hong Qi-xiong beamed, lifting Jiang Xen and striding away. However, as he passed by Qin Feng, Jiang Xen's gaze lingered on him, filled with complexity. Before she finally averted her eyes, a hint of sorrow flickered within her. She understood that once taken by Hong Qi-xiong, her life would be forever altered. Reflecting on her encounters with Qin Feng during the Tianmen trials, she found herself overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, tears threatening to spill. Once they departed, Yihua furrowed her brow and remarked, Qin Feng, are you truly that desperate? You'd even consider such trash. Don't disgust me. She merely sought to kill me. Qin Feng retorted, rolling his eyes. Qin Feng, come with me, As they conversed, Zhang Jujing called out and turned to leave. The two were momentarily taken aback. This time, they did not head to the secret chamber, but instead arrived at the grand hall of the ancestor on Qingming Peak. Before the portrait of the ancestor, Zhang Jujing turned around and gazed intently at the two. Qin Feng. The Seven Peaks Martial Assembly is a matter of life and death. You may still have time to regret your decision. Zhang Jujing said with a serious expression, devoid of emotion, that I swear, even if it means dying 100 times, I will never back down. Qin Feng replied, bowing respectfully to the ancestor before speaking with unwavering determination. The current state of Qingming Peak and the plight of Yihui were largely due to him as a man. One must bear responsibility. Zhang Jujing shuddered, staring at him for a long time. Suddenly, his gaze softened, and he sighed, saying, knowing that it is impossible and a certain path to death, why must you persist? Qin Feng responded earnestly, my sister and I have relied on each other since childhood. No one has ever cared for us, and we have never felt a shred of warmth. Yet, on the very day we arrived at Qingming Peak, we found that. Zhang Jujing fell silent and continued. For the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly, each peak has no fewer than 1,000 applicants. 1 in 10,000 is no exaggeration. Moreover, the top 10 core disciples are merely the visible ones. There are many disciples who remain in seclusion, some even at the same level as the sect master. Even if your swordsmanship is formidable, you will ultimately face Yifan, the 10th prince, whose cultivation will surely soar in the coming days. You will undoubtedly not survive. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Feng declared loudly, this battle is not only for Qingming Peak, but also for Sister Yi if I die. Just take care of my sister. A true man must know when to act, and when to refrain. He willingly embraced death for this cause. Oh, you not regret it? Yihui moved, exchanged glances with Qin Feng for a long moment. The instant she vanished from Tianzhu and her father abandoned her, she had ceased to harbor any expectations of the world. Yet now, deep within her eyes, it seemed a fierce fire reignited, if there is any hint of falsehood. May heaven punish me, Qin Feng affirmed. Shoo! Yihui gently placed her jade finger against Qin Feng's lips, her heart racing uncontrollably. She was utterly captivated by the man before her. They exchanged a smile, and everything was understood without words. Good. Excellent. Zhang Jujing felt a surge of emotion. With disciples like these at Qingming Peak, he felt content. Here, Zhang Jujing handed a key to Qin Feng, saying, the treasury is hidden deep within Huo'er's little courtyard. She knows the way. That is where all of Qingming Peak's treasures lie. Take these few days to enhance your cultivation. Parting ways, then Qin Feng hesitated. Take it. I am old and have no use for it. As for my descendants and that group of children, they will need your protection. If you die, having these will be of no use to us. Zhang Jujing waved his hand and hobbled away. Once he departed, Yihui grew somewhat bashful. With the treasury located within her own dwelling, would Qin Feng have to enter her room every time he visited? What if he wanted something in the middle of the night? Would she have to rise from her bed to attend to him? As she pondered this, her cheeks flushed. Noticing Yihui's alluring demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't help but tease. Do you want it now? Yihui's cheeks burned as she shyly replied, well, all right, I want it now. Let us go. Chapter 32. The Demonic Breaking Pill, a Growth-Type Spiritual Medicine, where to? Qin Feng was taken aback, seeing Yihui adopt a youthful demeanor, and immediately conjured up thoughts of her future. Of course, we are going to check the treasury. Yihui shot him a glance and led him back to the little courtyard, lifting a floorboard. The treasury door came into view. Qin Feng was left speechless. You show me this after I've grown so hard. A series of clicking sounds echoed as the mechanism activated, pulling the two back to reality. They lit a candle and ventured deeper. The passage was narrow, allowing only one person to walk in front of the other. Yihui gestured for Qin Feng to go first. Wait. Qin Feng felt a rush of tension. In this situation, with a woman ahead and a man behind, you should go in front. His gaze flickered. One should never expose their vulnerabilities to others. The legendary 1,000-year kill is both powerful and terrifying. You even want to choose your position? Yihui glared at him. Cough, cough. I'll go first. Qin Feng awkwardly hurried ahead. The passage was not long, and upon entering, it resembled a study. There were 4 shelves on all sides, with a small mountain of spiritual stones glimmering in the center. These hexagonal yellow stones are the universal currency of the cultivation world, numbering over 10,000. On one shelf, there were various magical artifacts, with a few spiritual tools among them. But Qin Feng found them unnecessary, as his physical body was already comparable to a spiritual tool. However, if he could refine them into his body, it would enhance his cultivation significantly, far surpassing the effects of, or on another shelf lay various types of ores, and on another side, Qin Feng's pupils dilated. Spiritual medicines. Level 5 spiritual medicines are akin to the king of medicines. None were present here, but there were dozens of level 4 spiritual medicines, hundreds of level 3, and countless level 1 and 2 spiritual medicines. He hurriedly recalled the ancient formula for the demonic breaking pill. The demonic breaking pill requires 14 types of level 4 spiritual medicines. Previously, Yihuo had given him 3 useful ones in a storage pouch. Now he had 8 more useful ones. That made 11 types. With only 3 remaining, on another shelf, there were several tomes of techniques, including the unique Heavenly Gates, Xian level 9 strikes of the Heavenly Gate, alongside other martial techniques, though those were of the Huang level. Qin Feng felt a spark of interest in the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Gate, as it could complement his physical form and deliver considerable power, alleviating the need to resolve everything with the burial immortal sword. If you have a spatial ring, you can take everything away. This was given to me by Master Zhang, but I have no use for it. I am no longer interested in such things. Yihuo seemed quite despondent. Though the Tianju has disappeared, it will return one day. You wish to remain in this state of despair. Qin Feng frowned. He couldn't explicitly say, the Tianju is in my possession. When the Tianju returns, I no longer wish to cultivate that if possible. I only want to find a partner, to spend my life in this little courtyard, raising children and living peacefully. To why Yihuo's eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy. A sense of desolation radiated from her delicate form. As the princess of the Kanglan Empire, she had lost her backing, her supporting forces extinguished overnight. Only her father, the current Kanglan Emperor, could achieve everything. Even her mother had been deposed and took her own life. That was the person she was closest to. However, she was not alone in her misfortune. Many other talented individuals from her generation who had worshipped the Tianju had fared even worse. It was likely that 9 out of 10 had lost their lives. With the disappearance of the Tianju, they were deemed ill-fated individuals. If they did not act against their kin, the entire Kanglan Empire would likely suffer. This ruthless path of cultivation left Yihuo utterly disillusioned. It was not what she desired. The long road stretches ahead, and I am here. What is there to fear? Qin Feng straightened his back and declared, Then you shall wait for me here in this little courtyard on Qingming Peak, and I will take you to soar. All right, Yihuo smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Is there a shop in Tianmen Prefecture? I wish to buy some items. Qin Feng still needed 3 types of level 4 spiritual medicines and had to hurry to gather them before the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly. Buying spiritual medicines? Why are you so interested in them? Yihuo figured out, knowing that Qin Feng had been captivated by the spiritual medicines in the treasury, that my sister is afflicted by demonic energy and requires the demonic breaking pill. Qin Feng explained, the demonic breaking pill. Yihuo's voice rose suddenly, tinged with astonishment. What's wrong? Qin Feng was startled. That is said to be the nemesis of the demonic clans in ancient times. And the spiritual medicines in the formula are all growth-type spiritual medicines, capable of evolving in level. It is said that high-level spiritual medicines can easily obliterate even the demonic immortals. Yihuo's eyes shone brightly as she spoke in a trembling voice. You possess this formula? Qin Feng was taken aback, then once again examined the spiritual medicines in the formula, casually mentioning a couple of them. Indeed. Yihuo was overjoyed, taking in sharp breaths. She was well-versed in knowledge. And although she did not know the specifics of the formula, when Qin Feng named those few spiritual medicines, they were undeniably growth-type spiritual medicines. This is the unique characteristic of the demonic breaking pill. If only I had brought you along the last time we met, we could have spared the lives of the thousands of cultivators from Qingming Peak who perished in the demonic lair. Yihuo displayed a hint of regret. My apologies. Qin Feng expressed a twinge of remorse. Had it not been for the Empress gifting him the burial immortal sword and the disappearance of the Tianju, Yihua would not have faced such a tragic fate. No, this is not your fault. Point 1. Can only say that the world is unpredictable. Yihua shook her head, unaware that Qin Feng's apology carried a different meaning. What a pity. My token is now rendered useless. There's a Wanbao shop in Tianmen Prefecture. I used to take this token there for an 8% discount on purchases. Yihua produced a familiar token that made Qin Feng's eyes widen. Qin Feng was startled and pulled out a similar one, saying, I have one of these too. Can it be used? Ah, have you met my second brother? Yihua took a deep breath, noticing her somber expression. Qin Feng immediately inquired sharply, has Yi Xian also become involved in your affairs? If so, I shall certainly storm the imperial city and exact vengeance on his behalf. No, he hasn't. Yihua shook her head and replied nonchalantly. Though he is also competing for the throne, he remains one of the more principled individuals among the several princes and princesses. He is the only one who has not taken action and has even interceded on my behalf. Otherwise, I would not address him as second brother. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng calmed down slightly and nodded. That is indeed reassuring, and he gives me an impression that is rather extraordinary, even more enigmatic than Yi Fan. Be cautious of Yi Fan. Few from the imperial capital are simple characters, or else how could Lin Qingxian willingly serve him? Yihua's gaze turned cold. The forces behind her had been slaughtered overnight. With the shadow of Yi Fan's master looming large, Qin Feng nodded, not hesitating to gather all his belongings into the sacred fish space before exiting the treasury, realizing that another day had passed. He planned to visit the Wanbao Pavilion before nightfall. As he stepped out of the small courtyard, Yihua looked at him with lingering regret. Are you leaving already? Won't you stay for the night? Chapter 33. Zhao Qianqian's Test. The Elder's Misfortune. Ultimately, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and departed. The existence of the thousand threads calamity left him with a heart full of sorrow as he glanced back at the enchanting figure. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Yihua regarded him with suspicion. Could it be that he is incapable? Walking along the main street of Tianmen Prefecture, Qin Feng discovered an opulent building adorned with a gilded plaque, Wanbao Pavilion. According to her, Wanbao Pavilion was the premier trading house in the realm, with branches in every corner, backed by formidable forces. Even the Kanglan Empire could not discern its true nature. Moreover, its offerings were extensive. As long as one had wealth, anything could be procured. As Qin Feng stepped inside, a maid approached him, extending a warm welcome, treating him with equal courtesy regardless of his financial status. The maid was strikingly beautiful, her figure voluptuous, clad in light attire, and from a distance, her service demeanor stirred a wave of admiration within him. This made Qin Feng reflect. There was indeed a reason for the claim of being the best in the world. I wish to purchase a level 4 spiritual herb. Please guide me to the spiritual herb section, Qin Feng stated. Taking a brief look around, the dazzling array of rare treasures did not distract him even slightly. Rescuing his sister was his utmost priority. Right away, please follow me upstairs. The maid's eyes lit up, recognizing him as a significant patron. Even if she sold a single level 4 spiritual herb, her commission would exceed 100 spirit stones. Instantly, she turned to him with keen attentiveness, saying, Sir, the stairs may be difficult to navigate. Allow me to assist you. Her bosom inadvertently brushed against his elbow. Very well, very well. Wanbao Pavilion truly lives up to its reputation as the best in the world. Such genuine attentiveness. Qin Feng could not help but sincerely compliment her, feeling the palpable warmth of her proximity. You two possess an admirable demeanor, sir. The maid beamed with a radiant smile. Upon reaching the upper floor, it was evident that the ambience was far more sophisticated than below. The display cases were crafted from pure crystal, showcasing an exceptional transparency. Rows of spiritually infused herbs lay quietly within. Among them, several crystal boxes contained vibrant 5th-level medicinal herbs, their green light dancing within. Qin Feng quickly located the 3-level 4 spiritual herbs he required. Without further ado, he directly inquired, Where do I settle the payment? The maid replied with a hint of surprise, Sir, you are quite prompt. Qin Feng's displeasure surfaced. What did she mean by prompt? Ahem, I meant to ask, do you not offer anything else? The maid quickly clarified, I meant to say. Would you like anything else? Not at all. I am in a hurry, Qin Feng stated, eager to return and concoct the antidote for his sister as swiftly as possible. The 3 level 4 spiritual herbs total 3,000 spirit stones. Please follow me to the checkout. The maid led him to the counter. As Qin Feng casually produced a token and tossed it to the maid, he remarked, I heard this thing offers discounts. The Shinjo token? The maid gasped upon recognizing it. However, you must wait. For discounts for esteemed customers, it requires approval from our pavilion master. I shall fetch them immediately. As she spoke, she ventured inside. Moments later, a stunning woman clad in a white dress gracefully entered. Upon merely glancing at Qin Feng, she found herself unable to divert her gaze. How handsome! The subtle aura of vitality emanating from him nearly caused her to exclaim. She was clearly discerning. Yet, she ultimately suppressed her curiosity. This young man appears unfamiliar. I am well aware of those who possess the Shinjo token in the Kanglan Empire, yet I have never encountered you before. The woman elegantly seated herself, her demeanor poised. With a distinctive purple tattoo resembling a coin on her arm. What is this? Must purchasing something entail a background check? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Not exactly. However, our Wanbao Pavilion's principle is to invest in potential stocks. It is our means of survival. I see great potential in you. The woman smiled coyly, her words direct, clear, and layered with an extraordinary grace. Me. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then grinned. I must say, miss, your judgment of character is truly remarkable. I am precisely the potential stock you seek. How about we waive the fee for my purchase? The woman fell silent, her lips twitching. How shameless. She had anticipated that he would exhibit a touch of modesty. With both parties exchanging pleasantries, culminating in a harmonious conclusion. Sensing her silence, Qin Feng recognized he had overstepped. He quickly added, I apologize. I was indeed too hasty. After all, we are not well acquainted. Let us forget the waiver. I shall pay normally. The phrase too hasty caused the woman's brows to twitch, gripping the armrest of her chair, rendered speechless for a moment. Phew. She inhaled deeply, reminding herself that the customer is paramount, possessing excellent composure. She swiftly adjusted her demeanor. Casting a contemplative glance at the bill, she inquired, Are you perhaps an alchemist, sir? Qin Feng was taken aback, replying in surprise, What about me gives the impression of an alchemist? Click! The woman's eyes widened, and the chair beneath her unexpectedly broke a leg. If you are not, simply say so. No need to question me. It makes me seem foolish at that moment. Had it not been for Qin Feng's appearance stirring her heart, she would have kicked him aside. Since you are not, how about this? A level 4 alchemist at Wanbao Pavilion can offer you a free alchemy service. The woman's eyes glimmered, after so much dialogue. It was all for this purpose, as she could not ascertain whether the aura emanating from Qin Feng matched her expectations. An alchemist possesses unique fire and is exceptionally sensitive to the aura of vitality. Once they made contact, she could ascertain the truth. Sounds good. Qin Feng nodded, suddenly recalling that he would indeed require an alchemist. Moreover, a 4th level 1. Alchemists are exceedingly rare and esteemed, even scarcer than sword cultivators. Not even the Tianmen sect possessed a single alchemist. Very well. I shall take you to the alchemy room shortly. The woman smiled gently, rising to extend her hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Qianqian. Qin Feng took her hand, expressing gratitude. I am Qin Feng, that I must thank you, Miss Zhao. Otherwise, I would have likely delayed a critical matter upon my return. Also, I am surnamed Qin from the Qin state that my name is Qin Feng, meaning the wind that blows in the heavens, the great wind above. Zhao Qianqian bit her lip, her eyes filled with ire. I know all this, but could you refrain from touching me? I am ticklish. Her expression rapidly turned cold, her delicate hand nearly overwhelmed by Qin Feng's grasp. Ahem. Qin Feng released her hand, feeling somewhat apologetic. Shall we proceed to the alchemy room? Let us go. Zhao Qianqian gritted her teeth, wondering how this fellow could be so opportunistic. Inside the alchemy room sat an elderly man with a grizzled beard, donned in a luxurious alchemist robe, meditating with a serene expression, cradling a trio of flickering flames in his hands as if venerating them as ancestors. Upon hearing the maid's announcement about preparing to assist a young man with alchemy, he instantly felt displeased. What was his status? Even members of the imperial family dared not act recklessly before him. How could he possibly concoct medicine for a mere child? Hearing footsteps, he deliberately raised his voice. Who seeks to practice alchemy? Do you possess sufficient qualifications, status, and background? Zhao Qianqian frowned, about to speak, but in the next moment, as Qin Feng entered the alchemy room, an unforeseen event transpired. The flames suddenly quivered violently. A wave of awe, fear, and a sense of impending doom surged from the flames into the old man's mind, startling him to the point where he nearly tumbled off his meditation mat. Which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? Chapter 34. Qin Xiaoer prepares to depart upon witnessing this scene. Zhao Qianqian's expression altered slightly, yet she chose not to elaborate further. After exchanging the spiritual medicine with Qin Feng, she stepped aside to await her turn. After some time, Qin Feng emerged, elatedly clutching a dark, peculiar pill. His joy reminiscent of a child who has just received candy, he hastily tucked away the break magic pill, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Miss Zhao, this kindness shall remain etched in my heart. Consider it a favor I owe you. Given Qin Feng's character, he would seldom make promises lightly. However, this matter pertained to his sister's life. Had it not been for Zhao Qianqian's reminder, he might not have recalled the need for an alchemist. For he himself was incapable of concocting pills. The deadline set by the Empress was fast approaching. With little time remaining at a trivial matter, I hope you shall frequently grace Wanbao Pavilion with your presence in the future. Zhao Qianqian's gaze was now tinged with a hint of amusement. Based on the alchemist's earlier reaction, she had already confirmed certain suspicions that it was certain. Indeed. Qin Feng nodded. Then, Miss Zhao, please lead me to settle the bill. I have matters to attend to and shan't impose further. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian shook her head with a smile. No need. I've already covered all your expenses today. Consider it a personal investment. Qin Feng, puzzled, replied. Ah, a real investment? She nodded, saying, I have always trusted my instincts, but you must promise me that should you find a path to wealth in the future, you shall take me along. Wealth? Qin Feng was baffled, unsure of how he could possibly amass any riches. Nevertheless, he nodded affirmatively. Certainly. With that, Qin Feng turned to leave, eager to return and find a remedy for his sister's poison. Once he departed, the alchemist who had been behind Zhao Qianqian quietly appeared. Just 1,000 threads calamity, and you were frightened to such an extent. It seems he is indeed the one your sister mentioned, possessing a strong yang energy, a person from Tianmen Prefecture. Zhao Qianqian's eyes flickered with intrigue. What kind of lure did this individual possess that compelled her sister to resort to the 1,000 threads calamity? No, merely the 1,000 threads calamity would not terrify my Sanyang spirit fire. It is on the brink of advancing to the 7th tier and has begun to develop a semblance of sentience. That which could instill fear in it must be at least of the 8th tier or higher. Although the 1,000 threads calamity is a spiritual treasure, it is merely at the 6th tier's limit. The elder appeared somewhat apprehensive, a sight that struck Zhao Qianqian as quite amusing. Her gaze sharpened as she inquired, Are you suggesting there exists something even more terrifying within him? Indeed, the elder nodded, and oh wonder, Zhao Qianqian murmured to herself, her subsequent words inaudible to others. Upon Qin Feng's return, he urged Qin Xiaoer to consume the break magic pill without delay. However, to his astonishment, Qin Xiaoer recoiled at the sight of the pill as if it were a ghost. Quick, keep him away. The voice of the old woman echoed loudly in her mind, almost shattering her eardrums. Make him go as far as possible, or that pill will spell doom for both of us. The tremor of fear was evident in the old woman's tone. How could such a cursed pill still exist in this era? Qin Xiaoer protested, but Qin Feng, concerned, asked, What is it? Are you unwell? And no, I'm fine, Qin Xiaoer stammered, unsure of how to articulate her fear. In truth, the poison within her had already transformed into a torrent of malevolent energy. Even now, her body was undergoing a series of changes rooted in that demonic flower. How could this happen? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, suspecting that something might be amiss with the antidote. He promptly called upon the Empress, his tone laced with gravity. What is it? The Empress's languid voice responded. She had not anticipated this outcome. Originally, the antidote was indeed effective against all demonic entities. However, after Qin Rulong's demise, someone had escaped using another demonic flower. She had caught that individual and forcefully detained the old woman, harboring ulterior motives, as she wished for Qin Feng to mature swiftly to reunite with her. Thus, it was necessary for Qin Xiaoer to grow as well. Seeing that the old woman possessed a formidable legacy, it was fortuitous to utilize the demonic cultivation inheritance to dispel the poison. Furthermore, if Qin Xiaoer were to unleash her full potential, Qin Feng might not stand a chance against her. Of course, this was only unless Qin Feng wielded the burial immortal sword and invoked the Great Wilderness sword technique. Such matters were not to be disclosed to Qin Feng, for Qin Xiaoer needed to journey to a certain place to attain greater strength. Given his feelings for his sister, he would undoubtedly object, hence she refrained from informing him that "Is the antidote effective?" Qin Feng queried, his voice tinged with skepticism. "Why do you doubt me? Are you itching for a reprimand?" The Empress chuckled coldly and "No, of course not," Qin Feng stammered, suddenly feeling guilty. Yet he was not overly concerned, for with the Empress's prowess, she would not harm the siblings if she truly wished to. A mere slap could end their lives far more easily than any pill could. "Go administer the antidote to your sister. She may be feeling unwell," the Empress said nonchalantly. She had secretly neutralized the properties of the break magic pill. Simultaneously, the cacophony of voices in Qin Xiaoer's mind gradually subsided. "Brother, I was feeling unwell earlier," Qin Xiaoer admitted, her tone laced with guilt. Though it was a harmless fib, she felt a profound sense of remorse. "Brother, I want you to feed me," Qin Xiaoer pouted, tilting her head adorably. "All right." Qin Feng immediately grasped the pill and personally placed it into Qin Xiaoer's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and a surge of spiritual energy flooded into her being. "Unbelievable," the old woman's voice echoed in Qin Xiaoer's mind. Her tone tinged with envy. The break magic pill had transformed into the breaking mirror pill. With such a powerful protector for the siblings, their future growth might outpace her expectations. Buzz! A series of resounding booms echoed as Qin Xiaoer shattered several barriers in her cultivation. Ultimately, she reached the first tier of the nascent soul stage, equaling Qin Feng's level. This left him scratching his head in disbelief at the extraordinary efficacy of the pill. Meanwhile, the old woman's voice resonated in Qin Xiaoer's mind. "Time is of the essence. You must hurry. The demon cave is about to undergo a transformation, and once the demonic energy leaks, it will greatly diminish your chances." "How many days do we have?" Qin Xiaoer inquired, her brow furrowed deeply. Her eyes reflecting profound reluctance. "5 days. Qin Xiaoer declared, "There is still time. I will wait until my brother survives the Seven Peaks Martial Conference before I depart. Otherwise, I would rather die alongside him." "Very well." Qin Feng, relieved that Qin Xiaoer was safe, finally relaxed. He then realized how long it had been since he had focused on his own cultivation, in the sacred fish space. Qin Feng sat cross-legged. First refining the materials he had obtained from the treasury into his body, he then meticulously examined the weapons stored in the Qingming Peak's treasury. That a question arose in his mind. If his cultivation involved refining materials, could he not, similar to forging weapons, seek specific materials for potentially better results? He then recalled that the ancient divine body technique was missing a portion of its content. Should he attempt it himself? After consulting the Empress, she remained silent for a long while before responding. "Though I have not studied this, I surmise your method should be feasible. Give it a try. If successful, I have many weapon formulas available for your use. Fortune favors the bold. Then I shall proceed." Qin Feng exclaimed, his enthusiasm ignited. Chapter 35. The recognition of Hun Yuan's spirit fire within the Qingming Peak treasury. The materials were ample enough to support Qin Feng's immediate needs. Magical artifacts, spiritual tools, and treasures of various tiers were at his disposal. The formulas the Empress possessed were of a level far beyond his current capabilities, all transcending the realm of spiritual treasures. At this stage, spiritual tools were the most suitable for him. The Empress could only assist Qin Feng by methodically dismantling and documenting the formulas for those spiritual tools, a task that was mere child's play for her. Once he obtained the formulas, Qin Feng gathered the corresponding materials, And the next step was to begin the refining process, to refine outside. He would need spiritual fire, which posed a dilemma for Qin Feng. The Empress scolded, "How foolish! You possess the purest holy yang energy within you. Why fret over the lack of spiritual fire? The people in your region are truly short-sighted. The woman by the lake mistook your energy for the 9 yang qi. And that old man was merely testing you with the San Yang spirit fire that I can only say is laughable and tragic." The Empress scoffed derisively. The levels of yang energy and spiritual fire are closely related. They are generally categorized as San Yang, Lu Yang, Jiu Yang, Tian Yang, Xian Yang, Sheng Yang, and Han Yuan. With the holy yang energy within him, Qin Feng merely needed to perform a bit of ritualistic refinement to obtain the holy yang spirit fire, making the process of forging pills and artifacts a breeze. How could he resort to seeking an elderly man for alchemical assistance? Furthermore, with our fusion, acquiring Han Yuan spirit fire would be effortless. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled. I suppose I won't need to strive so hard anymore with you as my benefactor." In truth, it is not that Qin Feng lacks effort. Rather, he hails from Qingyan City, where his exposure to knowledge is rather limited. This portrayal aligns closely with reality. The notion of a character devoid of logic, who appears at the pinnacle of power from the outset and remains invincible throughout the narrative, is quite perplexing. We seek authenticity, a gradual journey towards maturity, and it is through growth that one finds substance. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng is now capable of independently crafting the sacred yin-yang diagram, as he practices with his unique rhythm. The potent force of sacred yang fills the entire space. In truth, Qin Feng's current path of cultivation is unprecedented, as the sacred yang assists in his training, elevating his realm with the ease of drinking water. Yet he finds himself unable to enhance his cultivation, opting instead to strengthen his physical form. The essence of the everlasting divine body technique requires no training. It seamlessly merges with the martial veins, allowing for the rapid refinement of materials into spiritual energy, thus propelling one's cultivation to the level of commanding the world's treasures. That it can be described as a dual cultivation of spirit and body, traversing an all-encompassing route. Remarkably, this dual cultivation can also ascend rapidly, a most extraordinary feat, as the fusion of martial veins eliminates any bottlenecks in his progress. Even the Empress frequently murmurs about the absurdity of such a foundation. When the sacred yang energy reaches a sufficient level, the Empress's voice echoes once more, "Send half of the sacred yang energy over, and I shall provide you with sacred yin energy. Upon merging, I will assist you in condensing the primal spirit fire." Hearing this, Qin Feng is filled with joy that he extends his finger, gathering sacred yang energy at its tip, and sends half into the colorful vortex. While simultaneously, the sacred yin energy emerges from the whirlpool. The two energies meet and blend seamlessly, generating a primal force. That moment, the Empress transmits a technique for condensing spiritual fire into Qin Feng's mind. Embrace the unity of body and mind. Achieve harmony between heaven and man. Qin Feng feels himself nearly evaporated by the primal force, a refreshing sensation surging within him. The Empress aids him, for at his current capability, he cannot yet control the primal force, which could easily dissolve him. Previously, it was the Empress who guided his body, enabling a series of integrations. As the incantation is spoken, the terrifying primal force begins to take shape, manifesting as blossoms of black and white. These are the nascent flames. The elder from the Wanbao Pavilion possesses 3 flames of Sun Yang. Yet before Qin Feng lie a full 24 flames, half black and half white, with a uniquely eerie and terrifying hue. The temperature within the sacred fish space fluctuates drastically, the 24 small flames exhibiting a wild ferocity that conveys a sense of annihilation. In the face of this primal spirit fire, Qin Feng feels as though an ant gazes upon the vast sky. Truly terrifying. "Blood oath of master!" As the Empress's voice resounds, a drop of iridescent blood, akin to crystal, rises from the vortex. This is the blood of an emperor. Ordinarily, with Qin Feng's cultivation level, he would be reduced to dust before such a drop of blood. However, due to their bond through the sacred yin-yang fish, it feels as if they are of the same origin. Rather than fear, a sense of warmth and familiarity envelopes him. Qin Feng draws forth a drop of his own blood, merging it with hers, and together they plunge into the flames. A series of explosive sounds erupt as the primal spirit fire dances wildly, its terrifying aura threatening to obliterate Qin Feng with the slightest misstep. The Empress's blood, initially overwhelmed by the flames, quakes in submission as Qin Feng's blood merges with it, producing a qualitative transformation. The fused blood, akin to a domineering leader, unleashes a torrent of energy upon the flames. The flames struggle for a time, but ultimately yield beneath the overwhelming force of their combined blood. That a wondrous sensation courses through Qin Feng's mind, as if a child's consciousness attempts to communicate with him. Creating an extraordinary bond, he extends his finger, and the 24 flames cease their tumultuousness, joyfully coalescing into a black and white little bird that suddenly takes flight, landing delicately upon Qin Feng's fingertip. The creature, imbued with a semblance of humanity, blinks its eyes and affectionately nudges his finger. "Master," a somewhat cryptic voice resonates in Qin Feng's mind, but is brief. When he attempts to respond, the little bird fervently flaps its wings, though no further sound follows. Coughing, it seems the little one wishes to showcase herself. Qin Feng perceives her intentions, yet her voice remains silent, presumably due to her not having fully matured into the capacity for speech. Nevertheless, her intelligence is extraordinary, allowing her to express her desires with clarity. She possesses her own thoughts and intellect, rendering her infinitely superior to the elder from the Wanbao Pavilion, whose spirit fire is akin to that of a dimwit who can only convey fear and joy in the simplest of emotions. Yet, to think of her as a manifested spirit fire, if the elder were to discover this, he would surely be paralyzed with shock. Refined, as Qin Feng's consciousness stirs, the little bird transforms into a vast sea of flames. With a sweeping gesture, all the materials for a spiritual artifact soar into the fiery abyss. In but a mere breath, a globule of liquid emerges. So swift. Qin Feng is taken aback. The essence of alchemy and artifact crafting primarily lies in the melting of materials. And when he previously concocted medicinal pills, it had taken several hours. Yet this time, he achieves it in a single breath. He opens his mouth wide, and the liquid flies into him, needing no further shaping. It shall undergo refinement within his body. A surge of energy courses through Qin Feng, signaling the attainment of the third level of his primordial spirit. A torrent of spiritual energy washes over every corner of his being. Incredible, such speed. The effect rivals that of direct consumption. The materials for a spiritual artifact, upon refinement, elevate him from the first to the third level of the primordial spirit. He retrieves another batch of materials, this time opting to ingest them directly without crafting. This time, the increase is less than half a level. This indicates that this method is effective, and the enhancements are terrifyingly exponential. In truth, what the everlasting divine body technique lacks is the crafting formula. Qin Feng realizes this epiphany. He ponders how his alchemical and crafting skills rank. The elder from the Wanbao Pavilion is at the 4th level. Surely he surpasses him in some aspects. As he contemplates, the Empress's exasperated voice interrupts. "Send a drop of blood my way. My primal spirit fire also needs to acknowledge its master. Curse it, I've unwittingly boarded your pirate ship after practicing the sacred yin-yang diagram. I must accompany you in all endeavors." Earlier, she had nearly been incinerated by the unruly spirit fire when attempting to directly acknowledge its mastery. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng sends a drop of blood in her direction. They are now truly intertwined in glory and despair. In truth, the Empress harbors more fear than Qin Feng, for their bond through the sacred yin-yang fish means that if one perishes, the other will follow suit. Though the Empress is invincible, Qin Feng feels as small as an ant, at risk of being crushed at any moment. When shall we engage in our second dual cultivation, our second yin-yang fusion? Qin Feng gazes longingly at the vortex, as if a captivating figure awaits on the other side. Have you seen your sacred yang fish yet? You must infuse the entire creature with yang energy to reach the time for the second fusion. Only then can we unlock the third layer of the sacred fish space. After speaking, the Empress falls silent. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng introspects, realizing that a portion of the yang energy he cultivated has already entered the fish's body, merely illuminating a small segment of its scales. How long will this take? He sighs, momentarily shelving his eagerness. The next step is to practice, frenziedly practice. Over the course of 7 or 8 days, he meticulously refines all the materials into liquid form, continuously transforming them into his own cultivation. During this period, Qin Feng also finds time to master the third sword technique of the great wilderness sword art, sword breaking mountains and rivers, and he has fully grasped the 9 strikes of the heavenly gate from the Tianmen sect. His synchronization with the primal spirit fire has steadily improved, allowing him to control its power with his thoughts, constantly tempering his body. Qin Feng's physique has become akin to an enormous humanoid weapon, now approaching the strength of a magical artifact. His physical prowess is ascending at an alarming rate, reaching the terrifying realm of complete manifestation that he affectionately names the primal spirit fire little fire, a name that bears a resemblance to Yihua, instilling a sense of familiarity in the realm of alchemy. Qin Feng has now reached the level of crafting 4th-tier pills with remarkable ease. As if merely waving his sleeve would suffice, that he estimates that with superior spiritual herbs and the cooperation of little fire, achieving even greater feats is well within reach. His progress is virtually without bottlenecks. In a moment of clarity, Qin Feng's eyes snap open. At this instant, he feels an overwhelming sense of confidence. Regardless of whether it pertains to his cultivation, physical prowess, sword techniques, alchemy, or artifact crafting, he has achieved commendable success, establishing a truly solid foundation. After assessing the passage of time, he concludes that it is time to emerge. As the sun rises, heralding the dawn of a new day, the expanse of the myriad realms reveals itself. 8 days have elapsed within, while merely 2 days have passed outside. The quadruple time difference profoundly resonates with Qin Feng, making him acutely aware of the terror spoken of by the Empress. The sacred fish realm comprises 9 layers. What mysteries lie within the third? Upon their exit, Yihua appears disheveled and covered in dust, while Zhang Jujing's demeanor is notably wilted. What happened? Qin Feng exclaims in surprise, fearing that trouble has once again found them through the sect. Recently, the number of demonic corpses has surged inexplicably. Tang Yin casts a glance at Qin Feng, saying, having disappeared for 2 days, could it be that you were frolicking with the little maid from Wanbao Pavilion? She remembers Yi for mentioning Qin Feng's visit to Wanbao Pavilion and is aware of its service style, that if he intended to take someone out for a private conversation, it would indeed come at an additional cost. Cough, cough. Where did that come from? Qin Feng nearly chokes, incredulous that he might be perceived as so indulgent. It must rather be that the demonic layers are in turmoil. It is said that in recent days, even the 10 major cities under the Tianmen sect have been overrun by demonic corpses, left utterly desolate. But why Yihua interjects with a gaze icy as steel. Damn those demonic cultivators. Qin Xiao remains silent, her eyes flickering with intensity. Qin Feng furrows his brow and asks, is the Tianmen sect not intervening? Yihua shakes her head. They wish to act, yet are powerless. Even the Kanglan Empire has chosen to refrain. Given the numerous entanglements involved, let us not dwell on such matters. Soon we must attend the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly. This time, you are the sole participant, so do your utmost to preserve your life. Zhang Jujing advises, particularly regarding Yi Fan, it would be prudent to concede defeat under his hand. He likely would not resort to violence in a public setting, allowing for a sliver of hope. Zhang Jujing's eyes dim with despair. A.S. for Qingming Peak. Let it dissolve. Survival is paramount. Should the need arise, I shall lay down my life to ensure your safety. His words lack conviction, for even at his peak, he cannot guarantee victory against the might of the capital if death is to come. I shall accompany you. Qin Xiao and Yihua declare simultaneously, positioning themselves on either side of Qin Feng. Hearing their words, warmth floods Qin Feng's heart, his gaze trembling with emotion. I have indeed grown smaller, he reflects, mimicking the tone of the Empress with a semblance of finesse. Smaller? Yihua queries in confusion. The vision has diminished, Qin Feng replies, taking a deep breath. With sword in hand, I shall impose justice upon all. Prepare yourselves, for I shall lead you to soar. The dawn breaks as the resounding chimes of the Tianmen sect's bell reverberate, awakening countless cultivators from their practices. Simultaneously, over 10,000 disciples ascend into the air, converging upon a vast platform suspended above the central heart of the Tianmen sect. One by one, the spirited youth descend upon the platform. Exuding an imposing presence, they brim with vigor and enthusiasm. The Seven Peaks Martial Assembly shall be their moment to shine, the culmination of years of dedication. His Highness the 10th, leading the charge, is none other than the enigmatic Yi Fan, whose profound depths remain unfathomable. As most disciples touch down from the clouds, they respectfully greet Yi Fan. Boom! 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 As the disciples finish their salutations, a formidable aura, mingled with the resounding roars of dragons, ascends into the sky, instilling fear in all hearts. The 10th Prince is indeed a terrifying figure, leaving many unable to gauge the extent of his prowess. I find myself wishing to kneel and worship. Countless Tianmen sect disciples gaze at Yi Fan with palpable reverence. I eagerly anticipate the 10th Prince's forthcoming display. It is bound to be nothing short of spectacular. Hong Qixiong's eyes blaze with fervor. Beside him stands a masked female cultivator, her expression one of utter desolation. Jiang Xan has endured days akin to a living hell. After Guotong brought her back, her mouth, now in tatters, was subjected to a secret technique that relocated her most intimate parts to her lips, serving a different purpose altogether. Not only does she feel a wave of nausea while eating, but even in ordinary moments, her mouth is filled with a foul taste. Hong Qixiong unleashes his primal urges upon her without respite, rendering Jiang Xan akin to a mere tool. After his release, he would summon his disciples to partake in the enjoyment, for the sensations derived from her unique predicament are unprecedented. Jiang Xan has grown weary of such treatment. Perhaps I am no longer worthy of him, she muses, her gaze dimming as the image of Qin Feng lingers in her thoughts, refusing to fade. Suddenly, she spots Qin Feng descending from the sky onto the platform, and a glimmer of longing ignites within her. Save me. Rescue me from this sea of suffering. On the vast platform, 3 distinct zones are delineated: 1,000 arenas, 100 arenas, and 10 arenas. The participating disciples must commence their battles in the 1,000 arenas, carving a bloody path to ascend into the top TEN.TO. Ensure authenticity. There are no restrictions on life and death. Should one be outmatched, their demise would be in vain. Each participant may endure a single defeat before being eliminated. Thus, to emerge from the lowest tier, they must engage in over 1,100 battles with only one chance for error. The challenge is nearly insurmountable. However, the rewards offered by the Tianmen sect this time are exceedingly generous. While not as precious as 5th-tier medicinal kings, there are over 100 4th-tier spiritual herbs available. Additionally, there are 4th-tier pills. The breaking boundary pill, consuming even one, can elevate a person of the myriad realms by an entire level. Such treasures are the most coveted possessions of the Tianmen sect. At this moment, Yi Fan surveys the 3rd zone, having been granted special privileges by the sect leader and vice leader, allowing him to await the emergence of 9 disciples from the fray to determine their rankings. He need not partake in the competitions of the first 2 zones. Your Highness, the final piece of the Tianmen has been retrieved. Shall we not conduct a preliminary test? This would prevent any missteps before the powerful of the capital tomorrow. Vice Leader Guotong deliberates before Yi Fan. If I breach the Tianmen, will it create a stir akin to the last occasion? Yi Fan responds coolly. With your Highness's divine might, it shall undoubtedly evoke another uproar. The Tianmen sect shall bask in your eternal glory, Guotong exclaims, utterly astounded. Yi Fan shoots him an irritated glance. What nonsense are you spouting? If we test today, what significance remains in my claiming victory at the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly tomorrow? Guotong's face flushes with embarrassment upon hearing this. Very well. Remember that I want that fellow named Qin Feng to join me for the test. Yi Fan grins maliciously, with Jiang Xan incapacitated and the 10 core disciples either dead or wounded. He has touched upon his most sensitive nerves. Qin Feng must perish, and it shall occur before the eyes of the multitude, with Yi Fan himself delivering the final blow. Fine then, Guotong scoffs. Who could possibly outmaneuver you? a mere disciple. If he perishes, so be it. I pay no mind to whom you wish to eliminate. After all, being chosen for such an opportunity is an honor. Boom, 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 as the bell tolls. The Seven Peaks Martial Assembly officially commences. As numerous disciples ascend the stage, they instinctively cast their gazes towards Yi Fan, offering their reverence. According to rumors, tomorrow the powerful of the capital shall arrive to escort the 10th prince, the newly appointed Elder Yi Fan. During the final competition, the last piece of the Tianmen shall be tested, as the sect leader has specially retrieved it from the sect's legacy. Tomorrow, under the watchful eyes of thousands, it shall be breached once more, crafting a legendary tale. Such a grand event leaves many disciples of the Tianmen sect utterly speechless, their expressions filled with awe and envy that, in a flurry, all rush towards the arenas, where the clash of blades and the flurry of spells ensue. Meanwhile, just before Qin Feng ascends to the stage, Zhang Jujing earnestly advises, listen to your master. Simply concede upon entering. The reputation of Qingming Peak is minor. If need be, we can endure humiliation and disband, returning to a life of ordinary discipleship. Your life must take precedence. In his concern, Zhang Jujing reiterates, eyes wide with intensity. Even if you win 1 or 2 matches, what does it matter? It is of little consequence. Tang Yin nods in agreement, saying, indeed, Qin Shidi, please do not act impulsively and risk your life foolishly. If you perish, I shall return you to the countryside to raise a plethora of little Qin Fengs. If you would like. Her gaze is earnest. Cough, cough. Qin Feng nearly chokes at her words. Little Qin Feng? Yet, the deep concern hidden within Tang Yan's eyes warms Qin Feng's heart. If you perish, I shall never live on alone. Yi Huer whispers as she embraces Qin Feng, her voice soft yet resolute. Their eyes meet, and Qin Feng tenderly tucks a strand of her hair behind her ear, caressing her cheek. It is said that the celestial pillar of the divine land possesses sentience. If that is indeed the case, one day, I shall compel the pillar itself to offer an apology to you for causing you such suffering. Qin Feng chuckled. Go ahead, boast all you want. Yi Huer shot him a disdainful glance. Qin Feng chose not to elaborate. That moment, Qin Xiaoer remained unusually silent. Her pupils darkened significantly, as if the art of demonic cultivation had seeped deep into her very bones. She thought to herself, if my brother were to suffer even the slightest harm, I would unearth the demonic lair and obliterate the Heavenly Gate sect, regardless of the consequences. Turning around, Qin Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, wait a moment, and I'll show you a trick with skipping stones. Okay, Qin Xiaoer obediently replied. Sure, good girl, he said, and then leaped onto the first arena. An opponent soon followed suit. Hurry, Qin Feng, just concede, Zhang Jujing exclaimed, his expression instantly turning grave. 5th layer of the Wuxiang realm. This individual was almost on par with Elder Jiang Xen. He remembered that Qin Feng seemed to have just entered the Yuan Shun realm. Qin Feng was undoubtedly facing certain death. The hearts of Qin Xiaoer and the others hung in the balance. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight this? Chapter 38. The perfect completion of Heavenly Gates and 9 Strikes. Qin Feng was exceptionally unfortunate, in truth, initially on the arena, as long as he had arrived a bit later. There would have been no formidable contenders, with many at the Yuan Shun realm. Yet, Qin Feng had encountered a 5th layer Wuxiang. Boom! The opponent's feet stomped down, shattering the arena floor with overwhelming force. Turbulent azure spiritual energy ravaged the stage. Even Yi Huer wore a solemn expression. It was unlikely she would emerge victorious, even if she participated. This was too fierce. The reason she had thoroughly defeated Jiang Xian was that she had been a mere errand elder, bolstered by years of medicinal resources, but this person was different. Qin Feng remained silent, channeling spiritual energy into his legs, gradually elevating his entire being higher and higher into the air. The opponent was momentarily taken aback. It is known that a cultivator, unless at an extremely high level, could only utilize flight for travel. In battle, they were particularly vulnerable in the air. Yet at this moment, Qin Feng began counting the arenas below with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. This left everyone dumbfounded. Hey, are you going to fight or not? If not, then concede. Others are waiting in line. Someone grumbled, "Oh, I'm not conceding." Qin Feng shook his head. "Then what are you planning to do? Stop wasting time. It's not the right moment for theatrics, Stet. If you want to show off, take first place." The crowd below grew increasingly displeased. Noticing the dissatisfaction among many, Zhang Jujing became anxious. "Qin Feng, listen to me. Just concede." Before he could finish, Qin Feng pointed at the 9 arenas and declared, "To save time, I challenge all 9 of you at once. You all come up, and I'll take care of it in one go." "What?" The arena erupted in chaos. This brat was too arrogant. He didn't regard us at all. "Let us get him." The crowd surged forward as 9 individuals jumped onto the arena with fierce intent. "You brat, come and die." They were particularly eager. For a 9-on-1 scenario would mean that if they won, Qin Feng would be eliminated while the other 9 advanced, a particularly advantageous situation. Those who arrived late were pounding their chests in regret. What a splendid opportunity! Zhang Jujing watched the enraged crowd, feeling his scalp tingle. Wasn't this akin to lighting a candle in a toilet? An invitation to death? Sighing, he resigned himself to the situation, thinking he would have to do everything in his power to protect Qin Feng. However, in the next moment, a brilliant light flashed, and Qin Feng's body began to spin at high speed, transforming into an oval shape, diving directly downward. The crowd blinked in disbelief, witnessing a flash of light like 9 flickering will-o'-the-wisps, each illuminating a different arena. It resembled a dragonfly skimming the water, touching lightly and then touching again. Just as Qin Feng had told Qin Xiao, "Wait until I show you how to skip stones." Then 9 bursts of blood erupted, and all present could only watch as the 9 fierce opponents, who had been so imposing just a moment ago, were reduced to mere mist before they could react. Everyone was left dumbfounded. After several breaths of stunned silence, bang, 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 9 resounding explosions reverberated through the air, deafening everyone. It is universally known that light travels faster than sound, which is why during a thunderstorm, one sees the lightning before hearing the thunder. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. What kind of monster is this? Yet before they could process it, Qin Feng pointed at a dozen more individuals in rapid succession. "Damn it! I refuse to believe this." The crowd surged even more violently, clamoring to jump onto the stage, refusing to believe Qin Feng could unleash that strange martial technique again. Unfortunately, yet another series of explosions erupted. In just a short time, a figure emerged, having nearly cleared half of the arenas in this section. 100, 200, 500. Qin Feng's onslaught blazed across the various arenas, cutting through from the lowest tier. Eventually, he grew too lazy to call out names, simply targeting any disciple present on the stage. Each time he landed, blood would spray forth. In no arena did a conflict last more than 3 breaths before a victor was determined. Some opponents didn't even know who had defeated them before being sent away by Qin Feng. He showed no mercy. Had Qin Feng fully mastered the Heavenly Gate's 9 strikes, Zhang Jujing nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Even he, with his status, could hardly believe his own eyes. Qin Feng was ferocious, rampaging through the arena, leaving either blood and flesh scattered in his wake or sending someone flying. The martial technique he employed was none other than the Heavenly Gate sect's most formidable skill, the Heavenly Gate's 9 strikes. It seemed he had only practiced it for 2 days. Zhang Jujing distinctly recalled handing him the treasure vault key just the day before. This martial art had taken Yifan 2 full months to master to perfection. Though there were superior techniques in the imperial capital, it was still worth learning. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Heavenly Gate's 9 strikes, with his extraordinarily skilled techniques and profound understanding of the art's essence. He was able to achieve such results, which appear to be documented only in sect literature. Zhang Jujing wore an expression of incredulity. However, this area had erupted into chaos. Qin Feng's brutal methods incited the fury of all. With a clamorous roar echoing, "Qin Feng, do you dare to challenge 500 once?" Chapter 39. Zhang Jujing was stunned. This is not how the script goes. Everyone was counting Qin Feng's ascension, and he had nearly slaughtered half of this area. If this momentum continued, he would break through and ascend into the top 100. This was akin to openly slapping the faces of all the remaining 6 peaks. The elders of the 6 peaks ground their teeth in anger. This brat disregarded martial ethics and concealed his realm. Hong Qixiong shouted furiously. He remembered that when Qin Feng first entered the sect, he was merely at the first layer of the Qi Si realm. Now he had reached the 5th layer of Wuxiang. How many days had Qin Feng been here? Only 5 days at most. He had leaped through the Qi Si realm and Yuan Shun realm to reach the Wuxiang realm. 2 major realms in a span of merely days. It is known that even the most gifted disciples of the Heavenly Gate sect would require at least 30 to 50 years to ascend 2 major realms. And even the elders among them had only just reached the completion of Wuxiang. He must have hidden his true realm. What utter shamelessness! The elders roared in outrage. Yet, Qin Feng's response left them both furious and amused. All right, then you all get on the arena. I'll take on a few who are willing to listen, Qin Feng said, wiping the blood from his body with a nonchalant nod. However, he felt frustrated. He couldn't clean himself properly as his entire body was drenched in blood, turning him into a little red figure. Upon these words, the entire arena fell silent. It wasn't that no one spoke, but rather that everyone was left in a state of shock. After a brief pause, laughter erupted in unison. We thought he was a tough guy, but it turns out he's just a fool. 1 against 100? Does he think he's the 10th prince? They all laughed uncontrollably. Old Zhang, we didn't expect that your Qingming peak was about to disband, and you'll be giving us a good laugh. Hong Qixiong mocked Zhang Jujing with a smirk. How thoughtful. I decide that after this, all of you from Qingming Peak should come bow down to us, and we'll let you go. What do you say? After all, we are magnanimous. The elders of the 6 peaks directed their cold mockery and scorn at Zhang Jujing. Enraged, Zhang's lips turned purple, and his entire body trembled. Yet he could only endure, having been stripped of all his cultivation. As the former master of Qingming Peak, he could only swallow his humiliation to protect his disciples. Look at him, he is so furious he might wet himself. The crowd jeered. However, in the next moment, all laughter abruptly ceased, as if caught in their throats. The young man was gazing with delight at the 500 combatants on the stage. Suddenly, a chasm, several hundred feet deep, split open, and the half-platform cracked at a visible speed. Resembling a spider web as the fissures spread in all directions, all the disciples on the platform, caught off guard, were engulfed by a translucent sword light that could only be faintly seen. Shattered and obliterated. The same formula, the same taste, the speed of the sword light surpassed that of sound. Therefore, by the time everyone turned to witness this horrifying scene, the sound only reached their ears afterward. Boom! This time, the sound was muffled, reminiscent of the discomfort of passing gas under the covers. For the second move of the Great Wilderness Sword Technique, a sword of nothingness, internally disintegrated the enemy, akin to decomposing light. 1 strike left, not a shred behind. Not a blade of grass would survive. It was utterly bizarre. Even that space itself was torn apart with a violent surge of silvery white energy spilling forth, rampaging for a long time before it finally healed itself. Stunned, everyone was in a state of shock, watching as Qin Feng, unscathed, landed in the second area, advancing into the top 100. Their minds crashed. What is happening? Does the Skygate sect still have geniuses? Who unleashed that sword light just now? Who is it? How do you want to proceed? Divide into 2 groups, or come at me together? Qin Feng surveyed the 100 individuals in the top ranks, all of them keeping their distance, as if he were a demon emerging from hell. If they had calculated correctly, Qin Feng had used merely half a day to advance into the top 100, having slain 1,000 people. How terrifying is that? The sect was not lacking in ruthless individuals who killed without hesitation. Many had blood on their hands and deeds unfit for light. Yet compared to Qin Feng, they seemed insignificant. For the first time, they began to doubt the very rules of life and death within the sect. When they previously used these rules to eliminate their rivals, they had never imagined such a day would come. In an unjust system, should the weaker side undergo a qualitative change, it would become a nightmare for all, for no one's death is without guilt. They were merely pawns in the game of rules. When an avalanche strikes, no snowflake is innocent. The second area formed a peculiar phenomenon. Qin Feng stood alone on one side, while the other 100 stood on the opposite. It was as if a wolf had entered a flock of sheep. With each step Qin Feng took, they retreated, Suddenly, one person trembled and declared, "I forfeit. I surrender." Qin Feng nodded at these words. Go ahead. The individual felt as though a great burden had been lifted. Once that person left, it was as if a dam had burst. All rushed to vacate the second area. "I concede. I concede. I surrender." Zhang Jujing was dumbfounded. "Wait, this doesn't seem right. It should have been Qin Feng who conceded." With others charging fiercely, he should have nobly faced death to protect his disciples, while Qin Feng and Yihua made a hasty retreat. After years of arduous training and seclusion, Qin Feng returned. Or perhaps Yihua returned, slaughtering the old dogs of the Sky Gate, then pouring a bowl of strong liquor over their graves, with tears in his eyes, celebrating Zhang Jujing as tragic yet resplendent life. Zhang Jujing stood bewildered in the wind, loudly questioning the surrendering disciples. "Oh, you have no spine at all." Chapter 40. Within 3 years, you'll have a place in the imperial capital. Qin Feng is astonishing. At this moment, Tang Yan's eyes were red. These past days, Qingming Peak had been suffocating, a feeling that was utterly despairing. Qin Feng's arrival brought them hope. Who dares to underestimate Qingming Peak? Zhang Jujing's tears flowed freely. Behind him, a group of children, all descendants of the deceased, looked at Qin Feng as if he were a beacon of light on their life's path. They were fervently excited at this moment. In the hearts of Qingming Peak's people, Qin Feng's status had soared infinitely. However, just as the crowd was rejoicing, a figure descended behind them. Vice Sect Master Guotong. My apologies, everyone." Guotong waved his hand, and a light curtain descended. Yihua turned around, her expression drastically changing. However, before she could react, Qin Xiao and Yihua were forcefully taken away, even as Zhang Jujing and the others were fervently shouting at Qin Feng. They failed to notice the absence of the two. The sword shocked the Sky Gate. The disciples of the Sky Gate sect were abuzz with speculation, wondering if this was the legendary person with poor aptitude. Even the disciples of the Six Peaks began to view Qin Feng differently. For on the path of cultivation, strength commands respect. The powerful are justified. Yet at that moment, a tremendous sound momentarily captured the attention of all disciples of the Sky Gate sect. Boom! Suddenly, a square, ancient and desolate azure stone gate descended from the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar that made their eardrums ache, descending with an imposing presence, crashing onto the highest platform, kicking up clouds of dust. The Sky Gate, this commotion completely seized the attention of everyone in the sect. Atop that gate stood 2 figures. One of them was the sect master of the Sky Gate sect, Lin Qingxian. His appearance ignited fervent excitement among the crowd, who cheered loudly. "Welcome, sect master! Welcome, sect master!" The clamor grew louder, a tidal wave of sound sweeping across the skies of the Sky Gate sect. Lin Qingxian savored the adoration of his disciples, nodding with satisfaction, then raised a hand to lightly press the air. Crack! The scene fell silent instantly. "Allow me to introduce, standing beside me, is the national master of the imperial capital, the one who once severed the dragon veins of the world with his sword, safeguarding the fortunes of the Kanglan Empire for half a lifetime. Master Yi." As Lin Qingxian spoke, a hint of reverence crossed his expression. "Master Yi, is this the strength of the imperial capital?" The disciples of the Sky Gate sect gasped in astonishment. They turned their gazes to the side, where they beheld a man clad in an imperial robe, wielding a sword of dragon slaying, a towering figure radiating brilliance, his eyes sparkling with divine light, as if stars danced between his brows. Exuding an extraordinary aura, he spoke lightly, observing the nearly worshipful figures of the Sky Gate sect, and with a wave of his sleeve, a cascade of starlight descended from the heavens, akin to gentle spring rain, drenching the crowd and causing them to tremble with delight. Wow! So refreshing! Everyone closed their eyes in bliss. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A series of thunderous roars erupted, and the crowd below seemed illuminated, their bodies thoroughly baptized by this starlight. Experiencing a profound rejuvenation. What kind of sorcery is this? Even Lin Qingxian could not help but feel envious, wishing to join his disciples in the shower, but out of concern for his dignity, he had to refrain to, I've advanced. Suddenly, a disciple shouted excitedly, I've advanced too, another exclaimed. The effect was utterly stunning, causing hearts to race in the crowd. Is this the miraculous technique of the strong from the imperial capital? This is akin to absorbing a breakthrough pill. This realization led everyone to ponder. Having lived in the imperial capital since childhood, does the 10th prince bathe in such wondrous starlight every day? The answer was affirmative, for Yi Fan stood there, exuding calmness. Look at him, unfazed, his expression devoid of fluctuation. This is the true demeanor of a genius. Instantly, the crowd was filled with envy. Of course he is strong. Of course he is a genius. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood to the side, speechless as he observed the exaggerated reactions of the crowd. Damn it. Just as Qin Feng had garnered some attention, it was snatched away, leaving him quite displeased. Simultaneously, the seemingly miraculous starlight had no effect on him. The eternal divine body technique rendered him immune to any substance that could enhance his spiritual cultivation. Whoosh! Yi Fan soared into the air, maintaining his usual composure, and gracefully landed atop the sky gate. Nephew, I missed you, Uncle Yi. Yi Fan respectfully bowed, a hint of cleverness flashing in his gaze. The national master Yi softened his gaze and chuckled. All right, enough mischief here. Let us break the sky gate. We must return home for the imperial war. As he spoke, a hint of pride surfaced in his demeanor. To be able to shatter the sky gate is a sight unseen in ages. This is the prince he is allied with. The stronger Yi Fan becomes, the greater the hope. If successful, he, the national master Yi, could ascend to new heights within the Kanglan Empire. He didn't even mention the matter of the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. In his eyes, it was merely Yi Fan's playful antics. Upon encountering the esteemed figure of Master Yi, whose exalted status places him above all others, the crowd was momentarily taken aback by the evident respect shown towards Yi Fan. The disciples of the Heavenly Gate sect immediately basked in this honor. After all, Yi Fan is the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Gate sect. This was especially true for those from Yinluo Peak. The 10th Prince had once been affiliated with them, and they had spent several months in close proximity. Instantly, Hong Chi-xiong and his disciples appeared flushed with excitement, as if invigorated by spring tonic. In that moment, Hong Chi-xiong basked in glory, with the elders from other peaks rushing over to offer flattering remarks. Huh? He laughed heartily. What nonsense about Qin Feng? What nonsense about Yi Huer? They are merely stepping stones for His Highness. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride in having made the astute decision to align himself. Qin Feng, may misfortune befall you. As if on cue, Yi Fan's gaze suddenly landed on Qin Feng. With a nod and a smile, Yi Fan said, Uncle, please wait a moment. I wish to crush an ant. Hearing this, Master Yi turned his head slightly, remarking, Forget it. Why bother with a fool? It's a waste of time. Just deal with it. One sword can handle 500. Yi Fan pointed towards the chasm nearby. Oh, a swordsman, is it? Very well. Targeting a swordsman does not tarnish the royal dignity. Go ahead. Master Yi nodded slightly. Even Yi Qingxian, seeking to curry favor, whispered to Yi Fan, I have quietly taken care of Yi Huer and Qin Xiao. Your Highness may dispose of them as you see fit. His gaze was laden with implications. Very good, Yi Fan replied with satisfaction, not bothering to look back. Within 3 years, there will be a place for you in the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxian was ecstatic. I am about to soar. Chapter 41. 5 days at you comprehend what 5 days signifies. Qin Feng. At that moment, Tang Yin hurriedly threaded her way through the crowd, finally managing to push her way through to stand before Qin Feng. With great difficulty, she swallowed hard and tugged at Qin Feng's arm, exclaiming, Qin Feng, your sister and my senior sister have vanished in a thin air. What? Qin Feng's eyes widened with fury. Sister. He scanned the surroundings, sweeping his gaze across the first and second districts, but found no trace of them, and his heart raced with urgency. Stop searching. They are with me. Just then, Yi Fan soared into the air, and a profound silence fell over the area. The crowd parted automatically to grant him passage. Yi Fan hovered above, looking down imperiously, and declared, Qin Feng, I offer you a chance. Withstand a strike from me, and if you survive, you may live to witness me shatter the heavenly gate. The two women, You may yet open your eyes to see them reveling beneath me. Yi Fan descended confidently to the ground. His Highness is becoming increasingly adept at this, Lin Qingxian remarked, giving a thumbs up to the heavenly gate. This child has always been mischievous, Master Yi added with a smile, shaking his head. Did you capture them? Qin Feng's murderous intent was palpable as he discreetly drew the burial immortal sword. Seeing Qin Feng's demeanor, the disciples of the heavenly gate erupted in laughter. Still putting on a show. 5 days of acting. This is hilarious. I can't believe it. One disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Hey, don't forget he claimed to be the best in the heavenly gate trials back then. Another disciple reminded. Impressive. I'm starting to admire him. Such a master at riding the coattails of others. And what of it? Yi Fan emanated an aura of confidence, proud and aloof, as he dramatically waved his sleeve. Listen closely, I grant you but one chance. You talk too much. Boom. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted, and a violent sword aura surged skyward. Before Yi Fan could finish his words, he felt a tremendous force erupt from beneath him. A chilling sensation pierced through him, and he was propelled upward with no means of resistance. What the hell? All the disciples gasped. You struck me, yet this cannot be real, right? Did I just witness the 10th prince being sent flying? Bang! Oh my God, he really hit me. Qin Feng's figure moved like a phantom, flashing in and out of view before soaring into the air, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion. His killing intent surged. He swung his sword again. Bold. Lin Qingxian was nearly petrified with fear, immediately gathering his energy as a giant hand materialized from thin air, pulling the bewildered Yi Fan back. If anything were to happen to Yi Fan, the entire Heavenly Gate sect would be in peril. Meanwhile, Master Yi, in a fit of rage, unleashed a palm strike aimed at Qin Feng. Boom! Qin Feng's body reverberated with a thunderous crack, and the surrounding space erupted like popping beans, the colossal force driving him deep into the earth. This strike sent chills down Lin Qingxuan's spine. Had it been him, he would surely have perished. The might of the imperial capital's experts is truly frightening. Perhaps Qin Feng has been reduced to nothing. With a crash, Qin Feng emerged from the debris, covered in dust. Shaking off the grime, he cast a grim look upward. What? Not dead? Lin Qingxuan's gaze widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Coughed out at that moment. Yi Fan also stumbled awkwardly out of Lin Qingxuan's embrace. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed, and his golden dragon form was instantly activated, the golden giant dragon lifting him into the air. You do not adhere to martial ethics. You sneak attacked me. Yi Fan was furious. The humiliation of being sent flying in front of everyone stinging his pride, especially before Master Yi. The disciples below erupted in a clamor. How shameless! I thought he was someone of consequence, but it turns out he is a base scoundrel. His Highness was ambushed. The crowd suddenly understood. Roar! The golden dragon sword, the winds and clouds shifting dramatically, casting the entire sky in a shadow as the golden dragon's form loomed over Qin Feng. Qin Feng, did you ever anticipate this? Yi Fan sneered. Even with your sneak attack, you cannot harm me, and my golden dragon form has begun to conceal its attributes. Its power rivaling that of celestial bodies. It is the essence of an emperor. How powerful! The crowd gasped in awe. Under the gaze of thousands, Yi Fan continued to ascend, plunging into the gathering storm clouds, proclaiming, My dragon form is the greatest under heaven. My stature is revered by all. Today, I shall represent heaven and earth. To slay you, a mere mortal. Crack, a thunderous clap resounded. Immediately, crackling lightning danced around Yi Fan's body, appearing both mysterious and formidable. In the next moment, his voice echoed across the expanse. I command the power of thunder and lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Above Qin Feng, the air transformed into a veritable storm of lightning. Countless bolts, under Yi Fan's command, were poised to unleash their fury. Look, the 10th prince is about to crush an ant. Lin Qingxian craned his neck to catch a glimpse. Master Yi's expression turned hopeful. Hong Qixiong's eyes blazed with fervor. 10th prince, destroy him. 10th prince, destroy him. Below, the disciples of the heavenly gate clapped their hands in rhythm, chanting with fervent enthusiasm. They were elated. Earlier, Qin Feng sending the 10th prince flying had merely been an accident. But it had also desecrated the majesty of the 10th prince's glorious golden dragon form. Thus, Qin Feng, you are doomed. Huh? Do you see, including the sect master, all disciples, everyone is currying favor with me. Can you compare? Yi Fan was brimming with confidence at this moment. The gloom of having been struck down evaporated. Once the golden dragon form emerged, with but a flick of his finger, Qin Feng would be reduced to dust. Utterly annihilated. Stop. Qin Feng raised his hand at Yi Fan's gaze flickered, a sinister grin spreading across his face. What? Are you begging for mercy? Ha ha! He laughed maniacally. Though your plea for mercy comes at an opportune moment. It is too late. Once my golden dragon form is unleashed, the tempest of thunder and lightning converges. How could I readily spare you? You arrived here and killed the Qingmu spirit I had just taken under my wing. Then sought to contest with me for the title of the best in the trials. And afterwards, you disabled Jiang Xen and slaughtered 10 core disciples. Qin Feng, you must die. In that moment, Yi Fan's true nature was laid bare before Qin Feng. His vengeful spirit unmistakable. The previous air of magnanimity was merely a facade. Yi Fan was exceedingly petty. How could he possibly let go of those who had offended him? Qin Feng remained silent, gazing up with indifference. You seem to be overly confident that in truth, I merely wish to inquire how many days I have been here. To Yi Fan immediately suppressed his emotions and instinctively asked, 5 days. What is the matter? Qin Feng replied. Do you understand what these 5 days signify? Yi Fan confidently asserted, they represent the dawn of my era. Does it not? Surely my towering figure has left an indelible mark upon your life, profoundly influencing your growth. It's all right. You can boldly admit it. This prince knows you are merely one among the multitude, slightly more distinguished than the rest. Chapter 42. In 3 breaths, I shall slay you 70,000 times. Qin Feng gazed at Yi Fan, who was indulging in self-admiration and could not help but secretly admire him. Are all villains truly this foolish? What I mean is, 5 days signify a 3-7 split between us. Qin Feng adjusted the burial immortal sword in his hand. You think 3 for you and 7 for me. Yi Fan smiled disdainfully. What makes you think you deserve such a division? What? You believe you possess a 30% chance of victory. The disciples of the Heavenly Gate sect were all taken aback, followed by an uproar of astonishment. Do not be swayed by mere rumors. A slightly older disciple admonished. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. You cannot grasp its depths. I observe this lad has but a 10% chance. His expression was grave, as though he spoke with utmost seriousness. Ah, I see. The other disciples exclaimed in realization. Master Yi, what is your perspective? What are the odds of that boy defeating the 10th prince? Lin Qingxian turned to hear the insights of the master from the imperial city. Upon hearing the question, Master Yi gazed deeply and quietly at Qin Feng for a long moment before finally uttering a 10% chance. These words. Lin Qingxian was incredulous. This lad has but a 10% chance? His complexion darkened. Noticing Lin Qingxian's reaction, Master Yi explained, do not be foolish. I'm in a 10 out of 100,000. Ah, ha ha. Lin Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of radiant laughter. 10 out of 100,000 means it is utterly impossible, does it not? There is no way he could defeat the 10th prince. He felt as though he had been granted a sense of solace. Did you hear that? The esteemed master also stated it is but a 10% chance. Huh. The previously serious disciple had been keenly observing Master Yi, as he was someone he aspired to emulate throughout his life. Upon hearing this, he could not contain his elation. His insights aligned perfectly with those of the Imperial City's esteemed master, eliciting waves of admiration from those around him, causing his face to flush with excitement. He felt as if a ray of light had illuminated his path in cultivation, promising a bright future ahead. At this moment, however, Qin Feng slowly shook his head and declared, You all misunderstand. I meant a 3-7 split, specifically within 3 breaths. I shall slay you over 70,000 times. After speaking, Qin Feng swung his sword. Buzz! The burial immortal sword erupted with a flash of purple light, extending across the sky. As Qin Feng leaped onto the sword's blade, his feet treading upon it, and in the blink of an eye, he shot forth. Roar! The azure dragon roared, as if the ancient thunder's wrath had descended upon the realm. Before Yi Fan, a thunderous pool appeared, and in an instant, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck down. Yet, Qin Feng did not flinch or evade. He allowed the raging lightning to strike him. He was nearly immune. Such was the strength of Qin Feng's current physique, bolstered by the eternal divine body. A true monstrosity. He felt only a slight tingling sensation. How can this be? Yi Fan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. As he beheld Qin Feng soaring towards him on his sword, silver lightning danced around him, and at that moment, Qin Feng resembled an ancient thunder god. Boom! With a single collision, the thunderous pool before Yi Fan was overturned. Yi Fan raised both hands and roared, "Behold my emperor's divine fist!" However, the soaring sword light completely enveloped him. Boom! 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 3 strikes of sword light descended like the end of the world. The first strike severed the dragon's head. The second strike shattered the dragon's body. The third strike left Yi Fan half dead. Bang! Yi Fan was thrown to the ground, face first, unable to defend himself against Qin Feng. At this moment, the arena fell into an eerie silence. The 10th prince truly knows how to play. Even now, he feigns restraint, toying with Qin Feng. Look at that clown, Qin Feng, who believes he has triumphed, some disciples murmured quietly. Qin Feng was rendered speechless. All right. It seems the protagonist is always subjected to ridicule. I have grown accustomed to it. Leisurely, Qin Feng landed gracefully, seizing Yi Fan by the collar, and coldly stated, "No one may flaunt their bravado before me. Speak, where my sister and her?" Despite being utterly defeated, Yi Fan stubbornly turned his head away, refusing to answer, knowing full well that today, Qin Feng would not be thwarted. Here, Master Yi and Lin Qingxian, their faces darkened, soared into the fray, each gripping a rope. At the other end of the rope were 2 women. Qin Feng, how dare you? I command you to release the 10th prince at once, or these 2 women shall meet their demise. Lin Qingxuan's head spun. His chest felt as if it would explode, but he could not fathom Qin Feng's audacity in capturing the 10th prince. How could he dare? Is he foolish enough to believe I won't snap his neck right now? Qin Feng sneered, "Oh no, please don't." Lin Qingxuan's legs immediately turned to jelly. "Father, you are my biological father." He displayed a look of terror, frantically waving his hands, genuinely fearing that Qin Feng might act impulsively. If Yi Fan were to perish, even 10 Heavenly Gate sects would not suffice as compensation. Young man, it seems you no longer value their lives. Master Yi was unperturbed, waving his hand, not only retrieving Qin Xiaoer and the others, but also summoning Zhang Jujing and others with ease. With his cultivation level, he could respond the moment Yi Fan faltered. Although Qin Feng's sword was swift, he could not save Yi Fan in time, but capturing a few individuals was hardly a challenge. He had long been attentive to the whereabouts of Yi Huo'er on Qingming Peak and was familiar with that group of people. The azure hand, formed from spiritual energy, grasped these individuals as if they were mere ants. "Senior sister, master," Qin Feng gritted his teeth, astonished by the old man's shamelessness. Yet at this moment, all members of the Heavenly Gate sect fell silent. They were filled with trepidation. Qin Feng was well known for his ruthless nature. "Qin Feng, do not act recklessly." Even Lin Qingxian and Guotong Hong, along with the other 6 heroes, implored him. If Qin Feng were to make a single move, Yi Fan would perish, and there would not be a single survivor left in the Heavenly Gate sect. The entire Heavenly Gate would be transformed into a graveyard. This seemingly ordinary 17-year-old youth instilled fear throughout the entire Heavenly Gate sect. Junior brother Qin, Tang Yen, along with Yi Huo'er and Qin Xiaoer, bit their lips in deep regret. They felt like burdens to Qin Feng. Zhang Jujing's expression also darkened. Before Master Yi, he could not unleash his final strike. Qin Feng gazed at the crowd. Suddenly, his expression softened, and he began to laugh. "Ha! I too am someone who values the greater picture. Although I have temporarily bested the 10th prince, how could my talents compare? He is the most esteemed person in the world. How could I dare to slay him? It is all a misunderstanding. It is merely a misunderstanding." Chapter 43. You touch him, see if he is hard for you. All members of the Heavenly Gate sect exhaled in unison. Relieved that Qin Feng did not dare to act, bang, Yi Fan was tossed aside once more, landing in a manner akin to a dog eating dirt, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough. Yi Fan clumsily rose to his feet and hurried to the side of the visibly distressed Master Yi. Speaking sheepishly, "Uncle," before he could finish, he was interrupted. "That I understand." Suddenly, Hong Qi-xiong sprang up as if he had discovered a new continent, shouting with fervor. Everyone turned to look at him. Hong Qi-xiong declared with utmost conviction. It must be that the 10th prince is deliberately refraining from making a move in order to prepare for breaking the Heavenly Gate, conserving his strength for an even greater feat. 10th prince, I am not mistaken, am I? Indeed. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with sudden clarity, and he straightened his posture, waving his sleeve in a feigned display of elegance, brushing the dust from his clothing. This prince has not exerted himself at all. I have retained 99% of my strength. He thought to himself, once I break the Heavenly Gate, who will care whether I can defeat Qin Feng? If he dares to act against me, a prodigy of the ages, I will crush him with a mere spit. Oh, I see now. All disciples of the Heavenly Gate sect suddenly experienced an epiphany, realizing that it was the 10th prince who had allowed Qin Feng to prevail. Thus he had not truly exerted himself against him. It made sense. He must have been saving his strength to break the Heavenly Gate. At this moment, Master Ye's expression softened, and he nodded, saying, "Nephew, quickly go and break the Heavenly Gate. Once you do, those who have defiled you today shall be obliterated by me." Nephew, just a moment to prepare. Yi Fan turned, discreetly consuming several medicinal pills. Master, since it is a misunderstanding, please release my companions from Qingming Peak. Qin Feng stepped forward, clasping his hands. Let us settle accounts once my nephew has broken the Heavenly Gate. Yi Guisher completely disregarded Qin Feng, and instead gazed intently at Yi Hui'er for a considerable time. Subsequently, with a grand gesture of his hand, the ropes binding Yi Hui'er and the others untied themselves. Since Qin Feng had released Yi Fan, it was only natural for him to set the others free as well. After all, with his status, it was beneath him to engage in petty disputes with Qingming Peak, lest he be accused of bullying the weak. Moreover, if he truly intended to kill them, his capabilities assured him that even if they fled to the ends of the earth, he could effortlessly eliminate them in a mere breath. The group promptly returned to Qin Feng's side. Brother, Qin Xiaoer immediately dashed into Qin Feng's embrace. Zhang Juzheng and the others wore expressions of complex emotions. In just 5 days, Qin Feng had grown to such an extent, while they felt they could only add to his troubles. Who was it that abducted you? Qin Feng's tone was icy. Guitong. Yi Huaer's complexion turned ashen. She could distinctly sense the murderous intent Yi Guisher had harbored toward her earlier. She would never forget that night when all those who supported her in the imperial capital perished at the hands of Yi Guisher. Had she not fortuitously escaped, she would likely have met the same fate. Behind the misfortunes of Qingming Peak lay the machinations of this very individual, who sought to ensure she would never rise again. Very well. Qin Feng turned, brandishing the Zhongxian sword, prepare to fly toward Guitong, that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Yi Hui'er, worried for Qin Feng, reached out to stop him. Qin Feng smiled gently, kissing her outstretched hand, and said, "Feel this sword, and tell me, is it hard?" With that, he handed her the Zhongxian sword. She remained troubled by the disappearance of Tianzhu, and Qin Feng could only offer her this temporary comfort in the form of the sword. Yi Hui'er lightly caressed the Zhongxian sword, her face flushing slightly as she whispered, "It's quite hard." She seemed to recall that night, when Qin Feng had held her for an entire evening. Beneath her, she had felt something firm, and in her drowsiness, she had unwittingly touched it throughout the night. Qin Feng chuckled softly. "It's supposed to be hard. I'm now frighteningly strong, so rest assured. A mere deputy sect master is no challenge at all. Is that so strong everywhere?" Yi Hui'er's gaze drifted downward, her eyes glimmering. Indeed, Qin Feng straightened his posture. "Now, be good and wait for my return. I do not wish to leave enmity unresolved. It must be settled now." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, flying toward Guitong, leading with a sword strike. "Qin Feng, how dare you?" Guitong's expression changed dramatically as he turned to flee without a second thought. Having sent the 10th prince flying, he knew he could not withstand a single strike from Qin Feng. Boom! The ground erupted. Another chasm opened. That was close. Guo Tong paled at the sight of that terrifying sword energy. He had only been here for a few days, just 5 days. Qin Feng, what the hell do you want? Guo Tong cursed vehemently. Of course, to kill you. Qin Feng regarded him as a fool. Was that last strike merely a game? Wait. Before Guo Tong could finish his words, he felt a searing pain across his face, as if his very skin had been cleaved away by a sword. Half of his face was brutally sliced off. Could you not scrape my face? Guo Tong cried out in agony. Good. Qin Feng twisted the sword's edge, piercing through Guo Tong's thigh, crimson blood gushing forth. Aw, Guo Tong wailed, rolling on the ground in pain. Despair consuming him as he could not comprehend why he was being treated this way. After all, he was a deputy sect master. Dare to harm my sister, my woman. I will ensure you wish you were dead. Crack! Qin Feng's expression was frigid as he stomped down, shattering Guo Tong's left shoulder and then kicking apart his hip bone. Just moments ago, he had sought to please Yi Fan by abducting those around him. Such a person was even more detestable than Yi Guoshi. Upon hearing this, Guo Tong sneered, Can't defeat the 10th prince, so you come to vent your frustration on me. Qin Feng, just wait, just give me a moment. And when the 10th prince breaks through the heavenly gate, I will see how Yi Guoshi deals with you. I want to witness it with my own eyes. Bang! Qin Feng's foot collided with his chest, causing it to collapse, ribs piercing through his body, the ghastly white bones sending chills down the spine. Wait a moment. By then your corpse will be cold. He raised his arm, having tortured Guo Tong enough. Ready to send him off with a single sword stroke? Qin Feng, stop! Suddenly, Lin Qingxian stood before Guo Tong, declaring, How dare you, rascal! You have already offended the 10th prince, committing a grave act of disrespect. Now you dare to kill your own sect member. Lin Qingxuan's fury surged. This newcomer showed utter disdain for the sect's members. How many lives have been lost already? Upon seeing the sect leader intervene, Guo Tong immediately clutched his abdomen, where his insides flowed out. Spewing blood while grinning maniacally, Qin Feng, go ahead, kill me. With the sect leader here, what can you do to me? Blood sprayed everywhere as he shouted defiantly, appearing quite tragic. Look at that. This is the deputy sect master. This is a man of iron will. It's no wonder he holds this position. He possesses true grit. Even in such a state, he would rather stand and live than kneel and die. The disciples of Tianmen sect were left in shock at Guo Tong's condition, while others were astonished by Qin Feng's strength. He had almost decimated the deputy sect master. We ought to learn from the deputy sect master. He is our role model. Some gaze excitedly, their blood boiling. Do you think the sect leader can protect you? Qin Feng bellowed, his figure flickering, immediately charging forward with his sword. The sword cleaves mountains and rivers. Chapter 44. The deputy sect master becomes a saint. Please bless my future. Boom! A powerful sword energy erupted, akin to a cataclysmic disaster descending upon Tianmen's sect. Dust and debris blotting out the sky. As the dust settled, Qin Feng remained silent, and Lin Qingxian remained impassive, merely touching the corner of his mouth before retreating quietly. This left the disciples of Tianmen's sect in a state of bewilderment. The sect leader was yielding to him. The deputy sect master was also yielding to him. Why? I do not understand. Most of the disciples were left speechless. Look, this is the demeanor of our Tianmen sect. The foremost sect, not bullying the weak, not suppressing the disciples. This is the responsibility of a sect leader. An elder disciple suddenly realized, clapping in awe, this gesture of the sect leader is a lesson learned. A lesson learned. His face flushed with excitement. He felt that even if asked to die at this moment, he would gladly accept. The sect leader immersed himself in the fray, teaching the disciples by example. He did not spare his life or fortune to here the way of a morning is worth dying by evening. Qin Feng, with your kind of intellect, why bother cultivating? Do you wish to save the deputy sect master? Here's your chance. Qin Feng scanned the disciples of the Six Peaks, a cold smile playing on his lips. Cleanse the humiliation of the countless souls of Qingming Peak. Let begin at this very moment. Who do you think you are? The sect leader, the deputy sect master, and the 10th prince might not stoop to your level, but we certainly won't indulge you. I will. A disciple from Yinluo Peak surged with spiritual energy. His aura, extraordinary, the Tianmen 9, strikes forming organically. With a single move, he unleashed a devastating blow. I am... Before this Yinluo Peak disciple could finish his introduction, the Zhongxian sword pierced through his skull, spraying blood and brain matter everywhere. Boom! He collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his eyes hollowed out, leaving only a ring of bone. Qin Feng, gripping the Zhongxian sword, his gaze fierce, said coldly, "This senior has yielded to me. Who else wishes to step forward? Arrogant." An extraordinary disciple with sharp brows and bright eyes. Before he could utter his opening line, his massive head was launched skyward. Gurgle, gurgle. After rolling several times, his head came to a stop. "Believe it or not, I don't require your belief." Qin Feng chuckled. "Another one bites the dust. If you wish to face me, best keep your words few. Otherwise, you 1T get the chance to finish." Shaking off the blood that had already soaked his clothes to crimson, he pressed on. "I beg you, do not yield to him. Go all out. Qin Feng has only been here for 5 days. You can defeat him." One disciple, who had just entered a dozen days ago, pleaded. He silently swore that the deputy sect master and the sect leader were overly lenient. Upon hearing this, another disciple gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine, let the world scorn me for bullying the weak. I shall be the sinner." He leaped forward. Bang! Before he could utter his second word, his head exploded, blood raining down as the Zhongxian sword shot forth. This is the terror of sword cultivators. Control the sword. This is not the teaching of the Empress. It is a profound realization that Qin Feng has just attained himself. Withdrawing his sword, Qin Feng turned and seized the incapacitated Guotong, placing the blade ominously upon his eye. Instantly, blood gushed forth, the white of his eye reduced to a pulp. Guotong shrieked in agony, struggling, only to have one of his arms severed. He wept bitterly, tears and mucus dripping onto Qin Feng's feet, which disgusted him. Thus he struck again, lopping off Guotong's nose, leaving behind 2 small black holes from which blood gushed forth. "You should never have touched my woman and sister. Do you understand?" Qin Feng glared at him. "I understand. I understand." Qin Feng. Guotong in that moment was utterly wretched, howling in despair, his body riddled with sword wounds. The sound of his cries was unbearable. Qin Feng thrust a blade into his mouth, mangling his tongue. Guotong, of noble status, the vice-master of the Heavenly Gate sect, was revered by all disciples as a paragon of virtue. Yet now, he was reduced to a mere husk by Qin Feng's hand. The vice-master, just like Shakyamuni, who once fed his flesh to the eagles. You could have easily slain him, yet you chose not to, willingly feeding the demon. How impressive! Thousands of disciples cried out in a chorus, expressing their admiration. The vice-master clearly aspired to become a saint revered by all. Qin Feng found himself laughing in anger, and with a flick of his wrist, he flung the barely alive Guotong into the crowd. Wow! Qin Feng has spared the vice-master. The vice-master has succeeded. He has managed to persuade the demon Qin to sheath his sword and turn back. The disciples displayed reverence, and in their eyes, Guotong had transformed into a saint. They scrambled to catch the barely recognizable Guotong. In truth, at this moment, elixirs could still restore him. However, an elder disciple suddenly spoke. It is said that after Shakyamuni fed the eagles his flesh, he was cremated and ascended to the heavens, becoming the Buddha in the West. Right? Yes, yes. The disciples nodded eagerly. Let us fulfill the vice-master's destiny. They placed Guotong in a cross-legged position and ignited a roaring fire. Praying fervently, "Great flames consume my shattered body, for only in the light." No, 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 no. At this moment, Guotong was rendered speechless, yet internally he screamed 100, 1,000, a myriad of times he did not wish to die. "Vice-master, after becoming a saint, please remember me. I am Cheng Long. You must bless my path of cultivation. May my future be bright." One disciple, with a heart full of compassion, pushed Guotong into the flames. "Cheng Long, I will damn well remember you. And you wish for a bright future? Eat shit. I am a steaming pile of dung. Shove it right up her ass." Guotong roared within. "You fools." The fire blazed quickly. The oil from Gua Tong's body sizzling and popping. Vice Master has ascended to sainthood, all disciples lamented. Let us go, let us go. Although Qin Feng has been moved by the Vice Master, I have no right to forgive him. We must capture this demon and make him kneel in repentance. A few disciples stirred restlessly. Enough, there are guests present. We cannot afford to be the laughingstock. Lin Qingxian's expression darkened as he blocked the disciples. Master Yi. Lin Qingxian turned to Yi Fan, that he had to suppress his anger. After all, powerful figures were present in the imperial capital if the esteemed master and a newcomer of merely 5 days were to clash. It would be a disgrace of monumental proportions, inviting ridicule. As long as Yi Fan could break the heavenly gate, Master Yi could easily hold Qin Feng accountable for offending a timeless genius. Just wait a moment, it's only a short while longer. Master Yi frowned, contemplating for a long time before finally speaking. Let us proceed with the assessment. This is of utmost importance. Nephew. Chapter 45. Yi Fan assesses talent. Breaking the heavenly gate, breaking the heavenly gate. Assessing talent. In truth, Qin Feng was also eagerly anticipating this moment, especially since he had been overshadowed by Yi Fan's previous accomplishments, which had left him exceedingly displeased. Even now, the burial immortal sword seemed to emit a faint tremor, clearly reflecting its dissatisfaction from the last encounter. Nephew. Master Yi affectionately assisted Yi Fan, walking towards the heavenly gate under the gaze of all present. Though the heavenly gate sect has fallen into disrepair, it was once a formidable power. This ancient heavenly gate attracted all talents of the time. Now, this is the last remnant of the ancient heavenly gate. Master Yi explained with great care. He then turned to ask, Master Lin, my nephew detonated the heavenly gate before everyone's eyes, did he not? Absolutely a spectacle. Lin Qingxian nodded. I still remember how that young rascal Qin Feng, not knowing his place, lingered a bit longer after the detonation, shamelessly claiming he was first, truly unafraid of humiliation. Hong Qi-xiong scoffed at Master Yi could not help but chuckle at the remark. Indeed, people from small places are often ignorant. He displayed a profound disdain, asking, What insights do you draw from this matter? Hong Qi-xiong sighed. In life, one should be grounded. Relying solely on cunning will only serve to delude oneself. The path of cultivation is no different. Does one not realize that there are always those stronger? His little schemes are mere jokes in the eyes of others. He glanced at Qin Feng, shaking his head in lament. Alas, in this world, one must consider strength, background, talent, and emotional intelligence. Unfortunately, some individuals possess zero emotional intelligence, lost in their dreams of grandeur, mistaking the leniency of others for their own superiority. You possess the potential of a saint. Master Yi praised, genuinely impressed. Upon hearing the compliment, Hong Qi-xiong beamed with delight. Unable to contain his joy, Lin Qingxian also secretly applauded. Enough, let us assess the talent. Master Yi strode forward confidently, personally guiding Yi Fan's hands toward the heavenly gate. After 5 days apart, was it finally time for him to soar once more? Our heavenly gate sect has produced a true dragon, as soon as the noble prince ascends to the heavens. Let us swiftly strip him of his garments and offer them at the ancestral hall of the sect, thus bringing glory to our lineage. Yes, yes. The praises and exclamations of the disciples were crystal clear to Yi Fan. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Fan's heart raced uncontrollably that if he surpasses today, he will rise triumphantly, returning to the imperial capital to participate in the imperial war, ultimately becoming the new Kanglan emperor. Wait, Qin Feng approached. I wish to be assessed as well. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Had Qin Feng finally come to his senses? Was he willing to play the supporting role for the 10th prince? Everyone marveled, affirming that Vice Master Guo was indeed noble, having personally transformed a great demon. Nephew, let him join as well. Remember, while you possess the capital to overshadow the world, you also need witnesses. Otherwise, when you stand atop the pinnacle, you will realize how lonely true invincibility can be. He possesses some talent. If he survives, he may witness your ascent. Master Yi did not prevent Qin Feng. Very well. Yi Fan nodded, then turned to Qin Feng, saying, Cherish this moment. It shall be your glory for a lifetime. Qin Feng remained silent, not uttering a word. Nephew, break the heavenly gate. This true dragon of yours is ready to soar. Master Ye's expression was solemn and grave. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing thunderously in Yi Fan's ears. At this moment, he was filled with confidence, his blood surging. Under the gaze of all, the fervor ignited. Roar, roar, roar. 3 consecutive dragon roars seemed to respond to Yi Fan's lofty ambitions. Golden spiritual energy erupted around him, countless spiritual pressures dispersing the clouds. Instantly, thunder clapped and the winds shifted. The cries of thousands of disciples below harmonized with the aura surrounding Yi Fan, each heartbeat resonating like a booming drum. The momentum was staggering. Qin Feng, Yi Fan's voice reverberated like that of a deity, emanating from all directions. I want you to witness this. In the guise of an emperor, I shall break through the heavenly gate. From now on, I shall be a divine emperor, and you shall remain as mere lowly beings of the 6 realms. In the future, when you see me, you must kneel in reverence, bowing as if crushing garlic. He dreamt of breaking through the heavenly gate, becoming an everlasting genius, storming through the imperial capital to rule as king, then journeying to the divine land, breaking free of constraints, commanding the 9 domains. And within a decade, soaring once more, ascending to the heavens. This moment he had awaited for so long. He did not hesitate to humble himself as a prince, stepping into this barren land, all for the sake of the heavenly gate. Roar, roar, the golden dragon roared, its claws tearing through the void. The moment he was about to break the heavenly gate, Yi Fan was illuminated by the golden spiritual energy of the dragon, shining brilliantly. His heart surged with excitement as he could sense an ancient, terrifying aura awakening within the heavenly gate. Just like last time, thud, 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 his heart raced uncontrollably again. It was about to explode. Everyone felt a wave of despair wash over them, reminiscent of when the 10th prince had broken the heavenly gate. Under this aura, one felt as insignificant as an ant. Ha ha! Indeed, I'm the genius of all ages. Yi Fan laughed maniacally, his face brimming with uncontainable joy. It was just like last time. He had felt death's approach, and the moment he withdrew his spiritual energy, the heavenly gate erupted. Everything unfolded once more according to the previous sequence. He was prepared to release his grip and endure the pain of the heavenly gate's explosion. He could shout, Yi Fan, the genius of all eternity. He gazed at the crowd. Then, under the eager anticipation of all, he abruptly withdrew his hands, quickly clasping his head, adopting an exaggerated posture to shield himself. Ready for protection, the heavenly gate exploded, and a slight evasion was not disgraceful. Thereafter, he internally called out, Explode, my heavenly gate. His entire being was tense with anticipation. After a brief moment, yet another moment passed. Why hadn't it exploded? Did this heavenly gate take longer to detonate? Ah, the last piece, that is understandable. Huh. Why was no one shouting that Yi Fan is the genius of all ages? After a long wait, nearly a quarter of an hour had passed. Yi Fan's eyes suddenly twitched violently that a sense of foreboding washed over him. Uncle Yi, he coughed, still no movement. Huh. Yi Fan humorously stood up. Upon seeing the dark, water-like countenance of Master Yi, he immediately chuckled awkwardly. Come on, let us do it again. Master Yi's voice was now vastly different from before, as cold and unyielding as ancient ice, ruthlessly echoing in his mind. All right, the spirit of the ancient heavenly gate must have stepped out for a visit. It's not home. I truly missed the right moment. Yi Fan jested, continuing to command the protective golden dragon, soaring towards the heavenly gate, pressing his hands upon it. Wind and rain, thunder and lightning, a tumultuous storm brewed. The golden dragon once again displayed its might. This time, I shall surely demonstrate my extraordinary prowess. However, time dragged on, endlessly. The heavenly gate remained unscathed. This time, Yi Fan altered his strategy, launching a frenzied assault on the heavenly gate. Yi Fan's heart began to tremble, his calves grew weak. Regrettably, though his efforts were grandiose, the silence was deafening. What was happening? After toiling for ages, he found himself panting heavily, drenched in sweat. His scalp tingled. Uncle Yi. Yi Fan trembled. Actually, even if I don't shatter the heavenly gate, it's fine, right? I can still participate in the Imperial battle. While speaking, he glanced anxiously at Yihua if he were to lose his qualification. He might fare worse than Yihua. Yi Fan forced a smile. Yet Master Yi was seething with rage, his fury palpable, his expression savage and devoid of restraint. His voice thundered like a cataclysmic explosion. One last time. Chapter 46. Shattering the Heavenly Gate. The true genius of all ages. Yi Fan was nearly paralyzed with fear. It was hard to fathom that the uncle who had always treated him gently, with deep familial affection, could be so irritable, impatient, and viciously drag him along. The heartlessness of the royal family was evident. Uncle Yi. Yi Fan grasped Master Yi's sleeve, nearly on the verge of tears. We can't test it again. We truly can't. What he needed to think about now was how to make a grand exit, providing a reason to silence the murmurs of the crowd. Thus preserving his dignity, he struggled to evade Qin Feng's gaze, but it seemed permanently etched in his mind, impossible to shake off that he seemed to see Qin Feng, wielding a purple longsword, resting it upon the Heavenly Gate. After that, the Heavenly Gate dared not emit any aura again. Yi Fan's pupils dilated sharply. An overwhelming wave of anxiety surged within him, fear, trepidation, and panic. These negative emotions nearly suffocated him. He felt a gentle breeze brush against his cheek. And the scene before him shifted abruptly. Master Yi yanked him back violently, then kicked him to the ground. Boom! He tumbled helplessly several times, and to his horror, he discovered that all the disciples of the Heavenly Gate were staring at him. Their eyes filled with seriousness. They were intently observing Yi Fan. That a profound silence enveloped the Heavenly Gate as everyone sought an answer. Why was their esteemed 10th prince rolling in the mud at this moment? Perhaps this was the required response to shatter the Heavenly Gate. Currently, even Lin Qingxian shared this sentiment. Just a hair's breadth away. Yi Fan understood he was as fragile as a pane of glass. With the slightest poke, all his lies would be exposed, and now he was merely a straw away from that revelation. I could see this moment. Yi Fan's heart was tormented, walking on thin ice. Every movement, every breath, was a desperate contemplation of how to turn the tide. A pressure that was beyond description. Ultimately, the immense psychological strain compelled him to ask, what is the level of my aptitude? 4th grade aptitude. The enraged voice of Master Yi reverberated through every corner of the Heavenly Gate. Even the countenance of the esteemed National Master bore a hint of distortion. What nonsense is this golden dragon physique? 4th grade aptitude meant that even the Heavenly Gate had 7 or 8 individuals of similar caliber. In the Imperial capital, it was only fit for scavenging. This conclusion made Yi Fan's head feel as if it had exploded, his mind numb, his limbs icy, an excruciating pain piercing his heart like 1,000 needles. The golden dragon physique he had always taken pride in was merely 4th grade. Even several of the Heavenly Gate's deceased top disciples had 4th grade aptitude. No. He shook his head frantically, unable to believe it. Though 4th grade aptitude held a lofty status within the Heavenly Gate, sufficient for Lin Qingxian to welcome him with open arms, it was unworthy of the royal family, unworthy of the imperial capital, and utterly unfit for participation in the imperial battle. Absolutely impossible. I shattered the Heavenly Gate last time. How could I only be 4th grade? Even you who have been cast aside by the realm of the divine. Possessed a fire spirit physique close to perfection at the 5th grade. Am I worse than her? Yi Fan could no longer maintain any semblance of composure. Standing up, covered in mud, he screamed hysterically at the crowd below. His piercing voice struck all the disciples of the Heavenly Gate. In truth, Yi Fan still had many loyal admirers. Yet at this moment, regardless of how he shouted, the crowd remained eerily silent. Only those gazes pierced through him like 1,000 arrows. Contempt, mockery, pity, driven back by such stares. Yi Fan stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground once more. Uncle Yi, you believe in me, right? I will definitely seize the imperial throne in the imperial battle. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he crawled to Master Yi's feet, wailing uncontrollably. Oh, hell with it. Master Yi slapped him across the face. Crack! The blow sent him crashing to the ground, several teeth knocked out. Spurt! The immense force surged through his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This moment, Yi Fan was filled with dread. Is this the heartlessness of the royal family? He recalled Yiwa. Ha! He laughed maniacally like a madman. Too lazy to stand, he chose to lie down in a comfortable position. He began to give up entirely. What dignity, what majesty, what royal power and wealth. Under this slap, all dissolved into smoke. The genius of all ages who shattered the heavenly gate. In that days, the scenes flashed back to the day he touched the heavenly gate. That figure, so handsome and incited jealousy, had earnestly requested the first place reward from the sect leader. Qin Feng, in a fit of rage, Yi Fan screamed, blood surging up his throat. This cry drew all eyes to Qin Feng, who calmly observed the unfolding chaos, serene as the sea, waiting for Yi Fan to play with fire and burn himself. Boom! At this moment, all disciples of the Six Peaks wore faces of terror. Even Lin Qingxian turned his head in shock, staring at Qin Feng with horror. They fixated on Qin Feng, fearing to miss any detail. It seemed they began to comprehend why Yi Fan could not break the heavenly gate, why Qin Feng could challenge 500 disciples with a single sword, why Qin Feng's ascension was terrifyingly rapid. Observing Yi Fan's reaction, everything fell into a reasonable explanation. Their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. At that moment, Qin Feng was terrifyingly calm. Why Yi Fan? One could only say he deserved it, for when he supported Qin Guying and slaughtering himself, instigated Zhang Xin to attack him time and again, and condoned Wang Bao and other core disciples in humiliating Tang Yin and abducting his sister, that moment sealed his fate. In truth, had he taken action himself, it would not have been this scene. Qin Feng would have subjected Yi Fan to the depths of hell on earth, employing methods of unprecedented cruelty, multiplying the torment tenfold. Touching his woman and sister was simply unacceptable. Understand now. Suddenly, the perceptive elder of Yanluo Peak, Hong Qi-xiong, joyously shouted, bursting forth. All eyes were fixed upon him. You understand now. Lin Qingxian furrowed his brow. Hong Qi-xiong's face lit up with joy as he swiftly rushed down from the high platform to stand before Qin Feng. Qin Feng, on that day when you touched the heavenly gate, I gifted you several precious spiritual herbs that I implored you not to enter my Yanluo Peak, because I recognize your extraordinary potential. You needed to hone your skills in the outside world before you could truly shine. Surely, you grasp my intentions? Hong Qi-xiong beamed brightly, wrapping an arm around Qin Feng's shoulder. Yes, I understand. Qin Feng, however, remained perplexed, for he recalled that on that fateful day, Hong Qi-xiong had gritted his teeth and presented the spiritual herbs, beseeching him to stay away from Yanluo Peak, fearing that he might offend Yi Fan and suffer the consequences. Haha, I knew you would appreciate this elder's good intentions. Hong Qi-xiong proclaimed with pride as he turned around, exclaiming loudly, Yi Fan possesses merely 4th-grade aptitude. That day when the heavenly gate shattered, you must have been quite bewildered. Yes, upon seeing everyone nod in agreement, he continued, what a coincidence. This elder happened to be the closest that day and knows the backstory. Allow me to unveil the truth. Unveil the truth upon hearing this. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. In truth, they all held a singular answer in their hearts, their gazes fixed fervently on Qin Feng. Indeed, it was quite simple. On that day, the only individuals who tested their talents alongside Yi Fan were Qin Feng and Qin Xiao. After a brief moment, Qin Xiao had withdrawn, leaving only Qin Feng. Hence, I believe that the prodigy who shattered the heavenly gate is none other than the young man beside me. He is Qin Feng. Boom! As these words fell, the entire venue erupted. Even Yi Fan, lying on the ground, convulsed as if struck by lightning. Despair consumed him completely. He had anticipated this outcome. The last flicker of hope had been extinguished. Qin Feng, is it truly him? Confusion rippled through the crowd, leading Hong Qi-xiong to call out, then please touch the heavenly gate and demonstrate your talent, so we may all have an answer. The atmosphere ignited like a raging inferno. A tidal wave of sound crashing upon the entire heavenly gate sect. Touch the heavenly gate. Test your talent. Especially among the crowd from Qingming Peak, their faces flushed with excitement, tears glistening in their eyes. Their hearts stirred with fervor. They would not hesitate to shout until their throats were raw. Boom! Suddenly, A flash of inspiration struck Yi Fan, and his mind raced to a conclusion. If Qin Feng could not shatter the heavenly gate, then he still had a chance. A chance! Chapter 47. Yi Fan's moment of reversal. System. Activate. At this moment, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Even Yi Fan was ecstatic at the prospect of finding a glimmer of hope. Yet Lin Qingxian appeared as if he had swallowed a bitter gourd, for it was he who had commanded the filling of the demon cave at Qingming Peak. Should Qin Feng soar, it would undoubtedly elevate Yi Huer's status as well, and he would be the one held accountable for that debt. His fate would not be much better than Guotong's. Moreover, Guotong's abduction of Qin Feng's sister and Yi Huer had also been his directive. His expression turned cold, and a chilling murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he fixed his stare firmly on Qin Feng. Silence. The Heavenly Gate sect treasures its heritage dearly. How could it be squandered on a mere waste who has only been here for 5 days? He has no right to touch the Heavenly Gate again. Lin Xingxuan's eyes swept over every disciple present in the Heavenly Gate sect, his gaze dark and terrifying. What? Are you afraid that our little Qin Feng will shatter your Heavenly Gate and attract the attention of the powerful in the imperial capital, thus soaring to greatness? Yi Huer's voice dripped with cold sarcasm. At this juncture, she saw no need to extend any courtesy to Lin Qingxian, that if worse came to worst, Qingming Peak could transform into Qingming sect. With Qin Feng by their side, it was not an impossibility. Yet Lin Qingxian remained the one in control of the Heavenly Gate sect. It was evident that the majority of the disciples from the 6 peaks had encircled the front of the Heavenly Gate, clearly intent on preventing Qin Feng from testing his aptitude. Boom! However, at this moment, Master Yi, infused with overwhelming authority, descended from afar and approached Qin Feng. Boom! His spiritual pressure was terrifyingly potent, even causing Lin Qingxuan's expression to shift in fear as he retreated several steps. No one could ignore this presence. This Master Yi had once vanquished all dragon veins across the realm. In the Kanglan Empire, his word was law, and those who could contend with him were few and far between, save for the Kanglan Emperor himself. Master Yi, what could he want with Qin Feng? Would he seek vengeance for Yi Fan and kill Qin Feng? A cold smile crept across Yi Fan's face. Qin Feng, you have no opportunity to test your talent today. After all, royal ties run deep, intertwined like sinews to the bone. He felt deeply moved. Uncle Yi, for the sake of royal dignity, I hope you will reconsider. Yi Huer's expression was icy as she stepped protectively in front of Qin Feng. Master Yi and second Prince Lin Qingxian seemed to be on the verge of speaking when Master Yi interrupted, suddenly revealing a warm smile. Talented Qin, may I personally assist you in approaching the Heavenly Gate for a touch? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxian and Yi Fan felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their scalps tingling. Wow! At this moment, Yi Fan, sensing a flicker of hope, was suddenly seized with rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. Was this not the very treatment he had once enjoyed? A mere thought of Master Yi's previous cruelty, rage, and rudeness toward him now contrasted sharply with his current demeanor toward Qin Feng. Yi Fan's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. What level of talent did Qin Feng possess? At this moment, the crowd was utterly astonished by Master Yi's attitude toward Qin Feng, gasping in astonishment. Only an exceptionally rare and unparalleled genius could merit such attention from Master Yi, perhaps even surpassing the treatment Yi Fan had once received. Puff! The fallen Yi Fan, incensed by these words, coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body convulsing. Seeing that Qin Feng remained silent, Master Yi called out, Talented Qin? Master Yi, the 7 Peaks martial meet has yet to conclude. I still aspire to secure first place. How about we wait until the competition ends before I test? Qin Feng remained unhurried, though he too wished to prove himself. However, the 7 Peaks martial meet must be completed first. Only by clinching victory could he solidify Qingming Peak's standing. After all, Yi Huer had declared that she would not leave and would remain at Qingming Peak. At that moment, everyone finally grasped the situation. Indeed, the 7 Peaks martial meet was only half completed, and many disciples had yet to emerge from the first area. Qin Feng was only just among the top 100. Oh ho ho ho. It seems this master was overly eager to nurture talent. And no matter, you may proceed. As for this heavenly gate, with me present, no one can take it away. Master Yi smiled slightly, his gaze drifting toward Lin Qingxian, causing the latter to shudder in fear. Qin Feng nodded and moved toward the second area. In the first area, there were 1,000 arenas. In the second area, 100. And in the third area, the top 10. Although he had triumphed over 500 arenas with a single sword, the challenges posed by the top 10 would still require some effort to confront. The 7 peaks martial meet continued. The disciples fought fervently for their dreams. Naturally, the rules permitting unrestricted combat led many who wished to challenge Qin Feng to think twice, with most opting to surrender. However, there were a few undeterred souls, and Qin Feng was more than willing to grant their wish, delivering them a strike from his sword of ascension. The battles that followed, however, lacked any real excitement, while the ordinary disciples were ablaze with passion. The atmosphere around Qin Feng grew cold, and no one dared to challenge him. The throne of first place seemed to have been predetermined. After Qin Feng departed, Lin Qingxian approached Master Yi, wishing to speak. Until Qin Feng's talent is confirmed, you'd best keep your distance from me, that we are not yet well acquainted. Master Yi coldly turned his back, leaving Lin Qingxian behind. Very well, Lin Qingxian nodded in acknowledgement, his expression dark as water. Lying on the ground, blood pooling around him, Yi Fan suddenly heard a voice in his mind, invigorating him, and a look of wild joy flickered in his eyes. Ding, system activated. The host has completed the initial task. Please claim your packages. The frustration package, the male supporting character's torment package, the blood-spitting package. Ding. Binding successful. Chapter 48. Bloodstained garments, red skirts. All is implied. Who are you? What is this system? Yi Fan steadied himself, suppressing the overwhelming joy of being unexpectedly bestowed with fortune as he bombarded his mind with questions. Ding. This system is a divine treasure of the heavenly Tao, capable of assisting you in achieving the status of emperor, overturning the Heavenly Gate sect within 100 days, annihilating the Kanglin Empire within 6 months, and dominating the 9 domains within 3 years. Too slow, far too slow. I don't need you. Yi Fan shook his head in disappointment, continuing to lie back and spew blood. What a joke. Qin Feng is on the verge of opening the next map in just 5 days. And you're telling me 100 days? Does that imply you can't even compete with Qin Feng? The system was momentarily taken aback. Logically speaking, 100 days would merely equate to 3 months. Overthrowing the Heavenly Gate sect by standards could be deemed as a mark of genius. Did he still find it slow? Yi Fan's mind lingered in silence for a brief moment, but a notification echoed in his consciousness. Ding. Host has activated the imagination mode. Merely inscribe a number to represent the days required to conquer the Heavenly Gate sect. The system's voice resonated once more, lacking the insight of Yihora. He remained oblivious to the fact that this was the remnant soul of a formidable being. Thus, when a shimmering light screen materialized, Yi Fan tentatively inscribed the number 3. Ding. Inscription successful. The system will assist the host in unifying the Heavenly Gate sect within 3 days. As the frigid voice of the system echoed in his mind, he could not help but exclaim, "Are you out of your mind? I meant 3/4 of an hour." Upon hearing this, the system fell silent. Damn it, I've encountered an imbecile. It grumbled internally as it exited Yi Fan's consciousness. Subsequently seeking another target, the swirl of dark demonic light traversed the Heavenly Gate sect, unseen by others, within this darkness. A faint visage of an adult with a square face could be discerned. This time, the level of the demonic soul that had arrived was significantly higher than when in Qingyun City. Thus, even Yi Guoshi failed to detect its presence. Suddenly, it caught sight of a languid figure upon the arena. Only a destitute fool would believe such ludicrous claims that the system could defy the heavens. While he bore a certain handsomeness, he was basking in the sun while others fought fiercely. Clearly a slackard, IT surged toward Qin Feng with a whistle. Ding! System activated. Congratulations, host. You have received the Sunbathing Gift Pack, the Laziness Gift Pack, and the Lying Flat Gift Pack. Complete a task to claim them. Ding! Task issued. Step on the 3 ants on the ground to receive all gift packs and assist the host in entering the Wuxiang realm. As it continued its incessant chatter, A sudden voice intruded upon his mind. What are you barking about? You're disturbing this emperor's afternoon nap. Boom! Before he could react, an inexplicable force struck his demonic light. What the hell? The square-faced specter shrieked in terror, scrambling out of Qin Feng's consciousness in a state of panic. His visage was left bruised and battered, a few teeth lost, blood streaming from his nose. Where did this powerful being come from? He thought, glancing back, only to see that the other party seemed disinterested in him, leading him to surmise perhaps they were merely passing by. Qin Feng frowned. What is this nonsense? The Empress replied, just chasing away a pesky rat. Qin Feng remained perplexed. Meanwhile, the square-faced specter, unable to find a suitable target after another round, begrudgingly returned to Yi Fan's mind. He gritted his teeth silently. If it weren't for the grand scheme of the Demon King's palace, I truly wouldn't want to deal with this fool. Ahem, I must ask, do you believe in second chances for opportunities? The sinister voice echoed within Yi Fan's consciousness. Yi Fan nodded. I believe. Ding, second binding of the system. The host can overthrow the Heavenly Gate sect within 3/4 of an hour. Please accept the great enlightenment power bestowed upon you by the system. The system's voice crackled like electronic sound, and it gritted its teeth to complete the proclamation. All right, I accept. Yi Fan's vision suddenly brightened. I've made the right bet. Life is but a grand gamble. Since there is an opportunity, why not gamble big? Ding, the enlightenment is divided into 3 phases. The first phase begins. The system's prompt resonated, and a pitch-black demonic power surged into Yi Fan's consciousness from some medium, causing his power and realm to soar dramatically. Yi Fan was elated. The square-faced specter sat cross-legged in Yi Fan's mind, emanating waves of demonic energy, seemingly in search of something. After a while, his gaze locked onto Qin Xiaoer, who was positioned nearby. So she's here. The square-faced specter hastily issued a task. Ding! The first system task is here. After 2 phases of enlightenment, please capture that girl to receive further power. With 3 phases of strength, you could shatter the sect master of the Heavenly Gate with a single punch. Yi Fan trembled with excitement. I can defeat Lin Qingxian, though he was unaware of just how powerful Lin Qingxian truly was. He reasoned that Qin Feng couldn't possibly surpass him as long as he could overpower Qin Feng. He would have turned the tide. With determination, he resolved to fully cooperate in the first 2 phases of enlightenment, which would take approximately 1/4 of an hour. Capturing Qin Xiaoer would take another 1/4, and then he would have the final 1/4 to defeat Qin Feng. Yi Fan was already envisioning his future. Meanwhile, within Qin Xiaoer's mind, an elderly voice spoke urgently and deeply. There's no time left. The Demon King's palace has sent someone. We must flee immediately. How much time do we have? Qin Xiaoer's complexion changed dramatically. 1/4 of an hour? Wait, I need to say goodbye to my brother. She gritted her teeth. However, before she could rise, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. The 7 Peaks martial meet had concluded. Qin Feng had effortlessly claimed first place. The crowd from Qingming Peak erupted into cheers, celebrating their newfound freedom. They no longer needed to disband or hide, and could openly develop Qingming Peak. The genius Qin Feng had created a historical legend. In just 5 days since arriving at the sect, he had faced 1,000 opponents and emerged as the top of the 7 Peaks. At this moment, even those from the 6 Peaks could not contain their thunderous applause. It was utterly astounding. Qin Feng rose, stretching under the sun's radiant glow. This blood-soaked youth appeared as if he were a blazing sun, his visage radiating charm and warmth. He cast his gaze toward Yi Horror amidst the crowd. Clad in a blood-red dress, she resonated with Qin Feng, embodying a vivid and fiery spirit. Everything Qin Feng accomplished was partly to save his sister, while the remaining fervor and determination were dedicated to Yi. Her gaze was profound, and a smile graced her lips. All was unspoken, yet understood. Aside from Qin Feng's victory, the crowd also looked forward to another significant event. At that moment, Yi Guesher stepped forward, personally calling out, "Please, Yi Genius, touch the Heavenly Gate and assess your aptitude. Embark on your path to becoming an eternal genius." Chapter 49. Yi Xian's Betrayal, making Qin Feng his sword slave. The 7 Peaks martial meet drew to a close. In truth, Qin Feng had only fought half of the rounds. No one dared to face him in the latter half that he had taken a nap and emerged victorious. Everyone recognized his strength, surpassing that of the disciples and elders of the Heavenly Gate sect. Yet, no one knew exactly how powerful he was. He was likely just a notch below the sect master A.S. for aptitude. People believed he must exceed Yi Fan. Everything hinged on the upcoming assessment. Qin Genius touched the Heavenly Gate, touched the Heavenly Gate. Thus, for the first time in the history of the Heavenly Gate sect, an unprecedented unity was born. All voices rose from the depths of their hearts. Qin Feng observed Yi Guoshi, whose aura surged with authority, standing protectively beneath the Heavenly Gate, gesturing for him to approach with a gentle gaze. Qin Genius, today you will surely amaze us. Hong Qixiong beamed with flattery. Seemingly well acquainted with Qin Feng, continuously vying for attention. One day, should Qin Feng truly ascend to wealth and prominence, he could proudly declare, I was once friends with Qin Feng. We were inseparable. Qin Feng felt the warmth of the crowd's enthusiasm as they parted to create a pathway for him to the Heavenly Gate. Everywhere he looked, he was met with admiration and respect. Was this the eagerly anticipated path of cultivation? Qin Feng's gaze became solemn. When one is down and out, everyone fears they might step on you. Yet in glory, all are mere sycophants. How many genuinely wish you well? A chill crept into his heart. Amongst the multitude, where might there be hidden nails, waiting for you to tread upon them? He believed one should not be overly hypocritical. He had little tolerance for veiled insincerity. It was best to maintain one's true self, assess one's aptitude, break through the Heavenly Gate, and fear nothing. That if one is a person of substance, soar freely. If one is but refuse, let it be devoured by dogs. In a single lifetime, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Qin Feng strode confidently toward the Heavenly Gate. The golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. Once they meet the stormy clouds, they transform into dragons. Young man, you possess the bearing of an emperor. Upon concluding his words, Yi Guoshi extended his hand. Please, I, Yi Tianzong, wish to personally witness your aptitude. As his voice fell, the entire Heavenly Gate sect erupted in jubilation once more. This path of cultivation, rife with opportunists, was laid bare for all to see. Qin Feng chuckled to himself. Yet, this was the norm. An eternal genius was about to emerge. Yi Tianzong's resounding call elevated the atmosphere to its zenith. Boom! Qin Feng stepped onto the high platform, and the crowd fell silent, holding their breaths, ready to witness this exhilarating moment. He drew forth the Zhongxian sword, causing the Heavenly Gate to tremble and quiver in response. An overwhelming wave of fear threatened to erupt from within. Just as Qin Feng was about to raise his hands towards the Heavenly Gate, suddenly, a deafening sound, nearly rupturing the eardrums of all present, sliced through the sky. The decree of the candidate emperor of the Kanglan Empire has arrived. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar akin to the arrival of 1,000 troops, the entire Heavenly Gate sect trembled. The ground beneath everyone's feet swayed noticeably. Roar, roar, roar. 8 creatures resembling dragons, yet not quite, horses yet not entirely, sprouted wings, their tails resembling iron hooks, dragon horns sprouting from behind their ears, and hooves like those of cattle. With mouths agape, they revealed gaping maws filled with rows of pointed teeth, still stained with human flesh and blood. They were harnessed to a chariot crafted from pure gold, the 8-step celestial dragon horse. The royal steed of the Kanglan Emperor. It is said that each meal requires the consumption of dozens of live humans. Hence, the death row inmates of the Kanglan Empire are essentially their sustenance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 sword cultivators descended from the clouds, their swords slicing through the air. Sword cultivators are a rarity. At this moment, 6 had appeared all at once. The piercing light of their swords caused everyone to feel as if their very skin was being pricked by thorns. Any slight movement felt as if it would lead to being torn apart. The path of the sword cultivator is indeed terrifying. Leading them was a eunuch holding a whisk. They paid no heed to the significant matters the Heavenly Gate sect was currently engaged in. Without regard for the crowd, they descended directly, causing disciples to flee in panic, some tragically crushed into mere flesh beneath the celestial horses. Yet Lin Qingxian present dared not utter a word. The arrival of eunuch Huang warranted a grand reception. Even Yi Qianzong could not afford to be dismissive, frowning as he approached and clasped his hands in greeting. Well, at least we have not arrived too late. The decree of the second prince has been conveyed. Qin Feng's aptitude cannot be measured. He cast a glance at Qin Feng and then at the 8-step celestial dragon horse. Coldly shaking his head, Qin Feng's gaze darkened at once. Eunuch Huang, it seems even the second prince cannot interfere with the matters of our national master. Can he? Moreover, today the emperor has not personally descended. The mere presence of the dragon chariot does not signify anything substantial. That why Yi Tianzong waved his sleeve dismissively, displeased with eunuch Huang's display of power. Cannot interfere. Did you not hear, just now? We are conveying the decree of the candidate emperor. Do you dare to belittle the future emperor? Eunuch Huang's gaze sharpened. Buzz, the sword cultivators beside him instantly drew their swords, the sharp aura of their blades coiling with intent to strike. It seemed as if they could cleave the heavens. Future emperor, what nonsense is this? The imperial battle has yet to commence. Even if a celestial were to descend today, they could not halt our national master from uncovering a talent of ancient proportions. Yi Guisher exuded an imposing aura, sheltering Qin Feng behind him. There's no need for a celestial. Just heed my words. And you will wish to return, serving the second prince like a devoted servant, even at the cost of your life. Eunuch Huang chuckled, while Yi Guisher's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, impressive. Then do enlighten me. Yi Guisher sneered. His status within the Kanglan Empire was not low. Thus, he held no fear. Allow me to share a piece of news. Just one day ago, Eunuch Huang's eyes gleamed with fervor as he proclaimed, Second Prince Yi Xian has engaged in a bloody battle against all princes of the imperial capital and their backing forces. Employing ruthless methods, he has annihilated them all. Every contestant in the imperial battle has perished. Moreover, he has awakened the celestial transformation body. His aptitude has reached the pinnacle of 6 grades. He has been granted residency in the divine continent. At this moment, he has also been personally selected by the Kanglan Emperor as the heir to the throne. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. 6th grade aptitude, celestial transformation body. Such an aptitude exceeds that of the Kanglan Empire and is indeed unrivaled across the divine continent. Is it not? Goodness! Everyone turned their gazes towards Qin Feng. It seemed that Qin Feng was no longer so dazzling after all. After all, even if he shattered the heavenly gate, he was merely a rising 6th grade talent. How could he compare to the celestial transformation body? The celestial transformation body, the pinnacle of bodies, upon reaching perfection, could ascend to a higher level, transforming into a celestial being. Was there not a conflict with Qin Feng? Yi Tianzong, at this moment, found his speech faltering. What kind of ruthless methods are these? Such brutality has not been seen throughout history. How much blood has he shed? Before the imperial battle, he annihilated all contestants. Yi Guisher felt cold sweat trickling down his back. The second prince, seeing Qin Feng's aptitude in swordsmanship, has chosen to take him as a sword servant, and once presented with a token, it signifies Qin Feng's agreement. Just like them, Eunuch Huang pointed behind him. Though the 6 sword cultivators were fearsome, their expressions were dazed, brandishing a brand burned into their faces. A prominent character for slave was particularly conspicuous, according to imperial law. Slaves are not required to have their own thoughts. They merely need to willingly serve their masters. Thus, the second prince's first command to test Qin Feng's obedience was to cease the assessment. Eunuch Huang sneered, beckoning Qin Feng that I represent the esteemed Yi to convey a message. Lay down all actions in your hands and come over to kneel and bow. Immediately, at once. Chapter 50. Who dares to harm my sister shall face eternal reincarnation. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart was indeed in turmoil. Not out of fear, but from an overwhelming fury that felt as if it would explode from his chest. Such indignation threatened to tear the heavens apart. This was an utter insult. Upon first meeting Yi Xian, he had merely felt that he was unfathomable, but his demeanor appeared relatively dignified and generous. Just days prior, he had utilized a token gifted by Yi Xian to gain favor from the Wanbao Pavilion. Little did he know it was all an act. Qin Feng's anger surged. To take me as a sword servant? The treachery along the path of cultivation had imparted yet another lesson. This moment. Qin Feng's state of mind shifted quietly. Having emerged from Qingyun City, he was but a neophyte. Only now had he begun to enrich his life experiences. As for the celestial transformation body, Qin Feng indeed sensed its terrifying potential. By his previous standards, it was an existence capable of piercing the heavens. "You have struck gold." The voice of the Empress echoed in his mind, suddenly exclaiming, "Struck gold?" Qin Feng was taken aback. "Indeed, the celestial transformation body is invincible in your realm. Even in higher worlds, it is a coveted genius among various factions. Yet for you, it is akin to a human-shaped treasure. Within his dantian, there lies a celestial transformation spirit stone that is the foundation of his path, but also a prime material that, if you absorb it directly, with the aid of appropriate tools, you will refine it and gain the unique abilities of the celestial transformation body, allowing you to soar." Hearing this, Qin Feng was instantly elated. "Since you dare to treat me as a sword servant, then I have found a path to your demise." Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Qin Feng produced the token. And before the eyes of the crowd, he resolutely crushed it. This act sent shockwaves through the assembly. The token? What token? The notion of a sword servant was utterly absurd. Thus, I have no reason to obey his commands. Qin Feng smirked and shook his head. What? He dares to reject the second prince's invitation. Fool! He has squandered an opportunity to soar to great heights. All disciples of the Heavenly Gates sect clutched their chests. Lamenting, "Fool, do you not know? The second prince not only possesses the qualifications of the Kanglan Emperor, but also the right to reside in the Divine Continent. In the future, when the second prince enters the Divine Continent, he will undoubtedly bring his sword servants along. At that time, your status will far exceed that of the third nobility and fourth officials of the Kanglan Empire." Eunuch Huang's face contorted with rage. His cheeks flushed with anger. "I'm sorry, but I am not interested." Qin Feng remained unmoved, shaking his head indifferently. "Ridiculous! Ignorant!" At this moment, nearly everyone exclaimed these two words in unison. Seeing that Qin Feng was adamant about testing his talents against the Heavenly Gate, Eunuch Huang turned to Yi Tianzong and coldly remarked, "Did you not just say that even if a celestial were to come, they could not prevent you from uncovering a talent?" Yi Tianzong's mouth twitched as he wished to slap himself, but he forced a smile and said, "How could I dare? I spoke out of turn. I was wronged. I hope Eunuch Huang will clarify this before the second prince." Who was it that said, before confirming Qin Feng's aptitude, to keep this sect away from him? Lin Qingxian suddenly stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, a smile adorning his face. Who does not know that the second prince once came to test his aptitude, shattering half the ancient Heavenly Gate? Cough, cough. I was merely momentarily confused at why Yi Tianzong forced a smile, now wary of saying anything further. Given the current status of the second prince, any matter even slightly related to him must be approached with utmost caution. Perhaps this genius is quite confident, believing that by shattering the Heavenly Gate, he is the unrivaled champion, unbeknownst to him that in the eyes of the second prince, he is merely fit to be a sword servant. Moreover, even if one were to break through the Heavenly Gate, they would only be at the 6th rank. Surely, no one truly believes they can compare themselves to the second prince, right? Hong Qishiong interjected at the opportune moment. "Ha ha! This is utterly hilarious." Instantly, the entire congregation of the Heavenly Gate sect erupted into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. After all this time, they had assumed Qin Feng was a formidable figure, only to discover he was merely a jester. How amusing! Just moments ago, their expressions had been a mixture of bewilderment and laughter at their own naivety, thinking Qin Feng was something of great significance. "Qin Feng, touch the Heavenly Gate. Prove yourself." Zhang Juzheng roared, his face flushed with indignation, stifled by the laughter of others. "Go ahead and touch it." Many were unconvinced, questioning whether he could indeed be stronger than the second prince. They found it hard to believe. "Qin Feng, let us see you arm wrestle with that Yi Xian. Touch the Heavenly Gate." Tang Yin shouted, "I could see this moment." All eyes were riveted upon Qin Feng. In truth, Qin Feng remained composed throughout, for his thoughts had never wavered. He caressed the burial immortal sword. "To be honest, I merely wish to test the true hardness of my sword." Qin Feng extended his hand towards the heavenly gate. Yet in the next instant, boom, Grandfather Huang waved his whisk, and a powerful spiritual pressure sent Qin Feng staggering backward. The heavenly gate lifted from the ground, gradually shrinking down to the size of a brick, landing in the palm of his hand, and was subsequently tossed to Lin Qingxian. Put it away. Save it for future members of the royal family. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxian was overjoyed and quickly stowed it away in his spatial ring. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Qin Feng had been jolted back, nearly toppling over, feeling quite vexed. Damn it, old man, just wait. Lin Qingxian impatiently waved his hand, stating, the heavenly gate belongs to the heavenly gate sect. The current sect master is in a foul mood, so let us put it away for now. We'll take it out to bask in the sun when the weather is nice. But certainly not for certain individuals to touch. Everyone. Qin Feng gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it. If anyone dares to test my qualifications again, I shall plunge the burial immortal sword into their backside. Observing Qin Feng's demeanor from a distance, Yi Fan was thoroughly amused at this moment. He had just completed 2 rounds of enlightenment. His eyes glowed with a dark light, feeling as though he had become terrifyingly powerful. Even after leaving the Kanglan Empire, the world was vast, and he was free to soar. Although Qin Feng had lost the opportunity for testing, he would soon be suppressed and forced to hide on the Qingming Peak. But Yi Fan didn't mind stepping on him once more. Grandfather Huang wore a face filled with murderous intent, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. For upon arrival, Yi Xian had mentioned that if he could not be utilized, he must be eliminated, eradicate the 2 siblings completely. Yet, just as he was about to make his move, however, boom, with a tremendous roar, Yi Fan suddenly erupted with violence. His entire being was engulfed in black, demonic flames. The golden dragon that once protected him had transformed into a black, demonic dragon. Once again, he summoned storms of wind, rain, and thunder, a black thunder pool coalescing above his head, bearing down menacingly upon Qin Xiao. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions echoed, akin to a thunderclap. The demon, Grandfather Huang's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer pay attention to Qin Feng, for demons are the common enemy of the world. In the past, the Divine Land had commanded all corners to unite against demons in times of their presence. Anyone who defies this will face the wrath of the world. 6 sword slaves. Follow me to exterminate the demon, Grandfather Huang bellowed. Buzz, 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 a series of sword cries rang out, 6 beams of sword light tearing through space, shooting forth in a straight line. Sister, Qin Feng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His mind going blank. The 6 sword slaves and Yi Fan were all headed towards where his sister was. The raging power could instantly reduce her to nothingness. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and without regard for his own safety, he soared towards Qin Xiao. Whoever dares to harm my sister shall be ground to dust. I will ensure they are forever denied reincarnation. Chapter 51. The Demonic Dissolution. Utterly ruthless. Boom! To the astonishment of all, a black beam of light, 10 zhang in diameter, surged forth, crashing violently to the very center of this beam stood Qin Xiao. In that moment, she had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her hair was now white. Black mist swirling from her eyes, her ears pointed, and 4 small, barely noticeable fangs protruding from her mouth. Her realm had also reached an astonishing height. She had entered the terrifying great perfection stage of the Wanxiang realm. So frightening, no one knew that this little girl had been stealthily slaying the demonic corpses that emerged from the demon caverns each night. Even Qin Feng had not noticed a thing. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 sword slaves, clashing with Yi Fan, met the beam of light that in just one exchange. A single sword slave, capable of sweeping away the Heavenly Gate sect, was utterly disintegrated by the demonic light. Not even having time to scream before being reduced to 6 skeletal remains, crashing to the ground, everyone collectively gasped in horror. So terrifying. Lin Qingxian had long since been reduced to trembling, retreating hundreds of steps. All the disciples scattered in every direction. They gazed in astonishment at the little girl at the center of the beam. What kind of prowess is this? With a single strike, 6 swords were obliterated. Yi Fan's spirit remained somewhat resilient, bolstered by the support of the demonic soul, allowing him to withstand for a moment longer. However, his golden dragon's protective barrier was also crumbling inch by inch, and the thunder pool was twisting and warping, rendering any storms, winds, or lightning utterly useless against the chilling demonic light. The terrifying disintegration force within the beam threatened to tear Yi Fan apart as well. In agony, he desperately called out to the system in his mind that is today as ascension merely a final cry and struggle in this world. He was unwilling to accept it, just when he thought he had given up. Hope had emerged, only for him to be thrown into chaos. What on earth was happening? In that moment, his mind was a whirlwind of confusion. At this time, Qin Feng's mind was also being rebuked by the Empress. Qin Feng, be rational. She is unharmed. Your sister is stronger than you imagine. How did she fall into the demonic path? Qin Feng's tone was harsh, as if questioning the Empress, for he knew this matter was inextricably linked to her. Demons are the common enemy of the world. It is not about being hostile towards my sister. Rather, how could she not become an outcast? From now on, she will face the relentless pursuit of all cultivators in the world. How much suffering will she endure? The thought of this caused Qin Feng's heart to ache. It is the narrow-mindedness of those here that blinds them. The legacy of the demonic path is immensely powerful. This Empress has shown goodwill, and yet you dare to threaten me? The Empress's tone carried a hint of grievance. If the powerful beings of the Star River were to witness this, they would likely be left in disbelief. The renowned merciless first among the strong, the frostless Empress, now displaying such a vulnerable demeanor. It would be an understatement to say they were astonished. This moment. Within the beam of light, Qin Xiao spoke. Yi Fan, you have repeatedly sought trouble with my brother. Today, you shall endure the most excruciating torment this world has to offer. With a flick of her small hand, Yi Fan's so-called system, a face with a national character, was pulled forth from his mind. The face, filled with terror, exclaimed in disbelief. Why you've recovered so quickly? The old woman within Qin Xiao's mind sneered. You vermin, one day I shall annihilate the entire Demon King's palace. With a wave of her hand, boom! The demonic energy erupted, and the remnant soul exploded. This remnant soul had been sent by the Demon King's palace to hunt the old woman, never expecting her to recover so swiftly. The Demon King's palace will not spare you. The remnant soul dissipated into nothingness. This moment, Yi Fan's face revealed a look of despair. The system he relied upon, the very hope he placed in overturning his fate, had been utterly destroyed by Qin Xiao. It was over, all over. You are fortunate. I have just learned the demonic dissolution blade technique. A curved blade appeared in Qin Xiao's palm. Her eyes glinted with a cruel light. One by one, she began to strip Yi Fan of his flesh and blood, first severing his limbs, then removing his facial features. Finally, she targeted his internal organs, methodically extracting them in a bizarre sequence. Yi Fan bled out in an orderly fashion, the blood dripping onto the ground, following the crescent-shaped blade in Qin Xiao's hand. Limbs, facial features, flesh, blood, sinew, internal organs, and bone marrow. This is the demonic dissolution. Those who harm my brother shall wish for a fate worse than death. Qin Xiao's murderous intent shone through. Yi Fan gasped for breath, his screams echoing throughout the heavenly gate sect. All who witnessed this gruesome sight felt the chill run down their spines. Truly ruthless. Bang! In the end, after Yi Fan drew his last breath, his body, resembling something torn apart by a beast, was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Having been shattered by Qin Xiao, she casually discarded the last remaining bone. The ground was littered with 7 or 8 piles, each bone devoid of flesh, each piece of flesh unconnected to sinew, and the sinews unsullied by blood. Clearly delineated, it was hard to fathom that these once belonged to a living person. After disposing of Yi Fan, Qin Xiao sniffed the air with her small nose. Her gaze turned oddly towards Grandfather Huang. Qin Xiao narrowed her eyes and said, It seems you harbored murderous intent toward my brother just now. Her figure darted toward Huang Gonggong. Little girl, stop. We must flee. When I mentioned a quarter of an hour, I was not referring to that lingering soul. But to these self-proclaimed righteous individuals, run, for the time being, we are not their match. The old woman in her mind was frantic. Yet, Qin Xiaoer seemed entranced, determined to charge forward. This pair of siblings left the old woman at a loss for words. One was a sister's protector, the other a brother's guardian. "Humph, sorceress, cease your arrogance." Huang Gonggong glanced at Yi Tianzong, gesturing towards the black pillar of light. "This girl has likely obtained that legendary power." Upon hearing this, both nodded silently, a barely perceptible glint of greed flickering in their eyes. Subsequently, both ascended into the air. The demonic path is intolerable in this world. Today we shall eradicate this sorceress from their robust forms. Terrifying spiritual energy surged forth, casting an oppressive aura that seemingly weighed down the entire Tianmen sect. Boom! Huang Gonggong suddenly struck with a palm, causing the sky to darken and the air to crackle. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted. The demonic energy pillar shattered, and a figure was sent flying, blood spilling forth. "Sister!" Qin Feng's heart shattered in that instant as he soared up to catch Qin Xiaoer. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he swung his sword with abandon. Yi Tianzong was infuriated, his chest feeling as if it would explode. "Qin Feng, do you dare to consort with demons?" Qin Feng shouted back defiantly. "To hell with you. I shall not ally with demons. Old dog, take my sword." However, the next moment, to Qin Feng's astonishment, Qin Xiaoer softly uttered, "I'm sorry, brother, I cannot burden you. Remember, I will always be your sister." Boom! The demonic light flickered wildly in Qin Feng's embrace. Tears streamed down Qin Xiaoer's face as she struck out. "Qin Feng, I stand against you. If you dare, kill me." Chapter 52, The Betrayal of Qin Ming Peak. Qin Feng took a slap, yet his mind remained unnaturally clear. This was his sister's unwillingness to be misunderstood, so she prepared to bear the weight alone. The members of Tianmen sect were left dumbfounded. What was happening between these siblings? Their gazes were cold, unfriendly, and even tinged with hatred. The demonic path has always been intolerable throughout history. Everyone was indoctrinated from an early age with the belief that demons must be eradicated, that they could not coexist. Qin Xiaoer's strike nearly embedded Qin Feng into the ground. As he had been completely unprepared, that IT was effective indeed, as all eyes shifted away from Qin Feng. Huang Gonggong and Yi Tianzong both snorted coldly. "Humph, you are somewhat perceptive." After casting a cold glance at Qin Feng, they no longer paid him any mind. The two suddenly withdrew their hands, each unleashing their martial techniques. Dense energy swirling around them, their palms entwined like golden dragons from the Kanglin Empire's royal lineage. Roar! The sounds echoed thunderously as they struck, sending clouds of dust swirling. The dragon shadows obscured the sky. A wave of despair enveloping the entire Tianmen sect. Demonic light flickered wildly in Qin Xiaoer's eyes, a fleeting determination passing through. Before departing, she intended to clear the obstacles for her brother. A chilling intent suddenly emerged as she charged forward fearlessly amidst the flickering demonic light. Boom! 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 With each explosion in the air, Qin Xiaoer's delicate frame trembled, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. With each swing of her demonic blade, numerous demonic spirits materialized, roaring as they surged towards Huang Gonggong and the others. Unfortunately, under their might, they disintegrated into dust before they could endure even a moment. The two continued their relentless advance towards Qin Xiaoer. "Run, please, my lady. Do not court death." The old woman in her mind was frantic. Though Qin Xiaoer's face was pale, her determination shone through. Her brother had always sacrificed for her. She felt compelled to do something in return. In that moment, she despised her own weakness. Unwilling to be a burden to Qin Feng, "I cannot yield to you. Lead them to the demon's lair. There lies a glimmer of hope." The old woman ultimately relented. "Clear your mind. Let me take control of your body." It was impossible to confront them directly. They must be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoer hesitated not at all. Boom! 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 In the next moment, an even purer, pitch-black demonic power cascaded down from the heavens like a tilted sea, instantly blotting out the sun. Abomination! Huang Gonggong's expression hardened as he leaped forward, unleashing an even stronger force. Boom, boom, boom. Yet at this moment, Qin Xiao's gaze sharpened, her demeanor imbued with a sense of weariness, cruelty, and ruthlessness, her strikes differing vastly from before. She clashed with Huang Gonggong, exchanging blows without falling behind. However, she was merely at a stalemate. As Yi Tianzong, also one of the capital's top experts, loomed nearby, watching for an opportunity to strike, the old woman could only seek a chance to retreat into the demon's lair. In truth, the current conflict between Qin Xiao and Qin Feng had already distanced Qin Feng from matter. As long as he refrained from acting rashly, he could clear his name. But was Qin Feng the kind of person he cared not for Qin Xiao's identity, even if she were the world's greatest demon? She was still his sister. Sister. Qin Feng's eyes brimmed with fury, his heart shattered. How could he allow Qin Xiao to face this alone? He soared upwards once more. Qin Feng is colluding with the demonic path. Unworthy of existence. Today, we shall join Huang Gonggong and Master Yi to eradicate this demon. Lin Qingxian, seeing that Qin Xiao was momentarily occupied, found newfound confidence. With a wave of his hand, the disciples of the Six Peaks emerged from their hiding, encircling everyone from Qingming Peak, including Qin Feng. Qingming Peak had long been a thorn in his side, if not eliminated now. When Timon's 9 strikes, Lin Qingxian unleashed the martial technique he had perfected over decades. Its power immense. Qin Feng was struck squarely. Boom! He was once again driven into the ground. As Qin Feng brushed off the dust and grit his teeth to rise, he disregarded everything else and rushed to aid his sister. But Lin Qingxian sneered coldly. As long as I, Lin Qingxian, am here today, you shall not be allowed to consort with that evil. You will pay for your actions. His lips curled into a smile. Today, both of you will meet your end. Boom! The perfected martial technique slammed into Qin Feng, causing him to plummet once more. Once again, he was hindered. Lin Qingxian cast a cruel glance towards Qin Xiao, a sinister smile playing on his face. Qin Feng, I want you to witness your sister's tragic demise. Helpless to intervene, at this moment, Qin Xiao faced 2 formidable experts from the capital, her complexion as pale as paper. Blood seeped from her body, rendering her a pitiful sight. Boom, boom, boom. The fury within Qin Feng ignited, his heart feeling as though it had been struck thrice. He was frantic, witnessing his sister in peril, yet blocked by an obstacle. Lin Qingxian, I will kill you. Lin Qingxian's repeated obstructions fueled Qin Feng's rage to a tangible height. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, today marked the first time Qin Feng had been consumed by such boundless fury. The people of Qingming Peak realized their chance. As long as they helped deal with Qin Feng, all past grievances would be forgiven. After this battle, he would personally rebuild Qingming Peak. I will give you 5 breaths of time. Otherwise, blood will flow. Lin Qingxuan's icy voice reverberated throughout the sky. The disciples of the 6 Peaks brandished their weapons and martial techniques, various auras gathering in preparation. Zhang Jujing and the dozen or so children behind him found themselves in turmoil. Master, we must help the Qin siblings escape this peril. At that moment, Tang Yin was taken aback. She discovered that under Lin Qingxian's manipulation, Zhang Jujing was hesitating. Why should I go? Zhang Jujing suddenly asked Tang Yin. Bewildered, Tang Yin felt a chill in her heart and responded, Master, she is a demon. We shouldn't risk everything for a demon, right? Moreover, the sect leader has made it clear that Qingming Peak can be rebuilt. Isn't that what we desire? Zhang Jujing's expression remained calm. He took a few steps back, shielding several children as he moved behind Lin Qingxian. Sect leader, we will rely on you more in the future for Qingming Peak. Zhang Jujing clasped his hands warmly. Ha! Well said. Lin Qingxian nodded, gazing triumphantly at Qin Feng. You 2 foolish girls, why do you not come over? Seeing Yihuer and Tang Yin standing still, Zhang Jujing's face flashed with confusion. Seemingly unable to comprehend why they hesitated, that it was such a simple choice. Betraying friends and family might be wrong. Yet Qin Feng was a demon, and she aided the demon's escape. What reason remained to assist such individuals? Master, Qin Feng fought valiantly for our Qingming Peak, shedding blood for us, nearly sacrificing his life. He persevered to secure the first place in the Seven Peaks Martial Conference for our sake. Tang Yin cried out in desperation. But her sister is a demon. Zhang Juzheng coldly retorted, all my disciples at Qingming Peak, including my students, my son, and my grandson, have perished in the demon's lair. My hatred for the path of demons runs deep. Chapter 53. A glimpse of tragedy. Jiang Xin fights to protect, but it was under the command of the sect leader that we filled the demon's lair. Tang Yin wept bitterly. The sect leader has already spared Qingming Peak. Recognizing one's mistakes and amending them is of great significance. So let this hatred be carried away by the winds. Zhang Juzheng shook his head. Master, I was blind. I joined Qingming Peak. Tang Yin was left dumbfounded by such absurdity. A flicker of pain crossed her face. It was utterly heart-wrenching. She could not fathom that Zhang Juzheng was such a person. Unable to discern right from wrong. A betrayal at a critical moment. Tang Yin, you too caused me heartache. You and your mother came to Qingming Peak. Your mother passed away long ago, and I raised you since you were a child. How could you side with someone you have known for merely 5 days to question me? Do you still regard me as your master? Zhang Juzheng's chest throbbed with anger, his face displaying a mix of sorrow and indignation. Do you have any conscience left? I have nurtured you for so many years, a wolf that bites the hand that feeds it. At that moment, Zhang Juzheng's relatives, including Zhang Xiaolong, emerged, boiling with righteous indignation. Other children also came forth, hurling insults at Tang Yin. Bah! Tang Shiji, I disdain you. Even a little girl spat at her. You all. Tang Yin was instantly consumed by rage, pointing at them, unable to utter another word. Her lips turned purple. She felt the world spinning around her, and darkness engulfed her as she collapsed to the ground. With a gasp, she spewed out a mouthful of blood, lying desolately on the cold ground. The chill of the earth could not compare to the frost within her heart at that moment. Shiji! Shiji! Yihua and Qin Feng exclaimed in unison, rushing to Tang Yan's side, lifting her with combined effort. You bring about your own demise. Do not blame others. Lin Qingxian glanced at Qin Xiao'er, who was being pushed back by Huang Gonggong and his companion, almost disappearing from view. His heart leapt with joy as he waved his hand, summoning the disciples of Yin Luo Peak to encircle them. I understand. At that moment, Hong Qixiong burst forth from the crowd. Qin Feng, I apologize. This time, I stand with the sect leader. Qin Feng coolly regarded Hong Qixiong and the hesitant disciples behind him. Finding their demeanor somewhat amusing, it seems you are not even as formidable as the Qin family. Where's the boxing hall of Yin Luo Peak? Here, a female disciple's voice rang out with conviction. Charge, with unwavering confidence. Hong Qixiong waved his hand, and immediately 21 figures surged forward. Boom! The air erupted with the fierce energy of 21 presences, led by that female disciple. Fool! I am Feng Aishua, the eldest sister of Yin Luo Peak's boxing hall. This hall consists of 21 members, directly under Elder Hong. Her gaze bore down on Qin Feng, perceiving him as a fool. Why reject the opportunity to be a sword servant when others would covet such a chance? If it were me, I would gladly endure being used day after day. 21. A murderous glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he suddenly turned. He entrusted Tang Yin to Yihor, saying, protect Shiji as we retreat. The two of you find a place to hide. Leave the rest to me. Yihor nodded gravely, stating, be wary of Lin Xinfeng. He seems formidable. Without further ado, she took Qin Xiao'er and swiftly departed. Realizing her presence would be of no assistance, Qin Feng nodded, then unleashed the burial immortal sword with a thunderous roar. Purple lightning enveloped the entire blade, and the overwhelming aura of swordsmanship instantly crushed the surroundings. One sword separated the worlds. The sword energy converged into one, transforming into a rift that cleaved towards the 21 individuals. T.C. Feng Aishua scoffed, immediately striking with her fist, conjuring a dark golden giant fist that materialized from thin air. With a clang, it collided with the rift. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock, emitting a cry of agony. The rift did not meet her expectations of being blocked by her fist. Instead, it surged through her legs, bisecting her body. Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed, and Fong Aishua was torn asunder. Her innards and brain matter were exposed to the air, releasing a foul stench that turned stomachs. Thud thud. The two halves of her corpse fell to the ground. One half bore a look of terror, while the other expressed confusion. Why had a disciple who had just entered the sect for 5 days killed her with a single sword? Qin Feng paid her no mind, stating, "I apologize. From this moment forth, you are now 20 individuals." The remaining 20 and everyone present were gripped by fear, shivers running down their spines. Lin Qingxuan's expression darkened. This was truly sinister. A disciple who had just joined for 5 days. Could he truly turn the tides? It seemed they could no longer afford to lose one by one. He waved his hand decisively. "All of you, attack." The disciples of the Six Peaks disregarded everything, obeying orders, charging forth to expend their lives against Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced toward Qin Xiao's direction, his heart racing. Yet he knew he had to resolve all troubles to escape. He strode toward the crowd, coldly addressing Hong Qi-xiong. "You understood thrice, but now I shall tell you. In life, understanding once is sufficient. A sword of emptiness." Boom, boom, boom. This sword was unique. Terrifying sword powers summoned the winds and clouds around, coalescing a mysterious, transparent force into a swirling vortex. As Qin Feng infused more sword energy, the vortex surged like a frenzied tiger, pouncing into the crowd to slaughter. Wherever the transparent vortex passed, sword scars were left behind. All disciples who came into contact met instant death, their flesh and blood drawn into the vortex in a heartbeat. Lamentation filled the air, and blood flowed like rivers. The transparent vortex transformed into a blood-red dragon, rampaging along the skyline in a single encounter. Hong Qi-xiong was sent flying in that moment. Everyone was thrown into disarray, while Qin Feng wasted no time, charging towards the direction where Qin Xiao had vanished. Yet just then, a voice erupted behind him. "Lin Qingxian. Sword shatters mountains and rivers." Qin Feng flicked his hand, unleashing another sword. This one was fierce and unyielding, cleaving through the heavens, rending the void. Humph! Lin Qingxian, at the pinnacle of the myriad realms, was but a thread away from breaking into the celestial realm. He hovered in the air, unleashing a fierce aura that transformed into arrows of destruction. Each arrow bore the terrifying might to slay those at the pinnacle of the myriad realms. In the next moment, arrows shot forth like a rainstorm. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds echoed around Qin Feng as the domineering sword energy clashed with the arrows, yet the arrows prevailed, still having the strength to shoot toward Qin Feng. Ha! Lin Qingxian sneered, convinced that today, Qin Feng would inevitably be ensnared by him. Qin Xiao would surely perish. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically, witnessing his sister's aura waning with each passing moment. If he delayed any longer, he might lose track of her. Suddenly, at the height of Lin Qingxuan's glee, a woman leaped into the fray. Her face veiled, but the determination in her eyes was deeply stirring. Puff, puff, puff. She stood behind Qin Feng, absorbing every arrow into her body. In an instant, her insides were shredded. Ugh! Her eyes bulged, blood spewing from her mouth as her veil fell away. Jiang Exin. In a fleeting glance, Qin Feng saw the horrific wounds marring her body, evidence of prolonged torment. Even as his heart ached for his sister, he could not suppress a surge of rage. "Qin Feng, do not hesitate. Go save your sister." Jiang Exin communicated telepathically, then turned, charging without hesitation toward the incoming Lin Qingxian. Wrapping herself around him like an octopus, Qin Feng struggled momentarily, but ultimately soared toward his sister's direction on his sword. Yet his eyes were already bloodshot. Lin Qingxian, now entangled, plummeted to the ground, fury boiling within him. Damn you, wretched girl. Chapter 54. The resentful women of the inner palace. Lonely as snow, Qin Feng raced through the air with such speed that he nearly set the burial immortal sword ablaze beneath his feet. He was barely able to grasp the fleeting trail of rainbow light left by the eunuch Huang and Yi Tianzong as they fled. This was sufficient to leave both Huang and Yi in a state of astonishment. It is worth noting that they had already transcended the mundane realm, having acquired the essence of heaven and earth, and forged an unparalleled foundation of the Tao in the realm of creation. Yet here was Qin Feng, a mere ant in the realm of myriad phenomena, able to rival their fleeing speed, causing them to grow increasingly alarmed. They pursued relentlessly, unaware of how many cities and territories they had crossed. Ahead, Qin Xiaoer fled, her eyes now ablaze with a demonic light, reminiscent of a black rainbow, piercing into the sky like an arrow. Upon breaking through the cloud cover, she found herself in an exceedingly frigid realm. To the naked eye, the sunlight that entered this place appeared like floating dust and water, drifting down without illuminating the surroundings. The darkness here was terrifying. Sunlight transformed into a dust-like substance. The chilling blackness seeped into the flesh, corroding it like sulfuric acid, and the excruciating pain rendered one's mind alarmingly clear. In this tranquil yet abyssal expanse, a multitude of corpses, both human and animal, floated aimlessly, their limbs outstretched, howling in a grotesque display. They moved sluggishly, baring their teeth and roaring at the intruders. Their sharp claws, if they so much as grazed, would guarantee a gruesome fate. The demonic corpses that emerged within Tianmen Prefecture at night crawled forth from this very place. The entirety of Qingming Peak had met its demise here. Huang and Yi exchanged glances and declared, "We have arrived at the demon's lair. Even we cannot linger here for long. Equip your sun spirit garments." "We must strike swiftly," agreed. They gritted their teeth at the thought of the sun spirit garments, supreme spiritual artifacts, especially precious as they were forged with the esteemed sun spirit fire, highly coveted even within the Kanglan Empire. They each donned a robe imbued with ample yang energy. Instantly, the black demonic aura could no longer corrode their flesh. The moment the demonic corpses touched them, they emitted a hissing sound, retreating in terror, no longer daring to approach. Seeing this, the two felt a sense of superiority swell within them. They coldly chuckled, "How foolish of this novice to dare intrude into the demon's lair with us. He must have already succumbed to the demonic aura, transforming into an unconscious demonic corpse. I wager," Yi Tianzong sneered. The indigenous natives could hardly comprehend such matters. Their humble origins limited their vision. Huang expressed with a hint of disdain. With unwavering confidence, they ventured deeper, oblivious to the unusual stirrings behind them. A blazing black and white flame, akin to magma, surged upward above Qin Feng, illuminating the world around him like a sovereign of fire. Wherever it passed, the demonic corpses writhed in agony, turning to ash, leaving behind only a few black orbs. The demonic corpses were directly refined, as inferred from the chattering sounds of the small fire. Qin Feng, surprisingly, consumed them whole. Boom, boom, boom! A violent rumble emanated from within him, and his cultivation surged significantly. A sudden brilliance illuminated before him. It seemed to yield an effect almost equivalent to that of a spiritual artifact. Qin Feng rejoiced, realizing this was a natural training ground. However, there would be no time to study it further on this occasion. Gradually, they delved deeper into the black clouds, a palpable sense of descent weighing down upon them, as though their entire beings were ensnared in a mire. Each step felt like wading through 1,000 pounds. Meanwhile, the demonic corpses darted about like phantoms, their speed alarmingly swift. Yet the presence of the sun spirit garments instilled a sense of fearlessness in Huang and his companion. Looking up, it appeared as if the sky itself had collapsed, a massive black cavern hanging perpendicularly in the heavens. Upon entering this realm, Qin Xiao moved with the grace of a fish in water. At that moment, the voice of the old crone was filled with fervor. "This place suppresses my true form. Merely a finger. If you allow me to merge with it, I could easily rend apart the entire Kanglan Empire. However, take heed, for at the deepest part, two remnants of demonic cultivators at the 5th level of the creation realm stand guard." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao nodded indifferently, unhesitatingly advancing deeper. The Kanglan Empire, a colossal edifice soaring amidst the clouds, spanning 10,000 miles, suspended in the endless sky through some unfathomable sorcery. Though it lay at the very edge of the divine land, it safeguarded millions of grand cities and countless citizens, all thriving under the Empire's protection. O mere mortals, The Kanglan Empire was akin to a legendary celestial abode among the clouds and the rolling sea of clouds. Palatial structures glimmered with golden hues, occasionally shrouded in mist, accompanied by ethereal melodies and the fluttering of celestial maidens. At the far western end of this architectural marvel stood an extraordinary palace, its splendor surpassing even that of the central golden throne hall. This palace was once the beloved retreat of the current sovereign, known as the Jingyang Palace. At this moment, within the innermost chamber of the palace, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a resplendent red phoenix gown reclined luxuriously upon her bed. Several eunuchs knelt beside her, presenting exquisite delicacies and rare elixirs. She slightly parted her moist lips as a young eunuch offered her a crystal-clear grape. As she bit into it, she inadvertently nibbled on the eunuch's finger as well. Savoring it, her tongue playfully caressed the young eunuch's digit. "Your Majesty, please have some decorum." She seemed to yearn for something, yet the young eunuch swiftly withdrew his finger. The mixture of grape juice and saliva left a considerable wetness on his finger. This instantly chilled the woman's gaze as she reprimanded, "Useless wretch. Even when given an opportunity, you fail to deliver. Please, Your Majesty, quell your anger." The young eunuch trembled, prostrating himself on the ground, daring not to breathe. But a closer look revealed that this young eunuch was brimming with spiritual energy. In fact, possessing a cultivation level surpassing the realm of myriad phenomena. At the early stage of the celestial being, such prowess would have been sufficient to establish a sect within the Tianmen prefecture, eclipsing even Lin Qingxian. Yet here, he was merely a pawn at her beck and call. "Lick it." The woman's voice turned icy. The young eunuch shivered, hastily obeying, cleaning his finger with fervor. "Please, let me serve you in some way. Just do not demand anything further." The emperor had executed over 700 eunuchs for similar offenses. This woman, known as the Cold Ru Xian, was once the emperor's most beloved consort. Now, within the vast palace, the emperor had not graced her with his presence in a long while, rendering it akin to a cold palace. Observing the young eunuch licking with zeal, Cold Ru Xian's jade hand slipped into his trousers, rummaging about. Moments later, her expression turned frosty. Another useless trinket, perfectly unscathed. A glimmer of loneliness flashed in her eyes, filled with unfulfilled yearning. Enraged, she delivered a fierce kick to the young eunuch's head. Bang! The young eunuch felt a rush of coolness and fragrance invade his nostrils. An unexpected pleasure. Then he was sent sprawling against a pillar. Rolling, rolling, rolling. "Seeing you lot of useless wretches brings me such irritation." Cold Ru Xian waved her hand, and the eunuchs fled in a panic. Just then, an old eunuch rushed in, breathless. "Your Majesty, dire news. Princess Wer has encountered misfortune." Chapter 55. Swinging the sword to slay demonic corpses. One against 1,000,000 demons. What has happened? Speak clearly to this palace. I entrusted you to protect her in secret. How have you failed so miserably? Cold Ru Xian's expression suddenly stiffened, her entire being rising in fury. Why poor girl has distanced herself from imperial affairs, retreating to a remote corner, and yet someone still pursues her. Tell me, is it not Yi Xian seeking to eradicate her completely? A tempest of fury surged forth, rendering Lung Ruxian as wrathful as an agitated celestial being. The terrifying spiritual pressure swept through like a tempest, leaving the entirety of Jingyang Palace in disarray. However, this was not entirely the case. Initially, it was merely the 10th prince exerting suppression upon her, which, while distressing, did not threaten her life. Yet, subsequently, a prodigious young man named Qin Feng from the Tianmen sect emerged, and this old eunuch nearly divulged the details of Qin Feng's 5-day induction into the sect. Essentially, it was due to Qin Feng that Yi Huo found herself ensnared by the entire Tianmen sect, only to be saved from imminent peril by the timely intervention of the old eunuch, halting Lin Qingxian in his tracks. Lin Qingxian was understandably shaken, having presumed that Yi Huo had been entirely forsaken and that her demise was inconsequential. It was unexpected that someone was covertly extending protection. This revelation caused Lung Ruxian to furrow her brow. A genius. A 6th-grade prodigy likely to shatter the Tianmen. She focused intently and inquired further. Indeed, I, the old servant, witnessed it with my own eyes. He single-handedly faced 500 opponents, piercing through half the arena with a single sword strike. And even Yi Fan could not withstand more than 2 moves at his hands. The old eunuch affirmed with a nod. Is that what you call a genius? It seems you've been lingering in that remote place for far too long, and your wits have dulled. Lung Ruxian scoffed, shaking her head disdainfully. You are like a frog at the bottom of a well, making a fuss over trivial matters. He is merely a somewhat formidable indigenous individual. What can he truly accomplish? She expressed her dissatisfaction with a shake of her head, continuing, this individual is truly arrogant and disrespectful. Since the second prince is willing to take him as a sword servant, how dare he refuse? Is he not a fool? What a splendid opportunity! After soaring to prominence, even in the Kanglan Empire, wouldn't he be able to stride with confidence? Forget it. As long as Horror is safe, let this matter rest. Just ensure she is well taken care of. If all else fails, find some indigenous person for her to marry off. A stable life, free from worry, is quite satisfactory. While speaking, Lung Ruxian cast a lingering glance toward the imperial palace. The old eunuch, noticing this, promptly remarked, he is exceptionally handsome, truly striking. Among all the men I have encountered, he possesses the most remarkable appearance. Upon hearing this, Lung Ruxian's eyes brightened. Is that so? Quickly, let us seek out this genius. Jingyang Palace is in dire need of a male attendant, the old eunuch thought to himself. I knew she had an inclination for such things, harboring a sense of disdain. She has only been in the cold palace for 5 days. Have you already lost your senses? 5 days, and 700 eunuchs have perished at the hands of the emperor for merely coming into contact with you. Was it truly because of Princess Yi that you were cast into the cold palace? Or was it due to your incessant demands that left the emperor utterly exhausted? Do you not possess any self-awareness regarding your predicament? Of course, these thoughts were confined to his mind. Yet the old eunuch hesitated, contemplating whether to voice a certain matter. What is it? Lung Ruxian inquired, furrowing her brow. What is wrong with me seeking a male attendant? The emperor has cast me into the cold palace. As long as this affair is conducted discreetly, no one will concern themselves with my actions. It is not that. The old eunuch sighed. It is your daughter. She seems to have some connection with that young M.A.N. Is she intending to compete for a man with her mother? If he is indeed handsome, let him be mine. There are plenty of men in the world. The most striking should rightfully belong to me, allowing her to seek someone else. Lung Ruxian's brows furrowed, revealing a glint of danger. When it comes to matters involving men, her principle has always been to retain control. After all, how else could she have secured the favor of the emperor of the Kanglan Empire at such a young age? Very well, you shall make another trip. Your cultivation is not beneath Yi Tianzong's Huang Tianhua. Having followed me for over a decade, you should be capable of handling this matter with finesse. It would be best to disguise him as a false eunuch. Upon reflection, having a male attendant would be too conspicuous. And given that he is an indigenous person, his abilities would be somewhat lacking to serve in such a capacity. If he were disguised as a false eunuch, it would be more plausible. He could serve a purpose while also deceiving others. As Lung Ruxian pondered, she concluded that a false eunuch was indeed the more logical choice, allowing him to enter her quarters freely, as it would not be unusual for a eunuch to attend to her until the late hours of the night. Upon reaching this conclusion, her cheeks flushed. It would be somewhat inappropriate for a male attendant to come and go from her chambers. However, she mused, it might be worth a try, a seductive smile dancing on her lips. Yes, I shall ensure it is done, the old eunuch replied, his spirits lifted. In the depths of the palace, one must always be astute. This presented yet another excellent opportunity. If accomplished successfully, a generous reward would surely follow. As anticipated, Lung Ruxian continued. Afterward, visit Wanbage and find Zhao Qianqian. Have her arrange a few maidservants for you. Charge it to my account. Upon hearing this, the old eunuch trembled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Although he had severed ties cleanly, he still had certain needs. Those were maidservants from Wanbage. At this moment, Qin Xiaoer had already settled deep within the abyss of the suspended devil's cave, where a black, wrinkled piece of flesh enveloped a toe bone above her head. Under her ritualistic practice, this withered finger seemed to revive like a parched tree in spring, swelling with vitality. After conferring with the old crone, they spent considerable time setting up a formation, seizing the finger before retreating into hiding. They quietly refined the finger, while chaos erupted outside. Two fearsome demonic souls were locked in battle with Huang Tianhua and Yi Tianzong. You people of the Kenglin Empire dare to steal from the Demon King's palace. Do you not fear the annihilation of your nation at the hands of my master? The voice of the demonic soul resounded throughout the heavens. My Kenglin Empire is protected by Shinzhou. You lowly demons who only dare to roam the world as souls, dare to speak so brazenly. Huang Tianhua retorted with a cold smile. Wait until my master emerges. What Shinzhou? With a flick of my finger, it will be obliterated. The demonic soul surged with dark energy, shaking the firmament. First, let your master break the great formation of Shinzhou. Then we shall see, you cowardly rats hiding in the shadows. Ha ha! Yi Tianzong laughed maniacally, his body exuding an overwhelming force. The celestial pillar has vanished, as foretold over millennia. The emergence of my demonic cultivation is an undeniable truth. The demonic soul was equally unyielding, as countless demonic corpses surrounded them, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The battle intensified as the two demonic souls unanimously believed that Yi Tianzong had stolen the finger of the heavenly demon, which had been suppressed in the Devil's Pool. The entire Devil's Cave roiled with demonic energy, tumultuous as if the end times had come to this moment. Qin Feng found himself overwhelmed by the small fire. Hastily retrieving some spiritual herbs, in an instant, a fourth-grade magic-breaking pill was born. The speed of his alchemy was terrifying. Boom! The pill exploded, transforming into a cloud of black mist. Roar! The demonic corpses immediately shrieked in terror. Perceiving Qin Feng as the most fearsome being in existence, retreating frantically, those unable to evade melted away like spring snow, turning into black water. This was the might of the magic-breaking pill. A nearly vacuum-like area formed around Qin Feng. As long as he occasionally crushed a magic-breaking pill, no demonic corpses could approach. Yet, the supply of spiritual herbs was limited, and the small fire soon succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Before long, Qin Feng found himself ensnared in an unending battle. Resorting to slashing at the demonic corpses with his sword, he was desperate to locate his sister, but despite scouring half the Devil's Cave, he found no trace of her. The battle in the distance was nearing its conclusion. Relying on the Sanyang's spiritual attire and bolstered by his cultivation, the demonic souls were being forced into retreat. However, the ceaseless tide of demonic corpses threatened to engulf Qin Feng. Boom! The surging sword energy erupted, a colossal sword wave akin to a celestial being shattering mountains and rivers. Countless demonic corpses exploded. Before Qin Feng stood yet another expanse of vacuum. That moment, a figure finally caught up, revealing the old eunuch. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned. This young man was single-handedly battling millions of demons. Chapter 56. The small fire evolves, spitting out relics, a solitary warrior battling millions of demons. On the very edge of the Devil's Cave, the old eunuch observed Qin Feng, who was wielding his sword against the demonic corpses. His gaze remained calm, yet his brow was furrowed in concern. Even if he was merely a male pet sought for the lady, he ought to possess at least some redeeming qualities: intelligence, understanding of social nuances, and normal talent. Yet, this young man appeared to lack any semblance of common sense. Seeing Yi Tianzong and Huang Tianhua engaged in their own battle, it was only a matter of time before he exhausted his spiritual energy and collapsed. The old eunuch's expression was one of disdain, as anticipated. No sooner had he thought this. The vacuum surrounding Qin Feng was once again filled with demonic corpses, despite the sharpness of his sword energy. It was impossible to eliminate all the demonic corpses in a single strike. Such a person, if captured, would only diminish the average intelligence. The old eunuch shook his head and turned away. Surely there were far better options than this. Moreover, with a cultivation level of merely the Wanxiang realm, it was far too low. Any random gatekeeper in the Kenglin Empire would likely possess the Tianren realm. The Wanxiang realm was hardly worthy of raising livestock. He cast a disdainful glance at Qin Feng as he dispatched the demon corpses, letting out a derisive chuckle. The old eunuch was left speechless, feeling that he had made a fruitless trip for the sake of such a low-quality man as Qin Feng. Princess was indeed famished. How could she possibly find such a fool appealing? Boom! At that moment, Qin Feng, faced with an endless horde of demon corpses, had no choice but to soar into the sky on his sword. Slashing his way through 5 days prior, upon his arrival at the Tianmen sect, the Empress had proclaimed, sword cultivators must master both speed and strength. Now, Qin Feng was embodying the sword's essence to its utmost limit. Undeterred by the million demon corpses that in his quest to find his sister, he thought, what harm would it be even if he were to perish here? However, contrary to his expectations, he did not exhaust himself to death. Wherever he passed, demon corpses shattered, and horror swiftly refined them into black beads that a portion of the demon corpses was consumed by horror, who was also growing stronger. She had evolved from a mere fiery bird into a delicate flame-like figure, her entire being ablaze with black and white flames. Strangely, she resembled a petite fairy, adorned in a stunning black and white gown that took one's breath away. Furthermore, her process of refining the demon's essence was rather peculiar. The demon's essence was the product of the materials from the demon corpses, refined by horror. She informed Qin Feng that it was called demon essence. With a flick of her small mouth, she swallowed a demon corpse, and flames surged around her as her exquisite face contorted with effort. With a puff, the demon essence was expelled, glistening with translucent saliva. Upon closer inspection, it even had a stringy texture. Qin Feng twitched his mouth. Was this truly imported? Fortunately, she was female, so he could endure it. Gritting his teeth, he thought that if it were a male version of her, he would find it utterly unacceptable. He coordinated with her. He would slay the demons while she refined them, ensuring that she would not exhaust too much energy. With each strike, hundreds of beads would be added to his collection. Whenever his spiritual energy ran low, he merely needed to consume one to replenish himself fully. Not only was his energy abundant, but his cultivation also surged forward, pushing him toward the perfection of the myriad realm. Kill! Qin Feng roared in fury, cutting through the million demon corpses with his sword. With each swing, demon corpses exploded. All around, there was nothing left but shattered bones and gushing black blood, wherever the sword light passed. Be it demon corpses, rocks, soil, or vegetation, all were pierced through in a single thrust. His sacred fish space was now filled with heaps of black beads, resembling small mountains, causing even the Empress to feel a moment of joy for Qin Feng. You lad have struck it rich with so many demon essences. Qin Feng nodded at her words. These were all refined by horror. It took him some time to grasp the name of this black bead. Indeed, consuming it was akin to ingesting a spirit artifact, as the demon corpses had their essence concentrated within after being refined by the primordial spirit flame. The Empress nodded, noting that such an abundance of demon corpses could only be found in the demon lair. The demon corpses were as hard as steel, and only with Qin Feng wielding the burial immortal sword could they be cut down. Others would merely rely on the 3 Yang spirit robes to scare off the demon corpses. Even if others could slay them, it would only be a futile effort, as the materials of the demon corpses were tainted by demonic energy and might hold some use among demon cultivators. Those who pride themselves on righteousness and morality, the so-called righteous individuals, are forbidden from using any materials associated with demons. Thus, for them, the demon lair was a perilous place. Qin Feng, with his extraordinary ancient divine body, could enhance his cultivation by consuming materials. This place served as his natural treasure trove. The vast amount of demon essences he consumed caused his cultivation to soar. In no time, he reached the first level of the celestial realm. Now, Qin Feng had already surpassed Lin Qingxian. Upon facing him, he could slay him with a single strike. Within the demon lair, the demonic winds howled, and the atmosphere was chillingly cold, with the heavens seemingly inverted. The demon corpses, each with fierce gazes and sharp claws, comprised both humans and beasts, with some exhibiting grotesque, half-human, half-beast forms. Here, the demon corpses should reign supreme. Yet at this moment, the entire demon lair had inexplicably turned eerily quiet. The reason was simple. Qin Feng had swiftly dispatched all the demon corpses. Wielding his sword, his hair billowed in the wind, and the million demon corpses were almost entirely slaughtered. This task is truly beyond mortal capabilities. Qin Feng took a deep breath. He grinned through gritted teeth. Even though he was as tough as iron, he felt as if he might fall apart at any moment. His entire body ached, especially his wrist from swinging the sword, which had gone numb. Had it not been for his quest to find his sister, he would not have exerted himself so fiercely. The demon lair had been cleared. Yet there was no sign of his sister, causing Qin Feng's expression to darken. Fortunately, with the vast amount of demon essences in his sacred fish space, he could sit down and refine them all in due time, allowing him to soar again. Moreover, his mastery of the sword had reached a terrifying level, no longer reliant on the grand wilderness sword technique. This was the realm sought after by all sword cultivators. In normal circumstances, he no longer depended on sword techniques. With just a sword in hand, he could break through all forms of techniques in the world, rather than immediately resorting to the ultimate moves from the grand wilderness sword technique. On the tip of the burial immortal sword, a hint of golden light attached itself, almost obscuring its original purple hue, with the gold gradually increasing. The sword intent. Qin Feng had a glimmer of realization. Once the golden hue enveloped the entire sword body, he would have cultivated a complete sword intent. He wandered around, meticulously searching every nook and cranny of the demon lair, but found no sign of his sister. The Empress would not divulge any information, stating that certain experiences must be undergone personally. Revealing everything would strip away the significance of his trials. With the Empress's repeated assurances that Qin Xiaoer would be safe, and that she would certainly act to rescue her at the first sign of trouble, Qin Feng felt somewhat reassured that on a high mountain within the demon lair, the old eunuch was utterly stunned. He had initially intended to leave, but was drawn back by the commotion caused by Qin Feng. His movements were astonishingly swift. In no time, the entire demon lair had become desolate. At this moment, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, he admitted that his earlier disparagement was merely barking like a dog. Well, this lad is not half bad. No wonder he possesses such good looks. He is not only handsome, but also shows some potential, with impressive combat abilities. However, it was also an undeniable fact that he lacked intelligence. Although the world united against the demonic path, one need not be foolish to such an extent. Wasn't enough to merely chant slogans and put on a fade. Who would be foolish enough to actually hunt demons? Such was the reality. How many years had the demon lair existed without the Kanglan Empire truly intervening? It was a thankless task. Intelligence is a valuable asset. Yet, this dim-witted lad seemed to be holding up well. His spiritual energy had not yet been depleted. Chapter 57. Your sister has lost her humanity. Do not make a sound. Such endurance? The Empress must be in ecstasy. At this moment, the old eunuch's face broke into a wide smile. He had finally seen a redeeming quality in Qin Feng. As long as he could bring Qin Feng back, with his ability to engage in prolonged combat, he would surely delight the Empress. Once the Empress was pleased, he could enjoy a good life, and perhaps even earn more generous rewards. This time, when he visited the Wanbao Pavilion, he intended to strike 10. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoer sat cross-legged atop a magical pool, her fingers vanishing from view. The fusion was successful. The old woman in her mind was also exceptionally excited. For so many years, she had been confined within the Demon King's palace, unable to escape. Unable to kill her, they had dismembered her and kept her suppressed. Now, she had regained much of her strength, caressing her fingers with a long-lost familiarity. Moreover, even Qin Xiaoer was reaping tremendous benefits, her realm soaring to an alarming height. Let us go and eliminate those 2 flies. Qin Xiaoer's voice was as cold as ice, her black curved blade radiating murderous intent. Having been relentlessly pursued by Huang Tianhua and Yi Tianzong, she had narrowly escaped death several times. Most importantly, it was time to avenge her brother. Boom! Qin Xiaoer soared into the air like thunder from a clear sky, instantly unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. She broke through the array, her figure becoming visible to all. Xiaoer. Qin Feng's heart leaped with joy as he rushed forward, his sole intention being to find his sister. However, he was suddenly grasped tightly by a figure. Foolish boy, you were already struck by her palm once. She has fallen into madness and will no longer recognize kin. Do you still wish to rush to your death? The old eunuch slapped his forehead. His face darkened with concern. This lad's intelligence was truly worrisome. Did he still care for sibling affection? To him, that was nothing but a joke. Between people, only interest mattered. With his intellect, should he venture to the imperial capital, he would likely not survive 3 days, either drained by the cold, ethereal empress, or tricked to death by others. Qin Feng was speechless. "Old man, why are you pulling me back?" At that moment, the two demonic souls battling Huang Tianhua and Yi Tianzong were struck with dread, their faces ashen, exclaiming in unison, "The red dust, old demon!" They had guarded that finger for nearly a millennium. Thus they were exceptionally familiar with its aura at this moment. The old woman had also detached herself from Qin Xiao's mind, transforming into a wisp of black mist. Within the mist, only a single finger surged forth, heading straight for the two demonic souls. The two remnants of demonic spirits were instantly terrified, their souls nearly fleeing from their bodies as they transformed into a streak of dark light, showing no intention of lingering. They were well aware that although demonic cultivators were scorned by the world, they understood that such practitioners were merely following different paths of cultivation. At their core, they were still of a human race. Yet this one was truly of the demon clan, a genuine taboo of heaven and earth. "Little demon, you have finally chosen to emerge at this moment." Huang Tianhua and Yi Tianzong exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. They both knew that the group of demonic cultivators from the Demon King Palace had suppressed a figure of immense significance hailing from the demon clan a millennium ago. Seeking to claim their inheritance, that demon had wielded an unparalleled black pillar of light, invincible and unyielding. Clearly, what Qin Xiao was employing was the inheritance derived from that very being. It was a legacy from the demon clan. With this inheritance, what did it matter if she defied the world? "Little demon, meet your demise." The two spoke, but before their words could fully escape their lips, a colossal black pillar of light shot forth. Wherever it passed, the void erupted. Yi Tianzong scoffed, "What kind of storm can a mere little girl stir?" His expression was one of utter disdain. Gathering spiritual energy in his fists, an overwhelming force caused the air to crackle violently. Without hesitation, he unleashed a mighty punch. "Huang Gonggong, watch how this master handles things." However, in the next moment, bang, his hand bone shattered, the black light disassembling his flesh and blood, and in the blink of an eye, half of his body began to corrode at a visible pace. Ugh! He let out a howl, still stunned, only to see a little demoness in a black dress, her 4 sharp fangs glistening, appearing behind him like a ghost. Puff! The black curved blade pierced right through his chest. He looked down in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. His internal organs were being shredded one by one. The astonishing demonic energy tainted his entire body's meridians, rendering him numb and immobile. Upon sensing Qin Xiao's cultivation, terror gripped him, thought Wei. Yet before he could finish his words, Qin Xiao slashed through his throat. Puff! Blood gushed forth. Qin Xiao licked the blood splattered on her lips and softly murmured, "You should never, ever have harmed my brother." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianzong was struck with utter horror. So it turns out, you two had not fallen out. He struggled to turn his head to convey this revelation to Huang Tianhua. But before he could manage, darkness enveloped his vision, and his mind sank into silence. Thud! Qin Xiao severed his entire head, which, along with his body, fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang! At that moment, a series of explosions erupted as the two remnants of demonic souls were obliterated by the old woman, resembling black mist with just a single finger. Then, the black mist wrapped around the finger and surged directly toward Huang Tianhua's head. Bang! As expected, it was as effortless as smashing a watermelon. It shattered into pieces. Huang Tianhua exhausted all his defensive measures, even contemplating self-detonation to escape, yet he could not fulfill that desire. That finger seemed to have locked onto his very spirit, leaving him utterly defenseless until the very moment of his death. A look of unwillingness lingered on Huang Tianhua's face. The coveted inheritance was right before him, yet he could not seize it. After the old woman finished her gruesome work, she bizarrely dove back into Qin Xiao's mind. Qin Xiao scanned her surroundings, having just seen what appeared to be Qin Feng's figure. How could it vanish in the blink of an eye? Brother, where are you? I've killed them all. It is safe now. Come out quickly. Brother, brother, despite her continuous calls, she did not see Qin Feng. A shadow of despondency washed over her face. Woo woo woo. Brother, don't abandon me. Are you angry with me? I didn't mean to hide it from you. That a sense of desolation enveloped Qin Xiao, tears streaming down her face as the world spun around her. She wore a look of despair. Sister, woo woo woo. Qin Feng yearned to find his sister, but the old man held him back with a vice-like grip. Have you lost your mind? Damn it. The old man was utterly terrified, clutching Qin Feng as they hid behind a rock, his body trembling uncontrollably, using every ounce of strength to restrain him. The deaths of Yi Tianzong and Huang Tianhua had sent his spirit into a tailspin. This kid is definitely insane. Are you out of your mind? Demonic cultivators are cunning and treacherous. Your sister has already lost her humanity. Don't make a sound. It's clearly a trap to lure you out and then kill you. Can't you see that? Chapter 58. More poses, more styles. The Empress will be pleased. The old man was genuinely terrified. After all, he was a personal attendant to the Emperor. He had just witnessed two powerful figures perish. The fivefold transformation realm was not something to be trifled with. Soaking in the golden dragon pool of the Kanglan Empire, he had forged an unparalleled foundation of cultivation. His other identity was equally formidable. National Master Yi Tianzong, the Emperor's own brother, had once lost spectacularly in the Imperial War, yet managed to preserve his life, becoming a dignified figure of the Yi family. He had ruthlessly severed all dragon veins across the realm, leaving but one for his own survival. One could only wonder how many of the previous generation's princes had returned unscathed. This generation was even worse off, with the second prince, Yi Xian, having slaughtered all the other princes before the Imperial War, especially the crown prince, who mysteriously died on the northern battlefield. The culprit was all too evident. Two such figures had been slain by the little girl in the black dress, wielding a curved blade, who was now sobbing incessantly. Just the sight of her sharp little fangs sent shivers down the old man's spine. He himself was no weakling. Yet before Qin Xiao, he could only tremble in fear. The old man pressed down on Qin Feng's head. Hiding behind the rock, he muttered, "You better pray that this spirit-concealing disc can keep her from noticing us. Otherwise, we're both done for." Beneath their feet, a yellow circular disc emitted waves of spiritual energy. An invisible, transparent barrier completely isolated them. Seeing Qin Feng about to speak, the old man mysteriously warned, "Don't ask me who I am, why I'm saving you, or who made me your benefactor, that you've just stumbled into good fortune, possessing a fine appearance that caught her. I doubt if you exert yourself tonight, with more poses, more styles, and a nimble tongue, I guarantee you a life of luxury." Qin Feng's expression darkened as he realized something was amiss. "Are you here trying to peddle me?" However, he had no time to entertain the old man's chatter. Bored, he waved his hand dismissively, standing up and soaring directly toward Qin Xiao. All he knew was that his sister was crying, and his heart ached for her. Damn it! The old man was so startled that his tongue nearly fell out. He grabbed Qin Feng, but it was too late, and he couldn't hold him back. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed beneath their feet. Ding! This further sent his spirit into turmoil. The only flaw of the spirit-concealing disc was that if anyone inside moved, it could not perfectly conceal their aura, exposing them to the outside world. The spirit-concealing disc had failed. His face turned pale. If this foolish boy was courting death, he would also be dragged down with him. He frantically pondered how to survive this encounter with the demoness. Just then, Qin Xiao, her eyes glowing with dark light, coldly fixed her gaze upon them. Run! At that moment, the old man was consumed by this singular thought. Almost without hesitation, he shot out like a bolt of light. Qin Xiao's eyes glimmered with coldness, her demonic energy surging, and her killing intent locked directly onto the old man. This caused his body to freeze in place, tumbling out of his escape route. Just a single glance severed his chance of survival. The old man was filled with dread, his scalp tingling, trembling uncontrollably. It was over. He looked at Qin Feng, that I'm utterly helpless. You think you can move her with your feelings? She is a demon. And as for sibling affection, what a joke. This is the most ruthless path of cultivation. Where does any familial bond come into play? The old man couldn't help but mock Qin Feng even now. Prepare to die. By a coffin. He was engulfed in despair. However, in an instant, Qin Xiao suddenly shed all her murderous intent, becoming eerily calm. For at that moment, Qin Feng was recklessly flying toward her. Simultaneously, Qin Feng believed that no matter the circumstances, Qin Xiao would never harm him. Sister, I'm coming. Qin Feng took a deep breath. His sister had relied on him since childhood, and he could not bear to see her harmed in any way. Had it not been for the deaths of Yi Tianzong and Huang Tianhua, he would have tortured them hundreds of times in the most brutal manner to quell his hatred. Brother, Qin Xiao suddenly turned around. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and the moment she laid eyes on Qin Feng, her heart trembled. Having lost her parents at a young age, Qin Feng had been her sole anchor in life. A wave of emotions surged within her, and she felt a profound sense of grievance. What she yearned for most at that moment was to curl up in her brother's embrace, using his garments to wipe away her tears and runny nose. Just as she had done in her childhood, it was all over, utterly finished. That rascal was undoubtedly doomed. Did you see that curved blade? It was about to plunge into his heart. The old eunuch watched helplessly as Qin Feng was on the brink of embracing that enchantress. A sense of melancholy washed over him, reminiscent of a rabbit mourning a fox. For once Qin Feng perished, he would be next. Yet at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the distant east, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed. Ong! The golden dragon's roar, accompanied by a blazing sun ascending, flooded the dark cave with a brilliant golden light, dispelling the chill that permeated the air. 9 golden dragons circled around that blazing sun. While within the radiant orb stood a figure clad in a majestic dragon robe, exuding an immense authority. The man, with an impassive expression, reached out his hand. Boom! Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply as a torrential wave of heat surged toward him and Qin Xiao. Shattering the void and blinding Qin Feng for a full breath of time, he was utterly defenseless. When the world dimmed again, he opened his eyes in horror, only to discover that Qin Xiao had vanished. Sister, Qin Feng frantically searched, unleashing the burial immortal sword in a chaotic frenzy. In but a fleeting moment, that figure had whisked Qin Xiao away without a trace. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Qin Feng hadn't even caught a glimpse of the man's silhouette. Stop searching. Your sister has been taken by the emperor. At that moment, the old eunuch suddenly flew over, his face radiating the joy of having survived the catastrophe. He appeared somewhat taken aback, never expecting the emperor to intervene at such a critical moment. The emperor? Qin Feng fixed his gaze toward the east, coldly inquiring, is it the one from the Kanglan Empire? Of course. Who else could it be? This enchantress has been causing chaos here, even slaying 2 powerful figures of the empire. She has been exceedingly audacious. Now, she has brought about her own demise, the old eunuch sneered. Impossible! My sister will not perish. Qin Feng's heart was in turmoil, but he forced himself to remain calm at this moment. Even if he wanted to rescue her, he had no idea how to navigate the way. According to legend, the Kanglan imperial capital was built high above in the 9 heavens, inaccessible to mere mortals. Not die. How amusing you are, Qin Feng, if it weren't for the empress taking an interest in your appearance. I wouldn't even bother to acknowledge you, you know? Do you realize how foolish you were just now? If it weren't for the emperor's timely intervention, you would have perished 100,000 times already. Do you think that enchantress would spare you? The old eunuch was furious, almost wanting to slap Qin Feng dead. Empress, you are from the imperial city. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened at these words. This was indeed a ray of hope. What now? You were indifferent just a moment ago, and now you're desperate. However, you're not at a loss. The empress, though 37 years old and nearly 20 years your senior, possesses an unparalleled beauty. As long as your skills in bed and your eloquence are formidable enough, you might just win her favor. The old eunuch's words dripped with a hint of envy. Win her favor? What then? Qin Feng inquired. Win her favor, and you shall enjoy endless riches and glory. You fool! The old eunuch gritted his teeth, lamenting that this lad had survived until now, likely due to his enviable appearance. While his intellect was practically non-existent. No, I must rescue my sister. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Puffed. The old eunuch shrugged, turning away, barely suppressing a laugh. Rescue your sister? That will only happen in your dreams. Chapter 59. Jiang Xan humiliated. Beastly sect. The old eunuch's laughter faded, and his expression turned serious. Listen, young man, it's best for you to keep your sister's situation buried deep in your heart. It is only because of your single-handed slaughter of 1,000,000 demon corpses that I have chosen to converse with you further. Otherwise, given your sister's demonic cultivation, she could easily execute you on the spot. He shuddered at the thought of what had just transpired. Thankfully, it was merely the Emperor's dragon projection. Had the true self appeared, the terror would have been unimaginable. Qin Feng fell silent upon hearing this. In truth, his perception of demonic cultivation had begun to shift. He had always heard that the demonic path was condemned by the world, warranting extermination. He had shared this belief, but after enduring so much and interacting with the Empress, his perspective had broadened. He no longer blindly accepted everything he heard. He now felt that the true evil lay within humanity itself, and that cultivation methods bore no inherent good or evil. The world's disdain for the demonic path might simply stem from its short-sightedness. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, the old eunuch assumed his intimidation tactics were effective and smiled with satisfaction. All right, follow me. We shall go to the imperial capital, which will become your refuge, a place worthy of your lifelong endeavors and glory. The old eunuch's eyes gleamed with fervor. After all, it was the imperial capital. Countless individuals yearned to tread there. Qin Feng clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in the depths of his eyes. The prospect of becoming a sword servant to Yi Xian had already set him on a path toward the imperial capital. Now, with his sister abducted by the emperor, he was thoroughly enraged. A dragon's reverse scale was to be touched at one's peril. He had already resolved to eliminate Yi Xian. That would suffice, but to abduct his sister? He was prepared for the collapse of the empire. Qin Feng will not rest until the Kanglan Empire is brought to ruin. Ultimately, the overwhelming fury was subdued within Qin Feng. He had grown, learning to conceal his emotions. At this moment, he could not reveal his thoughts. Otherwise, any hope of rescuing his sister would be utterly dashed. No, I must handle matters at the Tianmen sect. Qin Feng shook his head, recalling that Yi Huer and Tang Yin were likely suffering due to Lin Qingxuan's machinations. He had to return to check on him? Oh, right. The old eunuch suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering Qin Feng's situation at the Tianmen sect and his relationship with Yi Huer. His expression turned peculiar. You lad, indulging in both mother and daughter. He did not clarify his thoughts, but simply remarked, I know you turned down the second prince, which will surely upset him. However, you need not worry. The second prince has been preoccupied with his cultivation recently and has no time for you. Besides, if you can win the favor of the West Palace Empress, she will also speak on your behalf. The old eunuch's face bore a hint of ambiguity. I still need to head back and take a look. Qin Feng's gaze was complex. It wasn't just about Yi Huer and Tang Yin. He also thought of Jiang Xan, who had clung to Lin Qingxian to buy him time when he entered the demon cave. Previously, he had only wished to kill Jiang Xan, but now, if he could save her, he would do his utmost to free her from suffering. Killing Hong Qishiong would also serve as a repayment for her kindness. Qin Feng was a man who drew clear lines between gratitude and enmity. If wronged, he would repay with the cruelest of means, yet he would spare no effort to repay kindness, even for a mere drop of water. Well, it is true that the young couple must part ways. After all, you must attend to her mother. The old eunuch nodded subtly, as if he understood. He intentionally left the relationship ambiguous, fearing that Qin Feng might hesitate due to some considerations. Very well, I will give you 2 hours. That should suffice, no? The old eunuch probed. Qin Feng glared. 2 hours? You underestimate me. At least 4 hours. TSK. Youth is truly wonderful. With your stamina, the Empress will surely take a liking to you. The old eunuch shook his head and turned away. That moment. The demon cave had become an empty shell. The demon corpses had vanished, transformed into demonic relics, quietly resting in the sacred fish space. It would be enough for his needs for several days. Upon returning to the Tianmen sect, the instant he set foot on the mountain, he was met with the pungent scent of blood. Fixing his gaze, Qin Feng's fury surged uncontrollably. A naked woman hung from the gates of the Tianmen sect, her lower body a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. Her mouth was a ghastly sight, ravaged and unrecognizable, evidently subjected to unspeakable torments after Qin Feng's departure. I could see this moment. Jiang Xin's ankles had been brutally severed, blood dripping steadily into a basin below, which was nearly filled to the brim. Beside the basin was a vicious dog, intermittently lapping at the pooled blood. Scattered about the entrance were a few disciples of the Seven Peaks, who had come to witness this horrifying spectacle. Groups of male disciples stood nearby, their gazes lewd and their comments crude. From their conversations, it became clear that after Qin Feng's departure that morning, Lin Qingxian, in a fit of rage, had detained Jiang Xing, subsequently parading her before several disciples in the sect's square multiple times in a final act of humiliation. He had severed her tendons to let her bleed, all for the sake of tormenting her. As Qin Feng approached, they initially froze, only to be struck by a wave of panic. Qin Feng had returned. They fled in haste, their faces pale with fear, with a resounding clap of his hand. Qin Feng obliterated the vile creature, silencing it before it could utter a single cry. Lin Qingxian, Hong Qi Xiong. If I do not slay you today, I, Qin Feng, shall not deem myself human. At that moment, he had entirely relinquished any lingering hatred he harbored against Jiang Xing. She had always sought trouble with him, yet he now felt a twinge of guilt. She had suffered so greatly in her attempts to aid him, a murderous intent simmered in his eyes. The Tianmen sect had rotted to its core. How could they so brazenly torment a woman in broad daylight? These people were no better than demons. At this moment, Qin Feng scoffed at the very notion of good and evil. He recalled the Empress's words that the people here were short-sighted. He had once questioned her for his sister's cultivation of demonic arts, a notion that now struck him as utterly ridiculous. Jiang Xing, at this juncture, clung to her last breath. She felt someone touch her body. Her gaze, dulled by despair, swept over, expecting yet another disciple to come and violate her. She had grown accustomed to such treatment, too weak to resist. However, contrary to her expectations, someone untied her bindings. It was Qin Feng, cradling her down from the gates. He even removed his outer garment to wrap around her. I could see this moment. A fierce struggle ignited within her. She sobbed, "No, do not touch me. I am tainted, unworthy of your hands." Tears streamed down her face. "That if you can hold me once more, I shall be content. I beseech you, grant me one last semblance of dignity. Do not gaze upon my mouth. Then you may kill me." Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback by her words. It was not that he was overwhelmed with compassion. Rather, he found it difficult to accept. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly pierced her heart with a sword. Yet, had she not intervened with Lin Qingxian that morning, he would not have reached the demon's lair, nor would he have found his sister, or refined the vast trove of demonic relics that propelled his own cultivation. Had it not been for her, he would have been left without a clue as to who had abducted his sister. He was not one to be overly compassionate, but neither was he incapable of distinguishing between grievances. "You must live, and I shall avenge you," he solemnly assured her, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. He then carried her to a small courtyard where Yihor resided. Yihor graciously offered a spare room for Jiang Xing to rest and recuperate. The remaining juniors of Qingming Peak had merged with Yan Luo Peak alongside Zhang Jujing. Qin Feng also encountered Tang Yin, who appeared to be in good health. Both she and Yihor had previously fled from Lin Qingxian and been rescued by a mysterious, powerful figure. Lin Qingxian had since ceased to pursue Yihor. It was likely that the protection was arranged by her mother, who understood the limitations of her circumstances. To provide protection was the utmost she could do without drawing attention, as the matters involving Yihor were far too significant. Tang Yin had already regained her composure, though she remained despondent. Qin Feng's return elicited only a faint smile from her. Their conversation quickly lapsed into silence. It was evident that she had yet to emerge from the shadows of Zhang Jujing's betrayal. This was understandable. Tang Yin had grown up on Qingming Peak, and the sudden turn of events weighed heavily on her heart. Qin Feng patiently consoled her for a time before stepping out of the small courtyard. Just as he emerged, a fiery figure leaped into his embrace. "You are leaving? Aren't you?" Yihor buried her head in Qin Feng's chest and whispered softly. She was astute. Having grown up amidst the intrigues of the imperial capital, her sensitivity keen. Noticing that Qin Xiaoer had not returned, she surmised that something must have occurred. However, she refrained from asking directly. Why hasn't your sister returned? For that would surely darken Qin Feng's mood. Yes, Xiaoer has been captured by the emperor, and it just so happens that a certain Lady Lung Ruxian of the Western Palace has taken an interest in me. I intend to seize this opportunity to enter the imperial capital and rescue Xiaoer as swiftly as possible, Qin Feng replied. Yet Yihe suddenly raised her head, her expression peculiar. Repeat that. Who has taken an interest in you? She exclaimed, her voice a mix of shock and alarm. She pushed Qin Feng away and regarded him with a hint of suspicion, her heart already in turmoil. So, you wanted to act as my father all along, even holding back that night. Qin Feng was taken aback. Utterly bewildered by her reaction, he scratched his nose and replied, I could have sworn it was Lady Lung Ruxian, the matriarch of the Western Palace. As explicitly stated by that old eunuch, why Yihuo's eyes widened, her gaze piercing through Qin Feng, sending a chill down his spine. Are you truly going? She inquired, her teeth clenched. Yes, I must, Qin Feng declared, his eyes fierce. Rescuing his sister was non-negotiable, and no one could obstruct him. You. Yihuo was struck speechless, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, while a sense of crisis surged within her. She knew her mother well. She was a woman of bold ambition. Once Qin Feng arrived in the imperial capital, he would undoubtedly fall prey to her schemes. Yet, she could not reveal her connection to her mother at that moment, for she understood that would place Qin Feng in an impossible position. Given Qin Feng's character, he could not abandon his sister, but neither could he betray the mother of the woman he cared for. As she pondered this dilemma, one thought crystallized in her mind. Yihuo would not allow herself to be at a disadvantage. She resolved to seize the initiative over Qin Feng. The more she thought, the more flushed her cheeks became, and soon she melted into a puddle of softness in Qin Feng's embrace. One delicate hand slipped down Qin Feng's chest. Before you leave, you must take me. Yihuo seemed to make a significant decision, though her voice was scarcely above a whisper. After uttering those words, she collapsed against him, her body ablaze with heat, her face flushed, enveloping Qin Feng in an intoxicating fragrance. As Qin Feng felt her icy fingers gripping his second brother, he was momentarily stunned. What on earth? He thought, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Before he could respond, the threads of danger from his wrist surged to life. An ominous aura spreading around him. Several small purple snakes emerged from his wrist, flicking their tongues as they surveyed the surroundings. Yihe, jolted from her bashful state, was doused with cold water by the aura of the Qinsi robbery. Awakening her senses, what in the world is this? She exclaimed, her teeth clenched. You can't even touch it? Qin Feng remained silent, unsure how to explain, and carefully advised, try to restrain yourself. You can touch anywhere, just not there. This thing only watches that spot. He glanced at Yihe's delicate hand, and she quickly withdrew it, her face flushing crimson with desire. Oh dear. Yihe stamped her foot, biting her lip in frustration, lamenting her own actions. She wished fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole. With a sudden burst of energy, she broke free from Qin Feng's embrace, covering her flushed face and dashing back into the house. A wave of relief washed over her. As long as the object on Qin Feng's wrist remained, her mother would be rendered powerless to act against them. Even if she climbed onto the phoenix bed, all she could do was touch it, unable to accomplish anything further. This way, she wouldn't have to sever ties or pressure Qin Feng into rescuing her sister. Indeed, as soon as Yihe departed, the intricate threads of calamity visibly wilted. Qin Feng, however, was oblivious to the fact that, moments before, when Yihe had leaped into his arms, Tang Yin had been quietly observing from a corner, her eyes betraying a hint of melancholy. She bit her lip, contemplating that perhaps only he would accompany her for a lifetime. As she gazed at Qin Feng's retreating figure, a profound sense of reluctance enveloped her. In her hand rested an exquisite wooden box, containing a small toy crafted from willow wood, a gift from Qin Feng. Powered by spirit stones, it emitted a low, buzzing vibration. Meanwhile, in another room, Jiang Xen had donned a half veil once more. Lying there with her eyes closed, tears soaking her pillow, Qin Feng's farewell had left her utterly content. Her wrist bore a wound reminiscent of a child's mouth, small yet painful. Blood had trickled out, but most had already been shed at the Tianmen's sex gate. Hearing the sound of a dagger clattering to the ground, Yi Hua approached, speechless with shock. She watched Qin Feng exit the courtyard. Refraining from calling out to him, "A.S. for Jiang Xin's suicide," Yi Hua was not surprised. As a woman herself, she understood the depths of her resolve. She gazed at the gruesome wound in silence for a long while. This woman possessed greater courage than I, and her suffering surpasses my own. Perhaps death is the ultimate liberation. How ruthless one must be to take such action. Chapter 61. A sword hangs above 3 feet. Just as Qin Feng emerged from Qingming Peak, he beheld a throng of individuals descending from the clouds, led by Hong Qixiong. Behind him stood Zhang Jujing and several other elders from the remaining 5 peaks. The 7 peaks had now dwindled to 6, as Qingming Peak had merged with Yanluo Peak. 7 elders in total, accompanied by dozens of core and elite disciples, constituted the most formidable assembly in the Tianmen sect, barring Lin Qingxian. Should they all strike together, even Lin Qingxian would be reduced to mere pulp. Qin Feng, you have betrayed your teacher and ancestors, forsaking the sect and the elders of Qingming Peak. You willingly consort with demons. Today, by the command of the sect master, we have come to capture you. Hong Qixiong's voice boomed, reverberating through the Tianmen's sect's gates. That he chuckled, understanding that the so-called prodigy Qin Feng was merely a fledgling talent. One who had not matured could scarcely be called a genius. After being sent flying by Qin Feng's sword last time, he was determined to exact a full measure of revenge. He felt confident that with so many powerful figures present, Qin Feng would soon be begging for mercy that I betrayed my teacher and ancestors. Qin Feng's fury ignited on my first day here, who implored me not to join Yanluo Peak after assessing my talents. And after I joined Qingming Peak, who was it that turned around to merge with Yanluo Peak? Qin Feng's gaze pierced through them. You. Hong Qixiong stammered, struggling to find words. His face flushed. It was indeed he who had urged Qin Feng to avoid Yanluo Peak. In that moment, Qin Feng felt a wave of satisfaction. Who did this old fool think he was? Zhang Jujing stood trembling, rendered speechless. Now that Qingming Peak has been absorbed into Yanluo Peak, I, Qin Feng, have neither joined your peak nor taken any of you as my master. How dare any of you, with your faces still intact, accuse me of betraying my teacher and ancestors? Qin Feng sneered. Sword in hand, he could have easily slain them without a word, but he wished to see their true colors. Qin Feng, kneel and beg for mercy. In light of our past, I will plead with the sect master to spare your life. Zhang Jujing said, his expression complicated. That moment, he appeared even older. He had pondered endlessly why Tang Yen had not chosen to follow him, despite years of nurturing her. Past affections? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, their true natures were laid bare. You think you are worthy to speak of past affections. You claim to have the power to kill, don't you? Come. Qin Feng, stand here, daring you to kill me if you can. That single statement struck a nerve with Zhang Jujing, causing him to tremble with rage that he would never dare to act. He was terrified of dying. Qin Feng, I am your grandmaster. I even gifted you the entire treasury of Qingming Peak. Is this how you repay me? By rebelling against and opposing me? Zhang Jujing's chest heaved with fury as he pointed a trembling finger at Qin Feng. How dare you claim that? When I first arrived, I witnessed senior sister Yi and senior sister Tang outside, while you and your descendants lurked in the shadows, waiting for handouts. You speak of a final strike, yet all you do is talk. How many times has Qingming Peak faced peril? When my sister was insulted, when my younger sister was beaten, when Deputy Sect Master Wutong pressured us for the treasury keys, and when the 7 Peaks held a martial competition against us, did you ever lend a hand? To call yourself a grandmaster at your age, yet you cower in fear. Just as Lin Qingxian began to relent, you turned around to fawn over the merger with Yanluo Peak, afraid of missing out on the spoils. I am embarrassed for you. Qin Feng stripped away the facade of Zhang Jujing's hypocrisy and inaction over the past 5 days, exposing him as a coward who relied solely on his seniority while contributing nothing of value. Zhang Jujing's lips turned purple from anxiety, yet he could not utter a single word. his body trembling uncontrollably. Qin Feng, how dare you treat me this way? Zhang Jujing's grandson, Zhang Xiaolong, leaped forward, shouting angrily. Upon seeing the child, Qin Feng's expression turned icy. Just this morning, when Qingming Peak had turned its back, it was Zhang Xiaolong who had called Tang Yen a white-eyed wolf, nearly provoking her into a fit. Zhang Xiaolong received no reply. Yet he was met with a flash of sword light. Qin Feng's sword light? Did he dare to act in front of the elders? No, this was his chance to shine, before he could think further. The sword light pierced through his mouth. Thud! Zhang Xiaolong's mouth burst like a watermelon, a gruesome sight. Ah, he howled in agony, yet could only produce a pitiful whimper. Blood and gore splattered as his tongue. Teeth and cheeks mingled into a gruesome pulp. His face paled with horror and rage. You are clearly doomed. Your sister has turned to darkness. You have offended the second prince and the powerful figures of the imperial capital. Losing all protection. How dare you still be so arrogant? This was supposed to be your moment to shine. Zhang Xiaolong's inner turmoil erupted, but as he lifted his head, another flash of sword light appeared. No. His pupils constricted? Ah! Another blood-curdling scream erupted as the sword light pierced through his body, tearing apart his meridians with a swift motion. Zhang Xiaolong was rendered a cripple, his meridians destroyed, yet his body remained otherwise unscathed. This terrifying control over power proved Qin Feng's might at that moment. You reckless child, so glib of tongue, truly a product of a prestigious lineage. Qin Feng swung again, stabbing into Zhang Xiaolong's dantian, stirring it violently, eliciting a wretched howl that made one's gums ache. You enjoy licking, do you? Soon, I shall sever Lin Qingxuan's filthy backside and present it to you for your pleasure, with a sickening sound. 2 more strikes landed, shredding Zhang Xiaolong's scalp and exposing the flesh along his spine. The indescribable agony rendered him helpless, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he looked toward Zhang Jujing. A profound confusion seemed to ask, "Why won't you save me, grandfather?" Zhang Jujing, your own grandson is on the verge of death, and you have held back this long. When will you act? Qin Feng's voice reverberated through the skies. Your cultivation. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Qin Feng unleashed his aura without reservation. Did they dare to intervene? From the mere sight of Qin Feng's strike, they knew they could not withstand even a single blow. This is your own grandson. Will you save him or not? Will you save him or not? Qin Feng's cold inquiries echoed repeatedly, plunging the scene into silence. Hong Qixiong dared not utter a word, feeling worse than death itself. Zhang Jujing clenched his fists, hesitating repeatedly, yet he never made a move. His final strike was nothing more than a farce. Seeing this, Qin Feng's last remnants of hesitation evaporated. From a moment Zhang Jujing faltered, he knew he could shred him to pieces without an ounce of remorse. Qin Feng silently cast a glance at Qingming Peak. This moment, Tang Yen, who was observing everything from Qingming Peak, was overwhelmed with tears. The previous gloom vanished without a trace. After witnessing Zhang Jujing's true nature, she felt no more guilt or regret, and the torment within her heart subsided. Tang Yan's heart quivered, profoundly moved, realizing that even as Qin Feng prepared to depart, he had accomplished so much for her. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as the knot in her heart unraveled completely, her lips whispering repeatedly, "Qin Shidi, thank you." Qin Feng sensed Tang Yan's release of emotions, his brow lifting in delight, genuinely happy. All right, now it is time to cleanse the Tianmen sect. He slowly ascended into the sky, an awe-inspiring presence, with myriad sword lights suddenly suspended in the air, enveloping the entire Tianmen sect. Qin Feng's voice reverberated, instilling terror in countless hearts that Qin Feng, hereby announce, from this moment forth, eliminate all members of the Tianmen sect. Kill one upon sight, until none are left alive. Those who withdraw from the sect shall preserve their lives. You have only 15 minutes to retreat beyond a mountain gate to demonstrate your stance. Otherwise, a sword shall hang over your heads. Chapter 62. A sword to decapitate the sect master, 10,000 swords to annihilate the sect. Suddenly, the sound of swords echoed fiercely from the Tianmen sect. Reverberating through the surrounding mountains that a halo of light abruptly surged upward. Within it, a figure slowly ascended, with Qin Feng immersed in a sea of sword energy. In his hand, the Zhongxian sword gleamed ever brighter, its scorching radiance obscuring all from discerning what Qin Feng truly wielded. Beneath him, the disciples of the Tianmen sect stirred restlessly. Their faces displayed horror, disdain, mockery, and signs of struggle. Some fled in pairs from the sect. Yi Huo and Tang Yin exchanged silent glances, simultaneously withdrawing from the Tianmen sect to minimize trouble for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, lost in admiration as he caressed the Zhongxian sword, remained oblivious to the fact that Hong Qixiong, Zhang Jujing, and others were soaring towards the main hall where the sect master resided. In truth, it mattered little now. This was the fourth sword of the great wilderness sword technique, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Bathed in the beam of light, Qin Feng was astounded. The celestial level sword technique was indeed terrifying, that he realized that this momentum was directly siphoning spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Typically, practitioners must refine spiritual energy through martial veins for any technique, or else it could not be termed cultivation. Yet this sword technique permitted direct manipulation of the cosmic forces as it progressed. The drawback, however, was that it required time to gather momentum, and it had taken approximately 15 minutes to complete. In the sky, a sea of milky white sword energy resembled the arrival of early spring, with willow catkins fluttering about. Within the Tianmen sect, an overwhelming number of sword energies floated, far exceeding 10,000. If engaged in battle with a formidable opponent, one would likely be subdued before the momentum was fully gathered. At this moment, Tang Yin was transfixed, her heart racing in disbelief that in just 5.5 days. How far had her shitty grown? She sensed the sword energy in the air, and in an instant, her entire body tensed, cold sweat soaking her back. In that moment, her scalp tingled as if on the brink of death. How powerful would it be if directed at a person? Yi Huo was equally shaken. Her gaze was fixed on the blazing light in Qin Feng's hand, a strange sense of familiarity washing over her, as if she had seen it somewhere before, causing her emotions to surge. Though the sword energy was terrifying, fortunately, it seemed to possess a consciousness, targeting only those within the Tianmen sect, disregarding those outside its gates. In fact, not just the two of them, but the entire Tianmen sect sensed it. However, the disciples of Tianmen sect were numb, believing that Qin Feng was merely posturing. Humph. Where did he learn such a flashy trick? It appears extravagant, but is ultimately of little use. Remember, Qin Feng's approach is not to be emulated. One should remain grounded. A more seasoned disciple earnestly advised the newcomers of Tianmen sect. There really a shortcut in life. Can one soar to greatness overnight? He has only been here for 5.5 days. Upon hearing this, the other disciples' gazes solidified, casting fierce glares at the airborne Qin Feng. So, this was indeed a crooked path. They relaxed, reassured that as long as the sect master remained, all problems would be resolved. In their eyes, Qin Feng's declaration to annihilate the Tianmen sect was nothing short of a joke, as their perspectives were limited to Tianmen Prefecture, which they regarded as the strongest, largest, and most glorious place. Perhaps their lifelong aspiration was to achieve something within the Tianmen sect to bring glory to their ancestors. Indeed, if Qin Guiying were to live a few more days and return to Qingyun City, he would become a legendary figure akin to a celestial being. All the disciples busied themselves gathering at the main hall, summoned by their sect master. Qin Feng was taken aback, observing that only a few dozen individuals had retreated from the Tianmen sect. The remaining disciples all placed their trust in the sect master, truly bewitched. However, upon seeing her and Tang Yin outside, Qin Feng felt reassured. He did not care how many others emerged at that moment. Lin Qingxian was fervently indoctrinating his disciples, portraying Qin Feng as a malevolent force, while presenting the Tianmen sect as a righteous faction dedicated to exorcising evil. In just a brief moment, he stirred the emotions of the entire sect. Waves of fervor crashing against the skies above Tianmen's sect. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? Yi Huo raised an eyebrow, observing the disciples of Tianmen's sect as if entranced. Yet, Concern for Qin Feng flickered in her eyes. After all, it was Lin Qingxian. She held a certain apprehension. Sect Master, as long as you eliminate Qin Feng, the Tianmen Prefecture will undoubtedly become the final word. Hong Qixiong's voice echoed in Lin Qingxuan's ears below. The neatly arranged multitude of disciples shone with light, their martial prowess coalescing in their hands, various spiritual artifacts brimming with energy, poised for action, with a single command. They could unleash a barrage towards the heavens, creating a breach for Qin Feng. Thus, it would be wiser to summon the ancient heritage of the Tianmen sect, the Mountain Sea Ancient Mirror. Zhang Jujing's gaze was murky and inscrutable. Good. Lin Qingxian, brimming with ambition, emulated Qin Feng. Soaring into the AI as he extended his arms, an ancient mirror adorned with exquisite landscapes appeared in his hands. With both hands gripping the ancient mirror, confidence surged within him. This was a treasure. Just as he prepared to act, a low rumble of sword cries echoed from the distant sky, causing the entire main hall of the Tianmen sect to tremble. The 7 peaks of Tianmen sect, towering into the clouds, were shrouded in darkness after centuries of clear skies. The sword cloud, blocking the sun, descended like an invading army, overshadowing Qin Feng's brilliance and obscuring the divine radiance between heaven and earth. In the next moment, all the spiritual artifacts in everyone's hands began to heat up, trembling slightly as they harmonized with the scorching light in the sky, seemingly eager to escape. Particularly, the ancient mirror broke free from Lin Qingxuan's grasp, shooting directly into Qin Feng's hands. With the eternal divine body technique, which devours all artifacts and commands countless treasures, Qin Feng emerged like a miniature sun from the sword cloud, illuminating the entire Tianmen sect. All the disciples held their breath, gazing in astonishment at the sky, especially Lin Qingxian, who was even more bewildered. His hands were empty. "Where's my treasure?" The disciples of Tianmen sect shared the same question, their expressions falling in dismay. In that fleeting moment, all those who had lost their spiritual artifacts appeared dejected, spitting out blood, and on Qin Feng's shoulder sat a miniature fairy adorned in a black and white patchwork dress. Flapping her wings, baring sharp teeth in a menacing grin, and voraciously devouring the spiritual artifacts, the ancient mirror shattered as well. When her mouth was closed, she was an adorable fairy. When she opened it, she resembled an ancient beast. Qin Feng commanded countless artifacts, with Xiaohua swiftly refining them. The synergy between the two was seamless, occurring in but an instant. All those who lost their spiritual artifacts experienced a mental blow, particularly Lin Qingxian, whose eyes bulged and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Ugh!" Xiaohua retched, expelling a number of silvery beads that bore resemblance to demonic relics. Qin Feng casually caught them, treating them like candy. As surging spiritual energy flowed into his limbs, significantly enhancing his cultivation. "Xiaohua, your speed is lacking." Qin Feng tugged at the hem of Xiaohua's dress, seemingly wanting to catch a glimpse of her form. But she evaded and threatened him. "If you keep teasing me, I might just pull you out next time for refining or alchemy, believe it or not." The small creature, with bare teeth, leaped from the left shoulder to the right. After a period of instruction from Qin Feng, it had learned to articulate human speech, albeit with a somewhat rebellious disposition. To Qin Feng's astonishment, it squatted down, its legs bending, muscles tensing, and a look of struggle crossing its face, before releasing a soft sound as a bead was expelled. Coughing, Qin Feng dared not utter a word, diverting his gaze and adjusting his stance, becoming once more engulfed in the blazing light, with his sword raised skyward. A thunderous crack echoed through the heavens, and a sudden tempest erupted, causing all to turn pale. Amidst the swirling sands, lethal sword energy darted through the air. A cacophony of sounds erupted, puffs of relentless, unending noise mixed with the howling winds, rendering it impossible to discern whether they were cries of agony or the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn apart. Gradually, the fierce winds took on a hue, manifesting for the first time in a tangible form, blood red. The air was thick with sword energy, dense as if from an apocalyptic scene, instilling a sense of despair. Swords fell like rain, and the atmosphere was steeped in slaughter. Within the Tianmen sect, wails of anguish and cries for help echoed incessantly, as severed limbs and bloodied flesh flew through the air, creating a torrential downpour of blood, reminiscent of a hellish inferno. In the blink of an eye, nearly all members of the Tianmen sect lay dead or wounded due to Qin Feng's unfathomable prowess, leaving only a scant few survivors. Witnessing such carnage, even Lin Qingxuan's expression contorted with disbelief. Hong Qixiong's face turned ashen, a flicker of enlightenment surfacing in his eyes that he understood now. So this was the truth. Zhang Jujing, on the other hand, was engulfed in deep regret. If only he had supported Qin Feng that day. Perhaps he would now be witnessing his disciples from Qingming Peak sweeping through and toppling the Tianmen sect, with the likelihood of himself ascending to the position of the new sect leader. Thankfully, he would never be able to surpass Lin Qingxian. Ultimately, victory belonged to, yet in the next moment he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Thud! The youth effortlessly severed Lin Qingxuan's head with a single stroke, casually tossing it aside where it rolled to Zhang Jujing's feet. Watching the youth approach slowly, Zhang Jujing's expression shifted dramatically. His face grew grave, his aura surging, brilliant light shattering the void, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure crushed the raging winds. In that moment, his robes billowed without a breeze, rustling ominously. The final blow. The time had come. Chapter 63. If it must be done, let it be done without mercy. Qin Feng was nearly driven to madness, previously oppressed by various factions. Now they finally recognized the necessity of unleashing their final strike. If they did not wish to use it, they should simply refrain. His expression turned frigid as he swung his sword. No. Zhang Jujing's face contorted in a frenzy. Bellowing in rage, he had yet to unleash his final strike, and he was unwilling to accept defeat. His expression twisted in anguish, ultimately faltering to in truth at the very last moment. He relinquished all hope, even in death. He lacked the courage to employ his final strike. At this moment, he still clung to the delusion that he could escape this calamity. However, with a soft sound, the blade sliced through his skin, and Zhang Jujing could hear the horrifying sound of his flesh tearing, bones shattering, and blood surging forth. The sensation was utterly shattering that a sizable head flew into the air, myriad emotions swirling before coalescing into a singular question. How could such a feat be accomplished? Seeing this, Qin Feng chuckled. This is called mastering one's power to the utmost. Do you understand? As the head fell, the look of regret solidified on Zhang Jujing's face. Qin Feng had already reached such a level. Perhaps if he had not betrayed, he could have indeed ascended to the position of sect leader in the Tianmen sect. How splendid that would have been! Alas, he had no such fortune. This was not unfounded. Had he not betrayed, after Qin Feng eliminated Lin Qingxian, he would have been the most likely candidate to ascend, given his seniority. Moreover, Yi Hui'er had no interest in such a position. Thud! The head crashed heavily to the ground, akin to a colossal hammer striking Hong Qixiong's heart, enlightening him as to why he had not been killed. Why, despite the sect leader's demise, had he survived? In fact, he had just come to this realization. Qin Feng had been moved by his actions from earlier. After all, on the day Qin Feng arrived at the sect, it was he who had bestowed several third-tier spiritual herbs upon him. Those 3 spiritual herbs had granted Qin Feng the foundation to soar to great heights. All his contributions were monumental. Without him, there would be no Qin Feng today. Thus, Qin Feng spared him. Qin Feng, I always knew you had it in you, that I had long perceived your immense potential you remember? I implored you not to come to Yanluo Peak, and the 3 spiritual herbs I gave you were intentional, merely an investment in a prodigy. It has been proven my foresight was indeed correct. Those 3 third-tier spiritual herbs played a significant role. Hong Qixiong's face glowed with triumph as he spoke, increasingly convinced. Indeed, Elder Hong, you are wise. Upon seeing that Hong Qixiong had survived, Qin Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he jumped down from the clouds. Rushing to his side, recalling that he had truly given him spiritual herbs 5 days prior, fearing for his well-being, with gritted teeth, Qin Feng leaped down from the clouds and struck him with a sword. Damn it, I cannot tolerate this narcissism any longer. Did he really imagine he was the hero of this tale? In a fit of rage, he delivered several more strikes. Blood sprayed forth, and Hong Chixiong's face contorted as he clung tightly to Qin Feng's burial sword. Refusing to let go. You. I have repeatedly recognized your talent. I am your patron. Without me, how could this steed of yours have been discovered? You are so ungrateful now. Hong Chixiong's voice rose in a final, desperate roar, still ensnared in his delusions. Convinced that it was Qin Feng's fault, I merely laughed. What does my journey have to do with you? Qin Feng was at a loss for words as he severed his throat with a single stroke, extinguishing his life. Once he lay still, several hundred disciples remained, gathered around Lin Qingxuan's body, chattering and even resuming their training. The sect leader had not perished. How could he be slain by a mere disciple? The sect leader was merely feigning death to touch Qin Feng's heart, hoping he would abandon his murderous ways and turn back to safety. Right, let us cooperate with the sect leader in this charade. Although Qin Feng is not particularly formidable, merely an ordinary disciple, we cannot abandon any lost sheep. These disciples seemed oblivious to Qin Feng's presence, engrossed in their own world, even smiling at this moment. Qin Feng paid them no mind as he approached. Lifting Lin Qingxuan's corpse with his sword, he pointed at the body and coldly stated, I will grant you 10 breaths to decide whether to remain. The outcome will be the same as his. Hearing this, a few disciples fled in panic. Qin Feng did not intervene. Yet, the majority of disciples chose to continue meditating in place, with a sigh of resignation. Qin Feng swung his sword to kill. Qin Feng, you've only been here for 5 days. Do not harbor illusions about defeating the sect leader, a male disciple murmured, and his head suddenly exploded. Crimson blood splattered onto the face of a nearby female disciple, who remained unfazed, continuing her practice of the Tianmen 9 strikes. The female disciple met her end with a single strike. He is merely a dog under the second prince's command. Becoming a sword slave must thrill him. Qin Feng could never obliterate Tianmen. The true genius is the second prince. Qin Feng is merely a clown, easily crushed. The scattered disciples, their words barely finished, suddenly found their mouths torn open as the cold blade shredded their flesh, their heads exploding. Some, at this moment, awakened to the desire to flee, but Qin Feng coldly raised his sword. Those attempting to escape were granted a reprieve. The remaining disciples continued to tirelessly slander him, remaining obstinate. This caused Qin Feng's scalp to tingle, and a surge of fury erupted within him. You believe you are righteous? I, Qin Feng, am even more resolute. I shall slaughter each one of you, one by one. I will cleanse this place entirely. It matters not what is said, nor who attempts to stop me. Their talk of benevolence is futile. Their moral coercion is meaningless. Their talk of heavenly and human principles holds no weight. For such individuals, it is kill, kill, kill. What of it? In the end, every last one of the surviving 1,000 souls met their demise. Qin Feng bore not a shred of psychological burden as he drifted away, arriving before the old overseer. Even he, confronted with the overwhelming stench of blood, could not help but tremble. Had they all been slain? Chapter 64. A sword piercing the heavens. Qin Feng nodded slightly and approached with an air of tranquility. As if carried by a gentle breeze, the old eunuch's gaze shifted subtly. Have killed so many yet walked calmly to stand before him, devoid of any visible emotional turmoil, was indeed a mark of a certain genius temperament. However, he soon shook his head. A lack of intellect was a significant flaw. Survival in the imperial capital hinged not solely on strength. Just then, Qin Feng sensed 2 beams of light approaching. Upon recognizing Yihor and Tang Yen, he instinctively turned around. All right, I will wait for you at the outskirts of Tianmen Prefecture. Seeing Yihor, who was the first to rush in, the old eunuch discreetly retreated, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through his eyes. Qin Feng, Yihor descended and rushed into his embrace without hesitation. If Qin Feng truly intended to leave, she found it hard to let go. Did I scare you just now? Qin Feng, unsure of how to begin, could only make a light-hearted jest. I've been on the battlefield. A few deaths are nothing, Yihor scoffed. Then she caught sight of Tang Yan's sorrowful gaze directed at her and felt a pang of bitterness. She glanced at Qin Feng's wrist and thought, "What are you lamenting about?" "I can only watch helplessly, unable to do anything else." Qin Feng, this is a relic left by Jiang Xin. Seemed Yi horror recalled something. Handing a letter to Qin Feng while casting him a sidelong glance. "This guy seems to be merciful everywhere. The relic?" "She took her own life." Before Qin Feng could finish, Tang Yin interjected, noticing the emptiness in his arms. She couldn't help but dive in, savoring the last remnants of warmth, fearing that if she didn't muster the courage now, she might never embrace him again. Qin Feng did not shy away. He was reluctant to hurt Tang Shiji, whose spirit had only just begun to heal. Why, horror shot Qin Feng a reproachful look, but refrained from further comment. "Oh." Qin Feng was taken aback, though he did not feel deeply affected. There was nonetheless a hint of regret that, "After I leave, you should take care of the few hundred remnants of Tianmen sect and become the sect leader. Recruit some disciples each year, and it will soon flourish." Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with determination. "Forget it. Let Tang Shiji handle it. I have no desire to tread the path of cultivation any longer. I only wish to find peace in that little courtyard, undisturbed. When you return, do remember to visit me." Yi Hui'er paused, shaking her head. She had lost interest in everything except for Qin Feng, who alone could ignite a flicker of warmth in her heart. Had it not been for Qin Feng's arrival 5 days ago, drawing her attention to the commotion of slain demon corpses in the night, she might have lived out her days in solitude within that little courtyard, never stepping outside again. Qin Feng remained silent, aware of the ailment that plagued her. The disappearance of the divine pillar of Shenzhou had left her despondent. Only the return of the pillar could restore her confidence. Now was not the time to reveal his intentions. Saving his sister still depended on the burial immortal sword. Fortunately, he decided it would not be long before he would storm the imperial capital. "Very well. I shall reluctantly guard this place for you." Tang Yin spread her hands in exasperation, fully aware of Qin Feng's intentions. Only the continued existence of the Tianmen sect would allow Yi Huo'er to retreat in peace. Otherwise, other factions would scent blood and come rushing in. The treasure trove within the Tianmen sect was a vast fortune, but the two women were somewhat lacking in strength. With a swift motion, Qin Feng summoned forth countless elixirs, which had been refined from the spiritual herbs found on the demon corpses during the battle in the demon lair. There were even dozens of 5th-grade elixirs among them. These 5th-grade elixirs could purchase several Tianmen sects. If that were the case, Tang Shiji might as well take them to utilize wisely, perhaps inviting someone from the treasure pavilion to arrange a protective array for the sect or summon a few powerful individuals. Qin Feng was not overly concerned. He would return before long. The two women gasped in astonishment at the sheer volume of elixirs. Yi He had never encountered such abundant resources in the imperial capital. Qin Feng offered no further explanation as he turned to leave. As he walked, he unfolded the letter, the delicate script elegantly penned. "Qin Feng, though I know I have no right to enter your heart, I cannot forget our parting at the Tianmen trial. That encounter, filled with fervor, remains an everlasting joy for me. Jiang Xin, I have sullied myself, and though I did not care, having been so thoroughly defiled, I could no longer accept this wretched body. Hence, I chose to leave, leaving you a gift. Once, Second Halsey Xian came to Tianmen sect and violated me, but I also uncovered a significant secret that I hope will aid you." After reading through the entirety of the letter, Qin Feng felt a tumult of emotions, and a complex expression crossed his face. With a gentle flick of his fingers, he ignited the letter, which turned to ashes in the wind. Jiang Xin truly left him with a substantial surprise. Finished. Upon seeing Qin Feng exit swiftly, the old eunuch flew over, a look of suspicion clouding his features. "So soon? That S2 women. How disappointing." The old eunuch began to doubt Qin Feng's capabilities. If he were to prove ineffective, he would suffer as well. That we merely exchanged a few words. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. "Umph." The old eunuch scoffed coldly, then tossed a set of clothing to Qin Feng, that a eunuch's attire. Qin Feng was taken aback. What else could it be? "You think with your meager cultivation, you can enter the imperial capital? At the first level of the celestial realm, you wouldn't even be worthy of begging at the city gates." The old eunuch continued disdainfully. "Even if you enter the palace disguised as a eunuch, you must follow the necessary protocols. Once we reach the royal city, I will arrange for you to undergo a talent assessment. If you possess exceptional talent, you will gain the favor of the Empress. Should your talent be outstanding, it may even stir the palace, offering you an opportunity to rise. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Another talent assessment. He felt an overwhelming urge to stab the old eunuch with a sword. Yet for the sake of saving his sister, he bit back his anger and asked in a low voice, "What happens if my talent is exceptional?" If you are decent enough, I, Wei Lianying, will ensure you become a promising figure." The old eunuch chuckled confidently. With Huang Tianhua's death, the position of inner court steward was well within his grasp. Will I have access to Yi Xian then? Preferably within 15 days. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. If Jiang Xian's words were accurate, that time frame was indeed crucial. Wei Lianying's face twisted into a mocking expression. Think deeply about it when you sleep tonight. You'll find that everything will come to you. You once had a path to greatness, but you turned it down, digging your own grave. Foolish. He shook his head, firmly believing that Qin Feng would never reach the level of a sword slave in his lifetime. Seeing Wei Lianying's demeanor, Qin Feng's expression grew cold. A sword slave. According to Huang Tianhua, Yi Xian had sent him a test of servility. Should he perform poorly, he would likely face death, even if they couldn't kill him. Yi Xian would come personally. A sword cultivator could grow to become a significant threat. Thus, if he could not be used for his own purposes, he must be destroyed. Excuse me, who said I must wait here for him to come and kill me? 15 days is ample time for me to wreak havoc in the imperial capital. Though an inevitable clash between the two was destined, should he strike first, it will be an entirely different matter. At the very least, he would maintain his momentum. Qin Feng was determined to pierce the heavens with his sword. Chapter 65. Cold as an immortal, majestic in protecting Qin Feng, just as Qin Feng and Wei Lianying prepared to set off for the imperial capital. The skies suddenly darkened, and a piercing sword cry echoed. The sound stirred up a cloud of dust, hurtling towards them like a tempest. Great sword slave has descended. You mere mortals, kneel in reverence. A voice, sharp and commanding, caused the winds to shift and the clouds to churn. Upon closer inspection, the figure riding the sword was a woman of striking presence. Following her were 4 male sword slaves with icy gazes. Boom! Thunder rumbled through the clouds, and sword energy split the heavens apart, the woman descending like a shooting star. Buzzing with power, the storm in her eyes unleashed 2 beams of divine light, surveying the vast expanse below with a godlike authority. Qin Xianer, Wei Lianying recognized her at once. This sultry figure, possessing an enchanting beauty, was a 5th greatsword cultivator from Shuntian Prefecture, who had willingly served Yi Xian in his dragon bed for 3 days and nights to attain the position of greatsword slave. Her demeanor was extraordinary, her gaze burning with intensity. Although a sword slave in the imperial capital, she held the title of a border general, commanding 100,000 iron cavalry in the northern frontier, a status granted by Yi Xian. I have met the great sword slave. Wei Lianying could not help but change color, hastily bowing in respect, for the individual before him was a high-ranking official and a prodigious talent, possessing unfathomable mastery of the sword. He often referred to himself as the great sword slave without any sense of shame, as everyone regarded this title as a supreme honor, with the demon lair devoid of 100,000 demon corpses. The Tianmen sect had also been utterly annihilated. Who was responsible for this? The great sword slave, Qin Xianer, cast a penetrating gaze upon Wei Lianying, exuding an intimidating aura, her coldness palpable, that he killed without hesitation. And Wei Lianying promptly sold out Qin Feng with a mere gesture toward a nearby individual. In truth, it was not so much a betrayal as it was a matter of simple inquiry. It would have been more straightforward to confess that is there a problem? Qin Feng's expression remained impassive, devoid of emotion. Qin Xianer's gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Then she addressed the other sword slaves beside her. Sever his head and deliver it to the Lord of 10,000 demons. Yes, the male sword slave's eyes sparkled with lethal intent, seemingly ready to tear through the very fabric of space. Not so fast. Wei Lianying urgently interjected, raising his hands in a gesture of defense. Great sword slave, you must not. Qin Feng has made great contributions against the demons. How can he be held accountable? Of course, he is guilty, Qin Sienna retorted with icy disdain. His lack of wisdom renders his death inconsequential. Why? Qin Feng's gaze darkened. The world is at war with the demons. How can one be guilty for slaying them? The Emperor Kanglin and the Lord of 10,000 Demons had established a prior agreement, maintaining a non-interference policy between imperial cultivators and demon cultivators. This accord resulted in the rarity of demon practitioners within the empire, with only the occasional mindless demon corpse emerging, causing little harm. Otherwise, why do you think those demon practitioners only traverse the empire in a state of lingering souls? It is precisely this agreement that has allowed our empire to remain untouched by demon slaughters, enjoying decades of peace by vanquishing 1,000,000 demon corpses and leaving the demon lair desolate. If the Lord of 10,000 Demons retaliates against the citizens of our empire, you shall be an eternal sinner. Qin Sienna's cold, piercing gaze seemed to challenge the heavens themselves as she concluded her statement. Peaceful coexistence. Qin Feng's incredulity was palpable. Look around you. How many disciples of the Tianmen sect have perished at the hands of demon corpses? How many low-level cultivators have fallen victim to the remnants of the demon race? How dare you speak so shamelessly? He found humor in the absurdity that in Qinyun City, the Tang family had been completely overwhelmed. Their entire lineage exterminated by the demon remnants, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake. Even the appearance of the abyssal demon flower was a testament to the horrors they faced. And yet you dare to claim peace? Qin Feng, you are a villain of the highest order, and you still dare to argue. One male sword slave bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder, sending shock waves through the air. Villain, Qin Feng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. What a brazen accusation. Indeed, you are merely a sword slave. Perhaps servile wretch would be more fitting. You were the mark of a slave upon your face, akin to a dog. Leaping about in desperate haste, Qin Feng's cold laughter was merciless. The male sword slave's expression twisted in fury, his face a mask of rage. Although they basked in glory, the mark of a slave was a perennial source of pain in their hearts. Your time is up. You are about to meet your end, yet you still speak defiantly. The male sword slave sneered, revealing his cruel intentions. He was not to be compared with the ineffectual disciples of the Tianmen sect. To serve as a sword slave to the second prince was a testament to his exceptional talent. In that instant, he unsheathed a long sword, conjuring a tempest of fire and thunder that transformed into hundreds of sword energies. Enveloping Qin Feng from above, the male sword slave's pride shone through. With the ability to manifest 100 swords from one, he was truly a rarity among the multitude. Even without the second prince's backing, he could establish himself in the imperial capital, perhaps even ascend to an official position. Qin Feng, you have committed an unspeakable crime. There is no forgiveness. You shall die without regret. Today, I am commanded to slay you. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness once you descend into the netherworld. His voice resonated with authority, drowning out all else. Indeed, a servile wretch, transforming one into 100 swords. How impressive, Qin Feng thought. The sword intent within him surging as he prepared to show the true spectacle of a myriad of swords unleashed. You too are a sword practitioner. I suppose you are frightened now? Let me tell you, sword practitioners cultivate strength and speed. Once one masters control over their power, they can transform one into 2, and even to 100. Such control is truly terrifying, a mark of genius. With a sudden, triumphant grin, he unleashed the 100 sword energies towards Qin Feng. The overwhelming force of the 100 sword lights sliced through the air, even causing Qin Sienna to nod in silent approval. Truly, a genius among sword practitioners. One strike was all it would take to obliterate Qin Feng. Wei Lianying's expression shifted, for even he was uncertain whether he could withstand a single blow from such a talent beside the second prince. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. In that tense moment, a figure clad in palace attire suddenly appeared, blocking Qin Feng's path. Her beauty and grace surpassed even that of Qin Sienna, instantly captivating all eyes. Dressed in a vibrant red phoenix robe, she descended with an ethereal elegance. Qin Sienna, do you take me for air? Her voice was cold as ice. Upon seeing her, Qin Xian'er's expression changed, and she quickly offered her respect. I apologize, Your Highness of the West, for not welcoming you properly. She swiftly moved to halt the advancing sword slaves. The male sword slave had no choice but to begrudgingly retract his sword. I greet Your Highness, Wei Lianying knelt, bowing his head in reverence. Cold as ice, the eyes of the West Palace's Highness were filled with frost, and she ignored him, turning her gaze elsewhere. Do you not think that just because you are beside Yi Xian, you can act with impunity? Not only do you fail to kneel before me, but you also dare to harm someone I've taken a liking to. The 5 sword slaves fell silent, then erupted into raucous laughter, their mockery causing the Highness to scowl. Your Highness, are you truly so starved for attention that after only a few days of neglect from the Emperor, you hastily seek out a pretty boy? The words of the sword slaves darkened the Highness's countenance. Qin Xian'er, has the second prince instructed you to treat me with such disrespect? The voice of the West Palace's Highness was frigid to the bone. Slap, slap, slap. Qin Xian'er responded with a swift strike, sending 2 of the laughing sword slaves sprawling. No. She stammered, quickly denying the accusation. She hastily bowed, kneeling before the Highness. I see Your Highness of the West. May you live long. Although she was a great sword slave, basking in the favor of the second prince, even the Prime Minister of the Empire treated her with deference. However, angering a member of the royal family could lead to dire consequences. The other 4 sword slaves quickly knelt as well, leaving only Qin Feng standing tall and defiant. Are you dissatisfied? The Highness raised Qin Xian'er's chin with her delicate hand, her overwhelming spiritual pressure surging forth, extinguishing all around it. The oppressive aura was formidable, causing the 4 sword slaves to stagger back, gasping for breath. Qin Feng remained unperturbed, calm in the face of adversity. This fellow deserves to die. It was a fact. He had previously rejected the second prince's offer to become a sword slave and had now slain countless demon corpses, inciting the Lord of 10,000 demons to consider breaking their agreement. Qin Xian'er, under immense pressure, gritted her teeth and spoke. Indeed, for the second prince, ascending to the imperial throne is as certain as the sun rising, with Yi Xian's qualifications to enter the divine continent. It is truly a fortunate event for the Kanglan Empire, a blessing that in the future, these sword slaves would follow Yi Xian to the divine continent, their status undoubtedly rising as a result. Naturally, they were unafraid of any royal, especially considering that the West Palace's Highness was but one of several palaces, with the East Palace, Main Palace, and Empress above her. 3 levels of hierarchy separated them. Thus, while she dared not speak too boldly, her resentment simmered just beneath the surface. Enough of this nonsense. Everyone knows that the agreement does not preclude the extermination of demon corpses. The Highness's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed upon Qin Xian'er. I shall protect Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian'er's expression twisted into one of rage. Your Highness, do you truly wish to oppose the second prince and bully us here? Do not involve Yi Xian in this. He has no time to clean up your mess. You should leave. You are an eyesore. The Highness scoffed, pointing at the 5 of them. Qin Xian'er's expression darkened. This task will not be completed today. However, after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly looked at Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling with insight. Very well. Congratulations to Your Highness on acquiring a swordsmanship genius. Perhaps upon further assessment, he may surpass the second prince, shining even brighter and leaving us all in the shade. Qin Xian'er abruptly altered her demeanor, adopting a sarcastic and mocking tone. Surpassing the second prince? How amusing. The several sword servants behind her immediately chuckled with a playful air, their derision palpable. You need not worry. Perhaps he is even stronger than you. Cold Ruxian spoke nonchalantly. Stronger than me? Qin Xian'er gaped in disbelief, instantly retorting, fine, if we were to assume he is stronger. I shall grant him 5 years to see if his talent surpasses even half of mine. Qin Xian'er sneered. Shall we add a 5-year agreement for the sake of convenience, so you can come back and slap my face later? This scenario is rather kitsch, isn't it? Oh, my dear sword master, you are being naive. What if it is the case of do not underestimate the youth and poverty? The male sword servant behind her chuckled. Ha. I believe is more a case of do not underestimate the youth in poverty, nor the middle-aged in poverty, nor the elderly in poverty. Qin Xian'er laughed heartily, glancing disdainfully at Qin Feng to her surprise. She noted that this pretty boy possessed a certain charm. No wonder the Empress was utterly captivated by him. Qin Xian'er and her 4 sword servants were in no hurry to eliminate Qin Feng. They were eager to witness him embarrass himself during the talent assessment. Subsequently, they decided to cease their futile efforts and turn to leave, knowing full well that they could not kill Qin Feng today. Sword Master! At that moment, after a prolonged silence, Qin Feng suddenly called out. What is it? Qin Xian'er turned back. You think you can just walk away after spewing nonsense? Qin Feng replied coolly, upon hearing this. Qin Xian'er was momentarily taken aback, utterly incredulous. She was the sword master with the most privilege and authority before the second prince. She was about to leave, and yet Qin Feng dared to insult her. Even Cold Ru Xian was taken aback. Qin Xian'er had just mocked Cold Ru Xian regarding the talent assessment, and her previous annoyance had dissipated significantly. Now, however, she felt a resurgence of gloom. Qin Feng, with Lady Cold protecting you, you believe you can act with impunity. How dare you provoke us, the sword masters? You seek death. The male sword servant behind Qin Xian'er unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. At that moment, Qin Xian'er's gaze darkened as she said, Lady Cold, do you see this fool? He dares to provoke me, and you still protect him? Her implication was clear. She was also implicating Cold Ru Xian in the trouble. Qin Feng, apologize. Cold Ru Xian turned to glare at Qin Feng, her voice frigid. You must kneel and bow in apology. Otherwise, you shall leave this place crippled. Qin Xian'er reprimanded coldly. They were already on the verge of departing. You insignificant insect still dares to jump around. You are as foolish as lighting a candle in a toilet. You seek death. Yes, kneel and apologize. The 4 male sword servants each exerted pressure, their formidable sword energy enveloping the scene. Do as they say. Cold Ru Xian shot a piercing glare at Qin Feng, her tone icily resolute. Although she found Qin Feng's youthful visage intriguing, she had no intention of harboring a troublemaker. What status did the sword master hold? Today she could afford to back down due to her status, but once He Xian ascended the throne, everything would be uncertain. Qin Feng's lack of sense required immediate correction. After all, she desired an obedient D.O., as they say. Qin Feng calmly surveyed Cold Ru Xian. Boom! Suddenly, he summoned the Zhongxian sword, enveloped in swirling purple lightning, exuding an air of mystery. The sword tip was cloaked in golden light. 2 tenths of sword intent. As the Zhongxian sword emerged, a fierce surge of sword intent coursed through the air. Qin Feng abruptly turned to the 4 male sword servants and declared, You wish for me to kneel in apology. His voice was icy. Ha! You are at death's door, yet you dare to speak so brazenly. As long as we are here, you shall kneel. The 4 sword servants laughed uproariously. Very well, then wait for it. Qin Feng retorted, and as he finished speaking, he gripped the Zhongxian sword tightly, its radiance intensifying. He boldly charged towards the 4 sword servants. You dare? They were taken aback. What is this? We are discussing your life and death. And you think you can avoid kneeling in apology? They had yet to make a move, but this little brat had already acted first. Moreover, the formidable sword master Qin Xian'er was present. 2 tenths of sword intent. Qin Xian'er's eyelids twitched. The sword intent was something they had cultivated as well. How could this be possible? Chapter 67. I will kill Qin Feng. Who dares to interfere? Sword intent. The 4 male sword servants were certainly familiar with this. It was a hallmark of sword cultivation genius. If you do not court death, you may live a few more days, yet you are eager to meet the Grim Reaper today? The male sword servants, seeing this, grinned savagely and swiftly drew their long swords, forming a sword technique with a sudden surge of azure light, launching a fierce attack at Qin Feng. The quality of the sword intent was exceptionally high. Each of the 4 sword servants possessed 2 tenths of sword intent, and they knew that 4 against 1 would double their attack. This brat would undoubtedly be shattered by their swords, their confident sword. Boom! Qin Feng's long sword erupted again, the golden light at the tip intensifying, appearing almost solid. How could this be? The faces of the four sword servants paled dramatically, turning ashen, thud, 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 as soon as they made contact. Qin Feng's Zhongxian sword pierced through them as if they were made of soft candy, penetrating the chest of the first and emerging from the left back of the last. Bang, bang, their long swords shattered, embedding themselves in the ground. Boom, boom, boom. They felt explosions in their chests, blood splattering as they were mercilessly torn apart by the ferocious sword intent. Ack! The four cried out in agony. Their faces contorted as they were flung aside by a mere flick of Qin Feng's wrist, rolling on the ground and wailing .1 against 4. Cold Ruxian was momentarily stunned, her heart racing. She was lost in the solidity of Qin Feng's sword intent, forgetting to stop him, murmuring to herself, clearly witnessing the transformation of the ethereal into the tangible 10/10ths of sword intent. What? Qin Xian'er, splattered with the blood of the four, wore an expression of embarrassment. You four are utterly useless. How could the second prince find you worthy? Qin Xian'er gritted her teeth. However, by striking them today, you have effectively slapped my face and the second prince's face. If I do not teach you a lesson, I shall be a sword master in name only. Her fury surged, yet before she could act, a robust figure surged forth from in front of Qin Xian'er. Charging forward with a sword, beast! The four sword servants' expressions changed drastically as they gritted their teeth against the pain, springing to their feet and swinging their swords once more. Qin Feng remained expressionless, having already closed the distance to them. Da Huang sword technique. Third sword. Sword shatters mountains and rivers. The violent sword intent descended, creating fissures in the ground beneath them. Had it not been for the bodies of the four sword servants bracing against it, the earth would have truly been torn asunder. This sword was a force to be reckoned with. Boom! The four sword servants, having just risen, were slammed back to the ground, feeling the chilling sword intent and furious power of the Zhongxian sword. Panic seized them. A sense of helplessness overwhelmed them. No, no, no. They screamed hoarsely. In an instant, their vision blurred, and the scenery around them suddenly shifted. Why do we see the heads of our companions flying through the air, still spinning and spraying blood? They simultaneously questioned. Their gazes fell downward. They beheld the youth thrusting his sword into their bodies, shattering their meridians and scattering their flesh. You four wish for me to demonstrate the transformation of 1 into 100 swords. Did you not? Therefore, I intend to show you what it means for 10,000 swords to strike in unison. A glimmer of malice flickered in Qin Feng's gaze that we admit we were overly arrogant earlier. Let us talk it out now. If you return our heads, there is still a chance of survival. The terror of death loomed over them, like a dark cloud overhead. Puffed, puffed. Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one resembling an afterimage as he relentlessly pierced them with his sword, blood gushing forth like columns. Are you not proud of being the second prince's sword servants? Why do you now crumble in fear? Qin Feng sneered, his hands never pausing for an instant. At this moment, they were undoubtedly riddled with thousands of sword wounds, their flesh a gruesome sight. Stop stabbing! Stop stabbing! They pleaded frantically, their cries of despair echoing. Yi Xian once gave me a worthless token, demanding I serve as a sword servant and test my subservience, treating me as less than human. It's a pity I cannot see him now. I can only collect some interest from you. Qin Feng had never been one to exhibit magnanimity. Having been stabbed in the back, the blood had not yet dried, and he was expected to remain calm. This matter was far from over. The great sword slave, save us. The four heads that sworded the air displayed an endless expression of terror. Fearing they could not withstand the ordeal, Qin Feng preemptively severed their heads, enveloping their vitality in a sphere of light. Witnessing their own corpses being reduced to mere pulp, the sensation was utterly despairing. They gazed at Qin Xian'er, their eyes filled with a plea for mercy. With a resounding clap, upon seeing this, Qin Feng swiftly struck out with his palm, shattering the four spheres of light. Instantly, an abyss of darkness engulfed them, and at that moment, their vision faded to black. Echoing in their ears was Qin Feng's voice. In the next life, remember not to demonstrate what it means to transform 1 into 100 swords. Gurgling sounds accompanied the heads as they rolled to the ground. Lifeless and unblinking, they were in fact bewildered. Their great sword slave was right beside them. Even the cold, Ethereal Lady Rue, who usually protected him, had compelled him to kneel and admit his faults, or shouldn't Qin Feng be trembling in fear? Begging for mercy. How could a single sword strike down 4 prodigious sword cultivators in an instant? The heads rolled to Qin Xianer's feet, their gruesome demise causing her to instinctively take a few steps back. Before she could react to save them, Qin Feng had already dealt the fatal blow. Qin Xianer felt her rage surging, a tidal wave of murderous intent almost manifesting as a palpable force. To witness the slaughter of 4 sword slaves before her great sword slave, this showed utter disregard for her authority as the second princess. Do you understand what cruelty means? Qin Xianer's face twisted in fury, her fingers cracking ominously. She desired Qin Feng to meet the most brutal end. Ah, I understand. Qin Feng pointed towards the carnage. Qin Xianer turned to see the 4 sword slaves transformed into a bloody pulp, and they had witnessed every inch of their flesh being torn apart before their demise. Now, that was true cruelty, a glaring humiliation. Qin Xianer's eyes brimmed with crimson fury. Cold Rue. Her voice erupted with rage, sweeping over the lady in the grand red phoenix robe. Cold Rue was momentarily taken aback, then coldly retorted, Qin Feng, kneel and admit your wrongs now, and there may still be a chance. It is too late. No matter what you say, it is too late. Qin Xianer kicked the severed heads of the 4 sword slaves aside and turned to Qin Feng, saying, as a member of the Empire, you dare to commit treason. Defying the authority of the second princess, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Even with Cold Rue present, she spoke with unwavering confidence. This was the status of the second princess. Even the emperor must bow and smile in her presence. Today, whoever dares to stop me from killing Qin Feng will face annihilation when I return with the second princess from the Divine Land, ensuring the complete eradication of their family for 3 generations. Her words serve as a reminder to Cold Rue. Indeed, Cold Rue's expression darkened at her declaration. Outwardly, she could not act too brazenly due to her status. The future, however, was uncertain. Enraged, she shook her head. What do you mean by stopping? He is a fool who refuses to heed guidance. Bringing him back will only cause me trouble. It's meaningless. Chapter 68. A sword is sliced through the tender breast, ruthless hands destroying flowers upon hearing these words. Qin Feng's demeanor remained calm, even as the expressions of those around him varied. He suddenly cast a glance at Cold Rue. Without uttering a word, he advanced toward Qin Xianer. Buzzing, the burial immortal sword crackled with thunder and lightning. Intertwining purple and golden lights, it was aimed directly at Qin Xianer. Do you dare to strike at me? A glimmer of disbelief surged in her beautiful eyes, her expression turning quite unsightly. Qin Xianer swept her jade-like hand with force. A deafening roar erupted, and a golden dragon sword emerged, its hilt crafted from the skull of a dragon, blinding golden light enveloping the entire blade. An exceptional treasure, the golden dragon sword. Moreover, it was evident that her sword intent was at its peak, perfectly refined. The difference between her and Qin Feng lay in the completeness of her sword intent. Qin Feng's was merely nascent, as for Qin Xianer's aptitude. He had long ceased to care. Whatever rank it might be was inconsequential. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have hesitated to act against her, for her name invoked a sense of familial resemblance, akin to that of sister. Yet now, filled with murderous intent, she was unworthy of that name. To strike? I wish to kill you instead. Qin Feng sneered, suddenly lunging forward with a fierce thrust, the sword intent rending the very fabric of space. The burial immortal sword was poised to sever Qin Xianer's head. This action left Wei Lianying utterly stunned. You insolent wretch! Even at this moment, you dare to underestimate the might of my great sword slave. Qin Xianer gritted her teeth. Roar! Grasping the golden dragon sword, she pointed it at Qin Feng, her killing intent surging. I shall slay you with a single strike. With a fierce cry, she unleashed her sword like a dragon's roar, torrents of spiritual energy cascading forth. Her attire billowing, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The terrifying sword intent seemed capable of tearing apart all that lay before it. Humph! The name of my great sword slave was personally bestowed by the future emperor. The second Prince Yi Xian. How could a mere youth like you dare to belittle it? Today, you shall taste the consequences of your insolence. Those who despise the great sword slave must pay with their lives." Qin Xian'er disdainfully looked down upon Qin Feng. A mere slave, and yet he seemed to take pride in himself. Qin Feng truly laughed. Regardless of the talents or accomplishments one might possess, such a person had lost their essence, living in a manner less free than a dog. Then, with a fierce gaze, he unleashed another strike. The great wilderness sword technique, fifth sword, twisting the void. Crack! Suddenly, the spatial energy fluctuated violently, solidifying as if a sheet of transparent glass had momentarily imprisoned the furious Qin Xian'er in the void. Maintaining her sword-swinging posture, even the surroundings within a yard of Qin Xian'er froze, including the blood and flesh of the four sword slaves. Even a mosquito remained suspended in midair, unable to move. That fragment of space had transformed into a still mirror image. None had ever witnessed such a sword technique. It was truly bizarre. How is it that people are willing to cling to the powerful, so eager to be a slave and find joy in it? Gazing at the smooth, mirror-like reflection, Qin Feng shook his head. Once his thoughts settled, he struck again. Pop! A crisp sound rang out, and the very place where Qin Xian'er stood shattered like fragile glass. The remains of the four sword slaves' bodies and heads turning to dust. Boom! 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 The spiritual light surrounding Qin Xian'er erupted, all her garments obliterated, leaving only a dark, tattered inner armor, which whimpered before becoming akin to scrap metal. Clang! The golden dragon's sword fell to the ground. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, she sagged, gasping for breath, large beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Her clothing had long been destroyed, exposing a vast expanse of snow-white skin. A sight of boundless spring. Fortunately, the nearly ruined treasure-grade inner armor had saved her life, covering her vital parts. This strike left her scalp tingling, her heart racing. At this moment, Wei Lianying was so frightened he nearly soiled himself, recalling how he had just flaunted his power over Qin Feng. This move could have easily ended him. In my presence. You shall not flaunt. The burial immortal sword suddenly slipped from Qin Feng's grasp. The sword manipulation technique igniting once more, shooting forth like a long rainbow, accompanied by a tempestuous gale, slicing through the swirling sandstorm, coming at her with lethal intent. Damn! Qin Xian'er was engulfed in darkness, her hair standing on end, as she hastily seized the golden dragon sword to defend herself. Seeing that Qin Feng had opted for a direct confrontation rather than employing the bizarre sword technique, she scoffed, "Young and foolish, you dare to clash with my golden dragon sword? Truly ignorant. This is a supreme treasure." Yet, in the next moment, ding! A crystal-clear sound of collision reverberated, instantly causing Qin Xian'er to change color dramatically. The burial immortal sword, like a force of nature, shattered the golden dragon sword in an instant, which let out a mournful cry, disintegrating into fragments while the burial immortal sword surged forward. Thud! Qin Xian'er felt a jolt as her back exploded. The burial immortal sword piercing through her protective armor, erupting from her back and spiraling in the air before returning to Qin Feng's hand. Ah! She screamed in agony, her body tumbling backward several steps before coming to a halt. In disbelief, she looked down at a woman. Her once ample bosom had been reduced to half, obliterated along with the flesh behind it by the burial immortal sword. The searing pain and the hollow sensation in her chest made her believe this was real. How could she please the second prince now without her bosom? Would he still linger with her every night? Bang! Before she could raise her head, Qin Feng kicked her in the dantian, sending her sprawling several rolls. Her fair skin rolling on the ground, dirt and gravel tearing at her skin, blood seeping out. Am I truly unable to defeat this pretty boy? Qin Xian'er's face contorted, her head buzzing. She could hardly believe it. She was the first and foremost great sword slave personally appointed by the second prince, and a general defending the borders of the Kanglan Empire, a powerful being of the creation realm, forging an unparalleled foundation of Tao. Defeated? A great sword slave? You truly are something. I thought you were invincible. Qin Feng stood there, leisurely plucking a small bun from the tip of his sword, frowning as he remarked, "This thing isn't even that hard. It couldn't withstand a single blow from me." Little man, too, carelessly tossed onto the ground. Pooh! Upon witnessing this, Qin Xianer felt an uncontrollable surge of blood and fury as a mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. This was an affront to her dignity, a blatant humiliation. That was her unique method to curry favor with the second prince, her pride and joy. Yet it was disdainfully discarded by Qin Feng, who had been admiring it in his hand. She was consumed with rage, unable to accept even the slightest bit of it. You, a mere wretch, and yet you speak of a 5-year appointment. Do you possess even half my talent? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Do you think you are worthy? You cannot even match me now. The more Qin Xianer listened, the more her discomfort grew, and the more she could not accept it. Her blood surging once more. Pooh! Wei Lianying, witnessing this, instinctively shrank his neck. Dumbfounded, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his back. Just moments ago, he had been reprimanding the boy, yet he had single-handedly defeated the strongest sword servant of the second prince. If he sought revenge, could he endure a single strike? However, looking at the once haughty and aloof woman now sprawled on the ground, covered in dirt, was simply delightful. In truth, he felt elated within, for Qin Xianer had often relied on the second prince's favor in the imperial capital, behaving arrogantly and causing trouble for those beneath her. Qin Feng, you are my father, after all. At this moment, Wei Lianying gritted his teeth, glancing at the cold and dazed figure of Lung Ruxian, pondering for a long while before making a decision that defied his ancestors. O righteous Father above. Chapter 69. A mother-in-law as a sister, each discussing their own affairs. The sword servant had just asked who killed the demon corpse, and you directly sold me out? Qin Feng turned his head and cast a faint glance at Wei Lianying, his gaze profound. Although he did not speak, this matter was easily investigated. Yet, Qin Feng was exceedingly displeased. Father, I was wrong. Wei Lianying trembled all over, revealing a hint of regret and fear. He saw the sword intent swirling in Qin Feng's eyes, and instantly, cold sweat poured down him. Disregarding all semblance of dignity, he crawled over to Qin Feng to polish his shoes. He felt as if Qin Feng's gaze was like a knife, piercing through his skin. Get lost. I have no unfilial son like you. Qin Feng scolded, kicking him aside, unwilling to have a eunuch as a son. Cough, cough. Not only did Wei Lianying not feel angered, but he also laughed nervously. He exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed Qin Feng was too indifferent to lower himself to his level, rather than being too lazy to act. It was more accurate to say that Qin Feng deemed him unworthy, that a genius of the Tianmen sect. Yet before even reaching the imperial capital, he had already defeated the strongest sword servant of the second prince. What did that signify? Clearly, Qin Feng's talent surpassed that of any top sword servant by a wide margin. Did I not just order Qin Feng to kneel before Qin Xianer? I truly am a fool. Lung Ruxian's cheeks flushed with heat, her expression unsightly. She felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, as if even Wei Lianying, this servant, was secretly mocking her. Qin Feng, you are finished. You have provoked a force you should not have. Qin Xianer clumsily rose to her feet, her gaze filled with venomous intent. I am finished. Qin Feng scoffed. Once again, he brandished his sword, and the air was thick with a chilling intent to kill. Sword intent surged forth, radiating with brilliance. How dare you? Lung Ruxian's body trembled, her lips parted, yet the vicious words that had risen to her throat were swallowed back down. Despite her overwhelming discomfort, she dared not speak. She understood that Qin Feng was simply a fool, a reckless brute. He did not regard who Qin Xianer was, nor what forces lay behind her. Regardless of the circumstances, he truly dared to kill her. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately made an unexpected move. She turned and leapt into the clouds, fleeing without a moment's hesitation. Once she had flown a considerable distance, ensuring she was far enough from Qin Feng to feel secure, she finally mustered the courage to utter a harsh remark. Qin Feng, wait until the second prince perfects his foundation and emerges. I will ensure your head is severed and used as a ball for kicking. As her voice faded, several beams of sword light shot towards her, shattering the clouds beneath her feet before she could react. You think you can escape? Qin Feng sneered. The overwhelming sword intent left Qin Xianer utterly terrified, her complexion changing dramatically. Can that even reach me? Qin Xianer was so frightened that her delicate features paled, her eyes brimming with tears. In her frantic state, two streams of warmth slid down her pristine thighs, soaking her skirt. She was scared to the point of wetting herself. Stop! At that moment, a red figure appeared from the air, just as eerily as before, scattering leaves shaped like maple in a shower of spiritual light. Imbued with immense force, boom! Instantly, it shattered Qin Feng's sword light. Lung Ruxian had intervened. If this continued, Qin Xian'er would indeed be reduced to nothing more than debris by Qin Feng's sword. She stood in front of Qin Feng, and upon seeing him prepare to strike again, she shouted loudly, "Qin Feng, I command you to stop. Do you hear me?" Lung Ruxian glared at Qin Feng, her countenance exceedingly grim. Behind her, Lung Ruxian hastily wiped the urine from her legs, struggling to maintain her balance, her teeth chattering uncontrollably in fright. Seeing this, Wei Lianying stifled a laugh. His face turning red with suppressed amusement, he found it somewhat humorous that this illustrious sword servant was reduced to such a state. Just moments ago, he had been so full of himself, claiming to be a noble sword servant. Yet now, he had been reduced to a mere figure of ridicule, as Qin Feng had made the celestial maiden wet herself. And what of returning to the divine land after completing his training? Hilarious. Qin Feng. With Lung Ruxian's protection, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She screamed at Qin Feng, her expression twisted with malice. 7 days. Just 7 days. Even without the second prince's emergence, I will ensure you are ground to dust, skinned and flayed. Dare to speak. Qin Feng Zongxian's sword shot forth with a sudden burst. This time, even Lung Ruxian's maple leaf spiritual light could not halt Qin Feng's blade. Pooh! Qin Xiao, already pierced through half her chest, was once again blasted, losing half of her shapely rear. Buzz, buzz, the Zongxian sword spiraled back, twirling in the palm of Qin Feng. You have quite the sharp tongue. Why not continue? Qin Feng chuckled. Sobbing, Qin Xian'er covered her mouth with her hands, tears welling in her eyes. Qin Feng, if you kill her, it would truly be a monumental crime with no chance of survival. Lung Ruxian stomped her foot, her chest heaving violently. Moreover, she had obstructed him. How could Qin Feng still injure others? Did he not regard her as the Western Palace's empress? How utterly audacious. Tisich, killing her is as easy as killing a dog. What can you do about it? Qin Feng replied indifferently, casually wiping the blood from the Zongxian sword, his face devoid of concern. I have investigated you, and know you have no parents above, nor family below. Your death means nothing. But have you considered Sister Tang Yen from the Tianmen sect, or your little wife Yihor? Lung Ruxian pointed towards the direction of the Tianmen sect. Little wife? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, as he had not yet married, but he tacitly accepted the description. Otherwise, he would not have held back earlier. Meanwhile, Wei Lianying revealed a hint of peculiar expression, as if he found amusing that the Empress was playing matchmaker. Qin Feng remained oblivious to the fact that the person before him was the mother of Yihor. Establishing Qin Feng's identity as a prospective son-in-law and then returning to the imperial capital to celebrate. How thrilling! In life, one must find their own place. Sometimes it is necessary to bow one's head, for some matters cannot be resolved solely by brute strength, but rather require wisdom. Understand? Seeing Qin Feng relent, Lung Ruxian adopted a tone of reproach fit for a servant. What if I were to conquer with force and lay waste to the imperial capital? Would I still need wisdom? Qin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. A mere sword servant cannot be trifled with. But with the sword in my hand, I can slay all in this world. In truth, had it not been for Lung Ruxian's obstruction, Qin Feng would have undoubtedly eliminated her today. This was the essence of the sword path that Qin Feng had comprehended since obtaining the Zongxian sword, an invincible stance, as if a single pillar supported the heavens. Do you still harbor so many thoughts regarding the entire imperial capital? Qin Feng's words left Lung Ruxian speechless, utterly incomprehensible. A delusion. The great sword servant, with me present, would not dare to act. Return to the imperial capital. Lung Ruxian cast a glance at her, though she had previously disrespected her. Her position was secure due to her fortunate master. Fine, I will leave immediately. Qin Xian'er hastily fled in a fluster. She chose to fly close to the ground, not daring to soar away, terrified that Qin Feng might shoot at her once more. Qin Xian'er departed. Qin Feng gazed at her retreating figure and spoke blandly. Empress Lung, when I arrive in the imperial capital tonight, will you still test my talent? As the ethereal figure of Lung Ruxian turned, she was captivated by the visage of Qin Feng. Without hesitation, she grasped him, her hands exploring him with a lingering gaze. Ah, what a name, Lung Yang Yang. From now on, let us each adhere to our own ways. Privately, you may call me Ruxian Jiejia. Come now, little brother, allow me to caress your delicate face. In Chapter 70, the most ferocious age, the most ferocious her, Qin Feng maintained an aloof demeanor, yet his body betrayed him, revealing no inclination to evade her advances. However, due to his lack of resistance, as she touched him, he later found himself nearly wishing to retreat into a mouse's hole when his true identity was unveiled. Lung Ruxian was among the most mature and enchanting women he had encountered, possessing an allure that, while not comparable to that of the Empress, offered a uniquely thrilling sensation. There was an intoxicating floral fragrance about her, one he felt inexplicably familiar with, as if he had encountered it before. Moreover, the chill of her hand awakened a curious nostalgia within him. You too favor the color red? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, a hint of skepticism crossing his features. What? Do you not like it? Pray tell. I am currently adorned in crimson from head to toe. Perhaps I shall don another hue for my nightgown tonight, she replied, adjusting her dress. Cough, cough. Wei Lianing, overhearing, promptly covered his ears. Is this content truly available without paying? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng waved his hands dismissively. No, I am merely curious. Lung Ruxian offered no response, instead beckoning. Wei Gonggong, take him to the Internal Affairs Bureau to complete the necessary procedures. Let us postpone the assessment of his talents until tonight. Prepare him well and discreetly deliver him to my bedchamber. We shall provide him with a false eunuch identity. Do you understand? Understood. Wei Lianing nodded vigorously, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng, his expression betraying a hint of envy. Lung Ruxian's gaze lingered on Qin Feng, her eyes brimming with alluring charm, momentarily halting his breath. Then, like a beam of yellow light, she vanished without a trace. Must we not first assess his talents? Qin Feng muttered through clenched teeth, watching Lung Ruxian's departure. His association with her was merely a means to secure a foothold in the imperial capital. To gain entry into the imperial city, one needed at least the strength of a 7th or 8th tier to aspire to even a minor official position, let alone interact with a second prince that if he waited until his cultivation caught up, his sister might not be able to endure the wait. Thus, the urgency of assessing his talents was paramount. Should he be deemed exceptionally gifted, he would garner attention and establish himself in the capital. Surely, there must be someone discerning among the inhabitants of the imperial city, someone with the vision to recognize his potential. It was precisely due to Lung Yangyang's authority over the Qintian Bureau that the matter of talent assessment lay firmly in her hands. If she decreed it would occur tomorrow, then, without a doubt, it would be so. Wei Lianing shook his head. Qin Feng remained speechless. So, I have truly resorted to trading on my appearance, have I? Very well. Let us see if your lady can withstand my advances. He smirked coldly at his wrist. With this, he was determined to test just how formidable this spiritual treasure truly was. Absolutely. Wei Lianing nodded fervently. I fear you may find yourself outmatched. After all, the lady once pursued the emperor relentlessly for 5 days and nights. In the end, even the emperor's dragon yang form was summoned, yet he still could not prevail. I had to concoct a delay method for him. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's displeasure was palpable. Are you looking down on me? A young man of vigor should be able to handle her without issue. I shall conquer the most formidable of women during the prime of my youth. Such a feat is within my grasp. Wei Lianing was left speechless. And what method of delay do you possess? Does it even work? Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. You little rascal, you put on a facade of aloofness, but your body is quite honest. And of course it works, Wei Lianing replied with a mischievous grin. Qin Feng threw an arm around Wei Lianing's shoulders as they walked, nodding in agreement. Why, dear son, do tell me, in the cloud city of the imperial capital. The entire city was divided into 2 factions following the rise of the second prince. One faction supported him, consisting of ministers and officials who occupied half of the palace, daily clamoring for the emperor to abdicate. They were collectively known as the Eastern Capital Faction. The other faction remained loyal to the original emperor, guarding the ancestral shrine of Kanglin, believing that the second prince, Yi Xian, was acting too hastily and had ulterior motives. Thus called the Western Capital Faction. Father and son, once harmonious, had been torn asunder by the lust for power, fracturing the imperial capital in two. Qin Xianer belonged to the Eastern faction, while Lung Ruxian held the title of Western Palace Mistress within the Western faction. Their opposing allegiances had previously led to mutual wariness and restraint. This moment. In the Eastern capital, towering structures loomed, among which a grand hall imbued with the essence of swordplay housed a figure swathed in bandages. Qin Feng. Qin Xianer clenched her fists, striking the table with ferocity, her eyes bloodshot, radiating a palpable animosity towards Qin Feng. Although she had consumed precious medicinal pills for healing, she had not fully recovered. Her chest uneven, her hips asymmetrical. Above her sat a formidable middle-aged man, the Prince Yi. Qin Xianer nodded respectfully. He was the second prince's uncle and the most influential figure among those supporting the second prince. He also served as the temporary head of Eastern Capital Affairs during the second prince's seclusion. The Prince Yi, not overly concerned with Qin Xianer's injuries, merely remarked, "That boy, Yi Kong, has been seeking you out. He has come several times. You ought to see him, the Yi Kong." Upon hearing this, Qin Xianer stepped out, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, followed by a wave of panic. She was acutely aware of how her once proud figure had been diminished. Sister Xianer. Upon exiting the grand hall, a young man in a white python robe, exuding youthful vigor, approached her. His striking features and smooth skin, combined with a voice akin to a charming pup, marked him as a heartthrob. As soon as Qin Xianer emerged, Yi Kong deftly took her hand, playfully chiding, "You promised to return this morning to try that position with me. Why have you kept me waiting all day? You shall be punished tonight." Before he could finish, he suddenly frowned. "You are wrapped in bandages, and I can smell the strong scent of medicinal pills. You are the second most esteemed in the capital. Who has dared to harm you? The great sword slave? You've been injured?" At this moment, the Prince emerged and also noticed Qin Xianer's injuries, observing the blood seeping through her bandages. Qin Xianer crinkled her nose. Feeling embarrassed, "It's nothing, just a dog bite." Yet, she felt a twinge of grievance within. The second prince favored ample bosoms, while Yi Kong had a penchant for rounded hips. Now, alas, she had lost both. Where did it bite you? Yi Kong's expression turned anxious as he lowered his gaze to where Qin Xianer was wrapped in bandages. No. Everything is intact." Qin Xianer forced a smile, gritting her teeth in response, her fists clenching repeatedly. Enduring internal torment. How could she confess to her infatuated young suitor that she had lost her curves? How could a woman without a figure hope to keep him under her spell? The great sword slave, given the current status of the second prince, who would dare to harm you? Speak up, and I shall seek justice on your behalf. I will ensure they are dealt with today. The prince's gaze was icy. Chapter 71. The emperor takes a new consort. No need. Qin Xianer flicked her hair, smiling. Had it not been for Lung Ruxian's intervention, I would have long since put an end to him with a single sword strike. He is but a mere fool. Lung Ruxian? The prince queried, puzzled. Is she out of her mind? After her daughter transgressed, she was just cast into the cold palace by the emperor. Now she dares to oppose the second prince. She has offended both sides? Is it Lung Yi? Upon hearing this, Yi Kong's expression soured slightly. She was the arch-rival of his mother, a contender for position. Previously, she had fought for favor, and now she contended for the emperor's bed. There was a time when Lung Ruxian monopolized the emperor for 5 consecutive days, leaving his mother alone in her chambers, leading to much lamentation. Why, Yi Kong remarked coldly, "If she obstructed you from dealing with that boy." What is his background? Seeing the two pressing for answers, Qin Xianer felt her cheeks heat up and remained silent for a long moment. She felt too embarrassed to speak up about how she had never even bested a wild boy. What a disgrace! Is he from the Western faction? If so, dear sister, tell me, and I shall certainly help you eliminate him. Yi Kong grasped the delicate hand of Qin Xianer, his expression shifting erratically between gloom and brightness. Pressured by his inquiries, Qin Xianer had no choice but to relent, gritting her teeth as she spoke. It is a youth from Tianmenfu whom the second prince encountered during his travels. He possesses considerable talent, and I intended to take him as my sword servant. However, he audaciously challenged the second prince's authority. I was prepared to punish him, but Lung Ruxian intervened and spared his life. Oh, has he already arrived in the imperial capital? I shall go and eliminate him immediately. Yikong declared fiercely upon hearing this. There is no need, Qin Sienna replied with a cold smile, shaking her head. He is but a trifling character. I've already dealt with him. I incapacitated him, and he nearly begged for mercy on his knees. And yet, you are swathed in bandages, Yikong observed with a heart full of concern, gently caressing her cheek. This worthless fool is quite treacherous. As I was about to depart, he launched a surprise attack on me and accidentally wounded me with his sword, Qin Sienna explained. Truly a despicable individual from a small place. Lacking strength, yet resorting to underhanded tactics. Yikong scoffed, "My Aunt Lung is nothing more than a shameless woman, using her charms to rise in status. Those who conspire with her possess equally poor character. Indeed, they are birds of a feather. Compared to our sister Sienna, they are worlds apart." He looked at Qin Sienna with earnest admiration. Of course. The moment I drew my sword, this so-called genius favored by the second prince could not even touch the tip of my blade. Within 3 moves, he was begging for mercy. Qin Sienna boasted proudly, thumping her chest. Yet she accidentally struck the side with no padding, and a sharp pain twisted her expression. Her bosom appeared empty, as she had merely stuffed a few items to create an illusion of normalcy. Internally, she was in turmoil, nearly driven to madness. 3 moves, and he was begging for mercy. Yikong shook his head in disbelief. I must speak with Sienna. Given his capabilities, not just anyone is worthy of becoming a sword servant, especially since he is to accompany him to Shenzhou. This matter cannot be taken lightly. It seems my Aunt Lung has rummaged through the trash to find a gem, while others see garbage. She perceives treasure, Yikong chuckled. Lung Ruxian has brought shame upon herself. I must tell my mother when I return. She will surely be delighted, Qin Sienna said with a playful pout. Such a lowly man. Were it not for Lung Ruxian's intervention, I would have slain him on sight. However, he does possess a certain charm, reminiscent of a pretty boy, with the demise of Lord Huang in the demon lair. Wei Lianing under Lung Ruxian will surely rise in rank. I fear that in the future, the young man may have backing, becoming a tyrant in the western capital's harem. Qin Sienna spoke with veiled intent. Sister Sienna, do not worry. I shall return and inform my father, issuing a decree to strip him of his status and banish him from the imperial capital, never to set foot here again. Yikong declared coldly. Afterward, he glanced at the bandages on Qin Sienna and recalled how Qin Feng had ambushed her. It was highly likely that he had colluded with Aunt Lung, corrupting the harem's integrity. He exclaimed in anger, No, I will demand that my father issue a decree to execute this scoundrel. Not so. That would make it seem as though our imperial capital bullies the weak, exhibiting pettiness. Let him leave the imperial capital. Should I encounter him again in the future, I shall simply slay him with a casual stroke of my sword. Qin Sienna waved her hand dismissively, feigning indifference. No, this despicable wretch dares to harm you. You are the closest and most favored sword servant of the second prince, destined for greatness across Shenzhou. Yikong fervently grasped Qin Sienna's hand, showering her with affection. Sister Sienna, grant me but a chance to demonstrate my prowess. Please. Very well. Very well. I shall heed your wishes, Qin Sienna replied with a sweet smile, her small hands drawing circles in Yikong's grasp. Appearing utterly compliant, Qin Feng, do you truly believe that by allying with a cold palace consort, you can soar to great heights? Little do you know that in this imperial capital, what matters are human relationships and social intricacies, not mere skirmishes. Forgive me, but I have prepared your grave. Just wait for your downfall. Once you are dead, who will dare claim that I was defeated by your hand? Would Lung Ruxian dare? And what of Wei Lianing? Even if he spoke, who would believe him? Qin Sienna chuckled coldly within her heart. Since returning from Tianmenfu to the imperial capital, she had been plagued by unrest as a distinguished sword servant. How could she face the world after being bested by a mere country bumpkin? Her reputation, her status, and her path to ascendancy in Shenzhou would all be turned to ashes, leaving her with nothing.